Chapter 1, Emia Shyen. Konoha Village. In a dim underground chamber. At the center of this chamber stood a sealed crystal coffin. The coffin looked peculiar. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, but inside lay only half of a human corpse. From outside the coffin, one could clearly see the internal organs of the corpse, making it resemble a medical specimen used by students studying anatomy. This eerie sight made the chamber feel even more unsettling. A silver-haired man stood inside, unfazed by the grim surroundings. His crimson eyes gazed coldly and decisively at the crystal coffin in front of him. Taburama-sama. An Anbu ninja, wearing a mask, entered the chamber, dragging a bound ninja behind him. Recently, several enemy ninjas from other nations have infiltrated the village to gather intelligence. After searching the prison, we found this ninja from Tsunade. His chakra is the strongest among all the prisoners. Taburama's gaze sharpened. How is my brother doing? Realizing his mistake in addressing, he corrected himself. I mean, how is the Hokage's condition? The Anbu ninja hesitated before responding. He's still receiving treatment, but Lady Mito has said that the injuries are severe and may affect his lifespan. Taburama's expression darkened. And what about the Uchiha clan? Any unusual movements? None so far, the Anbu shook his head. Since the news broke yesterday that Madara Uchiha was killed by the first Hokage, the Uchiha clan members have shown signs of fear, but no other suspicious behavior. Maintain close surveillance. Yes, Taburama-sama. After giving his orders, Taburama turned his attention to the bound ninja. His tone was firm. Increase patrols throughout the village. Station a squad outside this chamber. No one is to approach. Understood, the Anbu ninja swiftly retreated. MMFF. The Tsunade ninja, bound and gagged, struggled frantically, his eyes wide with desperation as he tried to speak. I know what you want to say. Taburama's voice was cold. But I'm not interested in your excuses. You sneaked into Konoha to confirm one thing, that my brother and Madara destroyed each other. HMPH, keep dreaming. Taburama shifted his gaze back to the crystal coffin before him, as if using it to declare to the entire ninja world. This coffin holds the origin of all medical ninjutsu. Emia Shyen. You must have heard that name. The bound ninja's eyes widened with shock. Emia Shyen. A name that resonated like thunder throughout the ninja world. Known as the saint of the ninja world, Emia Shyen had lived over 1,000 years ago. He was the one who pioneered the concept of medical ninjutsu and established the training system for medical ninjas. Legends said he treated patients regardless of their identity. No matter how severe the condition, his hands could cure anything. It was said that the number of people he saved exceeded the population of some entire countries. But what made him truly revered was the way he died. To ensure that medical ninjutsu would be passed down through generations, to eliminate the prejudice against surgical anatomy, he ordered his body to be preserved as a specimen in 2 crystal coffins after his death. Even during the chaotic Warring States period, when ninja clans slaughtered one another, no one dared to destroy his coffins. Though few had ever seen them, they remained a symbol of peace. The Tsunade ninja stared at the half-corpse inside the crystal coffin with a mix of shock, awe, and unease. But what connection could a dead man from the past possibly have with the present? Could this 1,000-year-old medical ninja really help treat the first Hokage? Or did the coffin hold secrets of ancient medical techniques? The Senju clan has always been renowned for chakra control, making us naturally suited to medical ninjutsu. This crystal coffin was specifically entrusted to our ancestors by Emia Shyen himself before his death. Even though most of us focus on combat, we've always regarded this coffin as a source of pride. Taburama's eyes narrowed as he traced the intricate patterns on the coffin. His voice grew softer. I never thought I'd be the one to destroy it. The Tsunade ninja's eyes widened in horror. But, for my brothers, everything is worth sacrificing. With determination in his gaze, Taburama gathered chakra in his hand and slammed it onto the crystal coffin. Crash! The crystal shattered, and the half-corpse inside tumbled to the ground. The bound ninja watched in terror as the corpse hit the floor. The sight was so horrifying that he trembled uncontrollably. Only my brother can maintain peace in Konoha. Tobirama began forming hand seals at lightning speed, his voice calm yet filled with chilling resolve. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance. Even if it means desecrating a soul. Ninja art, Edo Tensei. Dark runes spread from Tobirama's palm, flowing across the floor, encircling the corpse and the bound ninja. Before the Tsunade ninja could fully comprehend what was happening, the ashes from the ancient corpse began to swirl, attaching themselves to his body. A suffocating sense of despair consumed him as he realized what was happening. The ashes covered his eyes, until nothing was left. The ninja's body was completely enveloped by the ashes. Tobirama watched closely as the figure began to take shape. His technique had succeeded. The Edo Tensei was complete. A figure emerged from the swirling ashes, a young man with an air of compassion far beyond his years. His expression matched the saintly reputation he had earned during his life. The resurrected Emia Shyen opened his eyes. He looked down at his body, a confused expression on his face. Why was he alive again? Where was he? Tobirama stepped forward, his tone respectful. Emia Shyen-sama. I am Senju Tobirama, the one who brought you back from the afterlife. I apologize for disturbing your peace, but we need your help to save someone who is vital to the ninja world. I hope you can forgive our transgression. Emia Shyen observed Tobirama. Senju. Upon hearing that name, his expression softened. If it's to save lives, then I can forgive it. Despite being pulled from eternal rest, the saintly ninja showed no resentment. His only concern was the patient's condition. Where's the patient? I'll take you there. Relieved, Tobirama dropped his hidden hand signs, meant to control him. This saint didn't need to be manipulated. However, Tobirama failed to notice something. The resurrected Emia Shyen's eyes, soulless, devoid of warmth, betrayed no real concern for the patient. Instead, a faint red glow flickered in his gaze. The system was still active. Reconnecting to Ninja System. Welcome back, Ninja Emia Shyen. Unfinished missions detected. Mission Log 23. SSS Rank. Defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki, the immortal progenitor of chakra. SSS Rank. Defeat Naruto Uzumaki, Sage of Six Paths Mode, and Sasuke Uchiha, Rinnegan. The power still remained. Emia Shyen's eyes flashed with red light. His long-laid plans had finally reached this era. Chapter 2. The Origins of the Senju and Yuzumaki clans. Konoha village wasn't prosperous. At least, not in this era. Many buildings were roughly constructed, likely due to the villagers being too preoccupied with daily affairs to focus on craftsmanship. Emia Shyen paid no mind to the village's simplicity. He instead looked around curiously, interested in the sights of this world after his resurrection. This is the village we live in, said Senju Tobirama as he issued instructions to the Anbu to secure the area. He then glanced at Emia Shyen and began explaining the current era. It has been over 1,000 years since your time. 1,000 years. Emia Shyen sighed softly, a trace of melancholy in his expression. No wonder the architecture is so different from what I remember. After commenting on the village's buildings, his eyes lit up with sudden excitement. Now that a millennium has passed, medical ninjutsu must have advanced tremendously. After all, we never had resurrection techniques back in my time. The wisdom of later generations is truly remarkable. Tobirama's expression became awkward. Not quite. He sighed, bracing himself to manage the legendary medical ninja's expectations. The technique that resurrected you is a forbidden jutsu meant for battle. It's pure luck that you've retained your consciousness. As for medical ninjutsu, it hasn't advanced much since your era. Is that so? Emia Shyen's enthusiasm visibly dimmed. His expression darkened as if his ideals had been shattered. So, humans have ultimately continued to use chakra as a tool for warfare. For a medical ninja, war was undoubtedly the worst thing imaginable. Since the Senju clan had preserved Emia Shyen's crystal coffin for generations, Tobirama had grown up hearing many stories about him. He understood Shyen's ideals, but knew he had to help this ancient saint see reality. Everything we've done has been for survival. In the brutal Warring States era, we had no choice but to refine our combat abilities through chakra to stay alive. Tabarama recounted the chaos of that time and took the opportunity to praise his elder brother, hoping Emia Shyen would understand the significance of his brother's contributions. Fortunately, the war finally came to an end. My brother, Senju Hashirama, used his immense strength to bring peace to the warring states era. He established a system of nations and ninja villages to prevent further bloodshed. We invited various ninja clans to form Konoha, so that those who once fought each other could now become comrades living in a shared village. And in the future, Tabarama paused, using the moment to paint a hopeful vision for the future. If my brother's injuries heal without affecting his lifespan, his influence will undoubtedly maintain peace in the ninja world. With peace, medical ninjutsu will flourish. Emia Shyen's expression became complicated. Still, he chose not to shatter Tabarama's optimistic vision. Instead, he sighed softly. Don't worry, I've never abandoned a patient, and since you carry the Senju name, I'll do my best to help. Tabarama showed no embarrassment at his blatant attempt to manipulate Shyen's goodwill. After all, as Konoha's acting leader, Tabarama never cared about appearances. His only concern was achieving his goals. However, Tabarama sensed that this ancient saint might have a deeper story. Noticing Shyen's familiarity with the Senju name, Tabarama decided to probe further. Emi-sama, it seems you share some history with our Senju clan. Our children grow up hearing your stories. Indeed, Shyen replied casually, if you are the descendants of Asura. Asura? That's right. Shyen walked alongside Tabarama, reminiscing as if recounting old times. I had a friend named Asura. He couldn't use his father's surname, so I gave him 2 new surnames to pass down to his descendants. One was Senju, and the other was Yuzumaki. Shyen's gaze fell on Tabarama, a wistful expression on his face. It seems Asura's descendants chose to carry the Senju name. Tabarama's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected the origins of his clan's name to be tied to such a story. It wasn't a lie. Both surnames, Senju and Yuzumaki, existed, and both clans had continued to this day. The 2 clans shared the same distant ancestor, which explained their familial connection. In fact, both surnames were used. The Yuzumaki clan, who share our bloodline, also survived. Taking a deep breath, Tabarama said solemnly, it's astonishing to learn that the surnames Senju and Yuzumaki originated with you, Emia-sama. He thought to himself that his brother, once healed, would likely have a lot to say about this revelation. After all, Tabarama had used a forbidden jutsu to resurrect a legendary figure, only to discover that this figure had direct ties to their clan's history. Time flies and the world changes, Shyen said with a sigh, his voice filled with nostalgia. I never imagined Asura's descendants would still exist after all these years. Tabarama remained silent. It was clear from Shyen's tone that he and Asura had been close friends. That was a good thing. At least Tabarama could be confident that Shyen's intentions were friendly. Even so, Tabarama's cautious nature made him wary. He couldn't fully trust any power he couldn't control. For instance, the Uchiha clan. Although they were part of Konoha, Tabarama remained distrustful of them. After all, just days ago, Madara Uchiha, the former Uchiha clan leader, had attacked Konoha with the 9 tails, gravely wounding Hashirama. That incident only reinforced Tabarama's decision to tighten surveillance on the Uchiha. Even though Madara was dead, Tabarama couldn't be certain that no other dangerous figures would emerge from the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, Hashirama was a rare exception among the Senju. But Madara was not an anomaly among the Uchiha. The Uchiha's Sharingan, a powerful and unpredictable Kekkei Genkai, could evolve in ways that were difficult to predict. It was only a matter of time before another Madara appeared. This was a hidden threat. Suddenly, Shyen spoke again. I wonder, are there any descendants of Indra left? Tabarama's brow furrowed at the unfamiliar name, prompting Shyen to explain. Indra and Asura were brothers. Our ideologies clashed. Asura and I believed chakra should be used to connect and heal people. Indra believed chakra was a tool for ruling the world. In the end, we parted ways. I don't know what surname Indra's descendants use now, Shyen added. but they would have inherited a powerful Kekkei Genkai, one that manifests as a unique chakra in their eyes and evolves into formidable ocular techniques. Sharingan. Tobirama interjected with the name of the bloodline limit. His gaze darkened as he connected the dots. The Uchiha were Indra's descendants. The ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha clans, Asura and Indra, had been brothers. But one embodied peace, while the other sought domination. Evil is truly in the Uchiha's blood, Tobirama thought bitterly. Compared to the just and compassionate Asura, the Uchiha clan's ancestor, Indra, had harbored ambitions to rule the world. Even Emia Shyen, a man of noble character, had distanced himself from Indra and his descendants. No wonder Tobirama couldn't trust the Uchiha. Chapter 3, The Power of Emia Shyen. Now, their surname is Uchiha. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been at odds for generations. Senju Tobirama, as if finding a kindred spirit, eagerly began to vent his grievances about the Uchiha. My brother defeated the Uchiha clan and convinced them to join Konoha. But even now, there are those among them who carry the same evil inclinations as their ancestor. Tobirama failed to notice one crucial thing. His trust in Emia Shyen had grown significantly. He felt a natural affinity for the ancient medical ninja, enjoying the stories Shyen shared, stories that validated many of his suspicions. And now Tobirama believed he had found a historical justification to keep a close eye on the Uchiha clan. My brothers. A dark look clouded Tobirama's eyes as he spoke of someone he loathed. Was gravely injured by one such Uchiha. That man's name was Uchiha Madara. Tobirama didn't hide his hatred and disdain as he mentioned Madara. My brother invited him to end the chaos of the Warring States era together, but that man betrayed him. Leaving Konoha wasn't enough. He came back and tried to destroy the village and kill my brother. He wanted to plunge the ninja world back into war. Luckily, Madara Uchiha was dead. Finally, his brother no longer had to suffer because of him. Emia Shyen sighed softly, his expression tinged with regret. It sounds like this Uchiha Madara was just as warlike as his ancestor. Back then, Asura wanted people to understand each other. But Indra sought to dominate the ninja world. Though they were brothers, their differing ideals drove them to conflict, a conflict that continued even after their deaths. HMPH. This is the evil passed down through bloodlines. Tobirama's face twisted in anger. Just like the cursed Sharingan they inherit, a bloodline limit steeped in emotion and destruction. Ah, the Sharingan. Emia Shyen's gaze darkened as he recalled its history. I noticed long ago that Indra's Sharingan made him more extreme. Exactly. Tobirama nodded firmly, feeling he had found a kindred soul. The Sharingan evolves based on strong emotions. The more intense their feelings, the more their eyes change. And this means, the more powerful an Uchiha becomes, the more extreme they become. And the more extreme they become, the more powerful they grow. This was an unsolvable problem. If an Uchiha's emotions weren't properly guided, they would inevitably become dangerous. They needed to be watched, strictly monitored, closely controlled. In Tobirama's mind, the decision was made. He would establish a new department to manage the Uchiha clan. A department run by the Uchiha themselves, with their residents isolated for better surveillance. Konoha Hospital. The hospital was heavily guarded. The battle between Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End had been so intense that it reshaped the land itself, leaving behind a massive canyon. This wasn't something that could be hidden from the other ninja villages. Spies from various nations had been infiltrating Konoha, hoping to gather information about the first Hokage's condition. His survival was directly tied to the peace of the ninja world. Sasuke. Tobirama suddenly called out. Emia Shyen's eye twitched. Wait, what? Sasuke. That's not right. This is the early days of Konoha's founding. Based on his knowledge from his past life, this should be shortly after the Valley of the End battle between Hashirama and Madara. How could there already be a Sasuke? Lord Tobirama. A young ninja approached swiftly. The youth glanced at Emia Shyen with a hint of confusion and wariness. Who is this? This is Lord Emia Shyen. Tabarama spoke with great respect. Sasuke, you can relax now, there's no need to worry about the village. I used a forbidden technique to resurrect Lord Emia. He has agreed to treat my brother. You've heard of him, the greatest medical ninja in history. My brother's condition will be fine. The Emia Shyen. The young ninja's eyes widened in astonishment. I grew up hearing stories about him. I never imagined I'd see him in person. This is Naruto by Sasuke, Tabarama introduced. The head of Konoha's Jonin Corps and leader of the Sarutobi clan. Sasuke, you must keep Lord Emiya's resurrection a secret from the village. Tabarama wasn't a dictator. Even though he held significant power in Konoha, while Hashirama was incapacitated, he understood that other clans within the village had the right to know about the situation. Should Hashirama's condition worsen, Konoha would be vulnerable to external threats. Sarutobi Sasuke was key to maintaining stability within Konoha. The Sarutobi clan, along with the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, had formed an alliance known as the Ino-Shikacho Trio during the Warring States period, with the Sarutobi clan at its core. Let me take Lord Emiya to the patient's room, Tabarama said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder before turning to guide Shyen. As they walked, Tabarama continued to praise Sarutobi Sasuke. Sasuke is a strong-willed ninja and a great leader. Even I can't compare to him in some ways. And his son, Hiruzen, is a talented student. He has already mastered the Sarutobi clan's summoning technique at a young age. Tabarama's gaze grew subtle. He clearly hoped Shyen might share some historical anecdotes about the Sarutobi clan. Emia Shyen glanced at Tabarama with amusement. Does he expect me to know the Sarutobi clan's history? Unfortunately, Shyen knew nothing about their past, only their future. He shook his head gently. In my time, there was no Sarutobi clan. Back then, there was only the Rikudo Sennin. Rikudo Sennin? Tabarama's footsteps halted. He stared intently at Shyen. Did you meet the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Sage of Six Paths? Shyen chuckled softly. You mean to say the Senju clan doesn't know they're descended from him? Tabarama froze in place. The truth struck him like a lightning bolt. The Senju and Yuzumaki clans were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Emia Shyen, however, wasn't finished. The sage was a great man. He continued, his voice wistful. He was the first to donate his body to medical research after death. Of course, Shyen left out the real story. The sage's body hadn't exactly been willingly donated. Shyen had accepted a mission from his system to retrieve the Sage of Six Paths' body for research. It was thanks to that mission that Shyen had obtained true power in this world, including the Rinnegan and Wood release. Emia Shyen's stats. Name, Emia Shyen Emia Gen. Gender, male. Occupation, ninja. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin, yang. Chakra level, unlimited Edo Tensei. Emia Shyen possessed Wood release, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Sage mode, among many other powerful techniques. But his current Edo Tensei state limited his full potential. Emia Shyen's gaze lingered on Tabarama. Tabarama was a hard man to deceive. Unfortunately for Shyen, he hadn't been resurrected by a reckless, power-hungry individual. If only the one who resurrected me had been more foolish. Then Shyen could have tricked them and fully resurrected himself using his Rinnegan abilities. But it wasn't too late. The game was just beginning. Chapter 4, So You're Bullying Me Because I'm Ancient. In front of the Konoha hospital ward, Senju Tabarama sincerely requested that Emia Shyen keep the secrets of ancient times hidden from others, especially from his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Tabarama knew his brother too well. If Hashirama learned that the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha clans were brothers, both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, he would treat the Uchiha clan with even more tolerance and kindness. And that would hinder Tabarama's plans to suppress the Uchiha in the future. If possible, Tabarama would prefer that Emia Shyen only reveal the story of the Uchiha ancestor Indra's evil, making it easier to justify keeping the Uchiha in check. However, Tabarama knew that Emia Shyen was a righteous man, too righteous to play along with such manipulations. Thus, Tabarama crafted his words carefully. Lord Emia, The current situation in Konoha is very unstable. Tabarama's voice took on a somber tone as he began to spin his carefully woven tale. If these ancient secrets were to be revealed, it would spark widespread discussion. While Madara Uchiha tried to destroy Konoha, we still wish to treat the Uchiha who joined the village as comrades. If the villagers hear about Indra's story, they'll undoubtedly believe that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil. They will isolate and reject them further. Emia Shyen's expression turned a little strange. Wait a minute. Are you trying to bully me because I'm from ancient times? I'm dead, not senile. Hearing Senju Tabarama claim that he wanted to prevent the village from rejecting the Uchiha clan sounded utterly ridiculous. Come on. Aren't you the one leading the charge against the Uchiha? But Tabarama was very skilled at making his lies sound reasonable. My brother has always been lenient toward the Uchiha. He invited them to join Konoha and treated them kindly. If he learns that the Senju and Uchiha share a common ancestor, and given his guilt over having to kill his old friend Madara, he'll treat the Uchiha even more favorably. In that case, the other clans in the village will feel it's unfair. If people find out that our ancestors Asura and Indra were brothers, they'll start to question my brother's impartiality. And my brother is the first Hokage. The relationships between the ninja clans in Konoha are still fragile. Any doubts about the Hokage's fairness could cause the hard-earned peace to collapse. Tabarama circled back to his original point. Lord Emia, for the sake of Konoha and the peace of the ninja world, I must ask you to keep these ancient secrets hidden. Emia Shyen struggled to find a reason to refuse. Tabarama's argument was so well-crafted and morally sound. His words practically shamed Shyen into agreeing, as if saying, "You wouldn't want to see the ninja world fall into chaos again, would you? Being a good person is so exhausting." Fortunately for Shyen, he was also good at moral manipulation. "I'll try my best not to say anything wrong." Shyen shook his head, hesitating slightly as he explained, "In my time, people often communicated through chakra during spiritual training. We were open with each other and rarely hid our thoughts. I'm not very good at hiding my true feelings. I apologize in advance if I accidentally slip up." Tabarama sighed deeply, his expression thoughtful. "No need to apologize. If anything, I envy the way things were in your era." "I've heard legends about the Sage of Six Paths," Tabarama said wistfully. "It's said that during the early days of the ninja religion, people respected and understood one another." "I didn't expect those legends to be true." "Not entirely," Shyen corrected with a sheepish smile. "For example, no one in the ninja religion could understand Indra's ideology. That's why he left and tried to destroy the village using the Sharingan. In the end, Asura united everyone's chakra to defeat him." "What?" Tabarama's expression darkened. That inherently evil Uchiha ancestor. The story sounded eerily familiar to him. Madara Uchiha had also left Konoha and tried to destroy it. In the end, Hashirama had to kill him to stop his evil plot. Madara and Indra were cut from the same cloth. "By the way," Shyen changed the topic with a subtle smile, "you seem to have a good relationship with your brother. That kind of sibling bond is rare." "Of course." Tabarama's expression softened as he thought of his brother. "He's taken care of me since we were children." Emia Shyen. He's really a good person, Tabarama thought. The two of them had a pleasant conversation, and Tabarama felt that Shyen confirmed his belief that ancient ninjas were genuinely kind-hearted people. Except, of course, for the inherently evil Uchiha ancestor. "Let's go in." Tabarama pushed open the door to the hospital ward, his tone turning respectful. "My brother's injuries are beyond our ability to heal. We can only rely on you now, Lord Emia." "No need to be so formal." Shyen waved his hand dismissively and walked into the room. His demeanor became more serious. "I'm a medical ninja. I won't let my patient down." The room smelled faintly of flowers. Shyen's gaze fell on the man lying on the bed. The man had long black hair and was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. His breathing was steady, but he remained motionless. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Without a doubt, the most powerful ninja of this era. "My brother has never been this weak." Tabarama stood beside Shyen, his expression grim. His battle with Madara Uchiha drained almost all of his chakra. Let me take a look. Shijin placed his fingers on Hashirama's wrist, checking his condition. A wood release user. Shijin looked surprised, lost in thought. Theoretically, wood release originates from the power of the god tree. Asura only awakened it after receiving chakra from the Sage of Six Paths. It's not a power that should be inherited by later generations. My brother awakened it as an adult, Tobirama interjected, carefully noting Shijin's words. How is he? Don't worry. Shijin offered a reassuring smile. His self-healing abilities are remarkable. His injuries haven't healed yet because his chakra is depleted. Once his chakra recovers, he'll be fine. Tobirama frowned. That much was obvious to him already. But Shijin's expression grew serious. His overuse of self-healing has caused his cells to divide too rapidly, shortening his lifespan. He's also used too much of his life energy to strengthen his wood release. Is there a solution? Tobirama's tension eased. Can you fix it? In ancient times, this would have been a minor issue. Shijin's eyes narrowed slightly in regret. I could heal him with yang release, but in my current Edo Tensei state, I'm as good as dead. I can't use that power. If only I could achieve a true resurrection. Shijin's gaze lingered on Hashirama for a moment before turning to Tobirama. What a pity. If someone more gullible had resurrected me, I could have used my Rinnegan to achieve full revival by now. Chapter 5, How can you have such a delusional idea? Sometimes, it's better not to speak too plainly. Emia Shyen couldn't directly tell Senju Tobirama, just fully revive me, and I can heal your brother. Tobirama was naturally suspicious. If Shyen made his intentions too obvious, Tobirama would inevitably suspect that this resurrection was part of some grand scheme. Which of course it was. Because it was a scheme, Shyen needed to carefully nurture it over time. A well-crafted plan takes patience to unfold. If rushed, the entire conspiracy would fall apart. But Tobirama didn't seem to care at all about whether Shyen could achieve true resurrection. Instead, he was more concerned about the mysterious yang release that Shyen had mentioned. Lord Emia, what exactly is this yang release? Tobirama furrowed his brows as he pondered aloud. This seems to be related to yang chakra. I recall that yang chakra can be used to create various powerful secret techniques, and medical ninjutsu often involves manipulating yang chakra. For instance, the Akimichi clan in Konoha. Tobirama knew that the Akimichi specialized in using yang chakra to perform their signature expansion jutsu, which allowed them to temporarily enlarge their bodies and increase their strength. You're right. Yang release is the pinnacle of yang chakra. Emia Shyen patiently explained the concept of yang release, weaving his words to subtly tempt Tobirama. With yang release, one can create life out of thin air. It can regenerate lost limbs and quickly heal damaged organs. And naturally. Shijin's gaze drifted toward Hashirama, lying unconscious on the bed. It can restore life to those whose vitality has been depleted. It can let them keep living. Tobirama's eyes lit up with curiosity. Then, he asked the most crucial question. How can a ninja refine their yang chakra to its peak and obtain this yang release? That's not easy. Shijin's eyes gleamed briefly as he sighed, playing his role perfectly. The simplest way is for someone who already possesses yang release to share their power with another person. And your brother is the most suitable candidate to receive my yang release. Shyen raised his hand, where a faint green glow of chakra briefly flickered before fading. Unfortunately, when I was resurrected, my yang release vanished without a trace. I have no idea why. Tobirama took a deep breath. I apologize. It must have been my mistake. Tobirama bowed his head slightly, taking responsibility. The issue likely lies in my Edo Tensei technique. This was my first time using it. It's fine. Shyen didn't blame him. Instead, he gently dug the trap deeper. Perhaps it's because this body isn't my original one, or maybe my yang chakra simply dissipated in the afterlife. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Shyen internally raised a giant question mark. Wait, what? You really think this is my fault? No way. The problem is obviously with your sloppy jutsu, not with me, an ancient expert. To ensure the Edo Tensei ritual would succeed, I deliberately lingered in the afterlife and willingly answered the summon. If I hadn't cooperated, there's no way your clumsy jutsu would have worked. This is giving me a headache, Shijin thought. Given the circumstances, Shijin decided to play along for now. At least this gave him a valid excuse to remain in the living world. Even if he was bound to his Edo Tensei body, he could bide his time. There would be other opportunities to achieve a true resurrection. Let's leave it for now. Shijin sighed as he looked at Hashirama's unconscious form. I'll try a different medical approach first. I'll attempt to suppress his chakra and stop his self-healing ability from causing his cells to divide too rapidly. That won't be easy. Tobirama agreed with Shijin's method, but remained skeptical. My brother's chakra is incredibly strong. Suppressing it will be difficult. Indeed, it's very strong. Shijin raised a finger, which now glowed with a dark, ominous chakra. It's almost on par with your ancestor, Asura. What's that? Tobirama's expression turned serious. A curse mark. Shijin explained calmly. This mark is formed by natural energy. It suppresses the target's chakra. If they try to use chakra recklessly, the curse will paralyze them. But I'm not sure if it will work on him. Shijin's tone was cautious, as if he wasn't entirely confident. Your brother has traces of sage mode in his body. His cells might adapt to the curse mark's energy too easily, making it ineffective. Natural energy. Tobirama's interest was piqued. Could you let me examine it? I have some understanding of certain techniques. Perhaps I could help refine it. Perfect. Shijin thought this was the ideal scenario. Tobirama was naturally cautious, preferring to verify things for himself. Even though he trusted Shijin, he couldn't fully trust anyone when it came to his brother's life. I'm just a bit worried, Shijin murmured, his expression growing slightly anxious. Is there a problem? Tobirama asked, raising an eyebrow. This isn't a conventional medical technique, Shijin explained sincerely. While the curse mark temporarily seals someone's chakra, if the marked person fully masters it, they'll gain even stronger chakra. I worry that spreading the curse mark might be like spreading chakra itself. It could become another tool for conflict. Shijin sighed deeply, his voice filled with melancholy. When the sage of 6 paths in Asura spread the concept of chakra to the world, many people feared it would be used for violence. But we believed that people would use chakra to help each other and ease suffering. Looking back now, we were wrong. Chakra has become a weapon for endless battles. Lord Emia. Tobirama's tone softened. That wasn't your fault. He offered words of reassurance. The problem isn't with the power itself. The problem lies with the greedy hearts of those who refuse to be content. Rest assured, I won't spread the curse mark. Tobirama raised his hand, making a solemn vow. And if I ever use the curse mark for conflict, may my soul never find peace in the afterlife. That's not necessary. Shijin's eye twitched slightly. Wait a second. Tobirama, do you even hear yourself? You invented Edo Tensei, a jutsu that literally disturbs the peace of the dead. And you still think your soul will rest peacefully. But since Tobirama had made such a serious vow, Shijin decided to go along with it. Very well. Shijin carefully placed the curse mark on Tobirama. After all, if Tobirama ever discovered the truth and tried to undo Edo Tensei, this curse mark would give Shijin a way to counter him. Chapter 6, Madara, Madara, Madara. It's always Madara. Feel it for yourself. With a casual motion, Emia Shyen placed a pitch-black curse mark on Senju Tobirama's arm. The mark even took the shape of Konoha's iconic swirling Yuzumaki symbol. Chakra. As expected, I can't channel it. Tobirama raised his hand and attempted to use chakra, but the curse mark flowed through his body like a warm current, sealing his chakra and even causing his body to stiffen. But Tobirama was, without a doubt, a ninjutsu genius. The moment he realized he couldn't overpower the curse mark, he quickly adjusted his approach, allowing the curse energy to merge with his own chakra instead of resisting it. This power. A flicker of surprise crossed Tobirama's face. The curse mark, infused with natural energy, significantly enhanced his strength when merged with his chakra. Tobirama couldn't deny the truth. Emia Shyen's concerns about the curse mark causing future conflicts were valid. If an ordinary ninja obtained a curse mark, they could potentially gain Jonin-level chakra output. With proper training, they would become a formidable force on the battlefield. The only issue was, the curse mark wasn't easy to control. Tobirama understood that his extensive knowledge of ninjutsu principles was the only reason he could quickly grasp how to manipulate the curse mark's energy. Even so, he couldn't fully master it. Unfortunately, Tobirama had made a promise to never use the curse mark for conflict. He could only hope that Konoha's peace would last, so he wouldn't be tempted to use this power during desperate times. Let me help you remove the curse mark. Emia Shyen moved to undo the mark, appearing genuinely concerned that Tobirama's movements might remain restricted. As he slowly formed hand signs, Shyen explained, "This basic use of natural energy is too easily learned. I only hope this power doesn't bring more wars to the world." Lord Emia. Tobirama reached out to grab Shyen's wrist. "There's no need to remove it just yet. I need to observe how the curse mark affects my chakra over time. I need to understand how long it can suppress my brother's chakra. This ancient medical ninja is too naive." Perhaps, Tobirama thought, Shyen assumed that the ninjas of this era were as talented as those from his time. Natural energy. It's not that easy to master. Tobirama had seen natural energy before. His brother, Senju Hashirama, had mastered sage mode by harnessing natural energy. Tobirama had always been curious about it, but lacked the innate talent to sense it himself. He understood the value of this curse mark. A slight pang of guilt flickered in his heart. For Tobirama, power meant survival. Power allowed him to gain control over uncertain situations. Whether it was internal unrest in Konoha or external threats from rival villages, Tobirama couldn't afford to pass up any opportunity to strengthen his position. He silently promised himself, "I will only use this power in the most desperate of times." Of course, there was no need to tell Shyen that. "You and your brother seem to have a great relationship." Shyen shook his head, his tone tinged with melancholy. Perhaps he couldn't fully understand Tobirama's motivations, having witnessed the brotherly conflict of Asura and Indra during his time. He sighed and warned Tobirama, "If you don't remove the curse mark, your movements might." "No need to worry." Tobirama raised his arm, showing how the curse mark's energy flowed through his body like water. It didn't hinder him at all. "At this rate, I'll fully master the curse mark by the end of the day," Tobirama thought confidently. "I've already grasped the core principles." Tobirama glanced at his brother on the hospital bed and quickly shifted the topic. "Let's place the curse mark on my brother. He has mastered sage mode, so he might absorb it more effectively." "I've been worried about that." Shyen sighed, extending a hand toward Hashirama's arm. A dark curse mark appeared and vanished just as quickly. As expected, the natural energy in the mark was immediately absorbed by Hashirama's body. Hashirama's body naturally converted the curse energy into sage chakra, causing him to unconsciously enter sage mode. On the bed, Hashirama's face twitched. His expression grew pained, and he muttered his first words since falling unconscious. "Madara." Tobirama's face darkened immediately. "Seriously? Of all the things to say, you're still muttering Madara's name." Even in a coma, his brother couldn't stop thinking about that traitorous Uchiha. That bastard Madara, who tried to destroy Konoha with the 9 tails. That bastard Madara who left Hashirama with injuries that shortened his lifespan. And yet, even now, he's still worried about that bastard. "He should wake up soon," Shyen said softly, breaking the tense silence. "Although my curse mark didn't work as intended, his body has automatically absorbed the natural energy to enter sage mode. His healing will improve, but it might also worsen his lifespan loss if he keeps using that chakra. However, as long as he doesn't use his chakra recklessly after waking up, his self-healing won't cause further damage." Shyen sighed again. "As for the lifespan he's already lost, I'll need to find a way to fix that. In my time, I relied heavily on yang release to heal patients. My medical techniques have fallen behind without it." "Thank you." The tension in Tobirama's eyes finally eased. It worked. Emia Shyen had saved his brother. Tabarama's thoughts drifted to the battlefield, where he had carried Hashirama back from his fight with Madara. At that time, Konoha's best medical ninjas had been completely helpless. Tabarama's heart was filled with gratitude. Shijin had not only saved Hashirama, but had also been unbothered by being summoned back from the dead, and even offered to help repair his brother's damaged lifespan. I'm truly grateful. Tabarama bowed slightly, his tone sincere. Without you, Lord Emia, the world wouldn't have medical ninjas willing to save lives. But before Shijin could respond with modesty, Tabarama's real motive slipped out. My brother's life is tied to the peace of Konoha. His survival holds the hopes of everyone in this village. We'll be counting on you for a long time. That was Tabarama's selfish wish. He had no intention of ending Edo Tensei anytime soon. After all, he had already gained valuable knowledge about the ancient era from Shijin. He had even obtained a curse mark infused with natural energy. Emia Shyen was a treasure trove of knowledge. If Shijin hadn't been able to help with Hashirama's injuries, Tabarama would have been forced to let him return to the afterlife. But now, Shijin's selfless devotion to helping Hashirama made Tabarama feel like they were a perfect match. Shijin thought so too. Of course, Shijin had to maintain his image as a benevolent medical ninja, so he glanced at Hashirama and gently reminded Tabarama. He's about to wake up. As Shijin predicted, Hashirama's eyebrows twitched and the sage markings on his face faded. The first Hokage suddenly sat bolt upright in bed, as if waking from a terrible nightmare. He gasped for breath and, with fear in his voice, shouted the name of his closest friend and greatest enemy. Madara. Chapter 7, My ally's pawn is my pawn. Madara, Madara, Madara. What's so great about that damn Uchiha Madara? Even now, my brother is still thinking about him. Inwardly, Senju Tabarama cursed his brother's soft-heartedness. But in front of the outsider, Emia Shyen, he felt the need to preserve some dignity for Hashirama. Brother. Tabarama stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Hashirama's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Take a moment to compose yourself. Who's there? Hashirama's eyes darted up defensively before softening. Oh, it's you, Tabarama. Seeing his brother, Hashirama's panicked expression slowly eased, but the fear from his nightmare still lingered. Tabarama. Hashirama stared at his hands, trembling slightly. I dreamed that I killed Madara. Brother. Tabarama's expression hardened. It wasn't a dream. Hashirama's body suddenly slumped. His hands fell limply by his sides, and his face twisted in visible pain. Tabarama. I think I really did kill him. Slowly, Hashirama raised a trembling hand to his forehead. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. Tabarama remained silent for a moment. Though he personally believed that killing Madara had been the right decision, he knew how deeply the loss would hurt his brother. Tabarama had witnessed firsthand the bond between Hashirama and Madara, a friendship born amidst the bitter feud between their clans. It was a bond that Hashirama had cherished, even at the cost of his own life. But in the end, that bond had been severed. And it was Hashirama himself who had cut it, by killing Madara with his own hands. Brother. Tabarama gently patted Hashirama's shoulder. Don't forget, Madara wanted to destroy Konoha with the Nine Tails. You killed him to protect the village we all built together. To protect the village? Hashirama's eyes grew distant. Yes. It was that thought, the desire to protect Konoha, that had ultimately driven him to kill his closest friend. Konoha was their shared dream, something they had built together. Madara had even come up with the name Konoha. But in their final battle, Madara hadn't intended to kill him. Madara still believed that, as always, a single battle would be enough to settle their differences, to force Hashirama to bend to his will and accept his vision for Konoha. However, Hashirama knew better. His love for Konoha had grown stronger than his friendship with Madara. And because of that, he had made the decision to kill him. But that choice left Hashirama with unbearable sorrow. He had sacrificed his most cherished bond to protect Konoha. The pain was overwhelming. Hashirama sat on the bed, his hands gripping the blanket, his tears falling uncontrollably as he recalled his memories of Madara. Let the patient rest for a while. Emia Shyen stood up and spoke gently to Tobirama. He's emotionally unstable. It's best to leave him alone for now. And make sure he doesn't use chakra to heal himself. His rapid cell regeneration will only worsen his condition. Understood. Tobirama carefully helped his brother lie down again. Hashirama lay motionless on the bed, his tears still falling, completely unaware of Shigen's presence. Brother, get some more rest. Tobirama pulled the blanket over him and continued his instructions. Don't use chakra to heal yourself. Control your self-healing ability. Wait. Hashirama suddenly grabbed his brother's wrist. Tobirama, did you bring back Madara's body? It has been dealt with and buried. Tobirama's gaze flickered slightly. A lie. He had hidden Madara's body. After all, Madara was the strongest Uchiha and possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. From a research perspective, Madara's body was invaluable. Tobirama wanted to dissect Madara's corpse to figure out how to neutralize the Sharingan's power. Naturally, he had no intention of wasting this opportunity. Besides, Tobirama had always hated Madara. He couldn't care less about respecting Madara's remains. But his brother must never know. However, Emia Shyen had already noticed. Shyen had been silently observing the Senju brothers' conversation. He saw the flicker in Tobirama's eyes and instantly guessed what Tobirama had done. Shyen smiled subtly. Based on his knowledge of Konoha's history from his past life, he knew exactly where Tobirama had hidden Madara's body. If my guess is right, I think I know where my old ally is. Shyen chuckled to himself. My pawn. No, my ally. And my ally's pawn is my pawn as well. I hope my dear ally, Black Zetsu, won't hold a grudge over my betrayal from back then. In this era, I've come to see the error of my ways. In the hidden mountains of Konoha, deep within a secret underground chamber, a pitch-black figure emerged from the earth. It was Black Zetsu, an ancient and enigmatic creature with a mysterious, unnatural lifespan. Zetsu stood silently, staring at the sealed coffin in the center of the room. His expressionless face twisted slightly in confusion. Madara's dead. What the hell? Madara's dead. This made no sense. Madara had been the perfect pawn, carefully groomed over centuries. The last pawn that had been this promising was Emia Shyen himself, over 1,000 years ago. Shigen's brilliant mind and grand dreams had made him an even better candidate than Indra. But in the end, Shyen had been too naive. He believed in Asura's ideals and was convinced that the ninja world could become a utopia through peace and medical ninjutsu. Such a fool. Zetsu muttered bitterly. Believing that chakra was a force of happiness, humans would always fight over resources, and any powerful tool would inevitably become a more efficient weapon. What a waste. Zetsu sighed. Shyen was so smart. Too bad he was too kind-hearted to realize the truth. Still, if Shyen were alive now, he'd regret trusting Asura. Zetsu's eyes darkened with sorrow. Shyen had been his favorite pawn. Compared to Madara, Shyen had been far superior. Madara, after all, was too arrogant and stubborn. And now, with Madara dead, the plan seemed doomed. Madara's dead. Should I wait for another millennium? Or maybe I should just take his eyes. As Zetsu pondered his next move, the coffin suddenly creaked. Startled, Zetsu quickly sank back into the earth, blending into the shadows. The coffin began to stir. Zetsu cautiously peeked out from his hidden spot, keeping a watchful eye on the unexpected movement inside the sealed coffin. Chapter 8, Black Zetsu feels like seeing a friend who died 1,000 years ago. Cracked. The coffin in the hidden underground chamber creaked open. A strong-built man slowly emerged from inside. His long hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and as soon as he climbed out, he spat out a chunk of flesh into his right palm. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Madara savored the taste of life once more. No one in the ninja world would have imagined it. Uchiha Madara was still alive. The entire world believed that Senju Hashirama had killed him with his own hands. Madara tilted his head up, taking in his surroundings, a hidden chamber deep within Konoha's mountains. With a sneer, he mocked the man he despised most. "Tabarama, you sly bastard. Even after I was defeated by Hashirama, that sneaky snake wouldn't dare get rid of my corpse immediately. Just as I expected." Madara raised his left hand to his right eye socket. One of his eyes was a dull gray, blinded. This was the cost of his resurrection. "I knew it would work," Madara murmured to himself, reaffirming his earlier gamble. Before his final battle with Hashirama, Madara had carefully prepared a backup plan. He had used Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha, along with rewrite sealing, to delay the technique's activation. Izanagi could turn death into a fleeting dream, and rewrite sealing allowed an Uchiha to pre-program techniques into their Sharingan, setting them to activate at specific times or under certain conditions. Even after death, Madara ran his fingers over his blinded eye, a trace of regret flickering in his expression. "It's a shame, I had to sacrifice the eye my brother Izuna gave me." The eye he lost was a precious gift from his younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. But Madara quickly pushed aside his regret. He had achieved his true goal. The battle with Hashirama had given him what he really sought: a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Madara clenched the chunk of bloodied flesh he had bitten from Hashirama during their fight. This is far more important than the battle itself. The outcome of the battle no longer mattered to him. What mattered was this priceless trophy, Hashirama's cells. "Hashirama, this time my plan succeeded." Madara's eyes gleamed with ambition. "If I graft this flesh into my wounds, I'll gain Hashirama's cells. And with that, I should be able to awaken his chakra." His grip tightened around the flesh. He could feel its pulsating life force. Victory was within his grasp. Madara whispered to himself, recalling ancient theories about chakra. The union of opposing forces creates all things. Perhaps the fusion of the Senju and Uchiha chakras is the key to the power to save this world. "I hope it doesn't disappoint me." Before leaving the chamber, Madara formed a hand seal. "Ninja art, shadow clone jutsu." Poof! A shadow clone appeared beside him. Madara watched as the shadow clone climbed back into the coffin, taking his place as the corpse. A cold smile crept across his face. "HMPH. I'll leave a clone behind. If something happens to my clone, all the information it gathers will return to me upon dispelling. This way, I'll know immediately when Tabarama realizes my body isn't real. I can prepare accordingly." Madara wasn't naive enough to think his feigned death would fool everyone forever. But he hoped it would buy him enough time to fully harness the power of Hashirama's cells. The shadow clone jutsu was an invaluable tool for ninja like Madara. Leaving behind a shadow clone would act as a safety mechanism. Satisfied with his preparations, Madara slipped out of the hidden chamber. His next task was to find a quiet place to graft Hashirama's cells into his body. But before that, Madara wanted one last look at Hashirama. Their final battle had been the most intense and personal clash they'd ever had. Madara knew he'd lost, but he also knew that Hashirama had suffered grave injuries. Perhaps Hashirama was on the brink of death. Madara knew Hashirama's self-healing was unmatched, but he doubted his old friend would recover so quickly. One last visit. A farewell to my old self. Madara had already resolved that the next time they met, he wouldn't hesitate. "Hashirama, I've learned from you." Madara recalled the final moments of their battle, when Hashirama stabbed him through the back with a blade. "Hashirama." Madara clenched his fists, his teeth gritting as his resolve solidified. "I will become like you. No matter who it is, my brother, my friend, my child. I'll kill anyone who stands in the way of my dream. Hashirama, this is what you've taught me. This dark resolve. I accept it." Madara's mood lightened. Once he made up his mind, everything seemed easier. His steps took him toward the darkness of Konoha. Konoha's defenses were tight, but to Madara, they were nothing more than child's play. In all of Konoha, only Hashirama posed a true threat to him. But Madara had no idea. As he walked away from the chamber, a shadowy figure followed silently beneath the ground. Black Zetsu. Hey. Madara's as cunning as ever. Zetsu was impressed by Madara's plan. Even it had almost been fooled. A sinister smile spread across Zetsu's face. I didn't expect to see hope for my plan in Madara. It felt like the tides had turned. Zetsu's heart was brimming with glee. I'll help you, Madara. Zetsu slithered beneath the ground, silently tracking Madara's movements. I'll make sure Tobirama is too busy to notice Madara's fake corpse. As long as no one notices Madara's deception. Zetsu grinned. Madara will have all the time he needs to awaken the Rinnegan. And when that happens, it'll be my time to make my move. But suddenly, Madara halted. Hi. Zetsu noticed the shift, confused. Did he sense me? Zetsu frowned. Impossible. I've been hiding like this since I watched over Indra. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't detect me. Then Zetsu saw what Madara was looking at. Two figures walking down the streets of Konoha, discussing Hashirama's condition. One was Tobirama. The other. At first, Zetsu thought it was just an ordinary Konoha ninja. Until he took a closer look. And in that instant, Zetsu froze. Wait. Is this still the same world? Why does that man look like Emia Shyen? Chapter 9, Emia Shyen, Uchiha Madara. Where is this place? Black Zetsu couldn't quite figure out the location. When is this? He was struggling to grasp the timeline. Am I really in the ninja world, 1,000 years later? A hint of self-doubt crept into Black Zetsu's mind as he stood hidden in the shadows, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It's supposed to be a joyous occasion when you encounter a long-lost friend. But meeting someone who should be long dead, at a time when they absolutely shouldn't exist, causes more confusion than happiness. This was the exact situation Black Zetsu found himself in. He stared at the man walking alongside Tobirama on the streets of Konoha, a man who shouldn't be alive. His mind spiraled into confusion. Emia Shyen. A name that shouldn't exist in this timeline. How is he here? Black Zetsu felt his worldview shatter. He knew he hadn't made any mistakes. He had lived through over 1,000 years of careful planning, spreading war and manipulating key figures in ninja history, all while never losing track of time. There was no way he could have miscalculated by 1,000 years. Then, was he hallucinating? Am I going insane from living too long? Zetsu questioned himself, feeling as if he was losing grip on reality. But no matter how much he questioned it, the man standing there was undeniably Emia Shyen. The same Emia Shyen who had lived over 1,000 years ago. Impossible. That man died long ago. Emia Shyen, a man whose name was revered in ancient times. A legendary medical ninja, whose innovations laid the foundation for the entire medical ninja system. He was kind-hearted, brilliant, and naively idealistic. And yet there he was. Alive. Walking beside Senju Tobirama in this modern ninja world. Am I seeing things? Is this some spirit from the past? No. Zetsu wasn't seeing things. It wasn't a spirit. It was really Emia Shyen. And he looked very much alive. Damn it. Zetsu was utterly confused by the sight before him. For Black Zetsu, the death of Emia Shyen had been one of his greatest regrets. Back in ancient times, Zetsu had almost succeeded in using Emia as a pawn to fulfill Kaguya's revival plan. But Emia had betrayed him. Back then, Emia Shyen had allied with Hashirama. He believed in peace through mutual understanding and hoped to heal the world with his medical ninjutsu. Zetsu, however, saw him as a naive fool. Why is this man still alive? Zetsu remained hidden, staring at Emia's every move from the shadows, still unable to comprehend the situation. In the distance, Emia Shyen was completely unaware of Black Zetsu's presence. He continued walking alongside Tobirama, discussing Senju Hashirama's recovery. Let's shift the patient's focus for now, Emia suggested gently. His voice was calm and composed, as if he wasn't the slightest bit aware of the two figures lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. As his family member, you should try to give him something new to focus on, Emia continued. Killing his friend has taken a heavy toll on him. Black Zetsu observed how Emia Shyen effortlessly guided Tobirama, in addressing Hashirama's emotional state. Still, the fact that he's here. I need to know what's going on. As Zetsu continued to watch, he noticed that Tobirama didn't seem to detect anything unusual. Despite being known for his sharp perception and mastery of sensory techniques, Tobirama seemed completely oblivious to both Madara and Black Zetsu's presence. It made sense. Tobirama was currently restraining his chakra use due to the curse mark that Emia had placed on him earlier. Let me think. Tobirama muttered to himself, deep in thought. How can I get my brother to stop obsessing over Madara? Tobirama quickly came up with an idea. I'll have him spend time with the children in the village. That's what my brother truly cares about. The future of this village. That's a good idea. Emia Shyen nodded approvingly. I'll continue searching for a way to extend his lifespan in the meantime. Thank you, Tobirama replied, visibly relieved. Still, Tobirama couldn't fully relax. He always prepared for the worst-case scenario. After a moment, he spoke again. I didn't ask earlier in the hospital because it wasn't appropriate. But now I must know. Tobirama crossed his arms, his expression grave. If you can't find a way to save him, how much time does my brother have left? The night air around them grew eerily still. Even Madara, hidden in the shadows, held his breath. For Madara, Hashirama's life mattered. Madara wanted to show Hashirama that he had found the true path to peace. For Tobirama, Hashirama's survival was essential for the stability of both Konoha and the entire ninja world. Without Hashirama, the fragile peace they had built could collapse overnight. After a long pause, Emia Shyen finally gave his answer. 10 years. If I can't find any solutions, and if he doesn't exert himself further, he'll have no more than 10 years left. 10 years? Tobirama's expression darkened. For someone as young and powerful as Hashirama, 10 years was far too short. Tobirama quickly calculated the implications. In just 10 years, Konoha could fall apart. The other clans in Konoha haven't fully committed to the village yet, he thought. They were still proud of their own clans and names. If Hashirama were to die, there was no guarantee that these clans would remain loyal to Konoha. Tobirama's mind hardened with resolve. He had to find a way to ensure Konoha's survival before his brother passed away. I understand. With that, Tobirama quickened his pace, heading toward the Hawkage building as he discussed Emiya's accommodations. Meanwhile, Madara watched them from afar. 10 years. Madara's eyes narrowed before he melted back into the shadows, heading toward the Konoha hospital. But Black Zetsu didn't follow Madara. Instead, he remained where he was, staring intently in the direction where Tobirama and Emia Shyen had disappeared. His heart pounding. This can't be. That man. Why does he look exactly like Emia Shyen? A man who's been dead for over 1,000 years. Chapter 10. Black Zetsu reflects on his most remarkable pawn. It's really him. Black Zetsu was conflicted. It was a strange mix of joy and unease. Emia Shyen's sudden appearance in this era was completely unexpected. Even though Emia betrayed Black Zetsu during the ancient era, Zetsu couldn't help but feel nostalgic about their time working together. This was a peculiar feeling. It felt like encountering someone breathtaking during the lowest point of your life. Every time Black Zetsu thought about Emia Shyen, memories of their first encounter would flood back. That day, Emia Shyen was trying to assassinate Indra. At that time, Indra had only awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan. And back then, Black Zetsu thought Shyen was just a small fry looking to die. But what followed nearly scared Black Zetsu to death. Because Shyen wasn't an ordinary man. He had gained the power of wood release and natural energy from remnants of the god tree. He was a master swordsman and taijutsu expert, accompanied by a tiny slug on his shoulder. In their battle, Shyen utterly dominated Indra, leaving him with no chance to fight back. At first, Black Zetsu was lurking in the shadows to aid Indra if needed. But Shyen noticed him. Realizing that Indra had backup, Shyen abandoned the assassination attempt and left. But Zetsu couldn't escape. That was the day Black Zetsu was forced to introduce himself to Emia Shyen. And that's when he learned of Shyen's true intentions. Emia Shyen's goal was to destroy the ninja system created by Hagoromo. After all, Hagoromo's teachings had spread too far. Many of his disciples left to share the knowledge of chakra in their homelands. Some disciples used chakra for good, helping their people. But others became greedy, using chakra to seize power and wealth. Emia Shyen had been a victim of that greed. One day, a former ninja monk, now a rogue shinobi, massacred an entire village just to steal a few bottles of sake. Emia survived only because he had been traveling outside the village. Driven by vengeance, Emia Shyen prayed to the remnants of the god tree, hoping for power to bring justice. In return, the god tree's remnants granted him wood release. But no matter how powerful his newfound abilities were, to challenge Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, was nothing short of madness. At that time, Black Zetsu didn't think Emia would amount to much. He barely paid attention to the man afterward. All Zetsu knew was that Emia Shyen wandered the ninja world, saving lives and spreading his philosophy of medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was on top of the world. For the first time, his plan was succeeding. He had successfully manipulated Indra into fighting Ashura, hoping that Indra would steal Ashura's power and awaken the Rinnegan. But then, Indra lost. Humiliated by defeat, Indra vanished into the shadows. And Black Zetsu's first grand plan crumbled. Defeated and dejected, Zetsu went into hiding. While Zetsu was licking his wounds, Emia Shyen was still out there, saving people. Shyen preached that chakra should be used to relieve people's pain, not as a weapon to cause suffering. During those dark years, Emia Shyen's influence grew. He became more respected than even Hagoromo himself. Why? Because Hagoromo had destroyed humanity's faith by cutting down the god tree. But Shyen never abandoned the people's beliefs. He still respected the divinity of the natural world and used his power to heal. People revered him. Even Hagoromo and Ashura held deep admiration for Shyen. He wasn't just a healer. He was the founder of medical ninjutsu, a man who endured humanity's unbearable suffering and still chose to bring relief. Even Black Zetsu admired him. It was rare for a villain to like a hero. But Zetsu found himself fascinated by Shyen's unwavering kindness. And as a master manipulator, Zetsu saw Shyen as the perfect pawn. In those dark days of defeat, Zetsu found solace in Shyen's company. Together, they mocked Hagoromo's hypocrisy and criticized the rogue disciples of the ninja religion. Over time, Shyen learned many secrets from Zetsu, including the origin of chakra and the truth about Hagoromo. But there was one secret that changed everything. Shyen discovered Hagoromo's corpse. Driven by his thirst for knowledge, Shyen wanted to dissect the Sage of Six Paths. He wasn't seeking power. He wanted to study the human body to improve his medical techniques. Shyen was the first ninja to conduct human autopsies. He even told Zetsu that, after his death, he wanted his own body preserved as a medical specimen. Eventually, Shyen stole Hagoromo's corpse and brought it to Ryucha Cave. There, he studied the sage's remains and gained a portion of his power. By the time Shyen reappeared, he had already transplanted the Rinnegan and was commanding giant slugs in battle. Zetsu had never imagined that a human could achieve such results through medical science. For a moment, Zetsu believed his plan would succeed. Shyen destroyed the ninja order. He slaughtered countless disciples and reduced their village to rubble. He was one step away from erasing Hagoromo's legacy. It was the closest Zetsu ever came to victory. But then, Shyen lost. Because he met Ashura. The two had crossed paths long ago, when Ashura was digging wells to help a struggling village. Shyen saw Ashura as a kind-hearted man. And when Ashura pleaded for peace, Shyen chose to believe him. In the end, Shyen handed his dream to Ashura. To atone for his sins, he used the Rinnegan's power to resurrect those he had killed. Afterward, he returned to Ryucha Cave and prepared his body for preservation. When he reappeared, his body was sealed in a crystal coffin, entrusted to Ashura. Such a fool, Zetsu often thought to himself. If only Shyen hadn't trusted Ashura, everything would be different. Ha 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 ha. Zetsu let out a mocking laugh. I wonder, will Shyen regret his past choices, now that he sees what the ninja world has become? Chapter 11. It seems there's only one path left for Black Zetsu. Emia Shyen. Will you regret your naive foolishness? In this world, there were few people Black Zetsu ever truly conversed with. The person he talked to the most. Emia Shyen. And now, Black Zetsu wanted to mock him. The thought had been lingering in his mind for 1,000 years. Back then, Zetsu saw Emia Shyen as a perfect pawn. But just when their plans were nearing fruition, Shyen had betrayed him. Right before victory. The bitterness of that abandonment still lingered. 2 years ago, Black Zetsu had once more visited the Senju clan's secret chamber. There, he had stood before the crystal coffin, containing Shigen's half-preserved corpse. In the quiet chamber, Zetsu had sneered at his old pawn, mocking his faith, his dreams, and his foolishness. But now, Shyen was alive, truly revived. Black Zetsu finally had the opportunity to mock him in person. And beyond that, there was another opportunity before him, to reactivate his greatest pawn. If there was any pawn that could help Black Zetsu achieve the resurrection of Kaguya, it was undoubtedly Emia Shyen. But Zetsu knew he couldn't rush into it. This wasn't a moment to act out of impulse. Because now, he had another pawn. Uchiha Madara. Madara was new, untested. But Madara was promising. He was following Zetsu's carefully laid out plans. Step by step. Even if Madara's path was still in its early stages, Zetsu had a clear, calculated blueprint for how to use him. And as for Shyen, he was the opposite. Shyen was a proven pawn. A man who required no instruction. No prodding. He had once dismantled the entire ninja order without Zetsu even lifting a finger. But there was a problem. Black Zetsu didn't know what state Shyen was in now. This era no longer had Hagoromo's body for him to experiment on. The only remnants of the sage's chakra were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. But Zetsu wasn't too worried. Because Shigen's true strength wasn't his power. It was his mind. Shyen was a genius in human experimentation. Back then, Black Zetsu had witnessed miracles when Shyen used Hagoromo's corpse to unlock unimaginable secrets in medical science. Zetsu was certain. With the right materials, Shyen could solve the mystery of the Rinnegan. But there was one major issue. Would Shyen still trust him? Would Shyen trust a creature who had lived for 1,000 years, lurking in the shadows? Maybe. If Zetsu crafted the right story. Perhaps I should tell him. I am the will of the God tree. After all, that wasn't far from the truth. Should he tell Shyen the truth? That Kaguya existed. That she needed resurrection. Actually, that wouldn't be too much of a shock. Because Shyen already knew about Kaguya. Back in the ancient days, Kaguya's existence wasn't a secret. People knew her as the goddess of fertility and agriculture. A priestess who worshipped and served the god tree. When Black Zetsu had manipulated Shyen, he told him that chakra wasn't a gift for mortals to wield freely. That chakra was divine and should be restricted to those chosen by the goddess. And who was the rightful owner of chakra? Kaguya, the goddess of the rabbit moon. The only one worthy to wield such power. Wait, did Zetsu really say all that? Black Zetsu felt a sudden chill. Had he already revealed too much back then? He thought back to those conversations. Yes. He had explicitly told Shyen that his ultimate goal was to resurrect Kaguya. Because Shyen believed in the divinity of the god tree. And he trusted in the legend of Kaguya. Damn it. Had he talked too much back then? For a being that lived for 1,000 years. Black Zetsu realized something embarrassing. Back then, he had been young and naive. He had trusted Shyen too much. He had revealed too many secrets. The only thing Zetsu had kept to himself was the method of Kaguya's resurrection. He never told Shyen that the revival ritual required a human vessel. Thankfully, that crucial detail had remained a secret. But, because he hadn't shared the full process, Shigen's near-successful plan ultimately failed. Still, the damage was done. Zetsu sighed internally. If Shyen leaked those ancient secrets, especially about Kaguya, it could ruin everything. Even Madara wouldn't be a viable pawn anymore. Unless Zetsu went into hiding. But how long could he stay hidden? No. There was only one option left. He had to choose Emia Shyen. Shyen was too valuable to abandon. Even after 1,000 years, Zetsu couldn't forget how Shyen had nearly brought his plan to fruition. Back then, when Zetsu was lost, hopeless, Shyen had burst into his life like a comet. He had illuminated Zetsu's dark, endless existence. Wait. Maybe I'm overthinking things. First, I need to confirm something. Zetsu's body melted into the earth. He headed straight for Senju Tabarama's hidden vault. Moments later, Black Zetsu stood in the vault. The floor was littered with shattered crystal. The coffin that had once held Shigen's body was empty. The fragments were fresh, untouched by dust. The corpse gone. Zetsu narrowed his eyes. So it's true. Emia Shyen had been revived. And he already knew Tabarama was responsible. Tabarama had resurrected Shyen to heal Hashirama. Zetsu thought back to the battle between Madara and Hashirama. He remembered how Hashirama had fallen into a coma. Of course, only two people could save him. Hagoromo or Emia Shyen. Black Zetsu shuddered. No, something's not right. Shyen is helping Tabarama save Hashirama. And then, a terrifying thought struck Zetsu. Hashirama carries Ashira's chakra. He ended the Warring States period. He brought peace to the ninja world. No. That fool Shyen. He still believes in Ashira's nonsense. The idea terrified Zetsu. If Shyen still believed in Ashira's dream of peace, he could reveal the truth of the ancient world. Zetsu had to act fast. I must find him. I must know what he's thinking. If Shyen hadn't leaked the secrets yet, Zetsu would convince him to return to their original plan. As for killing Shyen to silence him, that thought quickly vanished. Zetsu knew deep down. He didn't want to kill Shyen. After all, Shyen had been his brightest hope. Even now, after 1,000 years, Emia Shyen remained his best chance. In the end, there was only one path left for Black Zetsu. He had to bring Shyen back to his side. Chapter 12. Please, Emia Shyen, don't get fooled again. A silent night. A cold breeze slipped in through the window. But Emia Shyen didn't feel the chill. His Edo Tensei body dulled his senses to that of a corpse, though he still closed the window, as if doing so would make him feel alive again. Perhaps, only by pretending to be alive can one truly feel human. This house had been arranged by Tabarama. Though Shyen didn't need a place to rest, he had requested a quiet environment under the pretense of studying this era's medical ninjutsu. Naturally, there was an Anbu guarding the perimeter. This Anbu wasn't stationed there to monitor Shyen. He was there to protect him and fulfill any requests Shyen made to the village. Tabarama believed that he could control Shigen's body with a thought through Edo Tensei if needed. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor to avoid making Shyen feel like a puppet. Don't stay up too late, Shyen called softly, closing the window. Get some rest, and tomorrow morning bring me a map of the ninja world. The Anbu hesitated for a moment. But remembering Tabarama's orders, he vanished in a blur, heading for the Hokage's office to report Shigen's request. With the Anbu gone, Emia Shyen's heart settled into a quiet calm. I've left him no choice. Shyen adjusted the wick of the oil lamp, speaking softly to himself. Why hasn't my old ally come to see me? Black Zetsu. Why hadn't he shown up yet? If Zetsu's mind had matured over 1,000 years, surely he would realize that Shyen was still his best and only choice. Surely, Zetsu couldn't still be as naive and gullible as he was 1,000 years ago. Right. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure emerged from the shadows, just as Shyen began to worry that Zetsu hadn't grown wiser. The very creature in question silently rose from the ground. Long time no see, Lord Shyen. The sinister voice whispered near his ear. Lord Shyen. A title of respect and familiarity. It was a title only the slug Katsuyu had ever used for him. But Zetsu had occasionally used it as well, pretending that they were close. Of course, in Zetsu's heart, Shijin was merely a pawn. But he never dared show that openly. Because back then, their power gap had been too vast. Zetsu relied on deception. He never controlled Shijin. Their relationship had always been a mutual partnership. Even now, Zetsu addressed him with a respectful title to maintain the illusion of camaraderie. In that voice, Shijin's body stiffened. His fingers froze over the lamp's wick. His voice trembled slightly. "Is it really you?" "It's me." Zetsu's voice drifted in and out like a phantom. He sank back into the ground, only to re-emerge directly in front of Shijin. "If you still remember me, the one who once shared your dreams, only to be abandoned in the end." "I'm sorry." A look of guilt crossed Shijin's face. When Shijin lowered his head to apologize, Zetsu slowly rose from the ground, finally standing face to face with him. "Didn't expect this, did you, Lord Shijin?" Zetsu grinned. His initial nervousness melted away, replaced by satisfaction as he gazed upon Shijin's guilt-ridden, shocked expression. "I never thought, after living through these long, lonely centuries, that I'd ever see you again. Over 1,000 years later. It really has been a long time." Shijin's gaze softened. He took in Zetsu's new appearance. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Zetsu looked taller. His body more fully formed. "You've grown, Zetsu." Shijin smiled gently. It was the same kind smile he used to show Katsuyu and Zetsu in the past. Zetsu's smile faltered. For a moment, his anger and cunning words completely vanished. "This guy. Why is he still like this?" Zetsu had prepared an arsenal of harsh words. Words meant to wound. To wake Shijin up from his naivety. But before he could deliver that verbal punch, Shijin's gentleness diffused it. And worse. Before Zetsu could recover, Shijin already looked sad. The Edo Tensei's pale face took on a look of melancholy. As if Shijin had already accepted blame for some unseen guilt. He idly poked at the lamp wick with his finger, ignoring the flame as it licked at his skin. "Isn't it nice? After more than 1,000 years, I still get to see an old friend again. The ninja order of this era. No, they call themselves ninjas now." Shijin spoke with wistful nostalgia. But his face carried unspeakable sorrow. "Zetsu. The ninjas of this era, they're geniuses. They've figured out how to use my body, the very body I left behind for medical study, to resurrect me, a man dead for over 1,000 years. You're angry, aren't you, Lord Shijin?" Zetsu's sneer returned. He couldn't help but mock. This must be the worst era ever. "Is it?" Shijin's lips curved into a self-deprecating smile. "They told me this is the best era the ninja world has ever known." "Of course it is." Zetsu's voice dripped with venom. "For the descendants of those despicable men, it's the best era imaginable." He hissed with contempt. "Those who abused chakra for their own gain. Those who waged war after war, plunging the world into 1,000 years of chaos. Even though I spread your story, Lord Shijin. Even though I told them chakra should be used to ease suffering. They still use it to fight endless wars. Naturally." Zetsu omitted his own role in spreading those wars. "Lord Shijin." Zetsu's expression turned sinister. It was time to deliver the decisive blow. After seeing all this bloodshed, after hearing about 1,000 years of war, Zetsu's grin widened. He could feel the tension in the air. The moment of truth had come. "So, Lord Shijin, do you regret trusting Ashura?" Silence. Shijin lowered his gaze. To Zetsu, that silence was confirmation. He's speechless. He can't deny it. Zetsu's grin grew wider. He had won. "Maybe." Shijin suddenly spoke. "Maybe things aren't set in stone." His voice was distant. "I remember Ashura promised me that he would stop the wars, that he would protect the weak, that he would turn chakra into a force to ease suffering. And today, I met the man carrying Ashura's chakra in this era. Senju Hashirama. A man who ended the warring states period. A man who built a village that united the clans. He gave them the surname Senju, to symbolize 1,000 hands joined together. To end suffering through unity." Shijin smiled softly. I think Hashirama has fulfilled that promise. Zetsu's smile froze. No way. No way. He still believes in Ashura. He's still that naive. Damn it. Why won't he realize? He's been deceived. Can't he just get fooled by me instead? Chapter 13. Sorry, Black Zetsu, I've let you down. Black Zetsu felt restless. Deep down, frustration simmered. He couldn't believe it. Emia Shyen had fallen for Asura's nonsense once, but now he actually admired Hashirama Senju. Yes, Hashirama had ended the Warring States era. But once he dies, new wars will surely break out. Emiya-sama, you are the most intelligent person this world has ever seen. I've followed your footsteps for 1,000 years, but I've never encountered anyone even close to your brilliance. Black Zetsu's raspy voice echoed with melancholy, as if trying to awaken the man before him. But you know better than anyone else. Hashirama's peace is temporary. As long as there are ninjas in this world. As long as greed festers in their hearts. As long as there is no overwhelming power to suppress that greed. There will never be peace. No matter how many times Asura reincarnates, it's useless. When Hashirama dies, these ninjas will once again wage wars for their own interests. The endless cycle will continue. People born into this world will suffer from the moment they take their first breath, living tragic, painful lives. Emiya-sama, have you forgotten your ideals? You once endured the pain others couldn't bear. You worked tirelessly to relieve the suffering of the helpless. Are you really going to stand by and watch this cycle of misery repeat endlessly? As Black Zetsu spoke, his tone became more fervent, like a devoted believer chastising a fallen prophet. You inspired countless future medical ninjas to carry your will. Have you abandoned that dream? Emia Shyen frowned slightly, deep in thought. It seemed Black Zetsu's words were getting through. But deep down, Shyen was already coming up with excuses to divert the conversation. Actually, he narrowed his eyes, carefully crafting his response. Asura once said to me, Asura was an arrogant fool. Black Zetsu cut him off harshly, his voice filled with anger. If you hadn't believed his lies, if you'd killed him and destroyed the ninja sects entirely, if you'd reclaimed the chakra the sage of 6 paths spread across the world, then this world would never have fallen into a millennium of war. The ones responsible for this endless conflict are the descendants of the sage of 6 paths and those wretched ninja clans. Emia Shyen went silent. Black Zetsu's words were harsh, but there was truth to them. Watching Black Zetsu's fervent expression, Emia couldn't help but feel a little dazed. For a moment, it even seemed like Black Zetsu was the righteous one here. What a twisted reality this was. When did things get this absurd? Why aren't you answering me, Emiya-sama? Black Zetsu grinned, sensing he was striking a nerve. Is it because you've realized that you're still on the wrong path? Emia Shyen remained silent, his gaze distant. Suddenly, Black Zetsu felt uneasy. Had he pushed too hard? Was he being too forceful? Then Emia Shyen lowered his head. His entire demeanor shifted. His once determined spirit now seemed completely defeated. His voice carried a weight of hopelessness, as if burdened by the failures of the past. Black Zetsu, we can't succeed. Black Zetsu froze. For a moment, his mind went blank. What do you mean? Listen to me. Emia Shyen raised a hand, stopping Black Zetsu from speaking further. His voice was calm, too calm. When I obtained the Sage of 6 Paths powers, I immediately set out to reclaim the chakra he'd spread across the world. But I studied the sage's body, and I found no way to take back the chakra. His voice remained steady, yet there was an undeniable undertone of despair. Whether it was the wood release granted by the remnants of the god tree or the power of the Rinnegan, none of it allowed me to reclaim the chakra that the sage had given to the world. I couldn't differentiate between good and evil. I couldn't selectively take chakra back from those who misused it. So I resorted to killing the ninja sects indiscriminately. Black Zetsu's expression grew complicated. Because all of this was his fault. This failure was because he hadn't taught Emia Shyen how to properly reclaim chakra. The process of reclaiming chakra was part of the ritual to resurrect Kaguya. But at the time, Black Zetsu never thought Emia would actually get that far. Black Zetsu tried to interject. Let me finish. Emia Shigen's voice cut through, firm yet calm. Remember our shared faith. The goddess of the rabbit, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Black Zetsu nodded slowly. Of course he remembered. Kaguya was his mother. He was created for the sole purpose of reviving her. I believed that she could take back the chakra. Emia Shigen's voice remained emotionless as he continued, weaving a narrative from half-truths and long-forgotten memories. I heard rumors from the ninja sects, forbidden tales, that Kaguya was the sage of Six Paths' mother, the grandmother of Asura and Indra. To be honest, I was worried, but I placed my hope in her. I believed that Kaguya would be a just and fair arbiter of chakra, that she would use it to heal the suffering of the world, not as a weapon of oppression. That's why, when I confronted Asura, I wanted to ask him how to bring her back. But during our battle, I was swayed by his words. I gave up on my pursuit of Kaguya's resurrection. And the rest? Well, you know how that story ends. Black Zetsu was stunned. He hadn't expected this. Emia Shigen had done so much for Kaguya's resurrection. He'd gone further than anyone else ever had. If only he'd known the exact steps to revive her. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the revelation. He had always believed that Emia was the key to his plans. Now, hearing all this, it was painfully clear. If Emia Shigen had known the full process, Kaguya would have been resurrected 1,000 years ago. Actually, Black Zetsu's voice trembled slightly as he prepared to finally share the truth. Black Zetsu, let me finish. Emia interrupted him for the third time. This time, his voice was exhausted. Now, I've been brought back in this era. I've learned about the 1,000 years of endless war and suffering that followed. I know I made a terrible mistake, trusting Asura. I know that by sparing the ninja sects, I threw away the only chance we had to change the world. But what can I do now? Emia's voice was hollow, utterly devoid of hope. The Sage of Six Paths is dead. Asura and Indra are long gone. The only ones who knew how to bring back Kaguya are long dead. And this era doesn't even know its own history. These ninja revere the sage as a god. They've reduced our time into mere legend. Black Zetsu, our path is gone. We can't reclaim the chakra from this era's ninjas. We can't find the secrets to resurrect Kaguya. I don't have the power to kill every ninja in this world. So what's left? Emia let out a bitter chuckle. All I can do is keep trusting in Asura's promise. Because, Black Zetsu, I don't see any other way forward. He smiled faintly, his expression full of regret. I'm sorry. I've let you down. Once again. Black Zetsu stood frozen. His mind was racing. No, you haven't. There's still hope. There has to be. Yet deep inside, for the first time in 1,000 years, Black Zetsu began to doubt. Chapter 14, Why did you spill all your secrets? Black Zetsu felt a surge of complicated emotions. As Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, born solely to resurrect his mother, he should have been devoid of sentiment. His purpose was simple, bring Kaguya back to the world. Yet now, his heart was in turmoil. There was sadness. There was joy. Bittersweet barely scratched the surface of what he was feeling. For a being that had lived over a millennium, Black Zetsu had never expected to feel this conflicted. Even though he had deceived Emia Shigen all along, he was still deeply moved by the man's sincerity. Shigen, despite his despair over their failed plans, had apologized to Black Zetsu. An apology. A rare, genuine apology, offered to a creature who had never been anything more than a manipulator. Was this what it felt like to be seen as a true companion? For thousands of years, Black Zetsu had wandered through an endless night, unable to find anyone who shared his burden. He had deceived countless people, yet only Shigen had ever treated him as an equal. In this cold, dark world, Shigen was the only flame that had ever warmed him. And now, that precious flame flickered with despair. Shigen was a genius beyond compare, a man who had nearly changed the world with his own hands. In the ancient era, he had done what no mortal should have been able to do. He stood on equal footing with gods. Yet here he was. Broken. Defeated. Even so, he had apologized. All because he believed he had failed to help Black Zetsu achieve their shared goal of resurrecting Kaguya. If Kaguya knew what Shijin had endured, she, sentimental as she was, might have shed tears for this man. Of course, Black Zetsu also felt a spark of joy. Because, in truth, the very thing that had driven Shijin to despair was a trivial issue for him. The answers Shijin sought, the secrets of how to resurrect Kaguya, were things Black Zetsu could reveal with ease. There's no need to despair over such minor obstacles. Black Zetsu couldn't suppress the eerie smile spreading across his face. His raspy voice softened as he tried to comfort Shijin. The answers you've been searching for. They've been by your side all along. As soon as he said that, his heart sank. Wait. What did I just say? What the hell am I doing? Black Zetsu's mind spiraled into chaos. Wasn't he supposed to keep Shijin quiet and ensure that ancient secrets weren't revealed in this era? So why was he suddenly spilling more secrets? What's wrong with me? Before Black Zetsu could recover, Shijin's head snapped up in shock. His eyes locked onto Black Zetsu with disbelief. Black Zetsu, you're telling me. Crap. Black Zetsu couldn't think fast enough to backtrack. He was cornered. I can't lie my way out of this. Inwardly cursing his own blunder, Black Zetsu resigned himself to the inevitable. Indeed. I am the will of the goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya Otsutsuki. As the words left his mouth, Black Zetsu felt all his carefully crafted plans crumble. He had no choice now. He had to trust Shijin. Just as Shijin, in his despair, had once chosen to trust Asura. Even if Black Zetsu regretted this later, there was no turning back now. It was too late. Forcing himself to stay calm, Black Zetsu kept repeating the same thought to soothe his nerves. Shijin is trustworthy. He's the only one worth trusting. Shijin, meanwhile, sat frozen in shock. His expression was one of pure disbelief. What the hell? What are you doing, Black Zetsu? I was just trying to bluff my way into earning your trust. Why are you revealing your entire backstory? This guy's been alive for over 1,000 years, and he's still this gullible. Shijin couldn't help but recall his interactions with Black Zetsu back in the ancient era. Back then, Shijin had loudly proclaimed his desire to destroy the ninja sects, purely to earn Black Zetsu's trust. He never expected Black Zetsu to take those words to heart and actually insist on obliterating the entire sect. In truth, Shijin had only ever wanted to manipulate Black Zetsu's grudge against the Sage of Six Paths. He had used stories of faith in the God Tree and the Rabbit Goddess to pull Black Zetsu into his plans. But Black Zetsu had taken it all at face value. Now, 1,000 years later, it happened again. Shijin had casually spoken a few heartfelt words. And Black Zetsu had gone and spilled his biggest secret. This guy's still so easy to fool. Seriously. It's been 1,000 years, and he hasn't grown at all. Shijin felt both amused and concerned. Had he gotten too good at manipulating Black Zetsu? Was that why Black Zetsu had just blurted out the truth about being Kaguya's will? For a moment, Shijin felt a pang of guilt. Black Zetsu had been too honest. So honest that Shijin almost didn't have the heart to keep deceiving him. But what would happen when Black Zetsu eventually found out the truth? When he realized Shijin had been playing him from the very beginning? Would Black Zetsu feel betrayed? Or would he feel utterly devastated? Probably both. For now, though, Black Zetsu was still apologizing. I truly regret. I've hidden my true identity for so long. Black Zetsu bowed his head, his raspy voice filled with remorse. He wasn't just confessing. He was trying to explain why he had kept his identity hidden. He even started crafting a backstory to justify his actions, carefully omitting details about Kaguya's rebellion against the Sage of Six Paths. Instead, Black Zetsu painted Kaguya as a misunderstood savior, hoping to appeal to Shijin's good heart. Wait. Shijin hurriedly waved a hand, feeling overwhelmed. No need to apologize. He was starting to worry that this was getting out of hand. If he accepted Black Zetsu's apology too easily, it might raise suspicion. After all, a man who had been lied to for over 1,000 years wouldn't simply forgive so quickly, even if that man was as kind as Shijin. So Shijin knew he had to pretend to struggle. He needed to appear conflicted. He had to look like someone grappling with the revelation that their trusted companion was, in fact, the will of an ancient goddess. Only then would Black Zetsu fully trust him. After all, people value what they've fought to earn more than what's freely given. Maintaining relationships was never easy. Just give me a moment. Shijin took a deep breath and put on a troubled expression. Black Zetsu. His voice trembled slightly, as if he were deeply wounded. I never expected this. This revelation, it's too much. Please, I need some time to think. Black Zetsu remained silent. He could see the pain on Shijin's face. In his eyes, this reaction was perfectly normal. And so, Black Zetsu waited, confident that Shijin would eventually come around. After all, hadn't he always? Chapter 15, The Story of Kaguya, Black Zetsu's version. At a time like this, how could Black Zetsu possibly let Emia Shyen sit quietly and think things over? Black Zetsu had lived for more than 1,000 years. He knew all too well what could happen when someone was left alone to process shocking revelations. People tended to spiral into overthinking, and worse, they often concocted wild, world-ending conspiracy theories in their minds. And the most dangerous part, Black Zetsu actually did have a world-ending conspiracy in the works. He couldn't risk Shijin figuring that out, especially because Shijin, born in the ancient era, already knew far too much about the old world. If he was allowed to piece things together on his own, he might even deduce the real truth behind Kaguya's disappearance. No, that couldn't happen. Black Zetsu needed to act fast. He had to seize this moment to plant his version of the story in Shijin's mind. A carefully crafted tale that would make Shijin accept his words as truth and leave him fully indoctrinated. I need you to hear me out. The words felt oddly familiar to Black Zetsu, because Shijin had just said the same thing to him. How ironic. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel like this was some kind of fated cycle, a karmic loop. Still, there was no other choice. He had to imitate Shijin's approach and tell a story, one that was heavily edited to suit his agenda. In our time, you've heard the story of the divine tree, haven't you? Black Zetsu's voice was low and somber, weaving an ancient tale. In the ancient era, the divine tree appeared in this world. It became a symbol of faith for humanity. And alongside it descended Kaguya, known to humans as the rabbit goddess, Otsutsuki Kaguya. But there's something you don't know. Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed as he continued, his tone darkening. Even in that ancient era, humans were locked in endless conflict. Black Zetsu crafted his tale carefully. He knew that Shijin admired people who sought to relieve suffering, so he painted Kaguya as a benevolent deity who had come to bring peace. In those days, humanity was plagued by suffering and war. People prayed to Kaguya, begging her to end the bloodshed. And she heard their prayers. She used the power of the divine tree to stop the wars and bring peace to the world. But Black Zetsu's tone grew heavier. That wasn't the end. Even though Kaguya possessed godlike power, even though her strength was unparalleled, she eventually encountered a problem she couldn't solve. Black Zetsu paused, intentionally drawing Shijin in. He knew how to manipulate people. He had been doing it for centuries, make them feel connected, relatable. Think about it, Shijin. Surely, you can guess what that problem was. Shijin frowned, deep in thought. Too many people. Exactly. Black Zetsu nodded quickly, not giving Shijin time to finish his thoughts. Kaguya wanted to share her power, to give her chakra to those with noble hearts like you. She believed that if good people had power, they could help relieve the suffering of the world. Me? Shijin shook his head modestly. No, I'm no saint. I was merely a lucky man blessed by the remnants of the divine tree. I just didn't want to waste that power, so I sought to help others, like the rabbit goddess did. Don't be so humble. Black Zetsu insisted, refusing to let Shijin downplay his importance. I've walked this world for over 1,000 years, and I've never seen anyone like you. In this entire world, people with hearts like yours are far too rare. Black Zetsu sighed, using the moment to push his story further. But Kaguya knew that chakra's influence was too powerful. She understood that it couldn't be given freely. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would only cause more suffering. Of course. Shijin nodded solemnly. Such a powerful force must be given out cautiously. Exactly. Black Zetsu sighed again, as if lamenting the tragedy of it all. That's why her plan wasn't going smoothly. But for Kaguya, it wasn't a big issue. She had endless time. Her lifespan was far longer than any mortal's. She believed she could wait, patiently seeking out those truly worthy of receiving chakra. She was right to be careful. Shijin agreed wholeheartedly. If chakra were handed out recklessly, it would inevitably bring disaster. Yes. Black Zetsu's voice lowered ominously. But Kaguya's two sons didn't share her cautious approach. Wait, two sons. Shijin's expression changed. This version of the story was different from what he knew. Yes. Black Zetsu's voice darkened. In addition to the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Kaguya had another son, Otsutsuki Hamura. Both of them were born with chakra, and because they had always known it, they didn't see it as something rare or sacred. They believed their mother was wrong to withhold it from humanity. They thought she should give chakra to everyone and let people decide their own fates. Black Zetsu carefully framed his words to plant seeds of doubt about Hagoromo's wisdom, without outright condemning him. Their ideas were naive. They believed humanity could handle such power, but Kaguya, she foresaw what we see today. She knew that if chakra was given to humanity, it would become a tool for war and suffering. Shijin's expression grew darker. They were reckless. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded. Exactly. And now we see the consequences of their actions. But Black Zetsu continued his tale. The sons couldn't accept their mother's vision. They misunderstood her wisdom, and because Kaguya had always doted on them, she failed to command their respect. So, they rebelled. Shijin's eyes narrowed. They fought her. Yes. Black Zetsu's voice dripped with bitterness. They used the very chakra she gave them to start a war against her. A war so destructive, it nearly ended the world. Shijin's face paled. The great catastrophe. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded grimly. That disaster wasn't caused by external forces. It was the result of two sons rebelling against their mother. Their battle devastated the land, killing countless innocents caught in the crossfire. Kaguya didn't want to fight her children, but when she saw the destruction they wrought, she had no choice. In the end, the war ended. Kaguya was sealed away by her own sons. Black Zetsu paused. He needed to make sure Shijin understood. They feared her. They feared that, after their deaths, she would reclaim all the chakra they had given to humanity. And so, they chose to imprison her. And the rabbit goddess disappeared from the world. Chapter 16, How Dare You Call Him Shijin? To be honest, Black Zetsu was surprisingly good at telling stories. In his version of the tale, Kaguya became a compassionate deity, the rabbit goddess who deeply cared for humanity, only to suffer betrayal at the hands of her closest kin. Despite her tragic fate, she still made sacrifices for the greater good. The story painted Kaguya as a noble, misunderstood figure, a divine being who bore the world's burden with grace. For someone like Emia Shyen, who had always revered the divine tree and Kaguya, it was the kind of narrative that resonated deeply. Shijin sat in silence, lost in thought. Was this still the same ninja world he once knew? Was this really the world of shinobi? If someone other than Black Zetsu had told him this story, Shijin might have actually believed it. From a logical standpoint, it was flawless, with only a single, tiny flaw. And that flaw was Black Zetsu himself. Back in the ancient era, Black Zetsu had always been obsessed with revenge against the Sage of Six Paths. But if Black Zetsu was truly the manifestation of Kaguya's will, it didn't make sense. Could a loving, gentle mother, one who chose to retreat from conflict rather than hurt her sons, leave behind an entity consumed by vengeance against her own children? It didn't add up. Clearly, Black Zetsu didn't fully understand human emotions. And as a kind-hearted man, Shijin felt obligated to help cover up that glaring hole in Black Zetsu's story. After all, doing so might even ease his own lingering guilt toward his old companion. What a... Shijin let out a long sigh, his tone filled with admiration and sympathy. Truly noble goddess. I can't even imagine the depth of her pain. She was walking the right path, yet she was betrayed and sealed away by her own beloved children. Black Zetsu froze for a moment. He hadn't expected this. The story had worked better than he imagined. Shijin's reverence for Kaguya was growing by the second. He had even started sympathizing with the pain Kaguya must have felt when her sons betrayed her. In truth, Kaguya hadn't just felt pain, she had also been enraged and vengeful. But Shijin's words sparked an idea in Black Zetsu's mind. Yes. A new narrative to explain my existence. Yes. That kind of pain is unbearable. Even for the rabbit goddess. Black Zetsu's voice grew heavier, weaving more of the tale. And it was that very pain that gave birth to me. I am the manifestation of Kaguya's sorrow. The grief she couldn't bear to hold inside was torn from her heart and became me. Black Zetsu lowered his gaze, as if ashamed. That's why I've always hidden my true identity. Because I was born from her pain, I feared I wasn't worthy of her name. Shijin stared at Black Zetsu with a newfound understanding. Black Zetsu. His voice softened with compassion. At that moment, it seemed as if he had fully accepted Black Zetsu's identity. Even more than that, he seemed to forgive Black Zetsu for all its past lies and felt genuine sympathy for its existence. You are the will of the rabbit goddess. That's something to be proud of. Shijin's voice carried a gentle warmth as he offered words of comfort. Gods devote themselves to saving others from suffering. But who will save the gods from their own pain? Shijin-sama. Black Zetsu was genuinely moved. From this moment on, he thought to himself, Shijin was no longer a mere pawn. No. Shijin was now his true companion, someone who would walk alongside him on the path to reviving Kaguya. Though, Black Zetsu couldn't help but imagine a future scenario where Shijin might discover the truth and explode with rage upon realizing he had been deceived. Still, Black Zetsu decided to deal with that later. In fact, it might be best if Shijin never saw Kaguya's resurrection at all. After all, Black Zetsu planned to use Shijin as the perfect sacrificial vessel for Kaguya's return. He was, after all, the most trustworthy pawn Black Zetsu had ever found. As for Uchiha Madara, forget him. Black Zetsu's mind was now fully focused on Shijin. The thought of plunging a blade into Shijin's heart to bring Kaguya back filled Black Zetsu with both dread and anticipation. Would he do it with tears of sorrow on his face? Or would he be grinning triumphantly as he revealed his long-running scheme? Why not both? A mix of sorrow and smugness seemed like the perfect balance. In his mind, Black Zetsu was already rehearsing the scene, apologizing to Shijin, then gloating about how thoroughly he had manipulated him. But deep down, there was a flicker of guilt. Shijin was too genuine. That sincerity made Black Zetsu feel a little bad. But then again, he was doing all of this for Kaguya. That justified everything right. Shijin. Hearing that casual name, Shijin's expression froze. Black Zetsu had crossed a line. Was this thing really calling him Shijin now? Did Black Zetsu think that, just because he claimed to be Kaguya's will, he no longer needed to show respect? The name Shijin wasn't just any name. It was a name that only true friends could use, those he trusted with his life and legacy. In ancient times, only slug Princess Katsuyu had ever called him by that name, and even she had added the respectful title, Sama. But Black Zetsu, now he wasn't even bothering with Shijin-sama. He dropped the honorific altogether. Did he think his newfound, divine status gave him the right to address Shijin as an equal? To be fair, Shijin was a patient man. He didn't mind small slights, and he wasn't one to get hung up on titles. But this felt a little too arrogant. Black Zetsu hadn't even achieved anything yet, and he was already acting like he was above everyone else. A little success, and he was already getting cocky. Shijin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Typical. Black Zetsu was acting like he had Shijin completely under his control. Shijin. Black Zetsu called again, with a tone of warmth and familiarity. To Black Zetsu, it was a sign of how close they had become. He truly believed Shijin had accepted him completely. Reviving Kaguya won't be easy. Black Zetsu began to speak more seriously, explaining the challenges ahead. When Mother was sealed 1,000 years ago, it was easier to bring her back. But now, her chakra has scattered over the centuries. Black Zetsu paused dramatically, then added, "Only her consciousness remains. She continues to watch over the world she once loved." What a noble being. Shijin couldn't help but murmur, playing along. But as he listened, his sharp senses picked up someone approaching rapidly. Black Zetsu noticed it too. The two of them fell silent. "Someone's coming." "Oh, wait." Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes in confusion. He sensed the approaching figure and couldn't help but frown. Why is he coming here? Chapter 17, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. This was an unexpected visitor for Black Zetsu. Compared to Emia Shyen, Uchiha Madara was a piece that Black Zetsu had already decided to abandon. It never anticipated that this piece would show up here at this moment. This seemed a little implausible. Because Madara shouldn't have had any way to know about Black Zetsu, nor should he have known about Emia Shyen. So why was he appearing here now of all times? Logically, Madara had no reason to come here. In reality, however, Madara had his own reasons for showing up. As Madara secretly made his way to the Konoha hospital to check on Hashirama Senju, he overheard an intriguing conversation. Hashirama, who had just regained consciousness, was resting in his hospital room, while his wife, Maido Yuzumaki, sat by his bedside. The relationship between the two was harmonious and filled with mutual respect. This couple had an air of quiet understanding between them. After all, the news of Hashirama's awakening couldn't be hidden from his wife. Out of respect for his sister-in-law, Tobirama had ensured that Maido was promptly informed when Hashirama regained consciousness, so she wouldn't have to continue worrying about her husband's critical condition while tending to the Nine-Tails seal in the back mountains of Konoha. Maido was well aware of her husband's fragile state. Based on her estimation, he shouldn't have woken up so soon. Fearing complications from his premature awakening, she rushed to the hospital to check on him before returning to maintain the Nine-Tails seal. This situation was perfectly reasonable. Maido deeply understood her husband's feelings toward his old friend, Madara Uchiha, and was fully aware of the bond they had shared. She knew how much Hashirama lamented the loss of his friendship with Madara, and how conflicted he felt about the path they had taken. Thus, the couple naturally began discussing Madara. Hashirama, being forthright by nature, didn't hide his thoughts. Speaking to his wife, he described the resolution he had made during his life-or-death battle with Madara, sharing how he had come to terms with the necessity of killing his old friend for the sake of protecting the village. At that moment, I knew I had to kill Madara. I had to protect Konoha, no matter the cost. Even if it meant sacrificing my friend, my brother, or even my own child, this was the resolve I needed to guard the village. Compared to the will of fire that protects the village, my friendship with Madara no longer held any significance. He would never understand my unwavering commitment to the village. Madara, eavesdropping from outside the room, maintained an icy expression. Inside the room, Maido furrowed her brows in deep concern. Having been responsible for sealing the Nine-Tails that Hashirama had brought back, Maido had expended enormous amounts of chakra and was now spiritually drained. Moreover, her husband had been critically injured and in a coma for so long. All of these factors combined to leave Maido feeling mentally and physically exhausted. But despite her fatigue, Maido, with her strong and determined nature, pushed through her weariness to assess the validity of her husband's words. To protect the village at any cost. Maido's face betrayed her unease. She knew how much her husband had treasured his friendship with Madara Uchiha before their falling out. Precisely because of this, Maido found herself deeply troubled by Hashirama's current mindset. Sacrificing everything for the village, even the people he once swore to protect, wasn't the entire reason they founded Konoha to create a haven where people could live without the suffering brought by war. Hashirama's thoughts seemed slightly off to her, but Maido was too drained to think it through clearly at the moment. Perhaps I'm just overthinking things. Maido sighed, deciding not to pursue the topic further. It's probably just exhaustion. Hashirama noticed the weariness etched on his wife's face and gently inquired about the nine tails. I was worried about the nine tails causing trouble, so I brought it back to the village. Has it been behaving? It's manageable. Mito's thoughts wandered to the unruly fox. She knew it wasn't feasible to leave the nine tails sealed in the back mountains forever. Its immense power was too dangerous, and they would eventually need a permanent solution. If you insist on sealing the nine tails, keeping it in the back mountains isn't safe. Any mistake in the seal could result in disaster. Mito calmly suggested an alternative. The safest way would be to seal the nine tails within me. With the Yuzumaki clan's unique chakra, I could ensure its containment. In that case, the nine tails might become even more restless, no? Hashirama's tone grew somber. If the seal falters even slightly, the nine tails could wreak havoc within the village. And you. He hesitated, his guilt evident. You might be seen as a threat to the village. Then in the future. Mito's voice softened as she lowered her gaze. I'll avoid showing myself too much in the village. I'm sorry. It's all right. The couple's conversation retained its tenderness. Outside the room, Madara, a longtime bachelor, found their dialogue boring and was ready to leave. However, one remark caught his attention. By the way, Tabarama's choice of doctor is strange. Their identity is so secretive that even I've been kept in the dark, but their medical skills are extraordinary, which is a relief. Madara quietly left. What a fortunate coincidence. At the moment, Madara also needed a doctor to help him perform the transplant of Hashirama's cells into his body. And as luck would have it, this presented a dual opportunity. If this mysterious doctor, privy to Hashirama's condition, were to disappear, it would throw Konoha into chaos. Hashirama's health was a closely guarded secret. This secret would surely force Tabarama to divert his full attention to finding the missing doctor. As long as this doctor remained unaccounted for, the information they held about Hashirama's limited lifespan would hang over Konoha like a sword. Tabarama wouldn't have the time or energy to investigate Madara's corpse left in the secret chamber. Instead, he would be wholly focused on stabilizing Konoha's internal affairs before Hashirama's 10 remaining years were up. And once Madara captured the doctor, the revelation of Hashirama's impending demise. Madara stood outside Emia Shyen's residence, watching the flickering candlelight in the window. A mocking smile played on his lips. HMPH. Hashirama. In comparison to my goal, our friendship no longer matters. Hashirama. I've already resolved to kill you in pursuit of my ideal. Chapter 18, Susanoo and the Stirring Konoha. Uchiha Madara. An uninvited guest. Emia Shyen had some knowledge of Madara Uchiha, but he couldn't let Black Zetsu know. Instead, he feigned surprise and turned to Black Zetsu, as if expecting it to provide some intelligence about this unanticipated arrival. Black Zetsu. Do you know him? Black Zetsu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Madara was a piece it had cultivated to further the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, carefully laying a trap for him with a meticulously crafted plan. But after meeting Emia Shyen, Black Zetsu had quickly decided to abandon Madara as a tool. Of course, this wasn't something it could admit. I know him, Black Zetsu finally said, nodding. However, there was no time to elaborate before Madara arrived. Black Zetsu hurriedly asked a crucial question. Shyen, when you obtained the Six Paths power back then? Black Zetsu glanced at Emia Shyen, focusing on his ordinary-looking eyes. The Rinnegan you transplanted, does it still exist in this world? The Rinnegan. This was always the central issue. The Rinnegan was the key to the resurrection of Kaguya, and its existence was critical. That Rinnegan's. I remember ordering Katsuyu to destroy it, Shyen said as he rubbed his forehead, as though the memory pained him. I wanted to turn my body into a medical specimen for future generations, but I was worried that if the Rinnegan were left intact, its power might be misused. So, after returning to Ryuchai Cave, I removed and disposed of it, then reimplanted my original eyes. Black Zetsu fell silent. To be fair, it had already anticipated this. The Six Paths Rinnegan was gone, destroyed. Black Zetsu even felt a bit relieved. Leaving such a powerful tool intact might have caused complications later. No matter. It doesn't matter. Black Zetsu waved dismissively, comforting Shijin. Although the birth of the Rinnegan is extraordinarily difficult, it's not impossible to achieve again. And as for the visitor, he's an ideal candidate. Black Zetsu could sense Madara getting closer. Its shadowy form melted into the darkness, but not before issuing a warning. Shijin, don't reveal our secrets. Don't harm him either. First, figure out why he's here. Shijin's brow twitched. This was a challenge. In Black Zetsu's presence, he had to act as someone incapable of deceit or evasion, an honest man. He couldn't blatantly lie to Madara. Yet silence could also weaken Black Zetsu's trust. Furthermore, Madara didn't seem like someone to trifle with. With his Edo Tensei body's limitations, Shijin couldn't use his full strength. Coupled with Black Zetsu's watchful eyes, he couldn't freely access his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan or Rinnegan powers. Fighting Madara could become incredibly troublesome. The odds pointed toward Madara being here to stir trouble, possibly to kill him outright. Unless, of course, Madara overestimated himself and tried, using Sharingan's genjutsu right away. Creak! The window slid open without a sound. Shijin instinctively turned to see a scarlet eye staring back at him. The crimson Sharingan glowed like a full moon, its 3 black tomos spinning menacingly in the center. HMPH. Fall into the illusion of the Sharingan, Madara sneered. Standing by the window, fingers together in a commanding gesture, the proud and arrogant Madara activated his Sharingan's genjutsu, aiming to take control of Shijin. It was the simplest, most effective, and safest method. Madara had no intention of making a commotion. His goal was to silently abduct Emia Shyen, leveraging the full power of his Sharingan. He was more than confident in his abilities. Madara's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, even weakened by the loss of one eye to Izanagi, remained potent enough to control tailed beasts. Other than Hashirama, Madara smirked with contempt, his confidence unwavering. No one in this world can resist genjutsu of this caliber. Shijin's consciousness was momentarily drawn into the illusion. However, in the realm of genjutsu, the battle is one of spiritual energy. As Madara's will entered Shijin's mind to plant the seeds of control, he sensed something amiss. Because he saw a leg. Under normal circumstances, the Sharingan's genjutsu manifested the caster as a godlike figure, a towering presence designed to crush the target's spirit. But in this case, Madara's illusion was failing. He looked up, following the leg, and saw an immense figure towering over him, a mental image that far outstripped his own in size and strength. This person's soul was unimaginably powerful. Madara's Sharingan widened in shock. "Good evening," a thunderous voice boomed. In the mental realm, Shijin's hand reached out like a divine force, gently pressing down on Madara's mental projection. In an instant, Madara's will was shattered. Impossible. Madara clutched his eye in pain. What kind of joke was this? Aside from Hashirama, who else in the world could resist his genjutsu, let alone shatter it with such ease? The feedback from his broken illusion was excruciating, worse than anything he had ever felt before. Before Madara could recover, Shijin moved in a blur, his fingers aglow with black markings that streaked toward Madara's arm. A curse mark. Madara leapt back in an attempt to dodge, but he was too slow. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Shijin's finger touched his arm, and dark seals rapidly spread across Madara's limb. This curse mark. Madara gritted his teeth, the pain in his head intensifying. But what truly alarmed him was the energy in the seal. It was natural energy. Madara wasn't completely ignorant of natural energy. He had seen Hashirama flaunt his sage mode numerous times. Who was this man? Where had Tobirama found such a doctor? Madara's mind reeled. He had underestimated his opponent severely. This is bad. Madara knew his situation was dire. Weakened from his battle with Hashirama, and with his chakra and ocular powers not yet fully recovered, he could barely summon a third-stage Susanoo. He had been too careless. Now his only option was to escape. But as the dark curse mark spread, even moving became impossible. His only chance of breaking free was using Susanoo, but that would reveal his survival to Konoha. There was no good option. With no other choice, Madara forced his diminished Sharingan to activate. Blue energy surged around him as his Susanoo materialized. Boom! The towering figure of Susanoo emerged, incomplete yet unmistakably powerful. Although it lacked full armor and parts of its head were missing, its immense form dominated the area. Everyone in Konoha noticed immediately. Isn't that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo? Chapter 19. Seeing you reminds me of the first Sharingan user I fought. Konoha was in chaos. The towering Susanoo, standing dozens of meters tall, was impossible to ignore. No matter how much they wished to deny its presence, the sheer size and familiarity of the blue Susanoo forced everyone in the village to acknowledge it. How is this possible? Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. The first Hokage killed him, how can he still be alive? Madara Uchiha has returned. Cries of alarm echoed through the streets as fear gripped the hearts of Konoha's ninja. Many of them had lived through the Warring States period, and the sight of the blue Susanoo was all too familiar, a symbol of terror on the battlefield. The stories were legendary. To face Madara's Susanoo meant certain death. The blue god of war, feared across the battlefield, had returned. Of course, such tales were exaggerated. Some ninja had survived encounters with Susanoo, but they knew all too well that their survival was the exception. Many more had perished beneath its overwhelming power. For those who lived, the memory of Susanoo was etched in terror, a reminder of how fragile their lives were against its might. Even so, the Susanoo looming over Konoha now was only in its third stage, far from Madara's peak power. Yet, it was still an unstoppable force for the average ninja. Inform the Hokage immediately. This was the first instinct of most Konoha ninja. Notify Lord Tobirama. This was the calmer response of a few experienced ANBU operatives. But none of this was necessary. In the Hokage's office, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, was already aware of the situation. He had been attending to his brother's duties when the commotion erupted. Stepping to the window, he immediately recognized the blue Susanoo. So it's him, Madara. Gritting his teeth, Tobirama's sharp eyes locked on the scene. Despite his brother's belief that he had killed Madara, Tobirama had always been skeptical. Seeing the infamous figure's Susanoo now only confirmed his suspicions. Damn it, that bastard survived. Tobirama moved to act but froze. His hand fell to the black curse mark on his arm. A cold sweat formed on his brow. The curse mark prevented him from using chakra freely, and his attempts to control its power were still incomplete. If only he'd had one more day to master it. His haste in seeking ancient power had left him unprepared to defend the village. He clenched his fists. I need to find Emia Shyen. The curse mark was his key to regaining his chakra. But the thought of Shigen's current location only deepened his anxiety. It was precisely in the direction where Madara's Susanoo had appeared. Why is he there? Without hesitation, Tobirama gathered ANBU operatives and rushed toward the scene, studying Susanoo's incomplete form along the way. This version of Susanoo, I've seen it before. He can't even maintain this stage. Madara's strength was clearly drained. Though he had escaped death, the toll of his battle with Hashirama had left him weakened. Elsewhere in Konoha, Hashirama Senju and his wife, Mito Yuzumaki, also noticed the commotion. Madara's appeared again. The first Hokage wasted no time. Despite his injuries, he and Mito hurried toward Madara's location. Hashirama didn't care about his condition, and Mito ignored her exhaustion from dealing with the Nine Tails. Inside Susanoo. From atop the colossal construct, Madara stood with gritted teeth, surveying the chaos below. He could see the ninja of Konoha rushing toward him, each figure a potential threat to his escape. But the greatest obstacle was the man standing directly before him, Emia Shyen. Madara's fury burned as he locked eyes with the enigmatic figure, who had exposed his survival and ruined his plans. Susanoo. I didn't expect to see such an impressive power in this era. Shyen raised his head and addressed Madara with calm humility. I don't enjoy fighting, but isn't deploying only a third-stage Susanoo underestimating your opponent? Madara narrowed his eyes. This man. Not only did he know about Susanoo, but he also recognized its different stages. His calm dismissal of the third stage revealed an unsettling confidence. Still, Madara's purpose for summoning Susanoo wasn't to fight. It was to break free of the curse marks and flee. You? Who exactly are you? Madara's voice was low and cautious. For the first time in years, he felt an unfamiliar sense of unease. The man before him had dismantled his genjutsu with overwhelming spiritual strength, something even Madara at his peak couldn't have overcome. And yet, this man's identity was shrouded in mystery. I always believed only Hashirama could rival me. I never imagined someone like you existed in this small ninja world. Madara's lone Sharingan focused on Shyen, trying to gauge his strength. Someone as powerful as you shouldn't be unknown. Those words. Shyen frowned, lost in thought for a moment, before raising his head with a calm expression. They remind me of the first Sharingan user I fought. What? Madara's curiosity was piqued. Indra, Shyen replied, his voice steady. If your clan's history is accurate, Indra is the ancestor of your Uchiha lineage. When I defeated him, Shyen spoke without a trace of deceit, as if recounting a simple truth. He said something similar, that someone as strong as me shouldn't remain unknown. This was no lie. When Shyen first attempted to assassinate Indra, the Uchiha progenitor had been equally astonished, making almost identical remarks. Naturally, Madara was skeptical. Don't mock me. His anger flared. The notion of anyone defeating his ancestor was absurd. Madara clenched his fists, driving Susanoo's arm to strike down at Shyen. This insolent fool dared to toy with him. Shyen shook his head at Madara's rage, remaining calm. I am Emia Shyen, he said softly. I've never enjoyed lying. As he raised his fingers, the ground beneath them trembled. A massive stone arm erupted from the earth, meeting Susanoo's fist head-on. Boom! What? Madara's shock was palpable, not because his attack had been stopped, but because of the name Shyen had spoken. Emia Shyen. He had heard that name too many times before. Chapter 20, Dance Freely Here 9 Tales. Emia Shyen. The greatest medical ninja in history. Madara Uchiha didn't think much of becoming a medical ninja himself. However, as a child, during his friendship with Hashirama Senju, he had often heard the name Emia Shyen. Memories from his past came rushing back, fragments of a simpler time. Madara, have you heard of the story of Emia Shyen? Our clan has passed down the tales of Lord Emia Shyen. You've heard them too. To endure the pain others cannot, and to save those suffering from it. That is the path of the ninja that Lord Emia left for us. Madara, I saw it today, but don't tell anyone. My family has one of the crystal coffins left behind by Lord Emia. Madara, my father won't let me become a medical ninja. And with my brother Itama gone, learning medical ninjutsu won't protect the people I care about. A medical ninja can't change the turmoil of this era. The memories seemed to drift away, like wind-scattered leaves. Madara had nearly forgotten these moments, nearly forgotten that Hashirama, even as a boy, had abandoned his childish ideals. Emia Shyen, a saint of ancient times, the most skilled medical ninja ever to live. Now Madara understood why Konoha would want to conceal Emiya's identity. That schemer Tobirama had undoubtedly devised some sinister forbidden jutsu to revive this legendary figure. Indeed, only Emia Shyen could heal Hashirama. I see. A flicker of realization crossed Madara's face. Learning that his opponent was the famous sage of legend, Madara no longer felt embarrassed by his earlier defeat. It wasn't shameful to lose to someone so extraordinary. However, it was time to leave Konoha. Madara. A red-armored figure descended swiftly, landing nearby. You're still alive. Hashirama Senju appeared, nearly fully armed. His gaze locked onto Madara, his expression a mix of astonishment and turmoil. The friend he had killed, with his own hands, had returned. Determined to stop the Susanoo's rampage, Hashirama had ignored his injuries and rushed to the scene. So quick to arrive at Hashirama. As Hashirama appeared, Madara's attention shifted instinctively, his gaze lingering on his old friend standing below. You are. Hashirama's eyes flicked toward Shijin. The stranger's profile seemed oddly familiar. Perhaps it was the doctor who had treated him earlier. Or was it someone else, another good-hearted individual he'd once encountered? As Hokage, Hashirama prided himself on remembering every villager, even the children. This man wasn't from Konoha, nor an enemy, but he seemed shrouded in a strange, deathly aura. I am... Shijin stepped forward to introduce himself. Quickly take shelter, leave this to me. Hashirama interrupted, giving orders before focusing his attention back on Madara. His eyes locked onto Madara's face, and the sight of the Uchiha's pale, blind eye filled him with shock. Madara, your eyes. No need for curiosity. It's the price I paid to escape death at your hands, Madara said coldly. His clenched fists trembled before he opened and closed them, straining to draw out his remaining strength. I only came to say a few words, but now it seems things have become more complicated. Indeed, the situation had grown troublesome. Hashirama, ever persistent, was a problem that couldn't be shaken. Boom! The fractured Susanoo began to repair itself, forming once again into its towering third-stage shape. Wood style. Hashirama clasped his hands together. Massive vines burst from the ground, winding toward Susanoo's limbs. This again. Madara scowled, clenching his fist. A glowing blue sword materialized in Susanoo's hand, slicing through the entangling vines. The battle had resumed. This was the continuation of their previous life-or-death clash. Hashirama. Mito Yuzumaki watched with concern. Your injuries aren't fully healed if you keep using chakra like this. I have no choice. Hashirama's tone was resolute as he cut her off. Leave this place, Mito. I'm glad Madara is alive, but this time, I must finish him once and for all. You think you can kill me again? Madara's voice rang out from Susanoo, his expression twisted with grim resolve. Boom! Massive tendrils of wood burst forth from the ground, trying to ensnare Susanoo again. Hashirama gritted his teeth. He would not let Madara escape, not again. Even at the cost of his own life, he had to end this. Madara's return posed a threat too great to ignore. I'll see about that. Madara's fingers danced through a sequence of hand seals, his movements deliberate despite the battle's chaos. What's he doing now? Hashirama's brow furrowed. Both he and Mito could sense something sinister in the air. Hashirama, Madara taunted, his voice chillingly calm. In battles like ours, even the slightest misstep is fatal. Even the smallest intervention can tip the scales. And what if that intervention is the most fearsome force in the world? Both Hashirama and Mito froze, dread creeping into their hearts. No. They realized what was happening, but it was too late. Madara had finished his hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a heavy slap, Madara's palm struck Susanoo, and a massive plume of smoke erupted. The shockwave sent Konoha's ninja sprawling, and blanketed the village in a suffocating fog. Dance freely here. Madara's voice echoed through the chaos, tinged with malevolence. 9 tails. From the dissipating smoke emerged a colossal figure with 9 thrashing tails. The most fearsome-tailed beast in the world had been unleashed. Chapter 21, A New Mission Commission, Quell the 9 Tails Chaos. The 9 tails. The most fearsome of all tailed beasts. Its terrifying reputation stemmed not just from its ferocity, but from its immense power. As the tailed beast with the greatest chakra reserves in the ninja world, combined with its overwhelming abilities, the 9 tails possessed near-invincible might. Compared to Madara Uchiha, who had just slipped away from Konoha under the cover of the mist, the 9 tails now posed the greatest threat to the village, especially since it was brought here by Hashirama Senju himself. Previously, Madara had used his Sharingan to control the 9 tails, pitting it against Konoha and triggering a life-or-death battle with Hashirama. During that clash, Madara wielded the beast's power to grievously injure his friend. After that battle, Hashirama brought the subdued 9 tails back to Konoha and sealed it temporarily in the rear mountains, where it was guarded by Mito Yuzumaki. Under her watchful protection, the beast was expected to cause no further trouble. However, with Mito now present here, trouble was inevitable. The 9 tails had been summoned by Madara as a tool to cover his escape, further aggravating the situation. Now, the beast had broken free of its bindings. No, technically, it was still under control. Its blood-red eyes, marked with 3 black tomo, were clear signs of Madara's influence via the Sharingan. Roar! The Ninetales bellowed skyward, unleashing its fury. In an instant, the massive beast crushed a row of buildings. Its 9 orange tails lashed violently, scattering debris and destruction in their wake. For the Ninetales, the past few days had been nothing but humiliation. First, it was forcibly controlled by Madara to participate in a devastating battle. Then, it was subdued by Hashirama and imprisoned by Mito Uzumaki's seal in a mountain. Each event piled on disgrace after disgrace. Now, its rage was amplified under the Sharingan's influence, driving it into a frenzy. As the Ninetales' roar subsided, its gaze fell upon the 2 figures before it, Hashirama and Mito. One had subdued it with brute force. The other had suppressed it with sealing techniques. To the beast, this pair was unforgivable. It vowed to tear them apart. Madara must have signed a summoning contract with the Ninetales. Hashirama's focus shifted to the immediate threat. Though the Ninetales was an unparalleled monster to most ninja, to Hashirama, it was a formidable but manageable opponent. He was confident he could restrain the beast. However, Hashirama was also acutely aware of the Ninetales' potential danger to Konoha. He could no longer pursue Madara. For now, neutralizing the Ninetales took precedence. "Let me handle this." Mito stepped forward. To her, the Ninetales was not an insurmountable problem. Even in her weakened state, she believed she was more suited to deal with the beast than her injured husband. But before she could act, a golden staff descended from the sky. The staff multiplied into dozens of shadow clones, forming a massive barrier that momentarily separated the rampaging Ninetales from the Senju couple. Sarutobi Sasuke appeared, controlling his adamantine staff to hold the beast at bay. He leapt to stand protectively in front of Hashirama and Mito. Lord First Hokage, Lady Mito. Sasuke, a loyal bodyguard, felt a pang of guilt for his delayed arrival. With other guards in tow, he had hurried to the scene. This feels a bit strange. Standing behind the Senju couple, Emia Shyen observed the situation with a mix of curiosity and bemusement. There was something oddly familiar about this scenario. The Ninetales, controlled by an Uchiha, wreaking havoc. The heroic Hokage, stepping up to protect the village. His Yuzumaki wife, a sealing specialist, assisting despite being physically weakened. A ninja named Sarutobi, trying to contain the chaos. If Shyen found it strange, so did something else. The ninja system, which suddenly issued him a mission. SSS rank commission, quell the Ninetales' chaos in Konoha. Shyen's thoughts raced. This doesn't feel right. Why am I the one tasked with quelling the Ninetales' rampage in this timeline? Hashirama and Mito alone could subdue the beast. They didn't need him. But then, realization struck him. This Ninetales incident wasn't supposed to happen. Because of Shyen's intervention, curing Hashirama and indirectly forcing Madara to summon the Ninetales as a distraction, this chaos was entirely unprecedented. In essence, he had caused this disaster. Narrowing his eyes, Shyen suddenly understood something deeper. Certain events were being influenced by his presence, triggering unexpected changes. Well then, Shyen stepped forward, accepting the mission. This situation is bad for your recovery, he calmly addressed Hashirama. You shouldn't exert yourself unnecessarily. Allow me to handle this. You are. Both Hashirama and Mito turned to him, puzzled. Wait. Sasuke's expression flickered with surprise and concern. You're a guest of Konoha. How can we let you take such a risk? There wasn't time for further discussion. The Ninetales roared, its chakra flaring violently. The sheer pressure created a shockwave, scattering ninja and destroying nearby structures. The beast's blood-red eyes burned with an uncontrollable rage. Roar! Its massive claws swiped downward, obliterating the barrier of adamantine staff clones in an instant. While the true adamantine staff was durable, its shadow clones lacked the same resilience. In a blur, Shyen moved. Leaping high into the air, he landed a powerful kick to the Ninetales' paw, sending the beast's limb flying backward. Using the momentum, he launched himself higher, his feet glowing faintly with chakra. With a surge of power, Shyen delivered a devastating blow to the back of the Ninetales' neck. Boom! The colossal beast collapsed face-first into the ground. For Shijin, his chakra reserves were limited, but it was sufficient to unleash incredible strength through controlled bursts, a technique rooted in precise chakra manipulation. What? The gathered Konoha ninja were stunned. They had never witnessed the world's most fearsome-tailed beast being subdued so decisively with a single strike. Roar! The Ninetales' fury only grew. It quickly regained its footing and lunged at Shijin, who met it head-on. A well-placed kick to the chest sent the beast sprawling once more. This is the strength of our clan. Hashirama stared in shock at Shijin's display of monstrous strength. Perhaps, Tabarama's voice interjected as he arrived at the scene, this technique didn't originate with our clan at all. Tabarama's observation rang true. The monstrous strength Shijin demonstrated stemmed from expert chakra control, a skill often honed by medical ninja. Perhaps, the legendary technique attributed to the Senju was actually a legacy of the first medical ninja, Emia Shyen. After all, even the Senju clan's very name came from him. Chapter 22. It seems you haven't had it easy these years. Tabarama Senju arrived slightly later than expected. Initially, he had planned to arrive immediately, but upon noticing Madara Uchiha's weakened Susanoo, he saw his brother, Hashirama, already on the scene. At that moment, Tabarama determined his role: ensure Madara couldn't escape from Konoha. To block any possible escape routes, Tabarama spent precious time coordinating the ANBU to station themselves in key areas, cutting off Madara's retreat. Only after these arrangements did he rush to join the battle, intending to have Emia Shyen remove the seal restricting his chakra. Once freed, Tabarama planned to swiftly pursue and eliminate the weakened Madara. This was the perfect opportunity to finally kill him again. But he had arrived too late. By the time he got there, Emia Shyen was already in the midst of subduing the rampaging Ninetales. At first, Tabarama felt concerned seeing Shyen fighting the beast. However, as he observed Shijin's remarkable performance, his perspective shifted. Given the current state of Konoha, Shijin's involvement might actually be a blessing. Hashirama had yet to fully recover. Mito Yuzumaki, who had been suppressing the Ninetales for years, was fatigued and far from her peak condition. Tabarama himself was temporarily unable to access his chakra due to the seal's restrictive energies. Having Shyen handle the Ninetales seemed like the best possible outcome. Sasuke! Tabarama shouted to Naruto by Sasuke, his voice sharp and commanding. Take a squad and assist the ANBU in locating Madara. Once we've dealt with the Ninetales, we'll pursue him together. Understood. Sarutobi Sasuke quickly responded, taking his team to track Madara's escape. Meanwhile, Hashirama's attention remained on the battle. Who is this person? He murmured, watching Emia Shyen engage the Ninetales with astounding ease. There was something about Shijin's side profile that struck a chord in Hashirama's memory, stirring a vague sense of familiarity. He seems oddly familiar, Hashirama muttered, frowning in thought. It feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Am I imagining it? Tabarama froze for a moment, biting back a sigh. Brother, are you seriously asking this? Have you already forgotten how, as a child, you would sneak off to peer into the crystal coffin holding Shijin's body, only to get caught and scolded by father? Brother, Tabarama said curtly, steering the conversation away from Shyen. Let's talk about Madara instead. How did he survive? Hashirama's expression darkened. I don't know how he did it, Hashirama replied after a pause. But once we finish dealing with the Ninetales, I'll leave the village for a while to investigate Madara's whereabouts. If he still seeks to harm Konoha, Hashirama's voice grew firm, I'll do whatever it takes to kill him again. On the battlefield, Shijin's fight with the Ninetales was nearing its conclusion. Roar! The Ninetales let out a ferocious, guttural roar of frustration, its immense claws swinging wildly in an attempt to land a blow. But Shyen was unfazed. Calm down for a moment. With a sudden movement, Shyen landed on the ground and raised his left hand, his fingers curling as if gripping an invisible force. Earth style. The ground trembled as countless chunks of earth and stone surged upward, rapidly enveloping the Ninetales' massive body. Roar! The beast thrashed violently, its claws swiping at Shyen in a desperate attempt to break free. However, Shijin remained calm, his fingers tightening. The earth continued to rise and solidify, reinforced by black sealing marks that spiraled outward from the ground beneath his feet. The seals imbued the rising earth with an unyielding strength, rendering the Nine-Tails' struggles futile. Die! The Nine-Tails swung one last desperate claw at Shijin, aiming to tear him apart. But the strike fell short. A towering earthen mountain, laced with glowing black seals, rose around the beast, immobilizing it completely. The Nine-Tails' head was the only part left exposed, its massive paw frozen just a foot away from Shijin's head. "This feels familiar," Shijin muttered as he gazed up at the enraged beast. A faint, nostalgic smile crossed his face. "It's just like when you were younger, always coming up short at the critical moment." "Too strong." Hashirama couldn't help but murmur in awe. To anyone else, his words might sound like praise, but from the first Hokage, it carried a hint of playful sarcasm. "Indeed," Mito agreed, her tones similarly laced with subtle irony. Tabarama, however, offered a more analytical observation. No hand seals, yet he can unleash such powerful earth-style techniques, and he even had the focus to integrate sealing energies into them. The strength of ancient ninja was astounding. For Shijin, this feat was especially remarkable given that his abilities were restricted by the limitations of the Edo Tensei state. But the battle wasn't over. Shijin approached the immobilized Nine-Tails, his steps calm and deliberate. Raising his fingers, he pointed directly at the beast's forehead. "Release." With that command, the Sharingan's control over the Nine-Tails dissipated, its blood-red eyes returning to their natural yellow hue. Roar! Even freed from Madara's influence, the Nine-Tails remained furious, its raw emotions overwhelming its senses. It thrashed against the earthen bindings, desperate to break free. The tailed beast was no stranger to hatred. It was a creature born from chakra, steeped in the essence of rage and suffering. Snap! A sharp sound echoed near the Nine-Tails' ear. The abrupt noise jolted the beast. The sharp snap wasn't just a sound. It carried a peculiar weight, cutting through its fury like a blade. Memories began to stir within the Nine-Tails' mind, ancient memories, buried for over 1,000 years. "Kurama, have you woken up yet?" Shijin's voice carried an air of familiarity that pierced through the Nine-Tails' turbulent emotions. For a brief moment, the beast felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as if it were back in the ancient past, when a certain human would rouse it from its slumber to pull a cart across endless journeys. "Let me sleep." The Nine-Tails instinctively wanted to grunt in protest. But then it froze. This wasn't the ancient era. And that human, long since dead, couldn't possibly appear in this time. Even the Sage of Six Paths himself couldn't achieve immortality. Emia Shyen. The Nine-Tails' pupils constricted, focusing on the figure before it. It recognized that face, one etched into its memories. "It really is you. How are you alive in this era?" "You still remember me?" Shijin chuckled softly, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. "Honestly, I'd nearly forgotten we were old friends." SSS rank mission completed. Quell Konoha's Nine-Tails Rampage. Rewards: Nine-Tails Chakra, SSS tier, and Tailed Beast Bomb. Restricted due to Edo Tensei status. "You forgot." The Nine-Tails' rage flared again, its massive body straining against the seals. It glared at Shijin with a mix of fury and disbelief, as if the mere thought of being forgotten was an unforgivable insult. "You even learned how to curse now," Shijin observed, genuinely surprised. "You idiot." The beast's voice trembled with fury. "Do you think I won't kill you?" Shijin remained calm, extending a hand to gently scratch the Nine-Tails under its chin, like one would a pet fox. "Your chakra has grown so volatile," Shijin remarked. "It's even affecting your emotions. Seems like these 1,000 years haven't treated you well." Chapter 23, The Story of the Nine-Tails and Emia Shyen. Emia Shyen's time with the Nine-Tails was brief. In the ancient era, during one of Shijin's travels through a small village where he healed and saved lives, he encountered a young Nine-Tails. At the time, the juvenile Nine-Tails, curious about humans but too shy to approach, secretly observed him from afar. Back then, the young Nine-Tails was undeniably adorable. Though its body was already large, it had a clumsy, childlike demeanor and would often cause small mischief. Intrigued by the reverence people showed Shijin, the young Ninetales developed a fascination with him, clumsily attempting to hide its massive form while tailing him. Shijin, noticing the creature's innocent curiosity, chose not to drive it away. Instead, he spoke to the young Ninetales, sharing stories about his journey and the people he helped heal. The Ninetales, captivated by Shijin, insisted on following him. Like a naive child eager to help, it even offered to pull Shijin's cart. For a time, their travels together were joyful. The Ninetales, Shijin, and Katsuyu visited many villages, witnessing beautiful landscapes and saving countless lives along the way. Despite its imposing size, the young Ninetales harbored a pure heart. Wanting to deepen their bond, it proposed becoming Shijin's Jinchuriki, offering to seal itself within him. It believed that by sharing its chakra, it could help him even more. However, Shijin gently declined. This decision, though made with kindness, marked the beginning of the end of their short-lived friendship. Shijin's ideals clashed with the world. Unashamed of his intentions, he openly shared his desire to destroy the Ninshu order and challenge the Sage of Six Paths. The Ninetales, caught in a moral dilemma, tried persuading Shijin to abandon his plans. But when it became clear that Shijin's resolve was unshakable, the Ninetales made a heart-wrenching decision. One night, it quietly left. As one of the Sage's creations, the Ninetales felt a deep connection to the Sage's teachings. It couldn't bring itself to assist Shijin in his rebellion, even if it meant parting ways with the only companion who had ever treated it kindly. The separation was painful. The Ninetales felt immense sorrow upon leaving Shijin, and that sorrow deepened when it later heard of Shijin's fatal clash with the Ninshu. The knowledge of Shijin's death lingered in its heart for years. Believing that its bond with Shijin proved it could also connect with others, the Ninetales sought friendship with humanity. But the world wasn't as kind as it had hoped. As the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the Ninetales possessed immense chakra and an acute ability to sense human intentions. Unfortunately, this gift often revealed the darker sides of those who sought it. Humans feared its power yet coveted it, resorting to deception, coercion, and brute force to claim its chakra. This hypocrisy enraged the Ninetales. Even Shijin, its only friend, never demanded its chakra. Why did these lesser beings believe they had the right? In its fury, the Ninetales killed countless humans who sought to exploit it. Over time, the beast grew stronger, its body larger, and its hatred deeper. Its once hopeful desire to connect with humanity soured into hostility. As the years passed, the Ninetales became synonymous with destruction. Humanity feared it as the most vicious of the tailed beasts, a reputation it had earned through bloodshed. Kurama. Standing before the now ferocious Ninetales, Shijin regarded it with a tinge of regret. "You're not nearly as cute as you were back then." "You." The Ninetales bared its fangs, snarling in frustration. Despite its anger, a part of it couldn't ignore the bittersweet nostalgia of seeing Shijin again, the one who had once been its only friend. Ironically, it was Shijin who had inspired the Ninetales' hope for friendship, a hope that led to years of bitter disappointment and resentment toward humanity. The beast's encounters with humans often ended in violence, and with each conflict, the negative emotions within its chakra, anger, pain, and hatred, only grew stronger. "Let me go, Shijin." The Ninetales growled, its sharp gaze flicking between Shijin and Hashirama and Mito behind him. "I'll tear them apart." "Kurama," Shijin said calmly, his voice steady as he repeated words the Ninetales once spoke to him. "Conflict only brings pain and hatred." Those were the very words the Ninetales had said to Shijin before leaving him all those years ago. "You." The Ninetales choked on its outrage, stunned that its own words from centuries ago had come back to haunt it. From a distance, the Konoha shinobi watched in disbelief. Never before had they seen the Ninetales interact so civilly with a human. Even more astonishing was Shijin's identity. "Emia Shyen." Hashirama murmured, his mind racing as he pieced together the truth. The man standing before them wasn't just anyone. Shijin was the same revered figure from his childhood, the one whose body had been preserved in the crystal coffin that Hashirama often snuck off to admire. Now it all made sense, the sense of familiarity whenever Hashirama saw Shijin's face. "Is it really him?" Hashirama asked aloud, his voice filled with awe. "Yes, it's him," Tabarama muttered under his breath, irritated by his brother's slow realization. Wait, Hashirama suddenly turned to Tabarama, suspicion in his eyes. Didn't I order you to seal away the Edo Tensei technique? Tabarama folded his arms, prepared for his brother's outrage. Brother, this was necessary, he replied coolly. But right now, you should be worrying about Madara. Tabarama shifted his attention to Shijin. Emia-sama, he began, carefully choosing his words. We will take responsibility for the Nine Tails. Konoha will ensure it cannot be controlled by Madara's Sharingan again. Tabarama's suggestion was pragmatic but harsh. To protect Konoha and the world from further destruction, the Nine Tails' freedom would have to be sacrificed. Despite the diplomatic phrasing, Shijin could see through the true intent. Konoha would imprison the Nine Tails. Shijin turned to the Nine Tails, his voice soft. What do you think, Kurama? What do you want? I want to kill them. The Nine Tails snarled. And the next time Madara tries to summon me, I'll kill him too. Shijin rubbed his temples. How bold of you, he muttered. Weren't you just mind-controlled a moment ago? Mito stepped forward, her tone cautious but firm. Emia-sama, she said, Konoha plans to seal the Nine Tails within me to prevent future threats. I understand this is not ideal, but... Wait, the Nine Tails interrupted, narrowing its eyes. You think you deserve to be my Jinchuriki? Shijin sighed, stepping between Mito and the Nine Tails. Kurama, he said, his tone both stern and compassionate. You don't have to make this choice now. But remember, you deserve a companion who truly understands you, a friend who will stand beside you. Go find that person. Chapter 24. Konoha, what makes you think you're worthy of Emia Shijin's attention? The Nine Tails, even in captivity, retained its haughty demeanor. Despite this, Yuzumaki Mito could only speak on its behalf. After all, the Nine Tails was a friend of Emia Shyen, and she dared not propose sealing it permanently without proper reason. Fortunately, the Nine Tails did not entirely reject her presence, though it was far from cooperative. The trouble lay elsewhere. Within her sealed space, the Nine Tails often bellowed and ranted, urging Mito to use its chakra to kill her husband, Hashirama Senju, and then challenge Emia Shyen to a fight. Still, Mito understood that being a Jinchuriki wasn't the end of her journey. It was only the beginning. Although she had access to the Nine Tails chakra, the connection was far from seamless. The Nine Tails begrudgingly allowed her to tap into its power, but only as a token gesture out of respect for Shyen. Trust had not yet been fully established. The relationship between Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast had a long way to go. But Mito's concerns extended beyond mastering the Nine Tails chakra. Being a member of the Yuzumaki clan, she was naturally blessed with enormous chakra reserves and formidable sensory abilities. With the Nine Tails chakra amplifying her senses, she could perceive human emotions, both good and evil, with unparalleled clarity. However, this heightened perception brought an unsettling discovery. Mito found that while she could sense the intentions of everyone present, Emia Shyen remained an enigma. Even with her sensory abilities and the Nine Tails chakra mode, she could not discern any emotions from him, no goodness, no malice. The only faint trace of emotion came when Shyen spoke about the Nine Tails, and even that was fleeting. Her brows furrowed as unease crept into her thoughts. What did this ancient medical ninja truly think of them? What kind of person was he to be devoid of discernible emotion? You seem to be observing me. Shijin's calm voice broke the silence, cutting through Mito's thoughts. He turned his gaze toward her, his tone tinged with curiosity. Is there something strange about me? As an experienced ninja with sharp instincts, Shyen was acutely aware of any attempts to probe him. In the turbulent world of shinobi, vigilance was a necessity. After all, even during the ancient era, Shyen constantly feared the watchful eyes of Black Zetsu. Mito hesitated, then decided to speak. Our Yuzumaki clan has powerful sensory abilities, she admitted, her voice steady but cautious. We can sense the good and evil in others. The Nine Tails chakra amplifies this ability, making it even more acute. But... Her gaze hardened, and her tone became more serious. We sense nothing from you, Lord Shyen. No emotions, no intentions. It's as if... She trailed off, unsure how to articulate the anomaly she felt. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone present felt the weight of Mito's words. The only one unaffected was the Nine-Tails, who had long since made peace with this mystery. During its youth, the Nine-Tails had asked Shijin the same question. It remembered vividly the response Shijin gave, a reply it hadn't liked at the time. Hearing Mito voice the same curiosity now, the Nine-Tails couldn't help but mock her. "Hey," it sneered, "are you humans always this naive?" Its massive eyes fixed on Mito, disdain flickering within them. "This guy, Emia Shyen, spent his entire life healing people," the Nine-Tails began, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "He saved more lives than you could ever count. To him, every patient was the same. For us," it continued, "Madara Uchiha is a scum who deserves to die. To you high-end mighty shinobi, the common folk you claim to protect are worthless weaklings, unworthy of a second glance." But to Shijin, the Nine-Tails let out a low growl, its eyes narrowing. Whether it's Madara on the brink of death or a sickly peasant lying in the dirt, Shijin will save them all. To him, everyone is equal because he's a healer first and foremost. The room was silent, save for the Nine-Tails' voice. "Even that old sage of 6 paths you worship. In Shijin's eyes, he's no different from a normal human." Its gaze bore into Mito, sharp and unyielding. "So tell me, why do you think you're special? What makes you, or anyone in this village, worthy of Emia Shijin's attention? What makes you think you deserve anything from him?" Mito's face froze in shock. The Nine-Tails' words, though harsh, struck a chord. It wasn't just addressing her, it was a challenge to all of Konoha. Chapter 25, "I hate this era, isn't that your era's fault?" Yuzumaki Mito's heart trembled at the Nine-Tails' sharp words. Its response was harsh and difficult to digest, yet it rang undeniably true. Why would someone like Emia Shyen, who didn't even care about the sage of 6 paths, offer his goodwill to Konoha? "Lord Shyen." Mito, feeling the weight of her arrogance after hearing the Nine-Tails' explanation, lowered her head in shame, trying to smooth over the situation. "I must apologize. My question earlier was far too abrupt." Guilt flooded her heart, compounded by the Nine-Tails' blunt retort. Mito regretted having asked such a presumptuous question. Now she felt utterly exposed. The Nine-Tails had delivered an answer that made her feel insignificant. It left her with the overwhelming sense that she, and perhaps all of Konoha, lacked the right to stand tall before Emia Shyen. Water under the bridge. Hashirama Senju quickly tried to defend his wife, clinging to the admiration he had held for Shijin since childhood. "It's all because Mito used the Nine-Tails chakra for the first time. It must have muddled her perception." "No, there's no mistake." Shijin's warm smile was disarming, his tone patient as he spoke. He seemed utterly unbothered, even unaware that the Nine-Tails had already spilled the truth. "Your question feels familiar. Long ago, someone asked me something quite similar." Mito felt even more embarrassed. She knew that the Nine-Tails had asked Shijin the very same question long ago, and that she now understood the answer. She began searching for a way to diffuse the situation. But what Mito couldn't anticipate was that her question, and its answer, were deeply tied to how Shijin and the Nine-Tails had first become friends. During the ancient era, Shijin had realized that the Nine-Tails chakra could sense human intentions. He had proactively addressed the issue to prevent potential conflicts in the future. Now, fate had brought that same question back to him, likely a result of the bond he had formed with the Nine-Tails long ago. "Your attitude isn't abrupt at all. In fact, I'd say it's a little too gentle." Shijin offered a reassuring smile, his voice calm and steady. But as he continued, his tone shifted, growing cold and piercing. "I don't know the extent of your sensory abilities, but perhaps you've sensed more than my goodwill toward you, perhaps you've sensed my distaste as well." Everyone froze at his words. Shijin spoke with unwavering honesty. "I don't hate you for disturbing my remains or shattering the crystal coffin I left for future medical ninjas. I don't even mind that my soul's peace was disrupted. In fact, I'm somewhat grateful to have returned to the living world." He paused and glanced down at his open hands, as if studying them anew. "But if I hadn't discovered that this forbidden technique required sacrificing a living person to summon me, I might have been even more thankful." "Tabarama." Hashirama's sharp gaze shifted to his younger brother. "This is my fault." Tabarama shrugged, feigning indifference as he explained. "Our era of shinobi is vastly different from Lord Shijin's. We've grown accustomed to harsh measures and don't hesitate to exploit our enemies, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. The dissonance between eras was undeniable. Perhaps you're right, Shijin said, his expression placid. Perhaps I'm overly sensitive. But then his voice turned heavy, each word a carefully weighted truth. The very existence of such a technique, one that sacrifices human life, means that its creator never valued life in the first place. To them, lives are just tools to be consumed. For the first time, Tabarama's expression faltered. This accusation, it struck too close to home. I must apologize. Shijin's tone softened, but his words were unyielding. I dislike this era. As a medical ninja, saving a single life is no easy task. But for shinobi in this age, killing is as natural as breathing. Murder is a casual, accepted norm that I neither understand nor approve of. He turned to Hashirama and Mito, both of whom looked visibly ashamed, then to Tabarama, whose face had hardened with unease. If you think I have little goodwill toward you, or perhaps even disdain for your actions, you're not mistaken. With that, Shijin bowed his head slightly toward Mito, offering a gesture of apology for his frankness. For the moment, no one could doubt his sincerity. The only unresolved issue was what might happen when the full truth came to light. Beyond Black Zetsu, there were others who might not take kindly to Shijin's honest sentiments. Mito instinctively stepped back, realizing that the fault didn't lie with Shijin. This isn't Lord Shijin's fault. Hashirama let out a deep sigh, his face clouded with guilt. It's our era that's to blame. We are the ones who should feel ashamed. Even so. Tabarama frowned, his voice low and contemplative. Compared to the past 1,000 years, this is the best era we've ever had. Huh. The Nine Tails, lying within Mito's seal, scoffed at Tabarama's words, muttering to itself. That guy Shijin always cared about the weak and the sick. Its voice was filled with disdain, but there was an underlying note of respect. He's a soft-hearted fool, though, always obsessed with this respect for life nonsense. Back in the ancient days, he even saved people he shouldn't have. The Nine Tails continued, its mocking tone unrelenting. Do you know who had to clean up the mess? The slug, Katsuyu, sneaking behind him to kill those who harbored ill intentions. But, Mito frowned, hesitating to speak. Is respect for life truly a fault? The Nine Tails' grin widened. Too soft-hearted, that's his problem. I wanted to make him my Jinchuriki back then, just so he'd finally learn how to kill. Someone like him is too easy for the wicked to exploit. It huffed, then delivered its final verdict. Look at him now. Even his soul couldn't find peace in the afterlife, because you people in Konoha dragged him back. Mito's heart sank further, her guilt deepening. Tabarama. Hashirama's voice was calm, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Release Lord Shijin from the Edo Tensei. This era has already defiled his soul enough. Forcing him to exist here any longer is an insult to his memory. Typically, the calmer Hashirama was, the firmer his resolve. Brother. Mito looked at her husband with concern. Big brother. Tabarama raised his voice, trying to reason with him. The village is still unstable. Other ninja villages are watching the land of fire closely. If we lose Shijin now. If I die without stabilizing the ninja world, then that failure is on me, Hashirama interrupted, his expression unwavering. And Madara. Tabarama tried another angle. I will settle things with Madara before I die, Hashirama declared, his determination unshakable. Shijin stood silently, observing the exchange. Had he gone too far? Very well. Tabarama sighed, slowly forming hand seals to undo the Edo Tensei. But just as he began, his eyes flicked to Shijin. I must warn you, he said slyly. If the peace my brother leaves behind crumbles and war returns to the world, I will give my life to fix it. No need for that. Shijin raised a hand, stopping Tabarama's jutsu. First Hokage, Shijin said, his voice soft but resolute. I've heard stories about you from your brother. He's right about one thing, your life is deeply tied to this era's peace. Shijin's gaze swept over everyone present. Besides, he added with a faint smile, I'd like to stay a little longer. Let's see if I can still make a difference in this era. He paused, his tone growing lighter as he offered a parting thought. And if I don't always like your methods, well, don't take it personally. Chapter 26, Hiruzen, That Child is a Remarkable Ninja. Finally, the troubles were over. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of both Tobirama Senju and Emia Shyen, though the issues they resolved were vastly different. While Shyen was speaking to calm the situation, Tobirama had long ceased his fake attempt to release the Edo Tensei jutsu. Tobirama, ever the pragmatist, had predicted Shigen's compassionate nature. He had suspected Shyen wouldn't bear to see the ninja world descend into chaos. Shyen, after all, was easy to manipulate. Tobirama knew how to exploit his good heart. Still, Tobirama understood the need for caution. He suspected Shigen's goodwill could be exploited by others. Since he couldn't directly restrict Shigen's movements, there was always the risk of Shyen falling into the hands of agents from other villages. Such a situation had to be carefully guarded against. After all, Shyen was going to stay in this era for a while. Tobirama quietly considered that he might need to show Shyen the darker side of the world, to prevent the kind-hearted man from being deceived too easily in the future. This was an era far more ruthless than ancient times, an age defined by killing and deceit. For instance, Madara Uchiha. Why else would that man approach Shyen in the middle of the night after faking his death? Speaking of which, Tobirama narrowed his eyes, deliberately steering the conversation. That man, Madara, used his supposed death during his fight with my brother as a cover to escape, yet he secretly infiltrated the area where Lord Shyen resides. He must be plotting something. Madara's eye has gone blind, Hashirama interjected with characteristic simplicity. He shared his own thoughts. It's the price he paid for escaping death. Perhaps he's seeking treatment for his eye. Is that so? Shyen frowned, perplexed by Madara's actions. If he needed medical help, why resort to using his Sharingan's genjutsu to control me? Wouldn't it have been easier to simply ask the doctor for help? Lord Shyen, you're far too kind-hearted. Tobirama seized the opportunity to lecture, while also taking a jab at Madara. Madara is an inherently evil man. He believes the ninja world should bow to his might, and likely thought he could use genjutsu to manipulate you into compliance. That said, please remain cautious, Lord Shyen, Tobirama added with an air of earnest concern. While his malicious plans failed this time, it doesn't mean he won't use other methods to infiltrate Konoha and deceive you into healing his blind eye in the future. In this era, people's hearts are far from pure. Tobirama continued, turning this into a teachable moment for Shyen. In this world, there are always those willing to spin intricate lies and exploit others to achieve their goals. Shyen remained silent, furrowing his brow. He seemed to be processing Tobirama's words, wondering if there was an underlying warning in them. And speaking of missing figures, where had Black Zetsu gone? Could it truly be preoccupied at a time like this? In fact, Black Zetsu was quite busy. It was deeply worried about Madara's safety. Madara harbored the potential to awaken the Rinnegan, which was critical to its plans. Until Shyen could create new Rinnegan, Black Zetsu couldn't afford to let the weakened Madara fall into Konoha's hands. Outside the village, while Konoha dealt with the Nine-Tails rampage, the exhausted Madara Uchiha was evading pursuit from Konoha's Anbu forces outside the village. Madara wasn't concerned about the average Konoha ninja. His main worry was the possibility of being hunted down by the Senju brothers. That cunning Tobirama, always so thorough. Madara warily eyed the Anbu blocking his path. It was clear that Tobirama had anticipated his escape and sent these ninja to intercept him. That man had planned ahead, knowing Madara would flee Konoha. Still, Madara understood he couldn't linger. Even if he managed to evade these ninja, Konoha would relentlessly send more to track him down. The Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, presented another problem. Their ability to see through nearly everything made them perfect for locating enemies. It was only a matter of time before they found him. Break through. Madara launched himself forward, directly engaging the Anbu in his path. 4 patrol ninjas immediately drew their blades, shouting to alert the others. Madara Uchiha is here. Don't let him escape. Madara let out a disdainful snort. In mere moments, the 4 Anbu lay defeated, their efforts utterly futile against his overwhelming power. Their teamwork was meaningless. The gap in strength, skill and experience was insurmountable. But this small skirmish was enough to alert another, more troublesome squad. Led by Naruto by Sasuke, a team featuring the Ino Shikacho formation rapidly closed in on Madara's location. "Stop him!" Naruto by Sasuke shouted, forming hand seals. "If we can hold him here, the Hokage and Lord Tobirama will arrive as soon as they're done with the Nine Tails." Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A torrent of flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, roaring toward Madara like a rampaging dragon. Naruto by Sasuke. Madara's brow twitched. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he deftly evaded the flames. HMPH, so this is the great ninja Hashirama always praises. How foolish to think you can challenge me with a fire jutsu. Shadow imitation jutsu. A man with a ponytail pressed his hands to the ground, sending his shadow snaking toward Madara. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he strained to maintain the technique. "Hurry, I can't hold him for long. I'll support mind transfer jutsu." A blonde ninja raised his fingers in a seal, sending his consciousness into Madara's body to seize control. "Don't underestimate us, expansion jutsu." From behind, a hulking figure grew to enormous size, his fist descending like a hammer aimed to crush Madara. This was the strength of the Ino Shikacho formation. Their combined attacks could overwhelm any foe. But Madara was no ordinary opponent. In an instant, he countered. Madara used his Sharingan's genjutsu to turn the blonde ninja's mind transfer jutsu against him, forcing him to possess the man with the shadow technique instead. The ponytailed man's shadow then captured their oversized teammate, causing the giant ninja to inadvertently roll over his own allies, scattering them. In mere seconds, the team lay in disarray. Even against Konoha's elite formation, Madara had prevailed with almost effortless precision. The fight was over. Naruto by Sasuke stood alone, sweat pouring down his face. "I suppose I'll have to take you more seriously." Madara's fingers formed seals as his chakra surged ominously. "Let me show you what real fire jutsu looks like." Half a minute later, the Ino Shikacho team returned to find Madara gone. Naruto by Sasuke lay on the ground, unconscious and severely burned. His breathing was faint, his body covered in gruesome injuries. "We can't pursue Madara anymore." The hulking ninja hoisted Sasuke onto his back, his tone urgent. "We need to get Captain to the hospital." The blonde ninja, shaken but conscious, nodded grimly. "The captain looks bad. Should we inform his family?" "We can't keep this from them." The ponytailed man sighed, wincing as he nursed his own injuries. "I've met the captain's son. Hiruzen, that child is a remarkable ninja. He won't let fear overcome him, even if his father doesn't make it." Chapter 27. During surgery, did we administer anesthetic? Konoha Hospital. Emia Shyen was here. Now, he fully embodied the role of a doctor. This was what Shyen needed to do in Konoha, to work as a doctor saving lives in the hospital. After all, he was a bona fide medical ninja. Although most in Konoha didn't recognize his face, Shyen made no effort to hide his identity. Still, some of the staff at Konoha Hospital found him oddly familiar. Many of the Senju clan's medical ninjas had, as children, snuck into the chamber holding Shyen's crystal coffin, much like Hashirama had done. Make sure he follows a strict diet. The green chakra fading from his fingertips, Shyen didn't even look at the patient he had just healed. Instead, he gave instructions to an assistant standing nearby. "Tell his family to clean up his room in the ward. He can be discharged today." Chakra. It truly was a miraculous force. With chakra, wounds could heal rapidly. When combined with expert surgical skills and vast medical experience, chakra's healing abilities could minimize even the most complex surgical risks. "Lord Emia is incredible. We didn't even dare attempt surgery on that patient." "That's normal," Shyen replied. "During surgery, you must maintain the patient's vitals. Excessive blood loss from large surgical wounds can lead to death, especially if the operation takes too long. And even with post-surgical medical ninjutsu, healing deep incisions can be challenging." While speaking, Shyen wrote on a medical chart, then handed it to the assistant. "I've just done so many surgeries that I've grown used to it. The conservative treatment plan you employed wasn't wrong either. It at least kept him alive." What's this? The assistant asked curiously. It's a list of potential medicines for treatment, Shyen explained casually. I've seen many patients and learned a lot from their cases. For instance, the last patient I treated used a local herb to alleviate pain. It worked well and didn't cause additional complications for others who tried it. However, Shyen added, once you find the herb, don't administer it right away. Bring it to me first so I can study it. Every patient's condition is different. Such knowledge stemmed from Shyen's ancient experiences. Over a millennium had passed since his time. Humanity's biology may have evolved, so Shyen couldn't be entirely certain of any herb's effects without verification. Outside the operating room. Just as Shyen opened the door, he found Hashirama Senju kneeling in front of it. Lord Shyen. Hashirama bowed deeply, his forehead touching the floor. The first Hokage, weeping openly, begged Shyen to save his comrade, Naruto by Sasuke. I implore you to save Sasuke, please. I'll do anything you ask if it means he can survive. I see. Shyen's brow twitched as he looked at the scene before him. This man. Why did he look like he was here to make trouble? And the way he said, save Sasuke, felt oddly unsettling. Shyen had known Hashirama was referring to Naruto by Sasuke, yet it still sounded strange every time he heard it. Behind Shyen, the assistant covered their face in embarrassment. Everyone in Konoha knew the first Hokage. Despite his immense strength, Hashirama was notorious for being overly emotional, often crying or bowing when pleading for help. Sasuke went after Madara. Hashirama explained that Naruto by Sasuke had been severely injured by Madara's fire release techniques. He's barely alive, Shyen muttered after examining Sasuke's wounds. The group standing nearby was visibly alarmed. We'll need to operate immediately, Shyen continued. It's a shame he can't hold out for a few more days. I could have attended to him later. Shyen sighed as Sasuke was brought into the operating room. Luckily, the next patient needing surgery has a few years left. Everyone present broke into a cold sweat. Wait. Was this guy really a legitimate medical ninja? Would Sasuke have had to wait in line if he could have lasted longer? Click. The doors to the operating room closed. Hashirama's guards quickly pulled him aside and forced him to sit down. As they anxiously awaited the results of the surgery, a young boy with a Konoha forehead protector arrived. His face showed worry and tension. Monkey, Hashirama called out, beckoning the boy over. The boy was none other than Naruto by Hiruzen, Sasuke's teenage son. At around 14 or 15 years old, Hiruzen was understandably distressed over his father's critical condition. Because the Sarutobi clan's summoning beasts were monkeys, and due to his surname, Sarutobi, Hiruzen's mischievous and energetic behavior earned him the affectionate nickname Monkey from elders in the village. Hokage-sama, my father. Hiruzen hesitated, his voice trembling as he approached Hashirama. Don't be afraid, Monkey. Hashirama reassured him, gently patting his head. The one treating your father is the greatest medical ninja in history. Hiruzen. Several other teenagers came running down the hall, their expressions filled with concern. They bowed briefly to Hashirama before turning to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, we heard your father. Hiruzen nodded solemnly, but as he saw his friends' anxious faces, his own demeanor grew calm. Thank you, I appreciate your concern, he said steadily. Hokage-sama just told me that my father will recover soon. Of course, Hashirama said with a bright smile, raising a hand in a vow. As Hokage, I promise that he'll be healed. Hokage-sama. His guards panicked, rushing to cover his mouth. This wasn't something he could casually guarantee. Sasuke had been brought in barely alive, burned severely by Madara's fire techniques. That he had even survived long enough to reach the hospital was miraculous. Then again, considering who his opponent was, it was already impressive that Sasuke had been brought back alive at all. Wait, where's Danzo? One of the girls suddenly noticed their group was missing a member. Danzo's probably still training at the grounds, a bespectacled boy replied. He's been working hard lately. We didn't have time to tell him about Hiruzen's father. Don't tell Danzo today, Hiruzen interjected, speaking with an air of maturity beyond his years. Once my father's condition stabilizes, I'll tell him. There's no need for Danzo to worry right now. The other kids nodded in agreement. Hiruzen's composure and leadership made him a respected figure among his peers. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Shijin remained calm and focused on the surgery. To him, this burn treatment was straightforward compared to the more complex internal surgeries he had recently performed. To his assistant, however, the scene was nerve-wracking. Shijin's left hand wielded a chakra scalpel, carefully removing charred skin and damaged muscle. Blood immediately flowed from the wounds. Simultaneously, his right hand emitted green healing chakra, stopping the bleeding and rapidly regenerating tissue. "Don't worry," Shijin reassured his assistant as he worked. "The patient's body is strong. Compared to surgeries involving internal organs, this is relatively simple." Fortunately, the burns were caused by a fire release technique rather than prolonged exposure to flames. The patient was smart. There's no evidence of inhalation burns. If he had suffered inhalation burns on top of these injuries, the risk would have been much greater. "I once treated a fire victim whose throat and lungs were horrifyingly burned." "And what happened?" the assistant asked, clearly nervous. Shijin glanced at them briefly, then responded matter-of-factly. "At the time, I was stronger than I am now. I simply cut open his throat and lungs to repair them." The assistant felt dizzy hearing this. "Lord Shijin, truly remarkable." A faint voice emerged from the operating table. Sarutobi Sasuke, still conscious despite the pain, managed to squeeze out a word of praise. "You're awake?" Shijin paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Wait, did I remember to give him anesthetic before starting the surgery?" Chapter 28, Hiruzen, You'll Regret This. Evening. The doors to the operating room slowly opened. Emia Shyen stepped out, looking somewhat apologetic. Following him was his assistant, whose face was pale with fear, unable to utter a single word. Judging by their expressions, it seemed as though the news wouldn't be good. This made Hashirama Senju and the others rise to their feet with heavy hearts. "Sir." Young Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to his feet. Facing the unfamiliar medical ninja, he introduced himself. "I'm Sarutobi Hiruzen, son of Sarutobi Sasuke. Sir, how is my father?" Shijin's brow twitched slightly. "Sir." Hiruzen's voice trembled with a growing sense of dread, fearing the worst news from the man's mouth. "It's fine," Shijin finally replied. "The surgery ran into some complications." Waving a hand nonchalantly, Shijin added, "But in the end he pulled through." Calm complications. Hiruzen felt his heart sink further. Ninja missions often faced complications, and those could mean lifelong injuries, paralysis, or being bedridden for the rest of one's life. Could it be that his father would never fully recover? "Just wait a moment," Shijin said, motioning for Hiruzen to calm down. "He's getting dressed right now. You'll see him soon." "Thank you, sir." Hiruzen expressed his gratitude, though confusion flickered across his face. Getting dressed. What did that mean? Wasn't his father critically injured? How could someone on the brink of death have the strength to dress themselves? Creak. The door to the operating room swung open again. "Hi." Sarutobi Sasuke emerged, looking startled to see the crowd of people waiting outside the room, including his son. But the real shock belonged to the Konoha ninjas who had carried Sasuke to the hospital, desperately seeking help. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This has to be a joke, right? He was in that condition and still survived. No, even if he could survive, there's no way he should be this healed. The level of medical expertise was nothing short of extraordinary. Even for these battle-hardened ninjas, the idea of someone recovering so completely from injuries caused by Madara's fire release techniques seemed absurd. There wasn't a single bandage on Sasuke. No trace of burn scars. His skin looked as fresh and smooth as a newborn's, leaving the impression that the critically injured man brought in that morning had been an illusion. Is this some kind of genjutsu? Even Hashirama, who had unwavering faith in Shijin's medical skills, found himself rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This type of injury wasn't difficult to treat, Shijin said, his tone devoid of pride or arrogance. For him, the operation wasn't particularly challenging. The most complex part had been the surgical process itself. Modern Konoha medical ninjas lacked the courage, experience, and chakra reserves necessary for such an operation. Shijin's Edo Tensei body, with its unlimited chakra, allowed him to accomplish what others couldn't. "Thank you for saving my life, Lord Emia," Sarutobi Sasuke said sincerely, bowing deeply. "Thank you, sir." Hiruzen quickly followed his father's example. "You mustn't call him sir," Sasuke corrected his son. "It's disrespectful to address him so casually. Don't even call him Lord. Address him as Your Excellency." In this era, Your Excellency was a title of utmost respect, typically reserved for great lords or daimyo. But even a daimyo's ancestor couldn't compare to Emia Shyen's legacy as a healer. "There's no need to worry about titles," Shyen said, waving off the formalities. "For me, how you address me isn't important." "Hehe, do you have a nickname, sir?" With his father safe, Hiruzen finally relaxed. The lively, playful side of the teenager emerged as he made a face at his father, sticking out his tongue. "Hiruzen," Sasuke scolded, reaching out to restrain his mischievous son. "Maybe I do." To their surprise, Shyen humored the boy's question. "There are probably plenty of people who secretly think I'm naive or foolish. I wouldn't be surprised if someone came up with a nickname, but I wouldn't know it." "That's impossible." Sasuke, embarrassed by his son's antics, quickly reassured Shyen. "Anyone who disrespects Your Excellency will answer to us." This wasn't just about gratitude for saving his life. Sasuke had also seen how Shyen generously shared his medical knowledge with Konoha's medical ninjas, ensuring the next generation would benefit. "Well said." Hashirama chimed in, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. But his playful nature surfaced as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "We should give Lord Shyen a catchy nickname that highlights his amazing talents." "Stop, Hokage-sama." Two ANBU members quickly intervened. "Enough of that," Shyen said dismissively. He then turned to Sasuke with a serious expression. "During the operation, I accelerated the regeneration of your cellular tissue. This may cause your body to age slightly faster." "Being alive is blessing enough," Sasuke replied with heartfelt gratitude. With a light chuckle, he added, "Besides, our clan already looks older than we are." Surviving not only his encounter with Madara, but also his near-fatal injuries felt like a second chance at life. "This is a debt I'll never forget." Sasuke bowed deeply again to Shyen, then turned to thank Hashirama and the others. He didn't forget to lightly smack Hiruzen on the head. "Don't be disrespectful to Lord Shyen." "I didn't even know his name," Hiruzen muttered, rubbing his head. "It's Emia, right? Could he be related to the legendary Saint Emia Shyen?" As the sun set, the golden light of dusk poured through the hospital windows, bathing the corridor in warmth. Suddenly, another figure dashed in, his face flushed with urgency. "Hiruzen!" A boy's voice echoed as a new arrival called out to Hiruzen. It was Shimura Danzo. "Danzo!" Hiruzen exclaimed, surprised. The boy, out of breath from running, continued, "I just heard your father was badly injured." His sentence trailed off as his eyes landed on Sasuke, standing perfectly healthy behind the group. Danzo froze, his expression shifting rapidly from shock to disbelief. "Wait, was this another one of your pranks, Hiruzen?" Danzo's anger flared, his voice rising. "Listen, Danzo." Hiruzen stepped forward, trying to explain, but Danzo wouldn't have it. "You're still trying to fool me." Fuming, Danzo turned and stormed off. As his voice echoed down the hall, everyone heard his parting words. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Chapter 29, Spying from the Hokage Tower. Bang! The doors of Konoha Hospital were slammed shut. Everyone present had witnessed the young boy storming out. They glanced at the fully recovered Sarutobi Sasuke, then back at the scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instantly, they understood the situation between the two friends. A boy, upon learning his friend's father was gravely injured, had rushed to the hospital, concerned for his friend. But when he arrived, he saw the supposedly critically injured man looking perfectly healthy, as though nothing had happened. The boy must have thought he was the victim of an elaborate prank. To toy with someone's feelings like that. It sounded absolutely despicable. "Danzo, let me explain." Young Hiruzen Sarutobi hurried after him, trying to clear the misunderstanding. His father really had been seriously injured, but was saved by an extraordinary medical ninja. "Are you serious?" Young Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, his disbelief evident. Of course it's true. Having witnessed the miracle firsthand, Hiruzen brimmed with excitement as he recounted what had happened, even throwing in his own speculations. That medical ninja's identity is very mysterious. Everyone calls him Lord Emia. He's held in the highest regard, and his medical skills are unparalleled. He might even be related to the greatest medical ninja of legend. Hiruzen scratched his chin, pondering aloud. But he is kind of strange. He saved my father but didn't look the least bit happy about it. It's like he always has this coffin-like expression. What does any of that have to do with us? Danzo's face remained cold, his tone sharp. In contrast to Hiruzen's open and curious nature, Danzo was much more reserved and serious. With furrowed brows, he scolded. If his identity is a mystery, it likely means it's a top-secret matter for the village. As genin, it's not our place to poke around. Even at a young age, Danzo already had a strong sense of hierarchy. He respected the authority of Konoha's leadership, and believed that lower-ranked individuals should stay out of upper-echelon matters. But Hiruzen couldn't help but feel curious about Emia Shyen. If it was really such a secret, why hadn't the first Hokage or his own father stopped him from interacting with the man? As the two boys continued their discussion, Hiruzen's attention was drawn back to the hospital. Two figures emerged from the building, making him even more curious. Dusk fell upon Konoha. The workday at Konoha Hospital was coming to an end. From his vantage point, Hiruzen saw none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, walking side by side with the mysterious medical ninja. What caught Hiruzen's attention most was Hashirama's attitude. The normally charismatic and dominant Hokage appeared almost deferential, as though he were accompanying a person of great importance. "These are some of the new kids in our village," Hashirama said as he led Shyen on a tour of Konoha. Casually, he gestured toward the group of young ninja, introducing them. Tabarama established the ninja academy in the village, and these kids are the first batch of students. The boy you saw earlier, Monkey, is the most promising of them all. Hashirama wasn't exaggerating. Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed exceptionally gifted. At his young age, Hiruzen had already bonded with the Sarutobi clan's unique summoning beast, the Monkey King Enma. He had even managed to refine chakra of all 5 elemental natures and was studying multi-element jutsu under Tabarama Senju. What stood out even more than his talent, however, was his leadership ability. It was an unmistakable trait. Though Hiruzen often appeared mischievous and carefree, he could remain calm under pressure, providing stability to those around him. For instance, when his father was injured earlier that day. When Hiruzen had first arrived at the hospital, he was visibly anxious, consumed by worry over his father's condition. But the moment his friends showed up, equally concerned, Hiruzen had put on a brave face, suppressing his own fears to reassure them. "The boy beside Monkey is Shimura Danzo," Hashirama added, noticing the friendship between the two boys. A nostalgic smile crossed his face as he continued. "I hear Monkey and Danzo used to be rivals at the academy. Now, they've grown into comrades who respect each other." "They seem to get along well," Shyen observed, his expression unreadable as he nodded. "If nothing unexpected happens," Hashirama said with a hint of hope, "the future of Konoha will rest on the shoulders of these youngsters." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Shyen's gaze lingered on the group of children. With a faint sigh, he remarked, "Humans have always sought to entrust their will to the hope of the next generation. Even the Sage of 6 Paths wasn't an exception. How could we, mere mortals, be any different?" Nearby, Shyen's assistant discreetly recorded his words and actions. The assistant wasn't merely there to help Shyen. He had been sent by Tabarama to gather any useful information Shyen might inadvertently reveal. Tabarama was determined not to let any potential insights slip through his fingers. Inside the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, Tabarama was buried in work. With Madara Uchiha having escaped capture, Tabarama had increased surveillance on the Uchiha clan, ensuring that no internal unrest would erupt within Konoha during this turbulent time. Additionally, Tabarama was working on a critical initiative. With Hashirama's remaining lifespan estimated at only 10 years, Tabarama aimed to use Shyen's stories about Asura and the ninja sect to dismantle the clan-centric mindset that still lingered within the village. Konoha was still young, and its citizens were more loyal to their respective clans than to the village itself. Tobirama's goal was to shift that loyalty entirely to Konoha. The first step: dismantling the Senju clan. Tobirama intended to lead by example. The Senju clan would be disbanded, its members encouraged to move out of their clan compound and integrate into the wider village. This would demonstrate to other clans that the Senju weren't seeking to dominate Konoha, paving the way for other clans to follow suit. Once the clans were dissolved, Konoha's citizens would identify as Konoha ninjas rather than members of specific clans. The next generation would grow up with a unified sense of identity, ensuring the village's long-term stability. However, there were exceptions. The Uchiha can't be dispersed, Tobirama mused. They must remain centralized to ensure effective surveillance and prevent another Madara from rising. The Hyuga clan is also tricky. Due to their internal system of using the caged bird seal to control branch family members, the Hyuga couldn't easily be integrated into the village. For now, Tobirama decided to leave the Hyuga as they were, waiting for a potential internal shift before taking action. As for the other clans, they posed no significant challenges. A knock on the door interrupted Tobirama's thoughts. One of Shijin's assistants entered, carrying the latest report. Tobirama-sama, here's today's update on Lord Emia. The assistant handed over a scroll. Tobirama quickly skimmed through it, nodding in satisfaction. Shijin treated quite a few patients today, I see. Yes, he did. Pity. Tobirama's expression turned slightly regretful as he noted the absence of any techniques that could enhance combat abilities. His gaze lingered on the last line of the report. Only Konoha is worthy of being entrusted with the future. For Konoha's sake, some methods are justifiable. Chapter 30, Uchiha Madara's Sudden Epiphany. How many patients are left at Konoha Hospital? Tobirama Senju asked, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his desk. There are still a few dozen critical cases, replied the assistant assigned to watch over Emia Shyen. Having spent just one day observing him, the assistant was already awestruck by Shijin's medical expertise. He couldn't help but marvel, with Lord Emia's skills, it won't be long before these patients are freed from their suffering. If that's the case... Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his voice low as though speaking to himself. Once the hospital has no more patients, someone like him wouldn't stay in Konoha for long. Knowing his nature, he'd likely set off to heal people across the land, just as he did in ancient times. Tobirama's fingers tapped the desk, the sound echoing with purpose. He analyzed the geopolitical state of the ninja world, mulling over Konoha's challenges. If he leaves Konoha... Lord Tobirama, are you suggesting? The assistant hesitated, unsure of where Tobirama was going with this. Fearing the worst, he tentatively asked, if you intend to imprison Lord Emia, I must object. Imprison him. Tobirama waved his hand dismissively, his voice cold yet decisive. Don't overthink it. Konoha would never do such a thing. I'm only concerned for his safety. The shinobi world isn't as respectful of him as we are. For instance, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama rested his chin on his hand, his sharp gaze radiating danger as he began formulating a plan. Tomorrow morning, have Hiruzen and the others gather at the training field. From now on, I will personally oversee their training. Once their progress becomes clear, I'll select candidates for a special mission. Tobirama's tone grew heavier as he continued. Also, summon the ANBU. I'll pick out another team from among them. His every word reflected his meticulous nature. When it came to plans involving Emia Shyen, Tobirama was leaving no room for error. I'll need to find time to meet with my brother, too. Tobirama was certain that if Emia Shyen ever left Konoha, Madara Uchiha would undoubtedly make his move. Madara will come for him. Tobirama prided himself on understanding Madara's thought process. He firmly believed that Madara would seek to exploit Emia Shyen's skills to restore his blinded Sharingan, the eye that had been sacrificed to cheat death. That's his brother Izuna's eye. Tobirama's expression turned frosty as he recalled Izuna Uchiha, whom he had killed. Izuna's remaining eye is all that's left of him. For the Uchiha, their strength lies entirely in their sharing in. Emotionally and practically, Madara would stop at nothing to restore that eye. In Tobirama's mind, Madara's desperation to reclaim Izuna's legacy made him predictable. The moment Shijin stepped outside Konoha, it would become a golden opportunity, not only for Madara but also for Tobirama to eliminate his nemesis once and for all. But Tobirama wasn't entirely correct in his assumptions. Madara wasn't seeking Shijin to restore his eye. Instead, he sought answers, secrets that only Shijin, as a man from ancient times, might know. Hidden underground, Fire Country. In one of the Uchiha clan's secret bases, Madara was recuperating after evading the Konoha shinobi hunting him. Only he, the former clan leader, knew of this hideout. Lacking a skilled medic, Madara had personally performed a crude surgery to implant Hashirama's flesh into his own body. The result, a success. Though the process had been perilous, Hashirama's cells quickly integrated with Madara's body. His chakra surged, and his physical resilience soared. It worked. Madara closed his eyes, satisfied. He could feel his newly augmented chakra coursing through his body, and his self-healing abilities had reached new heights. Let's test it. Madara slashed his arm with a kane. Blood oozed from the wound, but within moments, the injury healed completely, stimulated by his enhanced chakra. This self-regenerative ability. It was a hallmark of Hashirama's unique powers. Madara had gained the Senju's formidable vitality, along with something unexpected, a tendril of vine-like wood sprouting from his arm. Wood release. Something's off. Madara examined himself in a reflective surface. His chest bore a strange, pale face, a grotesque visage that vaguely resembled Hashirama. This was the price of integrating Hashirama's cells into his body. Still, Madara was unimpressed. This is far from enough. Madara threw on a cloak to hide the grotesque growth and scowled. The Uchiha stone tablets spoke of the power of creation, the infinite might of all things. This is not that. He clenched his fist, frustration mounting. The strength he had gained was immense, but it wasn't the transformative power he had been seeking, the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Have I misunderstood? Madara mulled over the ancient texts. Even with his brother Izuna's eyes, he had been unable to fully decipher the stone tablet. Its final secrets remained shrouded, hinting at the ultimate power to save the world but leaving Madara uncertain of how to attain it. But there's no need for guesswork anymore. A name resurfaced in Madara's mind, Emia Shyen. Hashirama had often spoken of Shyen in their youth, describing him as the first and greatest medical ninja. If anyone knows the truth, it's him. Madara smirked. Perhaps that man knows how to unlock the power of creation. I'll find him, and he will tell me everything. Madara quickly devised a plan. He would bide his time near Konoha, awaiting the perfect moment to confront Shyen. If he truly is from ancient times, he might even hold greater secrets than I expect. In the shadows, from deep underground, Black Zetsu watched Madara. While Madara brimmed with confidence, Zetsu was less optimistic. The transplant hadn't gone as planned. Despite absorbing Hashirama's chakra, Madara had yet to awaken the Rinnegan, the eyes necessary for Zetsu's ultimate goal. I need to meet Shyen too. Zetsu slithered through the shadows, formulating its own schemes. Shyen must know why the process failed. He might even hold the key to awakening the Rinnegan. Still, Zetsu worried. Madara was intelligent and wary. If he discovered the truth about the stone tablet's manipulations, everything could fall apart. Before Madara and Shyen meet, I need to teach Shyen a lesson. The art of deception. Zetsu's mind churned with plans. How do I make a man like Shyen, a man who respects life above all else, except that lies and manipulation are sometimes necessary? Chapter 31, Black Zetsu, Do You Know How to Lie? Inside Konoha village. Emia Shyen didn't care about anyone spying on him. He had long expected Tobirama Senju to observe him in secret. With Tobirama's personality, he wouldn't let go of any chance to make Konoha stronger. However, over 1,000 years ago, Emia Shyen had positioned himself so cleverly that everyone believed his existence to be harmless. This forced even Tobirama to take a roundabout approach to gain his favor for Konoha. Everyone believed only one thing. Emia Shyen wanted to create a brighter future for the world. Even Black Zetsu, who always sought to overturn the shinobi world, wasn't worried that Emia Shyen would harm it. Black Zetsu's biggest fear was that Emia Shyen might ignore it altogether. And yet, this was precisely what made Black Zetsu's task the most difficult. Black Zetsu deeply wished that Emia Shyen would abandon his so-called noble ideals and join it in devoting himself to the dark mission of reviving Kaguya. Unfortunately, when Black Zetsu quietly arrived in Konoha, the sight that greeted it was Emia Shyen reviewing medical records from Konoha Hospital, meticulously summarizing the cases where he had saved lives. This made Black Zetsu's metaphorical headache even more. Why waste energy saving these ordinary people who, if dead, were simply dead? "You're back." When Emia Shyen noticed Black Zetsu revealing itself, his brush didn't pause. While continuing to write, he greeted casually, "Black Zetsu, hold on a moment. Let me finish this first." Black Zetsu had no choice but to wait helplessly. It wasn't until Emia Shyen finally put down his brush that Black Zetsu spoke, trying to persuade him. "Shyen, what we need to focus on is a far greater cause. This doesn't conflict with that." Emia Shyen carefully rolled up the scroll and explained earnestly, "These minor matters don't waste my time. In fact, I'll continue to do them in the future. By the way, what about that Uchiha Madara person?" Emia Shyen got straight to the point, as he had already anticipated that Black Zetsu would bring up Uchiha Madara. "I've heard some things about him in Konoha. The rumors about him aren't great, many people are afraid of him. Uchiha Madara is much like his ancestor, Indra." Black Zetsu immediately picked up the thread, introducing their future pawn. Madara firmly believes that strength is the key to dominance and stability. People who favor heavy-handed methods like his rarely win the favor of the weak. They often inspire fear instead. By the way, after introducing Madara, Black Zetsu continued, "Madara now wants to meet you. He's seeking some information from you." "What information?" "How to awaken the Rinnegan." When Black Zetsu spoke of this, its voice turned slightly eerie. The Sage of Six Paths left behind a stone tablet for the descendants of his eldest son, Indra. As it internally cursed the Sage of Six Paths, Black Zetsu simultaneously used his name to deceive Emia Shyen. The sage foresaw that the shinobi path might not be entirely correct. On the tablet, he outlined a method for Indra's descendants to awaken the Rinnegan. It seems he hoped they could use that power to rebuild order in the shinobi world after its collapse. Of course. Black Zetsu's tone grew colder, carrying traces of bitterness and resentment. At the end of the tablet, he also left instructions for reviving our mother, Kaguya. Perhaps the sage believed that if both Indra's and Asura's paths failed to bring peace to the shinobi world, then the world would ultimately need the presence of the rabbit goddess, Kaguya. Of course, this was Black Zetsu's fabrication. The tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths had never mentioned reviving Kaguya. In fact, it warned the Uchiha clan, Indra's descendants, to be cautious of Kaguya's return. That bastard sage. He wanted to eliminate any chance of Kaguya's revival. To bring Kaguya back, Black Zetsu had no choice but to alter the content of the stone tablet using its powers. Because of this alteration, Black Zetsu now had to fabricate another lie to fool Emia Shyen. "Is that so?" Emia Shyen nodded thoughtfully. He appeared to fully trust Black Zetsu's narrative, offering no support to the Sage of Six Paths. Instead, he sighed. "What is this really? A child growing up and, across time, finally understanding the greatness of their mother. After spreading chakra to the world and turning it into an irreparable mess, they recall their once omnipotent mother from whom they sought shelter as children." For some reason, Black Zetsu felt a pang of sorrow. If its mother Kaguya could hear Emia Shyen's words, if the final message on the sage's tablet had been about reviving Kaguya, perhaps Kaguya, with her fragile heart, might have forgiven her rebellious sons. Sigh. This Emia Shyen. Even the warmest words could pierce someone's soul. Enough. Emia Shyen's casual remark stirred Black Zetsu's emotions, yet he didn't linger on the topic of the sage or Kaguya. Since the sage left a method for reviving the rabbit goddess, it seems we don't need to go to too much trouble. However, Uchiha Madara knows nothing about this. Black Zetsu finally got to the heart of the matter. Its voice became increasingly serious, as if fearing that Emia Shyen might detect a flaw in its story. Because the sage hid the information about Kaguya's revival on the tablet, I suspect he. The sage of six paths really understood his children well. Emia Shyen interrupted Black Zetsu, as though immersed in the lie it had woven, and sighed deeply. I've met Indra and Uchiha Madara. They both possess an arrogance that ordinary people can't even begin to approach. Emia Shyen let out another sigh, actively filling in Black Zetsu's fabricated story. If those proud children knew that their ancestor had to clean up the mess they made, they'd never go through with it, unless the world was truly on the brink of destruction. This Black Zetsu couldn't even lie convincingly. And now, the so-called deceived, Emia Shyen had to help patch up the lie. He had already figured out Black Zetsu's intentions, to use him to deceive Uchiha Madara and conceal the truth about Kaguya's revival. But come on. With such clumsy schemes, don't bother teaching him how to trick Madara. Emia Shyen sighed and said softly, if we want Uchiha Madara to help revive the rabbit goddess, we'll need to hide the truth from him. Exactly. Black Zetsu nodded enthusiastically, seizing the chance to persuade Emia Shyen to let go of his moral scruples. Shyen, sometimes hiding the truth or telling a kind lie to those who need help isn't a bad thing at all. How strange. Emia Shyen's expression turned wistful, as though struggling to understand the era he lived in. The shinobi of this age are even teaching me to lie and hide things. It seems that in this era of lies, honesty has become a sin. Black Zetsu felt a twinge of guilt. This is the absurdity of the world. Black Zetsu quickly comforted him, cautiously guiding Emia Shyen toward darkness. Shyen, this has never been your fault. Everything we do is for the sake of steering this world back on the right track. When Kaguya is truly revived, you'll no longer need to hide yourself in this world. At that time, you'll never need to touch lies or deception again. With its guilt dissipating, Black Zetsu continued weaving its web of deceit around Emia Shyen. You'll be able to return to your truest self and truly change this absurd world. I understand. Emia Shyen looked at Black Zetsu, sighed, and reluctantly nodded, as though he had no other choice. Chapter 32. You don't want to disappoint Kaguya, do you? Emia Shyen finally agreed to learn how to lie. Black Zetsu let out a deep sigh of relief. It knew that once Emia Shyen started deceiving others, he would inevitably weave more lies to cover the first. What a marvelous development. Black Zetsu felt a perverse sense of anticipation. It wanted to see what Emia Shyen would be like when he resorted to deception, like watching a once pristine, beautiful object fall into the mire and become covered in filth. The thought alone filled Black Zetsu with an almost wicked joy. Shyen, Black Zetsu said, no longer holding back. It immediately began divulging all the information about Uchiha Madara, hoping that Shyen could prepare himself in advance. Right now, Uchiha Madara is eager to meet you. Based on the Sage of Six Paths stone tablet, Madara is attempting to awaken the Rinnegan. The tablet mentions that the interaction of opposing forces brings forth the power of creation and destruction. The tablet refers to the chakra of Indra and Asura. Madara doesn't yet know that creation and destruction actually refers to the Rinnegan. He tried combining his chakra with Hashirama Senju's, but his attempt to awaken the power of creation and destruction has failed. That's why he wants to consult you about the secrets of ancient times. I understand, Emia Shyen said, nodding as he carefully organized the scrolls before him. I'm almost done dealing with the patients at Konoha Hospital. Once I finish, I'll go see him. All right, Black Zetsu said, though with a tinge of helplessness. It knew there was no changing Emia Shyen's priorities in matters like this. By the way, Black Zetsu, Emia Shyen said, noticing that Black Zetsu seemed to have forgotten something important. He reminded it once again. What did the Sage of Six Paths say about the method to revive the rabbit goddess? It's the infinite Tsukiyomi, Black Zetsu replied through gritted teeth. There was no way it could lie about something this crucial, so it instead wove more deception around its original falsehoods. The final message on the sage's stone tablet refers to the power of the infinite Tsukiyomi, an ultimate genjutsu that envelops the world. When the light of the infinite Tsukiyomi bathes the land, Humanity can immerse itself in a dream world where their deepest desires are fulfilled, free from the pain of reality. Is that so? Emia Shyen furrowed his brow, seeming troubled by the idea. So the infinite Tsukuyomi allows humanity to indulge in eternal dreams, a dream world that shields them from the suffering of reality while fulfilling their greed and desires. If that's the case, humanity might be destroyed by the infinite Tsukuyomi, but at least in their final moments, they'll achieve true peace. What a pity. Ultimately, Emia Shyen shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to make a choice that went against his principles, especially in front of Black Zetsu. This isn't the future we want. Indeed. Black Zetsu nodded, silently relieved that it hadn't tried to use the infinite Tsukuyomi as bait to deceive Emia Shyen. Instead, it sighed softly and said, "The true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is merely to awaken Kaguya. This is the truth the sage of 6 paths never shared with his descendants. When humanity falls into slumber, Kaguya's shadow will silently reappear. When humanity's chakra converges, the progenitor of chakra will once again descend upon this world. When humanity wakes from their dreams, the world will enter an era of eternal peace under Kaguya's protection." Exactly. Emia Shyen finally nodded in satisfaction. That's the future we desire. Only under the rabbit goddess guardianship can the world achieve everlasting peace. Black Zetsu found it increasingly difficult to deceive someone as virtuous as Emia Shyen. It had to craft its lies with painstaking care, ensuring they aligned with Shigen's ideals. But for someone like Madara, he might prefer the infinite Tsukuyomi instead. Black Zetsu sighed, reluctantly reminding Emia Shyen to avoid exposing any flaws in their plan. Compared to your willingness to work tirelessly for genuine peace, the infinite Tsukuyomi offers a much simpler solution by immersing humanity in dreams. For someone like Uchiha Madara, who has experienced the pain and suffering of war, the infinite Tsukuyomi is likely the method he values most. Humans often shy away from the arduous journey of creating a better future, opting instead to lose themselves in pleasant illusions. "I see," Emia Shyen murmured, as though grasping Black Zetsu's reasoning. He nodded and said, "So we'll use the infinite Tsukuyomi to deceive Uchiha Madara." His expression was calm, perhaps even resigned, as if accepting the reality that he must lie to others. "When I meet Madara, I'll tell him what he wants to hear and guide him into our plan." Black Zetsu was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. At this moment, it revealed its full plan to Emia Shyen. "We need Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. Only with the Rinnegan can the plan proceed. I've named this plan the Eye of the Moon. According to the Sage of 6 Paths stone tablet, executing the infinite Tsukuyomi involves a series of complex steps." Black Zetsu elaborated on the plan. "First, we must use the Rinnegan's power to summon the husk of the God Tree. Then, we'll use the God Tree's husk to collect all the tailed beasts and revive the God Tree. Afterward, the God Tree must be merged into your body. Once you've obtained the God Tree's power, you'll activate the Eye of the Moon by aligning with the moon. At that moment, the infinite Tsukuyomi can be cast, plunging the entire world into peace and awakening the rabbit goddess to protect it." "It seems." Emia Shyen frowned slightly, raising a curious point. "This plan only requires the Rinnegan's power. It doesn't seem to require me. If I simply help Madara awaken the Rinnegan, that should be enough." Black Zetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. It was true. This plan didn't actually require Emia Shyen. But every time Black Zetsu thought of Emia Shyen's terrifying effectiveness in ancient times, it felt uneasy relying solely on Madara. It trusted Shyen far more than Madara. After all, Madara couldn't even defeat Hashirama Senju. How could he possibly gather all the tailed beasts while Hashirama was alive? Emia Shyen, on the other hand, had personally crushed Asura and the entire shinobi sect. Black Zetsu's true intention was to use Madara to awaken the Rinnegan and then take control of his body to fully revive Emia Shyen. It believed that only Shyen could flawlessly execute the Eye of the Moon plan, regardless of how complicated it was. Moreover, leaving Shyen out of the plan would be a waste of all the effort Black Zetsu had spent deceiving him. Black Zetsu also couldn't resist the allure of seeing Shigen's face when he realized he'd been tricked. The moment of regret, despair, and disillusionment. That would be truly intoxicating. Shyen, you're the most suitable candidate for the Eye of the Moon. Black Zetsu grew increasingly excited, fervently persuading Emia Shyen. No one else in this world is more qualified to witness its transformation with their own eyes. It urged Shyen to accept. Neither Madara nor anyone else could ever match your worth as the cornerstone of the Eye of the Moon plan. Only you are the one Kaguya most wants to see. Shyen, Black Zetsu said with a sinister grin, its words carrying a strange undertone. You wouldn't want the rabbit goddess to awaken only to be disappointed by having to deal with an arrogant Madara, would you? Emia Shyen fell silent. Black Zetsu. This thing clearly intended to sacrifice him as part of Kaguya's revival, yet it spoke as if he would actually get to meet Kaguya face to face. All right, Emia Shyen sighed deeply, finally relenting. I just hope that when Kaguya-sama awakens, she won't be displeased with what we've done. Let's not regret this decision when the time comes. How could we? Black Zetsu's voice was brimming with excitement as it sank back into the ground. I'll return to keep an eye on Madara. He's near Konoha, searching for a chance to meet you. Chapter 33, Young Danzo's Victory. Lord Emia will be leaving Konoha. The higher-ups of Konoha had already accepted this as an inevitable fact. However, no one could come up with a valid reason to convince him to stay. Before leaving Konoha, Emia Shyen remained fully focused on treating patients at Konoha Hospital, leaving behind valuable medical knowledge for the village. Even his assistant, who had been monitoring him closely, couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. Of course, Tobirama Senju would never experience such emotions. As long as Hashirama, Senju's lifespan issue, remained unresolved, Tobirama was acutely aware of the heavy responsibility he carried for Konoha. He would always choose the course of action most beneficial to the village. At Konoha's training ground 3, two young shinobi stood facing each other. These were Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, teenagers around 14 or 15, who had distinguished themselves during Tobirama's short-term training program. Just as during their time at the Ninja Academy, they now stood as each other's final opponent. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking earnestly at his friend. Let's not go too far in this match. I don't want to hurt you. You think you're going to win, don't you? Young Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger at what he perceived as humiliation. Hiruzen, don't underestimate me. This time I won't lose to you. The outcome of this battle was still undecided, yet this idiot was already declaring his victory. In the past, it was true that Danzo had more losses than wins. But this time was different. For the sake of achieving the highest score in this special training, Danzo had worked harder than ever before and mastered even more jutsu. As soon as Tobirama gave the signal to start, Danzo's figure darted forward, swiftly drawing his ninja blade to strike. Still so impatient, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight smile, shaking his head. From his tool pouch, he pulled out 2 shuriken and sent them flying at sharp angles. The 2 shuriken sped toward Danzo from the left and right. However, Danzo swung his blade and deflected 1 shuriken, then quickly raised the hilt of his sword to block the other. Young Danzo was no stranger to Hiruzen's exceptional shuriken throwing technique. He was well aware of the level of skill Hiruzen had achieved in this area. In fact, Hiruzen's mastery of shuriken was so advanced that even roof tiles and pebbles became lethal weapons in his hands. No one could deny. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a true prodigy. Though many people thought his personality was too carefree, they had to admit that his grades were outstanding, and his foundational ninja skills were rock solid. Whether it was basic chakra refinement, taijutsu, shuriken throwing techniques, the 3 basic techniques, or standard ninjutsu, this young man trained with unmatched enthusiasm. He never dismissed these foundational skills as unimportant. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out. Hiruzen hooked his fingers around a kunai, expertly using it to block Danzo's blade. His demeanor immediately turned serious. Danzo fixed his gaze on Hiruzen's face, slashing 3 times in rapid succession with his sword, but Hiruzen deflected each strike with his kunai. So you've studied swordsmanship too, Danzo said bitterly, glaring at his companion. Just the basics, Hiruzen replied modestly. The short kunai danced in his hands, holding its own against Danzo's longer, sharper blade. Clearly, this was an act of humility. Because even Danzo's self-proclaimed swordsmanship couldn't get the better of Hiruzen, his pride took a hit. Frustration welled up in him. With a quick burst of strikes, Danzo forced Hiruzen to retreat, then opened his mouth and unleashed a wind-release ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum wave. This wind release technique was as treacherous as it was sharp. Even though Hiruzen anticipated the attack and tilted his head to dodge it, the blade-like gust of wind still managed to slice off strands of his hair. "That's dangerous," said a bespectacled boy standing beside Tobirama. He looked nervously at his sparring friends. "We're supposed to be comrades." "Hiruzen will dodge it," Tobirama replied indifferently, unfazed by the other boy's alarm. Fights between shinobi are never gentle sparring matches. One mistake can cost your life. Of course, Tobirama spoke with confidence. If the two boys became too serious or the fight turned life-threatening, he was fully capable of intervening and putting an end to the match. After all, he was renowned as the fastest shinobi alive. Still, Tobirama couldn't help but notice something concerning. Danzo's combat style was becoming excessively aggressive, even employing underhanded tactics meant for enemies against his own comrades. If it weren't for Tobirama's presence, or if Hiruzen hadn't been as skilled as he was, Danzo's treacherous wind release could have seriously injured his opponent. Wind release. Truly Danzo's specialty. Wind release, shuriken. Danzo produced a diamond-shaped shuriken between his fingers, coating it with a layer of wind release chakra. The whirling winds around it grew razor-sharp as he hurled it forward. Earth release, earth-style wall. A sturdy stone wall rose to block the wind-infused shuriken. Danzo scoffed, showing his disdain. He grabbed his blade and charged forward, leaping over the stone wall to slash at Hiruzen, who was hiding behind it. Cracked. A log was sliced in half. Substitution jutsu. Danzo instantly recognized the piece of wood as a telltale sign of the most basic ninja technique. His eyes darted around, searching for Hiruzen's real location. When did he? Thud. A sudden kick landed on Danzo's wrist, sending his sword flying. But Danzo quickly retreated to the wall, pressing his back against it. He spotted Hiruzen and grabbed his ankle, blocking the follow-up kick. With a strong throw, he flung Hiruzen's body away. That was unexpected Danzo. Hiruzen landed gracefully, unbothered, and even smiled as he complimented his friend. "Your reactions are much quicker than before. I haven't wasted the results of my training." Danzo replied coldly, pulling out a kunai from his pocket. His chakra reserves were running low. He needed to end this fight now, using the opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. Wind release, vacuum sword. Danzo exhaled a blast of wind release chakra onto the kunai, transforming it into a spectral wind blade. Wielding the blade, he charged forward once again. Hey, isn't that cheating?" Hiruzen said in surprise, staring at the long, wind-enhanced blade. He drew a kunai and lunged to meet Danzo head-on. The two young shinobi began a new round of intense combat. This bout was more ferocious than any before, thanks to the significant improvements they'd made during Tobirama's training program. However, the outcome seemed to follow a familiar pattern. As the Konoha leadership's consensus pick for the next generation's most promising ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen's superior taijutsu and swordsmanship shattered Danzo's last hope. At the end of the fight, Hiruzen still had plenty of chakra left. His fist stopped inches from Danzo's face. "It's over, Danzo," Hiruzen said, holding back for his friend's sake. He had fought defensively throughout, avoiding the use of techniques that might hurt Danzo, relying instead on taijutsu to secure victory. "Hiruzen." Danzo raised his fingers, a mocking smile on his face. "Do you really think you've won?" In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Dark markings appeared on Hiruzen's arm, spreading across his body and binding him in place. The curse mark of self-paralysis. "During the battle, I planted a sealing technique on you whenever we made contact. When the seal is complete, the caster can activate it at will to paralyze the target." Tobirama's voice echoed from the sidelines, emotionless as he explained the sealing technique Danzo had used. He then announced the result of the match. "Hiruzen, you lost. This fight was decided by your overconfidence. You too, come with me. I have a mission for you. This mission might change the future of Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Chapter 34. Danzo, solve the problem of Emia Shyen. The Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to leave. His face was filled with unusual excitement. Tobirama Senju had just shared a secret with him, a secret about the mysterious medical ninja he had seen at Konoha Hospital, and assigned him an exceptionally important mission. I thought my own guesses were already shocking enough. Hiruzen clenched his fist and lightly struck his palm, unable to contain his excitement as he processed the revelation. That man is actually the legendary medical ninja himself, Emia Shyen. Over the past few weeks, the young Hiruzen had been consumed by curiosity about the man's identity. Even when he asked his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, at home, his father sternly refused to reveal anything. Instead, Sasuke warned his son not to pry, forbidding him from investigating the matter. All he asked was that Hiruzen show the utmost respect to the mysterious man. For a curious young boy, the more mysterious something was, the more intriguing it became. Hiruzen had speculated that the man might be a descendant of Emia Shyen, but to discover that he was actually Emia Shyen himself, and that Tobirama had resurrected him with the impure world reincarnation, was beyond his wildest imagination. As for the special mission, it was, naturally, to protect Emia Shyen. Although Hiruzen doubted his ability to protect such a powerful figure, Tobirama was resolute in choosing them for the task. Lord Emia doesn't require your protection in terms of strength, Tobirama had said with his usual calm tone. Hiruzen, you and Danzo are Konoha's most outstanding young shinobi. This mission is more about the process than the outcome. I want you two to earn Lord Emia's trust during this mission, so he understands that Konoha's future is in good hands. He must see that only Konoha's shinobi are willing to shoulder the responsibility of peace in the shinobi world. Hi. Hiruzen didn't fully understand, but Tobirama didn't elaborate. He simply dismissed the boy and told him to prepare for the mission. He also suggested Hiruzen consult his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, for guidance. Meanwhile, Danzo was left behind in the Hokage's office. Tobirama sat calmly in his chair, exuding a quiet authority. Danzo stood nervously in front of the desk, unsure of what to expect. Danzo. Tobirama's gaze was cold and imposing. His demeanor was stern as he spoke. Don't worry, I'm not here to reprimand you for what happened during your sparring match. From a practical standpoint, I should praise your quick thinking. If this were the Warring States period, you would have been an outstanding shinobi. That wind release technique you used was quite brilliant. It nearly killed Hiruzen. Even I can't find fault with it. In battle, one should use any means necessary to secure victory. Hiruzen's softness will one day become his fatal flaw. Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief. To his surprise, he had fully expected a scolding. He never thought the strict Tobirama would commend him during such a tense moment. But you must treat your comrades with more kindness. Tobirama added in a deep voice. Hiruzen is your companion, someone you can entrust your life to, not a mortal enemy. Yes. Good. Tobirama nodded approvingly before getting to the main topic. You've already heard about the mission to protect Lord Emia. Yes. Danzo felt a surge of excitement. He knew that anything involving Emia Shyen was undoubtedly a top-secret matter for Konoha. Being chosen at the age of 14 or 15 for such a classified mission gave him a sense of purpose. Tobirama's trust in him reaffirmed his importance to Konoha's future, and the weight of the responsibility stirred a growing ambition within him. Perhaps, one day, he could become Hokage himself. Every child who grew up in Konoha saw the immense respect villagers had for the first Hokage. Who wouldn't dream of holding that title? In the past, such a lofty goal would have seemed unattainable. But with Tobirama himself declaring that he and Hiruzen represented Konoha's future, the idea didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. However, you know Hiruzen's personality. Tobirama's expression grew even more serious as he continued. Your role in this mission is to make up for any gaps in his approach. Yes. Danzo responded loudly, his voice filled with determination. What did that mean? It clearly indicated that Tabarama held Danzo in higher regard. Although Hiruzen was undeniably exceptional, Tabarama was clearly dissatisfied with his overly kind nature. This suggested that Tabarama had greater trust in Danzo. Otherwise, why would he keep Danzo behind for a private discussion? Danzo, you bear a heavy burden. Tabarama narrowed his eyes, easily seeing through the excitement bubbling in the young shinobi's heart. But he wasn't concerned about Danzo's ambition. You should understand that the major nations have all established their own shinobi villages. These villages are now in competition with one another. Lord Emia is a key figure we must contend for. Tabarama's face grew even more solemn as he thought of his brother Hashirama's declining health. For Konoha, Lord Emia is indispensable. He also possesses knowledge of many of our secrets, including classified information at the highest level. Then, Danzo hesitated, unsure. He tentatively asked, shouldn't we keep Lord Emia in Konoha? For now, at least for now, Konoha cannot control his will. Tabarama avoided mentioning the connection between Emia Shyen and Hashirama's health. Instead, he explained in simpler terms, a man of his stature, who has made immense contributions throughout the history of the shinobi world, cannot be treated disrespectfully. We cannot use coercion against him. However, Lord Emiya's mastery of ancient secrets and great power means we cannot ignore the influence he may have on the shinobi world once he leaves Konoha. Tabarama extended his arm, showing the seal markings on his skin. For example, Lord Emiya's sealing techniques can greatly enhance a shinobi's combat ability. An ordinary ninja who receives such a seal could instantly gain the strength of a Jonin. Danzo's heart skipped a beat. In that moment, greed began to bloom within him. He quickly grasped the significance of such power and responded firmly. We absolutely cannot let this kind of power fall into the hands of other villages. Exactly. Tabarama nodded in approval. For Konoha's sake, we must adopt other measures. Tabarama hoped the young Danzo understood his true intentions. Your mission alongside Hiruzen to protect Lord Emiya is merely for appearances. Your real mission is simple. By any means necessary, ensure that Lord Emiya does not align himself with other villages. For this, I will assign an ambu squad to follow you. They will assist you and eliminate any unwanted elements. Yes. Danzo dropped to one knee, his voice resolute. Good. Tabarama's expression finally softened. Of course. Officially, the ambu were there to assist Danzo. In reality, they were the ones truly responsible for carrying out the mission. Still, Tabarama needed someone trustworthy near Emia Shyen. Although he had considered assigning Emiya's assistant to this role, that individual had already been swayed by Emiya's noble character and was unlikely to follow such orders willingly. However, Tabarama had his own reasons for choosing Danzo. Danzo was an ideal candidate to deal with any unforeseen obstacles in the shadows. Tabarama also had long-term plans for Danzo. He had noticed the boy's ruthless approach to achieving his goals, which mirrored some of his own tendencies. This wasn't necessarily a flaw in Tabarama's eyes. Such methods were often essential when dealing with enemies. Unfortunately, Danzo's talent wasn't particularly remarkable. The boy's training approach was also somewhat misguided, as he focused too much on mastering powerful jutsu and shortcuts to strength. In this regard, Tabarama had to admit that Danzo's shortcomings were similar to his own. By the way, you seem to favor using sealing techniques in combat. Tabarama glanced at the markings on his arm and offered some advice. The sealing energy developed by Lord Emiya is the most powerful augmentation technique I've ever seen for the human body. If you can acquire this energy from Lord Emiya during the mission, it will benefit your future greatly and make your path much smoother. Chapter 35. These are Konoha's future third Hokage and fifth and a half Hokage. Outside the Hokage office, Danzo walked away with a trace of nervousness. As he left, the boy couldn't help but glance back at the building. Danzo! Hiruzen suddenly jumped out, startling Danzo so badly he nearly jumped. Don't worry about it. Hiruzen hadn't gone home. Concerned that Tabarama might have harshly scolded Danzo, he had stayed behind, planning to comfort his friend. Seeing Danzo glancing back nervously only confirmed his fears. Tobirama must have scared him. As a good friend, Hiruzen loyally reassured Danzo, "Don't let what Tobirama-sensei said bother you. I wasn't hurt at all. Honestly, that wind release technique you used during our match was timed perfectly." Danzo's brow twitched. Those words sounded as though Hiruzen was the victor. But the truth was, Danzo had won their sparring match. And not only that, Tobirama hadn't scolded him at all. In fact, he had praised Danzo for his cleverness and even entrusted him with an important mission. Of course, he couldn't share any of that with Hiruzen. After all, he had a heavy responsibility to bear. A sense of superiority swelled within Danzo's chest. He knew he was the true core of the mission to protect Emia Shyen. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was just a decoy, a distraction set up by Tobirama to mask Danzo's critical role in executing the real mission. What a shame. This feeling of pride and accomplishment couldn't be shared with anyone. "What's wrong, Danzo?" Hiruzen waved his hand in front of Danzo's face, worried that Tobirama's reprimand had rattled his friend. "I'm fine." Danzo pushed Hiruzen's hand away and with a mature demeanor said, "We should head back and prepare. The mission could begin at any moment." "That's true." Hiruzen stroked his chin thoughtfully, mumbling about the situation at Konoha Hospital. "I heard the hospital doesn't have many patients left." With no patients to treat, Emia Shyen didn't have much reason to stay in Konoha. As a renowned medical ninja, it wasn't his style to remain idle in one village. Surely, he would continue his legendary journey across the shinobi world, healing people as he went. However, the villagers of Konoha didn't know these things. All they knew was that the hospital had an extraordinary medical ninja capable of curing any illness. Their focus was on a completely different matter. Relocation. The village of Konoha was becoming increasingly lively. More and more people were moving to new areas within the village. Tobirama, who had developed Konoha's internal relocation plan, was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly it was being implemented. When the leaders of various clans saw the Senju clan willingly making sacrifices, they quickly agreed to follow suit. The era was changing. Other nations had already established shinobi villages. The shinobi village system was the inevitable future. Clans could no longer cling to their own interests. Protecting Konoha had to become their collective goal. Part of this shift was due to the influence of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whose magnanimity had won over these clans. And now, seeing the Senju clan abandon their family name to fully integrate into Konoha, they were further convinced of the importance of unity. From now on, there will no longer be conflicts between clans. Everyone will unite under the emblem of Konoha. The shinobi of Konoha can grow peacefully under this great tree's protection, and their growth will make the tree even stronger. Tobirama was deeply satisfied with the progress Konoha had made. As he accompanied Emia Shyen and Hashirama around the thriving village, he hoped Shyen could see that Konoha's future held more promise than the ancient ninja sects ever had. In fact, the Senju clan had sacrificed themselves for this future. The Senju would become the greatest source of nourishment for Konoha's prosperity. Many Senju shinobi would no longer carry the clan name. From the next generation onward, they would choose new surnames for their children, fully integrating into the village. "The Senju name will soon disappear," Tobirama murmured, recalling the origins of the Senju clan. "Perhaps this decision would disappoint Lord Emia, who gave us our name, but it's a necessary choice. Long ago, the Sage of Six Paths forbade his sons from using his family name. Perhaps it was his way of ensuring other ninjas would integrate into the sects. For Konoha's future, we must do the same. The Senju name will fade, and all that remains will be one unified Konoha. You Senju really are something." Emia Shyen could only nod in respect. Long ago, the Sage of Six Paths had forbidden his sons from using the Otsutsuki name, fearing that others might learn of their connection to Kaguya, the rabbit goddess. He wanted the world to forget her existence. Lord Emia plans to leave Konoha, doesn't he? Tobirama abruptly shifted the conversation to the topic he was most concerned about. With a serious expression, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. During your time at Konoha Hospital, your selfless actions have earned Konoha's eternal gratitude. Tabarama. Hashirama tried to interrupt his younger brother. I do plan to see more of the world, Emia Shyen admitted, not denying his intention to leave. He even provided a reasonable explanation. I want to search for a way to treat the first Hokage. There might still be rare materials in the shinobi world capable of healing him. At the very least, such materials existed in ancient times. Tabarama's mind raced. When it came to his brother, he couldn't help but press for details. What materials? Where can they be found? Fragments of the god tree, Shyen replied. It must be fragments of a living god tree. The god tree is the origin of wood release and even chakra itself. If fragments of a living god tree can be found, they might heal the first Hokage. Then you wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan. Shyen didn't withhold the information, but added a warning. In ancient times, the Sage of Six Paths and the ninja sects thoroughly destroyed the remnants of the god tree. I can't guarantee any still exist in this era. Tabarama nodded thoughtfully. Another secret to uncover. This one was particularly intriguing, as it involved the origins of the wood release bloodline. Tabarama made a mental note of the god tree's fragments before revealing his true purpose. Lord Emia, you're not entirely familiar with this era. As a token of our gratitude, Konoha would like to assign 2 genin to assist you on your journey. In theory, we should send more skilled shinobi. But given Lord Emiya's aversion to conflict, and Konoha's status as the strongest shinobi village of this era, sending only 2 genin won't arouse suspicion from rival nations. Shyen hesitated. In truth, if Tabarama hadn't suggested it, Shyen might have requested Konoha send someone to accompany him. Black Zetsu was constantly plotting to use him as a sacrifice for Kaguya's revival. With Konoha shinobi by his side, Black Zetsu would be forced to stay hidden, unable to pressure him into advancing the Eye of the Moon plan. Recently, Black Zetsu had been lurking around Shyen's residence in Konoha, urging him to leave the village and expedite the plan. What was the rush? Did it think he was some kind of filial son? Reviving Kaguya would only make everyone miserable. Even Shyen's patience had its limits with Black Zetsu's incessant nagging. Now, Tabarama's arrangement gave him a perfect excuse to escape the annoyance. Hiruzen Danzo, Tabarama called. The 2 boys leaped forward, and Tabarama introduced them to Shyen, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. These 2 are Konoha's most promising young shinobi. Shyen glanced at Tabarama with some hesitation. Was he serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. These 2 were destined to become Konoha's 3rd Hokage and the so-called 5th and a half Hokage. By staying at Lord Emiya's side, these boys will also have the opportunity to learn from you, Tabarama added earnestly, worried Shyen might refuse. He placed his hands on the boys' heads and explained, if they can inherit your teachings and ideals, they may one day bring change to Konoha's future. Lord Emiya, Tabarama concluded, Konoha's hope for eternal peace in the shinobi world lies in the hands of the next generation. These children need guidance to ensure that this ideal of peace is passed down without end. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Emia Shyen agreed. Under Tabarama Senju's moral pressure, Emia Shyen had little choice but to go along with the plan, especially since Tabarama's arrangement worked to his advantage. After all, setting aside Black Zetsu's interference, the 2 young shinobi accompanying him were destined for extraordinary futures. Emia Shyen's gaze swept over the 2 boys before him, particularly mindful of how their futures were intricately tied to the contingencies he had set up long in advance. Looking forward to working with you, said a cheerful Sarutobi Hiruzen, beaming with enthusiasm. Looking forward to it, Shimura Danzo replied stiffly, his face incapable of forming a proper smile. Let's get ready then, Emia Shyen said with a faint, compassionate smile. He gently patted Hiruzen on the head like an elder guiding a child. Come with me to pick up some supplies in the village today. We'll leave tomorrow. Yes, the 2 boys responded quickly. As Emia Shyen led the boys away, Hashirama Senju watched his departing figure with reluctance in his eyes. What a shame, Hashirama sighed. I didn't think the time for parting would come so soon. It's only a temporary separation, Tabarama Senju replied, his tone turning colder as he brought up another pressing matter. There's something else we need to discuss, big brother. What is it? It's about Uchiha Madara. Tabarama narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening dangerously. If my predictions are correct, once Madara hears that Lord Emia has left Konoha, he'll try to meet him. Hashirama fell silent. This is an opportunity for us, Tabarama continued, unconcerned by his brother's lingering friendship with Madara. His voice grew sharper as he explained, "We've been secretly searching for Madara's whereabouts for a long time, but haven't found him. We know, however, that he's lurking somewhere in the shinobi world, waiting for the right moment. And now, this is his moment. If Lord Emia heals Madara's blinded Sharingan, that man will regain the confidence and power to attack Konoha." Hashirama remained silent, deep in thought. "Big brother," Tabarama pressed, his voice heavy with urgency. "We can't miss this chance. If we don't eliminate Madara now, he will destroy Konoha sooner or later. After your last battle with him, his hatred for Konoha has only grown stronger." "I understand," Hashirama finally said, letting out a long sigh. Deep down, he had already accepted his brother's reasoning. "Don't worry, this time I won't let Madara escape." However, Hashirama hesitated, his face clouded with displeasure. "This feels like we're using Lord Emia." "For Konoha, this is a necessary step," Tabarama replied, his voice firm and persuasive. "Big brother, do you really want someone like Madara to deceive Lord Emia?" Hashirama looked away, guilt washing over him. If Madara truly manipulated Emia Shyen, it would only deepen Hashirama's shame, considering how indebted he already felt to Shyen. "All right," Hashirama said at last, his reservations finally put to rest. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha, a crowd gathered to bid farewell. Notably absent, however, was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Tabarama explained his brother's absence by saying that Hashirama couldn't bear the pain of parting and had chosen not to show up. But this excuse seemed rather flimsy. Even though Hashirama was known for his emotional nature, he was never one to shy away from challenges. Avoiding a simple farewell, that didn't seem like him. Not that anyone dwelled on it for too long. After all, the main focus was on Emia Shyen and the two young shinobi accompanying him. "Hiruzen," Sarutobi Sasuke said, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "You must take good care of Lord Emia, make sure nothing goes wrong." "Don't worry," Hiruzen replied confidently, puffing out his chest. "You don't need to worry," Emia Shyen interjected, his face radiating kindness. Smiling like a benevolent elder, he reassured Sarutobi Sasuke and the others, "I'll look after these two youngsters." "My apologies," Sarutobi Sasuke said sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. Tabarama didn't say much, his stern gaze fixed on Hiruzen and Danzo. He silently willed the two boys to carry out his plans without fail. Compared to the situation with Emia Shyen, it was another individual who occupied Tabarama's thoughts. Outside Konoha, Hashirama Senju stood atop a tree, fully armed in his red battle armor and carrying a massive sealing scroll on his back. His gaze was fixed on the village gate in the distance. Nearby, a team of Anbu ninjas stood silently atop neighboring trees. These Anbu had two critical tasks. The first was to assist the first Hokage in locating Uchiha Madara. The second was to secretly eliminate any shinobi from other villages who tried to approach Emia Shyen. But the first task was the priority. Uchiha Madara remained Konoha's greatest threat. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now, perhaps the cicada had long since noticed the mantis's presence. Uchiha Madara had been hiding near Konoha all along. He was waiting for the right opportunity to meet Emia Shyen, hoping to persuade him to join his side and uncover secrets from the ancient era. So when Hashirama and the Anbu mobilized, Madara immediately sensed their presence. He concealed himself, carefully observing the group from the shadows. Under a massive tree at the edge of the forest, Madara leaned lazily against the trunk, his cold gaze fixed on the distant Konoha ninjas and their leader, Hashirama. It was as though he had anticipated their every move. HMPH. This sort of deployment. Hashirama. This doesn't seem like your style, Madara muttered to himself, his tone dripping with disdain. It must be that conniving Tobirama. He must have figured out my plan to meet the great Emia Shyen, so he sent you to ambush me, didn't he? If this were Hashirama's doing. Madara knew his old friend well enough to be certain that Hashirama would have come alone if he intended to kill him. He wouldn't have brought a group of Anbu. Just as Tobirama believed he understood Madara's true nature, Madara was equally familiar with Tobirama's cunning tactics. He knew this was all orchestrated by Tobirama. What a shame. A gentle breeze blew through Madara's hair, revealing his blind, pale gray eye hidden beneath the unruly strands. The sight of it added an eerie intensity to his presence. It was unfortunate. Madara knew he couldn't fight Hashirama now. Even with the cells he had transplanted from Hashirama, which granted him would release and powerful regenerative abilities, he stood little chance without his other Sharingan. He would likely be killed outright. So then, I'll use a little trick, Madara said, raising his fingers to form a hand sign. A chilling gleam flickered in his one remaining eye. Hashirama, during our last fight, your wood clone deceived my eyes. Let's see if you can see through mine this time. With a series of hand signs, the tree behind him began to grow. From its trunk, a wooden clone emerged, identical to Madara in appearance and radiating a cold, murderous intent. Go, Madara commanded. Keep Hashirama away from the man I need to meet. As his wooden clone vanished into the forest, Madara leaned back against the tree, his expression growing contemplative. Now comes the real challenge. How do I persuade that man? Madara frowned, knowing he couldn't resort to violence. Emia Shyen was no ordinary opponent. He had already learned that the hard way. During their last encounter, Madara had attempted to subdue Shyen with genjutsu, only to have his mind utterly overwhelmed by Shigen's divine-like spiritual energy. The resulting backlash was more devastating than anything he'd ever experienced. Convincing Emia Shyen through words alone would be no easier. Madara was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. He had never been skilled at persuasion. He was more accustomed to being the one on the receiving end of impassioned speeches. As his gaze drifted toward the village gate, he caught sight of Emia Shyen leaving Konoha with 2 young shinobi by his side. Guess I'll have to try deception, Madara murmured. Chapter 37, Kakuzu go kill Emia Shyen. Land of Fire. Emia Shyen set off on his journey, accompanied by the 2 young shinobi. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju led a group of Anbu ninja, shadowing them from the nearby forest. Their objective was clear: to intercept Uchiha Madara should he attempt to approach Emia Shyen. Strangely, however, Madara had yet to appear. This left Hashirama feeling uneasy. He began to wonder if Madara might take advantage of his absence to attack Konoha instead. But Tobirama was convinced that Madara, having lost one of his main Jikayo Sharingan, would avoid Konoha. After all, the village was protected by Mido Yuzumaki, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, whose sensory abilities were unparalleled. Madara would most likely prioritize pursuing Emia Shyen. Could Tobirama have misjudged Madara's intentions? Hashirama and the Anbu trailed Emia Shyen all the way to the border of the land of waterfalls, but they still hadn't found any trace of Madara. This caused Hashirama to doubt his brother's assessment. Compared to Hashirama's unease, someone else was far more distressed: Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, lurking underground as always, had been secretly tailing Madara. It had a hunch that after their unpleasant prior conflict, Madara might try some unconventional means to contact Emia Shyen. But this. Certainly not this. Black Zetsu watched in stunned disbelief as Madara infiltrated the hidden waterfall village and used his main Jikayo Sharingan to take control of its leader. The leader then ordered his shinobi to ambush a squad entering the land of waterfalls, Shigen's squad. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. What was Madara doing? Why not just meet Emia Shyen directly? Did Madara honestly think these waterfall shinobi could capture someone like Emia Shyen? Together, they weren't even a match for one of Shigen's hands. And yet, Madara was completely confident. This left Black Zetsu utterly baffled. Did Madara plan to let the waterfall shinobi attack Shyen, then swoop in heroically at the last moment to rescue him? What a pointless charade. Black Zetsu could only watch Madara's antics in exasperation. It wanted to warn Shijin, but the presence of the two Konoha youths complicated things. Black Zetsu couldn't afford to reveal itself just yet. At the border of the land of waterfalls, Emia Shyen remained as calm as ever. Danzo, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. He knew there were Anbu nearby, shadowing them to ensure their safety in case of any enemy attacks. The only one on high alert was Hiruzen. The moment they left the land of fire, their squad was no longer under the protection of Konoha's reputation. Any trouble they encountered would have to be dealt with on their own. "Lord Emia," Hiruzen said, roasting a fish over a fire, "why did we come to the land of waterfalls?" "It doesn't matter where we go," Shijin replied without looking up, focused on writing in a medical scroll from their last stop. "I chose a direction at random. Maybe I'll come across a suitable ninja to pass on my medical knowledge, or perhaps I'll find something I need." Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. "When will this journey end?" Danzo asked, frowning. He suddenly realized that such an aimless expedition could end up being a colossal waste of time. 10 years perhaps, Shijin said, still engrossed in his scroll. Both Hiruzen and Danzo froze. For teenagers, 10 years was an unbearably long time. "Don't worry." Shijin put down his pen and carefully rolled up the scroll, addressing the two boys. "If either of you wants to return to Konoha, I'll make sure you're escorted back safely." "Why would we leave?" Hiruzen said with a laugh, taking the scroll from Shijin and packing it away. With a grin, he nudged Danzo. "No one else in the world gets an opportunity like this, to travel with Lord Emia." Danzo shot him a withering glare. What was there to be happy about? A journey of a few weeks or months was fine, but wasting 10 years traveling with Shijin, that was hard to stomach. "Relax." Shijin took a blank scroll from Hiruzen's pack and continued, "Neither of you has the talent to be medical ninja. While I dislike conflict, this era is rife with violence. Peace cannot be achieved through words alone. Only strength can uphold one's ideals." Danzo's breathing grew heavier. "Lord Emia, you're amazing," Hiruzen exclaimed, sitting eagerly beside Shijin. He didn't hesitate to flatter him. "Please guide us in the future." Guide might be too strong a word. Shijin tapped Hiruzen lightly on the head with his pen, his tone casual. "I don't have any particularly powerful techniques to teach. First, I'll need to assess your potential. Don't be disappointed if it's not much." Danzo clenched his fists, suppressing his ambitions. He was well aware that Shijin possessed something he desperately desired. The sealing technique capable of instantly elevating an ordinary ninja's power to new heights. Just as Hiruzen was about to respond, his gaze sharpened. He turned abruptly toward the forest. "Someone's coming." "That's impossible." Danzo's voice trailed off as he stared in disbelief at the group of hidden waterfall shinobi emerging from the trees. Wasn't the perimeter supposed to be guarded by Konoha's Anbu? How had enemy shinobi managed to get so close, especially this group, who were radiating murderous intent? In the forest, the Konoha Anbu were nowhere to be found. 2 hours earlier, they had finally spotted their target. "Lord Hawkage." One of the Anbu noticed a faint red figure beneath a large tree and gestured for Hashirama's attention. "Madara." Hashirama instantly recognized the figure. As a lifelong friend and rival, Hashirama knew Madara's presence better than anyone. Without waiting for backup, he leapt forward. "Lord Hawkage." The Anbu scrambled to follow. When the red-armored figure stepped into the open, everyone confirmed the identity of their target, Uchiha Madara. However, when Madara noticed Hashirama and the Anbu closing in, he merely glanced at them coldly before vanishing into the distance, clearly avoiding a confrontation. "Madara." Hashirama gave chase, with the Anbu trailing closely behind. Some glanced back toward Shijin's group, but ultimately prioritized their mission, assisting Hashirama in eliminating Madara, the greatest threat to Konoha. As for Shijin, Tobirama had emphasized that his strength alone was sufficient to subdue the Nine Tails. There was little need to worry about his safety. "Lord Emia," Hiruzen said, gripping a kunai tightly as the hidden waterfall shinobi surrounded them. "These guys don't look friendly. Should we retreat?" "I doubt we could," Shijin replied calmly, lifting his gaze without a trace of panic. He could sense that the Anbu had been drawn away by Madara's wood clone. But the real Madara. He was already lurking nearby, hidden among the waterfall shinobi. What was Madara planning? Shijin couldn't quite figure it out, but was certain these shinobi were acting under Madara's influence. Madara? Was he seriously about to stage such a cliched farce? Still, Madara wasn't the priority right now. Shijin's eyes scanned the waterfall shinobi, searching for something, or someone, that might explain his journey to the land of waterfalls. Kakuzu, attack. The hidden waterfall leader barked an order, his voice ringing out as he pointed toward Shijin. Kill that man, we'll handle the brats. Chapter 38, Kakuzu go kill Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu. That name seemed to carry a certain weight. The moment the waterfall ninja heard their captain's command, they froze, stepping aside to make way for their towering comrade. We're Konoha shinobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, trying to leverage Konoha's reputation to negotiate. Konoha holds no hostility toward the hidden waterfall village. Kill them. But the waterfall ninja didn't care about such formalities. Having lived secluded in the mountains, they weren't intimidated by the concept of great nations or their villages. Their sole duty was to carry out the orders of their leader, even if that meant assassinating the Hokage himself. Taking down 2 Konoha kids, nothing to fret over. The group of waterfall ninja charged toward Hiruzen and Danzo. At the same time, the one called Kakuzu broke off and sprinted directly at Emia Shyen. Why Kakuzu? Because he was the strongest shinobi in the hidden waterfall village. For this reason, he was often tasked with handling the most dangerous assignments. Die, Kakuzu growled. With incredible speed, he closed the gap, appearing behind Emia Shyen in an instant. His kunai shot forward, aiming straight for Shijin's heart. Lord Emia. Hiruzen felt a surge of fear. Even Danzo, usually composed, was overcome with dread. This had to be a joke. Their mission had barely begun, and now it seemed like the sky was falling. Neither of them could imagine the consequences they'd face in Konoha if Emia Shyen were killed under their protection. Both boys fought desperately to push through the waterfall ninja blocking their path, trying to reach Shijin. However, in this moment of chaos, Shijin remained unshaken. In fact, he seemed entirely focused on something else, using the fleeting seconds of Kakuzu's attack to accept a sudden mission that had appeared on his system interface. There wasn't much time. The mission was unexpected, and Shijin wasn't sure if such an opportunity would arise again. Fortunately, his Edo Tensei state made him perfectly suited to complete it, especially since the mission reward promised the possibility of true immortality. Unfinished request 3-3. S-rank request. Demonstrate your immortality in front of Kakuzu. The moment Shijin accepted the mission, Kakuzu's kunai plunged into his heart. This sight shocked everyone. Shijin. Hidden underground, Black Zetsu could hardly believe what it was witnessing. Is this a joke? From the forest, Uchiha Madara was equally stunned. He couldn't imagine Shijin being so powerless in the face of these waterfall shinobi. Lord Emia. For Hiruzen and Danzo, it felt like the world was collapsing. What's going on? Kakuzu himself hesitated, sensing something unusual. From Shijin's chest, where the kunai had struck, fine particles of gray dust began to swirl. The next moment, a loud crack echoed through the air. A figure clad in red armor descended from above. Get lost. Madara, realizing there was no point in staying hidden, kicked Kakuzu away and approached Shijin. His eyes scanned Shijin's body, observing the gray particles coalescing around the wound in his chest. Only when the particles fully restored Shijin's form did Madara finally relax. It seemed Shijin wouldn't die after all. Madara felt a small wave of relief, though it was accompanied by disdain for Tobirama Senju. That scheming snake. The Edo Tensei jutsu was truly vile. It condemned its victims to an existence where they could neither live nor die, a despicable and cruel state. That's Uchiha Madara. Danzo's exclamation echoed through the battlefield. The sight of Madara left both Hiruzen and Danzo feeling as if the sky had truly fallen. Seeing him now was even worse than the fear they'd felt for Shijin. Is that really Madara? Even the hidden waterfall ninja, far removed from the shinobi world's great powers, recognized the infamous figure from the Warring States era. Fear and uncertainty flickered across their faces. Since Madara's reappearance in Konoha, rumors of him being a rogue shinobi had spread throughout the ninja world. Though Konoha hadn't officially issued a bounty on him, his name alone was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Aside from the first Hokage, who else could possibly defeat Uchiha Madara? The hidden waterfall ninjas' will to fight faltered. "Fall back!" Their leader shouted, signaling retreat while issuing Kakuzu his final orders. "Kakuzu, kill him. We'll leave this to you. Don't forget to take care of those two brats as well." Leaving their comrade behind to die? How shameless, Hiruzen muttered, appalled by their actions. Even Danzo was shocked by the hidden waterfall ninjas' blatant abandonment of their own. He had never seen anything like it. Since when did shinobi toss their teammates to the wolves to cover their own retreat? Though, as he glanced toward Madara, Danzo realized that perhaps retreat wasn't such a bad idea. "Danzo, we should go too." Danzo whispered to Hiruzen, pulling him closer. He suspected that the Anbu guarding the perimeter had been killed by Madara, leaving them without reinforcements. Against someone like Madara, even the first Hokage had struggled. What could two Konoha genin possibly do? Surely, they had done all they could to protect Shijin. "Hiruzen, let's retreat while we still can." Hiruzen hesitated. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, left behind by his comrades, silently picked up his kunai. The burly man stared at Madara with unwavering determination and charged forward, fully prepared to give his life for his mission. "You..." Madara was momentarily taken aback by Kakuzu's resolve. Was this man a fool? Couldn't he see that his comrades had abandoned him? Did he not realize he was being sent to die? Kakuzu's expression didn't falter. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Madara with his kunai. In a flash, Madara caught his wrist with one hand. Cracked. Madara twisted Kakuzu's wrist, snapping it with ease. The kunai fell from his grip. Yet Kakuzu didn't relent. Ignoring the pain, he swung his leg toward Madara in a desperate kick. Cracked. Madara broke his leg just as easily. The gap between them was insurmountable. Whether in strength or combat experience, Kakuzu was no match for Madara. Gripping Kakuzu by the throat, Madara prepared to end his life. But before he could, Emia Shyen's calm voice interrupted him. "Killing someone in front of a medical ninja dishonors our path as shinobi. Is there anything I can do to convince you to spare his life?" Madara turned, confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at Shyen. Even Kakuzu seemed more baffled than before. His gaze questioned not only why Shyen was still alive, but also why he would plead for him. "Lord Emia." Hiruzen's voice broke with relief. "Danzo." Danzo quickly grabbed his friend's arm, urging him to stay calm. He knew Madara could kill them both in an instant. "HMPH." Madara released Kakuzu's throat with a sneer. To him, both Kakuzu and the waterfall ninja were mere pawns in his plan to gauge Shyen's temperament. Their lives were inconsequential. Besides, sparing Kakuzu now might even earn him something useful from Shyen. Kakuzu struggled to his feet, his body battered and broken. Without a word, he began to limp away. His pride had been crushed, not just by the fight but also by the betrayal of his comrades. Perhaps, for a shinobi, survival was only as meaningful as the mission they served. "Wait," Shyen called out suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. "Your injuries," Shyen said, his expression calm and emotionless. The pale, lifeless quality of his Edo Tensei body only made his words seem more profound. Standing in the fading sunlight, Shyen's figure appeared almost saintly. Leaving an injured man untreated in the presence of a medical ninja would be shameful, wouldn't it? Chapter 39. I cannot lie, so forgive me if I misspoke. Why did you save me? Kakuzu sat quietly in front of Emia Shyen, his voice calm but carrying a hint of confusion. "Because you're injured," Shyen replied, his palm glowing with a soft, emerald-green chakra as he mended Kakuzu's broken bones. "And I happen to be a medical ninja. If he goes back, he'll just get himself killed," Uchiha Madara cut in, his tone dripping with disdain. Casually, he revealed a harsh truth. The fools from the hidden waterfall village don't see him as a comrade. This guy might be strong by their low standards, but... Madara let his words trail off, but his meaning was clear. To him, Kakuzu was a mere shadow of power, not even worthy of comparison. Yet as he spoke, a flicker of something passed through Madara's mind, memories of his own betrayal. With a cold sneer, he added, "The shinobi world is filled with small-minded fools who can't stand the thought of someone stronger than them. For instance, Tabarama Senju. That scheming, despicable, underhanded Tabarama." Madara's thoughts lingered bitterly on his old rival. Shijin, while silently treating Kakuzu's injuries, felt as though he had been metaphorically stabbed in the back. He could sense Madara's thoughts clearly. Although Shijin wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately, he understood that in a world ruled by power, no one wanted to be the innocent victim of someone else's recklessness. "So they want me dead," Kakuzu muttered. He understood Madara's implications instantly, his voice heavy with resignation. "In a world like this, what can shinobi like me do besides follow orders?" "Simple, kill them first," Madara retorted sharply, his eyes flashing with mockery as he glanced at Kakuzu. "Fools like you, bowing and scraping to the weak, are the ones trampling on their own lives." Kakuzu fell into thought. A man of few words and a keen thinker, Kakuzu was no stranger to challenging authority in his mind. He knew Madara's logic wasn't wrong. If someone sought his life, why shouldn't he claim theirs in return? What nonsense, those leaders, those commanders, those so-called village heads. If they wanted him dead, then he had every right to kill them. But then, why had this medical ninja saved him? Was it really just because he was a medical ninja? In this world of lies and bloodshed, Kakuzu, accustomed to suspicion and betrayal, found it difficult to understand Shijin's actions. "Try to survive," Shijin said, finishing his work and patting Kakuzu lightly on the shoulder. "Don't waste the chakra I used to save you." "HMPH," Madara scoffed. "Saving him was a waste of my time, and Lord Emiya's as well." Madara's scornful tone betrayed his complete disregard for Kakuzu, and he didn't even bother to glance directly at him while he spoke. "Thank you," Kakuzu said quietly, acknowledging the reality of Madara's overwhelming strength. He turned to Shijin, his voice steadier now. "May I ask your name, my lord?" "Leave now," Madara barked, clearly losing patience. His scarlet Sharingan flared as he snarled, "If you don't even know the name of such a renowned figure, don't think for a second you deserve a second meeting with him." "I am Emia Shyen," Shijin said calmly, his tone gentle and approachable despite Madara's harshness. He looked at Kakuzu as if addressing a patient, without a hint of condescension. Kakuzu's pupils dilated in shock. That name. It couldn't be. It was a name spoken of in legend. As a shinobi, Kakuzu had grown up hearing tales of Emia Shijin's deeds. For a moment, he could hardly believe that the man sitting before him was the same figure of myth, the savior of the hidden waterfall village. According to the stories passed down in the land of waterfalls, the village had once been on the brink of extinction due to a strange curse that contaminated the land. Food and water had become poisoned, and villagers were succumbing to a mysterious illness. Their population dwindled rapidly, and it seemed the entire settlement would soon perish. Then, Emia Shyen had appeared. The legendary medical ninja had lifted the curse from the land, cured the afflicted villagers, and saved the village from total annihilation. It was only thanks to his intervention that the village grew and eventually became the hidden waterfall village. This tale, along with many other stories of Shijin's heroics, had spread throughout the shinobi world. Are you truly the Emia Shyen? For someone like Kakuzu, who prided himself on remaining calm, his voice betrayed his disbelief. But Madara's presence was proof enough. A man of Madara's stature wouldn't associate with anyone who wasn't extraordinary. Moreover, Madara's respectful, if begrudging, demeanor toward Shijin only confirmed Kakuzu's suspicions. Who else could possess such grace and magnanimity? Madara sneered, glancing at Kakuzu. Though he had his own motives for staying close to Shijin, he didn't mind throwing a few compliments the man's way, especially when it came to reinforcing Shijin's mystique. Go back, Shijin said, waving Kakuzu off gently. Kakuzu hesitated, lingering where he stood. There were too many questions swirling in his mind. Why was Emia Shyen here in this era? How had he survived being stabbed through the heart? And why did his body seem so strange, like an assembly of lifeless dust particles? What's the matter? Madara's brow furrowed as he glared at Kakuzu. Is sparing your life not enough? Perhaps he's just lost his way, Shijin said, smiling faintly. He mistook Kakuzu's hesitation for existential uncertainty and offered a suggestion. If your village has cast you out and you're searching for a purpose, perhaps you should dedicate yourself to something meaningful. Something meaningful, Kakuzu echoed, shaking his head. He couldn't think of anything. Why not try helping those in pain? Shijin suggested casually, ignoring Madara's simmering irritation. Kakuzu stood silent for a long moment before finally turning and walking away, his expression unreadable. In his heart, however, he had made a decision. He would return to the village and confirm Madara's claims. If his leaders truly wanted him dead, then he would eliminate them instead. And after that, perhaps Shijin's words held some truth. Although Kakuzu lacked the medical skills to emulate Shijin, he might find his own way to help others, or at least, to reshape his life. However, as a shinobi from a small village, Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. He doubted someone like him was worthy of following in Shijin's footsteps. Still, one thought lingered in his mind. If life as a shinobi wasn't enough, perhaps there was another way to live. How dull, Madara muttered as Kakuzu's figure disappeared into the distance. He turned to Shijin and asked, almost lazily, was it really worth wasting your time on someone like that? For me, yes, Shijin replied softly. His fingers twitched ever so slightly as he discreetly stashed away a strand of black tendril-like material, a reward he had earned for completing his mission. S-rank request completed. Demonstrate your immortality in front of Kakuzu. Reward, Earth Grudge Fear, a unique chakra construct that allows the user to steal the hearts of others to gain immortality, control elemental chakra natures, and split into autonomous combat units, with a maximum of 5 elemental affinities. How ironic. If Shijin had obtained Earth Grudge Fear during the ancient era, he might have achieved immortality and avoided having to set so many plans in motion. Still, it wasn't too late. If luck didn't favor him in the future, this newfound power might become his last resort. Now then, Shijin said, his voice distant as he turned his attention to Madara. By the way, I'm not great at lying, so if I've misspoken, I ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 40, Those Eyes Are the Rinnegan. What? What exactly was Emia Shyen talking about? What was he doing? And why on earth had he believed that Emia Shyen had learned to lie? Hidden underground, Black Zetsu felt as though it might lose its mind, listening to the conversation between Shijin and Madara. What did Shijin mean by, I cannot lie, so forgive me if I misspoke? Saying something like that out loud, wasn't it blatantly announcing to Madara that he was planning to lie? How could that possibly earn Madara's trust? Madara's expression became increasingly strange. Emia Shyen. Was this man even serious? What did he mean by, I cannot lie, so forgive me if I misspoke? This ancient, legendary figure was really trying to deceive him with such a clumsy attempt. What an absurdly blatant lie. Lord Emia. Madara's face darkened, suspecting that Shijin was mocking him. But as he gazed at Shijin's genuinely sincere expression, he recalled Shijin's time spent in the village. Suddenly, a certain someone came to mind, and he immediately connected the dots. HMPH. If I'm not mistaken. Madara sneered coldly, mocking the one person he despised most. It must have been Tobirama Senju who told you to lie to me if you ever met me, isn't that right? No, not at all, Shijin replied hesitantly, speaking the truth. HMPH, it had to be him. Madara's sneer deepened as his suspicions solidified. Tobirama, that despicable little schemer, remains as conniving as ever. Well, Shijin sighed helplessly, resigning himself to the impossibility of salvaging Tobirama's reputation. He decided to cut to the point. Tobirama did mention that you'd come looking for me to help heal your blind eyes. Shock flickered in Madara's eyes. That explained it. It all made sense now. Of course, Tobirama would stoop to such lows as to coax a man like Shijin into lying. The realization hit Madara like a lightning bolt. His hand instinctively moved to his blind eye, stroking the lifeless orb hidden beneath his long hair. Could it be? Could this eye really be healed? The blindness was a price he had willingly paid for invoking the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Madara had never expected the eye to regain its sight. But now, could Emia Shyen truly restore it? If Shijin could heal his blind eye, It would give Madara the strength he needed to confront Hashirama Senju once more. Lord Emia. Madara swept aside his disheveled hair, revealing the gray, lifeless eye beneath. His voice was steady but intense as he asked, "Can you really heal this blind eye of mine?" Shijin hesitated again, seemingly caught in a mental dilemma. "I think I might be able to heal it, or maybe not." Madara's irritation flared. How could a legendary medical ninja, someone renowned for his abilities, be unsure of his own skills? Clearly, this hesitation was due to Tobirama's meddling. That conniving schemer must have persuaded Shijin to lie, hoping to prevent him from healing Madara's eye. Thankfully, Shijin was a terrible liar. Even when attempting deceit, his words were full of holes. Madara's feelings were a mix of annoyance and triumph. He was now convinced that Shijin could heal his eye. The possibility of regaining sight in that blind eye, an unanticipated miracle, filled him with anticipation. "In that case, let's try." Madara's lips curled into a faint smirk, his tone coaxing. "Lord Emia, you needn't believe Tobirama's lies. That treacherous schemer disturbed your eternal rest with his vile forbidden techniques. He's clearly been manipulating and deceiving you, urging you to lie to your patients. Doesn't that go against the noble principles you hold so dearly?" Shijin sighed inwardly. It was painfully clear how deeply Madara despised Tobirama. His words dripped with venom whenever Tobirama's name came up. Shijin didn't even know how to respond to such relentless defamation. After all, it wasn't as if Shijin had said a single word about Tobirama to begin with. But convincing Madara otherwise seemed impossible. "Fine. I can treat your eye," Shijin finally relented, giving up on defending Tobirama's reputation. He added with a soft sigh, "But I must ask for one thing in return. Don't use your newfound strength to reignite the flames of war in the shinobi world, as Tobirama warned you might." So it was him. Madara's hatred for Tobirama grew even stronger. Still, he had no intention of restarting a war. With a faint smile, he assured Shijin, "Rest assured. If my eye is restored, I'll use this power to bring true peace to the world." "I hope you're being truthful," Shijin replied, nodding. He moved closer to examine Madara's blind eye and with a single glance deduced the cause of its blindness. "This is a case of permanent Mangekyo sharing in blindness?" Shijin asked, frowning. "You used some sort of technique powered by the Sharingan at great cost, and it left this eye completely blind, didn't it?" "That's correct," Madara admitted without hesitation. He had no doubt in Shijin's medical expertise. "In theory, I should be able to restore it," Shijin said, though his brow furrowed as he continued. "If we were back in the ancient era, I could use yin energy to forcibly enhance its ocular power, which would restore its sight." "Oh, by the way, isn't it curious?" Shijin mused. "Restoring Hashirama requires yang energy, the pinnacle of yang chakra. Meanwhile, restoring your eye requires yin energy, the pinnacle of yin chakra." Yin energy, yang energy. Madara's heart skipped a beat as the words struck a chord. He recalled the inscriptions on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. "Wait, are you saying that the Mangekyo Sharingan can still increase in power?" Shijin's explanation aligned perfectly with the ancient tablet. Yin and yang chakra, the two opposing forces. And now, Shijin had revealed their respective roles, one tied to himself, the other to Hashirama. Madara's thoughts raced, unraveling truths that had eluded him for so long. It had all become clear. This was the revelation he'd sought. The stone tablet's cryptic reference to the all-encompassing power finally made sense. "But in my current state, I cannot do it," Shijin said, shaking his head and shattering Madara's euphoria. "In this Edo Tensei body, I cannot access the full extent of yin energy needed to heal you." Madara's expression darkened. Although healing his eye hadn't been his primary goal, the realization that it was possible, only to be told it couldn't be done, left him deeply frustrated. "However, you need not despair," Shijin added, his voice carrying a weight that immediately recaptured Madara's attention. His gaze pierced into Madara as if peering through his very being. "This eye of yours has recently been nourished by an immensely powerful chakra. Under its influence, the eye is already beginning to recover and regain its power." Madara's heart pounded. He knew. Shijin had seen through him. The legendary figure from the ancient era had discerned the truth, that Madara had obtained Hashirama's chakra. And not only that, when this eye fully recovers, its power will ascend to new heights, Shyen said, his voice steady and deliberate, as if recounting a story from ages past. This eye will transform, becoming capable of bridging the boundaries of life and death, of yin and yang. In ancient times, this type of eye appeared once, in the one your era reveres as a god. I once held those eyes in my hands. They embodied the power of all chakra natures, wielding the force of creation itself. Madara's pupils widened in shock. The power of creation itself, this was the all-encompassing power spoken of in the tablet. In that moment, all his doubts were laid to rest. At last, the mystery was solved. The name of those eyes. Shyen's gaze seemed to pierce through time itself, reaching into the truths of the past and the conspiracies of the future. Is the Rinnegan. Chapter 41, A Lie Without Lies. Everything became clear. The hidden truth of the world was finally revealed. Uchiha Madara realized that he was beginning to understand everything. The information he obtained from Emia Shyen's words was enough to decipher the secret inscribed on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and even unveil the final evolution of the Sharingan. The forces of positive and negative. It truly referred to the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The interaction of positive and negative forces. This referred to Senju Hashirama's chakra, which could enhance the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing it to evolve into the Rinnegan, a power that represented the all-encompassing force. Rinnegan. I remember, it's said to be the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Madara recalled the legend of the Rinnegan. The ninja world had long passed down the story of the three great Jutsu, the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Rinnegan represented the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Madara now understood why the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan had been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. The tablet was a guide for the Uchiha clan, a direct legacy from their ancestor. Now, Madara finally had all the answers. His eyes were already evolving, slowly but surely, into the Rinnegan. Indeed. The Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Emia Shyen didn't conceal the truth, offering more details about the connection between the Uchiha clan and the Sage of Six Paths. The ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan leads to the Rinnegan because their origin, the Sage of Six Paths, was the father of your ancestor, Indra. Madara remembered something Emia Shyen had mentioned earlier. The Uchiha clan's ancestor, Indra, had fought against Emia Shyen and suffered a humiliating defeat, likely not much different from Madara's own defeat at Shyen's hands. Now the picture was complete. It was because the Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths that he left the stone tablet to their clan, embedding messages that only the Sharingan could decipher. Thank you. Madara crossed his arms, his expression haughty but grateful. He was pleased to finally have answers to the questions that had tormented him for so long. You're welcome. These things were common knowledge in that era. Emia Shyen, having said this, added another explanation. I wasn't sure if speaking too much about these ancient matters would cause trouble in your era. After all, Tobirama warned me not to divulge too much about the past, like the fact that the Uchiha and Senju clans share the same ancestor and are both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. HMPH. No wonder. Madara scoffed disdainfully, already seeing through Tobirama's motives. Tobirama has always feared the power of the Uchiha clan. It seems he was afraid that this truth would give Hashirama a reason to refuse his suppression of the Uchiha within the village. What a petty, narrow-minded man. How small-minded. To even suppress such truths. Madara was well aware that revealing these ancient connections between the Uchiha and Senju clans could have smoothed relations between the two during the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. But now, it was too late. Such knowledge might have pleased both him and Hashirama during the early days of Konoha's creation, as it would have provided a grand justification for their clan's unity. But now, the two had completely broken apart. When Madara left Konoha, severing ties with the Uchiha clan, he had become an outcast, a man alone with his ideals. Now, I have only one question left. Madara set aside thoughts of ancient secrets between the Uchiha and Senju clans, his sharp eyes locking onto Emia Shyen. He sought the answer to one final question. Emia, so now, I believe you can see that the peace of this era is nothing but an undercurrent of darkness. I want to know, did the Sage of Six Paths leave behind a method to achieve eternal peace for the ninja world? Madara did not directly mention the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. He knew that once his Rinnegan awakened, he could read the entirety of its contents. Besides, the secrets of the stone tablet, perhaps even Emia Shyen knew nothing about them. Madara wanted to hear directly from this ancient figure. He trusted that Shyen, with his apparent goodness, would not hide anything. Whatever secrets the Sage of Six Paths left behind, Shyen would surely reveal them. However, Madara was disappointed. Emia Shyen hesitated once again. As if afraid that Madara might again tarnish Tobirama's name, he told another clumsy lie, even as Black Zetsu eavesdropped in silence. Forgive me. I cannot tell you the whole truth. Please don't misunderstand, this isn't because of Tobirama's advice. Tobirama doesn't know the lengths to which people in ancient times went to prevent chakra from being used in warfare, nor could he understand the Sage of Six Paths' intentions. HMPH. Madara did not reduce his animosity toward Tobirama. He even grew dissatisfied with Emia Shyen's attempts to defend the man. Did Shyen think Madara lacked discernment? While Madara detested Tobirama, he would not unjustly accuse him. If he blamed Tobirama, it was only because Tobirama deserved it. Still, Madara narrowed his eyes, analyzing the deeper meaning behind Shyen's words. Why can't you tell me everything, Emia Dono? As I said, because I am not very good at lying. Emia Shyen's sincerity in his tone left Madara momentarily speechless, even as Black Zetsu listened in bewilderment. There's no need to lie about this, is there? Madara inhaled deeply, feeling his patience tested. Are there secrets that those of us in this era aren't meant to know? There are. Shyen's gaze turned somber, his voice heavy with regret. The last person to possess the Rinnegan abandoned the means to achieve eternal peace through power. Others convinced him that humanity could find mutual understanding, that as long as people understood each other, there would be no more conflict in this world. Hadohata. Madara laughed scornfully, mocking the naivety of Shyen's story. To think someone so powerful could entertain such a childish belief, relying on mutual understanding among humans, how ridiculous. Even if he was as strong as a god, his will was far too fragile. Madara assumed Shyen was speaking about the Sage of Six Paths. After all, only the sage could have possessed the Rinnegan in ancient times. Madara believed Shyen was awkwardly lying to shield the sage's reputation, but his lies were riddled with holes. Only Black Zetsu, lurking underground, felt a pang of sorrow. It knew that Shyen was mourning his own past. This sadness made Madara's mockery all the more jarring. Emia Shyen truly was not suited to lying. Perhaps forcing Shyen to learn how to lie had been a mistake. Human nature is what it is. The world is ever-changing, yet humans remain caught in cycles of hatred. Shyen's voice remained calm as he recounted another story from the past. Once, a god sought to alter humanity's fate through a technique powerful enough to reshape the world. But in the end, he fell at the hands of those who refused to let their fate be controlled by another. A technique to reshape the world. Madara focused intently, catching the key detail. A sudden realization dawned on him. He thought he finally understood. That technique, it must have been the Sage of Six Paths method for achieving eternal peace, wasn't it? Shyen gently shook his head, his tone filled with sorrow. That technique led humanity toward its darkest age. Then, Madara's lips curled into a smirk, as if every answer had fallen into place. The current ninja world has already reached its darkest age. Chapter 42, Hashirama, do you think you could be someone like Emia Dono? Uchiha Madara had taken the bait, hadn't he? Hidden underground, Black Zetsu was utterly perplexed. Emia Shyen's lies were so clumsy that even from below, it could feel the awkwardness, yet Madara seemed to have fallen for them exactly as planned. In truth, Madara didn't feel deceived at all. In fact, he felt he had gained something tremendous. The crucial information he had obtained from Emia Shyen gave him hope that his ideals could be realized. What do you intend to do? Emia Shyen seemed to see through Madara's thoughts, asking seriously. Once you awaken the Rinnegan, do you plan to use that world-altering technique to change everything? This is only natural, Madara replied. His arrogance returned, his tone carrying the pride of a solitary, untouchable warrior. If one learns the answers to the world's problems and does nothing, wouldn't that be a disgrace to their own life? After speaking, Madara turned to Emia Shyen. He wanted to invite him to join forces, knowing that if Shyen agreed, it would provide an immense advantage. Shyen not only possessed vast wisdom about the Sage of Six Paths, but also understood the world-shifting technique left behind. Emia Shyen, don't you think this era is already far too corrupt? Join me in reshaping this ninja world. Soon, I'll awaken the Rinnegan. And with your ancient wisdom, together we could guide this world toward. But Madara abruptly stopped speaking. His brow furrowed slightly. He had sensed something unusual. Far away, in a mountain valley, a group of Konoha ANBU surrounded the area. Inside the valley, Senju Hashirama swung a blade, slicing through what appeared to be Uchiha Madara. Yet the figure dissolved into wood right before his eyes. This is a wood clone. A bead of sweat rolled down Hashirama's forehead. The near-perfect replication reminded him of their previous battle when Madara had used a wood clone to deceive him, leading him to believe he had killed the real Madara. Now, Madara's wood clone had fooled him again. But something felt off. Madara. When did he awaken the wood release ability? Hashirama, momentarily caught in thought about how much stronger Madara had become with wood release, suddenly realized the dire situation at hand. Damn, I've been tricked. Madara is with Emia Shyen. Hashirama instantly pieced it together. Madara had lured him here with a wood clone, using the classic tiger away from the mountain tactic to create an opportunity to meet with Emia Shyen. Without wasting another second, Hashirama ordered his ANBU to regroup and immediately retrace their steps. They had to reach Emia Shyen as quickly as possible. Not only was Emia Shyen in potential danger, but so were Konoha's two most promising young ninjas. Looks like Hashirama has seen through my plan. Madara smirked when his wood clone was destroyed. As always, Hashirama's moves were precise and decisive, but it was already too late. Plan. Emia Shyen furrowed his brow. Just a little diversion, Madara said with a soft chuckle, mocking Konoha. Did you really not notice, Emia Shyen, that someone has been secretly following you this entire time? Madara sneered. That sly schemer, Tobirama, had already anticipated that I'd want to meet you. He secretly had Hashirama and an ANBU unit tailing you, treating you like bait to lure me out. Emia Shyen, don't be deceived by their hypocritical words. Madara spread his arms wide, and with a serious expression, once again extended an invitation. Join me in reshaping this world. Emia Shyen remained silent for a while. The ancient figure's gaze shifted to the two bound boys in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danza. Their eyes were covered, and their ears were blocked to ensure they could not overhear the conversation. This had been Madara's precaution, as he deeply distrusted the two young Konoha ninjas. If not for the risk of upsetting Emia Shyen, Madara wouldn't have hesitated to kill them both. I made a promise. Shyen sighed, his tone filled with a quiet resolve. For now, my priority is finding the materials needed to treat Hashirama's condition. You'll need time to awaken the Rinnegan. And during that time, only Hashirama can maintain peace in this world. Madara was persuaded. The reasoning was airtight, and even he couldn't argue against it. Though he claimed to have no regard for his old friendship with Hashirama, deep down, he didn't mind allowing his old rival to live a while longer. After all, he still needed to prove to Hashirama that his vision of peace was the correct one. Others have tried to convince me to join this era. But I've thought it through many times, and realized that every generation must write its own story. My story, Emia Shyen said solemnly, should have ended long ago. With a rare seriousness in his voice, Shyen spoke softly. In his hand was a single leaf, gently swaying in the wind. Now, all I can do is act as a faint breeze in this era. A breeze just strong enough to stir the leaves, but not powerful enough to change anything. The ones who can truly change the world. Are the winds strong enough to turn windmills? Emia Shyen. Madara sighed deeply, gazing at Shyen with newfound respect. For the first time, Madara realized he could not persuade Emia Shyen. Yet, he also understood why this man was revered across centuries, why humans had granted him the title of great. Even someone as proud as Madara couldn't deny Shyen's nobility. Meanwhile, underground, Black Zetsu felt a pang of sadness. It finally understood why Shyen had refused to support Madara's Moon Eye plan. Hashirama is coming. Madara knew his time was up. Regretfully, he prepared to leave. It seems I'll have to wait for another day to hear more of your wisdom. Turning serious, Madara spoke his final request. I know you dislike deception, Emiyadono, but I ask that you keep our conversation today confidential, especially regarding that technique. I understand. Shyen nodded gently, sighing. You and Hashirama walk different paths, but your destination is the same. You merely take different routes to get there. Perhaps, Madara scoffed. Though his tone was dismissive, his heart agreed with Shyen's words. Both he and Hashirama sought peace. They simply had different methods of achieving it. As Madara prepared to leave, he glanced back at the bound boys. Appearing before Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he removed their blindfolds. Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen shouted nervously. Danzo, meanwhile, was paralyzed with fear. HMPH. These are the children Hashirama hopes to protect. Madara sneered at them with disdain, before speaking coldly. Brats, tell Hashirama this. As a token of thanks to Emiyadono, I won't wage war on him anytime soon. And with that, Madara vanished. Chapter 43, The Promise. Uchiha Madara departed with remarkable ease. At this moment, Madara truly felt free. He had discovered his path, a road significant enough for him to cast aside all remnants of the past. However, the mood among the Konoha shinobi was far from good. Take, for instance, the two young boys who had been shaken by Madara's presence. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, this encounter was the closest they had ever come to death. Even as Emia Shyen untied the ropes binding their bodies, he could still see their limbs trembling with fear. Today's events must be reported to Lord Hawkage, Hiruzen said, slowly regaining his composure. The young boy recalled how his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had been severely injured by Uchiha Madara in the past. He now fully understood why his father had been defeated. In front of that man, even the idea of staying calm was a luxury. Madara didn't need to release any chakra or display any aura. Just his presence alone was enough to unsettle the heart. Let alone fighting him under such pressure. We should return to the village and report everything to Lord Tobirama, Danzo stammered, still shaken. Although he tried to act composed, it was obvious he was rattled. His trembling hands, barely able to grip his ninja blade, betrayed his internal struggle. This reaction wasn't surprising. Konoha's shinobi had always feared Madara. Even when Madara was one of the founders of Konoha, children in the village were terrified of his perpetually stern and cold face. And now, as Konoha's most formidable enemy, a man even the first Hokage couldn't kill, his mere image had become synonymous with dread. After losing an eye, Madara's appearance became even more fearsome. You don't need to worry too much, Shyen said casually, trying to soothe the boys. His gaze drifted into the distance. If I'm not mistaken, the Konoha shinobi should be arriving here soon. As Shyen spoke, it was as if he were oblivious to the fact that Senju Hashirama and a group of Konoha ANBU had been covertly following them. He sighed lightly. Madara told me there's been a team of Konoha shinobi shadowing us since we left the village. Danzo's heart skipped a beat, his nerves tightening once more. This was bad. Lord Tobirama's plan had been discovered. How were they supposed to continue their mission now? Wait. Did this mean Madara hadn't killed the ANBU? If so, why hadn't the ANBU continued to follow them? Could it be that their presence had been neutralized, or had Madara simply allowed them to live? Even without Madara, this mission was bound to be dangerous. Small villages like Takagakure had already sent shinobi to attack them, and Shyen, despite being a renowned medical ninja, didn't seem to possess formidable combat prowess. After all, Takagakir's ninja had pierced his chest with a single strike. Now Danzo was stuck with a dilemma: should he stay or leave? He feared for his life if he stayed, but didn't want to appear cowardly by retreating to the village. Fortunately, Danzo didn't have to make the decision himself. Senju Hashirama arrived with a team of ANBU, cutting short any debate. Danzo could only stand silently, waiting for orders. When Hashirama saw that Shyen and the two young boys were unharmed, he finally relaxed. But his relief was short-lived. When Hashirama heard from the two boys that Madara had indeed been here, and had even made a promise not to wage war for now, his expression grew serious once again. He said he wouldn't wage war for now. Hashirama couldn't make sense of Madara's words. Although he was glad that Madara was willing to maintain peace for the time being, it seemed like Madara's intention was only to delay the inevitable. This temporary peace is likely until his eye fully recovers, Shyen interjected, speaking frankly. Madara's blind eye still needs some time to regain its sight. That's not good, Hashirama muttered, his heart once again weighed down by worry. If Madara's eyes recovered, he would regain his peak power, or even surpass it, especially with the addition of his newfound would-release abilities. At that point, if Madara reignited the flames of war against Konoha. Even without the Nine Tails at his side, Hashirama knew just how dangerous Madara could be. You don't need to worry. Shyen noticed Hashirama's unease and tried to console him. The situation isn't as dire as it seems. Oh. Hashirama's anxiety lessened slightly. Relax, Shyen said, patting Hashirama on the shoulder. For that blind eye to fully recover, it'll take at least another 20 years. Hashirama's hopeful expression immediately crumbled. This wasn't comforting at all. In fact, it only deepened his concerns about the future of Konoha. Hashirama had hoped for a concrete solution, but all he got was reassurance about events decades away. How could he not worry? Hashirama was well aware of the current state of powerful shinobi in the world. Once he passed away in 10 years' time, there might not be anyone left capable of stopping Madara. I'll go track Madara, Hashirama said, pressing his palm to his forehead. His fingers dug into his hair as he wrestled with the weight of Konoha's future. No matter what, I have to find him and stop him within the next 10 years. This was his only option. Hashirama trusted his successors to protect Konoha. But Madara was a threat only Hashirama could handle. And so, the first Hokage resolved to spend his remaining years hunting down his old friend, determined to prevent him from reigniting the fires of war. We'll return to Konoha first, Hashirama declared, preparing to discuss his departure with Tobirama. He turned to the two boys, Hiruzen and Danzo. Shyen's gaze also fell upon them. I thought this era would at least show some respect for medical ninjas, but it seems that shinobi today act without any regard. I fear the journey ahead will be fraught with danger. I'll become stronger to protect Lord Shyen, Hiruzen said, brimming with youthful energy. He nudged Danzo with his elbow. Right, Danzo, you're not going back with Lord Hokage, are you? You don't need to tell me. Danzo snapped back, his face flushing with frustration. I haven't even completed my mission. I'll become stronger too to protect Lord Shyen. Though Danzo was still uncertain, he couldn't let Hiruzen make him look like a coward. If Hiruzen stayed, there was no way Danzo would retreat. They're such good kids. Hashirama ruffled their hair with a smile, but his tone turned serious as he addressed Shyen. I'll leave these two boys in your care. For 10 years, Shyen replied, nodding. If I don't find a way to extend your life within that time, I'll personally bring them back to Konoha. Thus, the 10-year promise was made. Chapter 44, 10 years. 10 years. It is a long time. In this span, much has changed in the ninja world. After returning to Konoha with the ANBU, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, held discussions with Tobirama and swiftly initiated a bold operation. The capture of the tailed beasts. The ninja world is home to 9 tailed beasts. Of these, the one tail had already been captured by Tsunade, and the 9 tails was sealed inside Yuzumaki Maido of Konoha. Hashirama personally set out to capture the rest. Before long, the first 5-cage summit was convened. At this summit, Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts to the various hidden villages at fair prices. Ostensibly, this was to maintain a balance of power in the ninja world. While traveling, Emia Shyen had a chance meeting with Hashirama, who shared his reasoning behind the distribution of the tailed beasts. This was Tobirama's idea, Hashirama explained. Relying solely on Konoha's strength might not be enough to stop Madara. With the 9 tails sealed inside Mido, Madara will likely seek the power of the other tailed beasts. Tobirama suggested that we distribute the tailed beasts to other villages so they could help protect them. Konoha cannot hold on to them all. After all, the power of the tailed beasts was immense. Even a single-tailed beast running amok could cause catastrophic damage to Konoha if the higher-ups were caught off guard. During the capture operation, Tobirama also discovered that the other tailed beasts were far weaker than the 9 tails. This ensured that no village possessing a tailed beast would surpass Konoha's strength. But the tailed beasts were not the main focus. Tobirama's true aim was to drag other villages into the same predicament. No village except Konoha dared to provoke Madara. Even if Madara destroyed Konoha, no other village would intervene. But what if they had tailed beasts to protect? With the 9 tails sealed in Mido, Madara could no longer exploit its power. He might lack the confidence to challenge Hashirama directly. If Madara sought other tailed beasts, however, he would inevitably clash with the villages that held them. In this way, the major villages would naturally unite against the threat posed by Madara. Tobirama's tactics were undeniably cunning. Once Konoha had secured the 9 tails, other villages wouldn't sit idly by as the gap in power widened. They, too, would covet the power of the tailed beasts. Since ancient times, humankind has never abandoned the pursuit of the tailed beast's power. The tailed beasts represent limitless chakra and devastating combat potential, capable of rivaling an entire army. Tobirama didn't expect help from other villages. He simply wanted to ensnare them in the same trap. With one of Madara's eyes still blind, he would need to evade Hashirama's relentless pursuit. Without the 9 tails, Madara would likely infiltrate another village to seize a tailed beast, inevitably inciting conflict with its owners. The plan worked. The first village to suffer was Kumigakure. At the 5-cage summit, the first rakeage of Kumigakure, flush with wealth, purchased 2 tailed beasts, the 2 tails and the 8 tails. But this brought disaster upon them. While fleeing Hashirama's pursuit, Madara manipulated the 8 tails to escape, sowing chaos in Kumigakure and inadvertently tightening Konoha's relationship with the village. Yet, this didn't solve the problem. Madara continued to evade Hashirama. Hashirama continued to hunt Madara. As Shyen traveled with Naruto by Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they occasionally encountered both Madara and Hashirama. "Long time no see, Shyen," Madara would say with a smirk, as if the chase didn't bother him at all. "But I must take my leave, Hashirama is catching up again." Madara would leave. Moments later, Hashirama would arrive. "I have to keep pursuing Madara," Hashirama would say, barely sparing time to chat before dashing off again. Yet, he always managed to offer a few words of encouragement to the 2 young boys. "Hiruzen Danzo," he'd say with a smile. "You've both grown so much. You're finally ready to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha." Hashirama's words carried the weight of his understanding that his time was running out. 10 years. It truly was a long time. For Shyen, it was merely another chapter in his travels. For Hiruzen and Danzo, it marked their transition from wide-eyed boys to worldly young men. They had experienced many things. For example, they had once encountered Kakuzu. After returning to Takagakure, Kakuzu had killed the village's leadership, stolen the Earth Grudge Fear technique, and forced Takagakure to ally with Konoha, using all their resources to purchase a tailed beast for protection. Later, Kakuzu was declared an S-rank missing nin. And even later, Shyen and his group heard more about Kakuzu from Hashirama himself. Hashirama had received word from Tobirama that while pursuing Madara, he should also eliminate Kakuzu to demonstrate Konoha's commitment to its allies. But when Hashirama found Kakuzu, the man was working as a hired assassin, amassing wealth. Hashirama captured him effortlessly, only to hear Kakuzu's dying wish: to donate his earnings to an orphanage. It turned out Kakuzu had been using his earnings to support orphans and the elderly. Touched, Hashirama let Kakuzu go, even making a donation himself. It's hard to believe someone like him betrayed his village just for power, Hashirama admitted. He fought recklessly, risking his life to help the weak. It makes me feel ashamed of myself. Kakuzu donated money. Shijin found this surprising but sighed. Even in ancient times, those who cared for the weak deserved respect. Indeed, Hashirama said, reflecting on his journey. I thought chasing Madara would be grueling, but along the way I've met many remarkable people and heard countless interesting stories. The ninja world may be small, but it holds so many exceptional individuals. Shijin's gaze was sharp, always able to see the good in people. For example, in the Land of Rain, as they passed through on their way back to Konoha, they encountered a young Aimgakure ninja seeking Shijin's help. His name was Hanzo, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled, leaving Danzo humiliated in defeat. But Hanzo's true strength lay in his venom. Having been implanted with a salamander's poison sac as a child, Hanzo could release toxic gas in combat, even his breath was poisonous. This, however, came at a cost. The poison sac constantly endangered his life, forcing him to wear a mask and live with the perpetual risk of self-poisoning. Hanzo sought Shijin's help to keep the poison's power, while eliminating the risk to his life. I can only remove the poison sac, Shijin explained, confident in his surgical skills but unable to alter human biology. Though dangerous, Shijin's medical prowess ensured the procedure would be a success. Then I'll lose my poison, Hanzo hesitated, reluctant to part with the power that defined him. Your swordsmanship is already exceptional, Hiruzen assured him sincerely. Even in the Land of Iron, known for its swordsmen, we met no one as skilled as you. Danzo, though begrudgingly, agreed. In the end, Hanzo decided to keep his poison sac, believing he wasn't yet strong enough to protect his homeland without it. As they continued their journey, Shijin sighed, knowing that the road ahead for everyone, himself, the boys, and the ninja world, was fraught with challenges. Tomorrow, we return to Konoha, Shijin said, looking up at the perpetually clouded skies of the Land of Rain. Hashirama hasn't been active lately. I fear his time is running out. 10 years have passed, and I've yet to find the remains of the divine tree. Perhaps it's time to try another way. Chapter 45, Jiraiya. The village hidden in the leaves. The tall wooden walls now encircled Konoha, standing as a testament to its growth and strength. Over the course of 10 years, the village had undergone tremendous change. 10 years is enough to make one's hometown almost unrecognizable, save for a few landmarks that offer glimpses of its former self. Is this really Konoha? Shimura Danzo widened his eyes in disbelief. Having grown up in Konoha as a child, he remembered it as a modest, simple village. But now it had transformed into a prosperous and bustling town. Even the gates of Konoha were now grand and imposing. 2 chunin clad in Konoha uniforms sat at a desk near the gate, managing a registry. They noticed Shijin and his group approaching. Welcome to Konoha, one of the chunin greeted warmly. Please come over to register your information before entering. We're from the village, said Saruto by Hiruzen as he stepped forward to record his and Danzo's names. He flashed a wide grin. I'm Saruto by Hiruzen, a genin of Konoha. Huh, you're Saruto by Senpai. The chunin looked shocked as he recognized Hiruzen, his expression one of disbelief. You've changed so much. If I didn't look closely, I wouldn't have realized you were our senior back in the academy. I'm Kazuki Kyumai, remember? Oh. Hiruzen scratched his head, his own eyes widening in surprise. You were just a kid who just enrolled when we graduated, and now you're already a chunin. Hee. Kazuki proudly patted his chunin uniform. I passed the village's chunin exam 2 years ago. Looks like I'm a step ahead of you, senpai. Hahaha, you're impressive. Hiruzen laughed and praised his junior but sighed wistfully. I guess we'll have to catch up and take the exams soon, too. HMPH. Danzo joined them, his expression sour. We only spent the last 10 years traveling through the ninja world. Otherwise, we'd already be jonin by now. How could that be a waste of time? Hiruzen nudged Danzo playfully. Even though Hiruzen knew their travels had delayed their advancement, The experience they gained over the decade had been invaluable. 10 years of journeying through the ninja world. It had broadened Hiruzen's perspective immensely. He was no longer the carefree, mischievous boy he once was. Now, he could view the world from the positions of Hashirama and Tobirama, pondering Konoha's future and its relationship with other great villages. Most importantly, their strength had grown immensely. Danzo's abilities now matched that of a Jonin, while Hiruzen, having mastered 5 chakra nature transformations, had taken a major leap forward in power after receiving Shijin's cursed seal, which significantly enhanced the potency of his techniques. In fact, Hiruzen now believed he could surpass his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, in battle. It was a waste of time. The Chunin at the gate agreed with Danzo, bringing up their peers. Your classmates, Koharu Udatane and Himura Mitokado, have long since become Jonin. Even Maruhoshi Kasuke was once a Jonin. But Kasuke made some mistakes. The Chunin leaned closer, speaking in a hushed voice. He's been demoted back to Genin. He refuses to retake the Chunin exam and has been working as a Genin ever since. Kasuke. Hiruzen frowned slightly. Deciding not to dwell on the matter, Hiruzen finished registering their information and prepared to escort Shijin to the Hokage's office to report. This gentleman hasn't registered yet, another Chunin interjected, stopping them and pointing at Shijin, who appeared to be about their age. Is he also a ninja from the village? No. This gentleman is an honored guest of the village, Hiruzen replied seriously, writing down a fictitious name in the registry. He is more distinguished than anyone. In that case, you should take him on a proper tour of the village, the Chunin said, after checking their identification books. You should also update your information and photos. Most people wouldn't recognize you after 10 years away. The Chunin chuckled. Speaking of which, once you enter the village, you might not recognize it either. The changes in Konoha over the years have been incredible. Indeed, the changes inside the village were even more dramatic. The buildings lining the streets had shed their former simplicity. Their designs had become more refined, their colors more vibrant, no longer limited to muted greens and browns. Shops now stretched along the streets in orderly rows. The landscape of Konoha was vivid and beautiful. Nestled among the low mountains and surrounded by lush green forests, the colorful buildings complemented the scenery. The red Hokage Tower stood tall, and beyond it, the stone visage of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, loomed grandly over the village. Compared to the fledgling Konoha of 10 years ago, this Konoha now resembled a proper great ninja village, or even a small city-state. For those who had stayed in Konoha, these changes might not have seemed so noticeable. But for Hiruzen and Danzo, who had been away for a decade, the transformation of their hometown was astonishing. It's unbelievable. Hiruzen leapt onto a tall water tower, surveying the village's landscape. Konoha has changed so much in 10 years. Yeah. Danzo nodded in agreement. Time really flies. Shijin looked out at the village, as if seeing the passage of time etched into its growth. He knew that the Konoha of the future would be even more prosperous. Beyond the landscape, the village had also grown in population. It seemed Konoha's reputation had drawn many to settle there. The streets were filled with children playing and laughing. Among them was a white-haired boy who carelessly barreled toward Shijin, nearly colliding with him. But Shijin extended his hand, and a gentle breeze encased the boy, halting his reckless charge safely. Is this ninjutsu? The white-haired boy looked around curiously at the breeze surrounding him, then glanced up at Shijin. Are you a ninja from the village? No. Shijin shook his head. An intruder, a ninja from outside, has sneaked in. The white-haired boy yelled loudly to his friends behind him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was still restrained by Shijin. Go call the village seniors. I've found an enemy infiltrator. The group of children burst into a chaotic uproar. Shijin stood silently, a faint hint of exasperation crossing his face. Thump. Hiruzen landed beside them, knocking the boy on the head with a flick of his finger. Laughing, he teased, "You've got no eye for people, kid. Of all the folks to call an enemy, you chose the one who looks least like a bad guy." What's that supposed to mean? The white-haired boy puffed out his cheeks in indignation. Does this gentleman look like a villain to you? Hiruzen tousled the boy's hair, motioning for him to take a good look at Shijin. Kid, this man is the greatest figure in the ninja world. Just looking at his face, you can tell he's not a bad person. Honestly. Standing next to Shijin, even Danzo looked more like a villain. What's your name and what clan are you from? Hiruzen asked curiously, stroking the boy's white hair. Shijin lowered his gaze slightly. The boy's stark white hair and the red face paint under his eyes reminded Shijin of someone familiar from the future. The white-haired boy struck a flamboyant pose, holding his thumb over his chest. He introduced himself with an exaggerated, self-aggrandizing flair. I'm the heartthrob of countless beauties across the ninja world. The most handsome, generous, free-spirited, talented, and gifted genius boy, the future top student of the Ninja Academy and Konoha's greatest ninja. Jiraiya. Hiruzen stared at him, dumbfounded. He'd never seen someone so shameless before. Even in his younger, rowdier days, Hiruzen couldn't match this boy's sheer audacity. Shijin, however, remained silent for a moment before remarking, "With all that talking, aren't you getting thirsty, kid?" Chapter 46, Shijin Emiya's Secret. What do you mean, getting thirsty? This isn't about whether my mouth is dry or not. Little Jiraiya wanted to loudly refute, but Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed a hand onto his head, ruffling his white hair. Leading the boy and a group of other kids, Hiruzen treated them all to cups of chestnut juice from a nearby shop. All right, Hiruzen said with a warm smile as he handed Jiraiya the juice. I'm a ninja from the village. See, no harm done, Hiruzen continued as he gently rubbed Jiraiya's head, chatting casually with the group of children. You haven't started at the Ninja Academy yet, right? So, are you still under 5 years old? I'm already 5, Jiraiya shouted indignantly, clutching his cup of juice. This year, I'll enroll in the academy, and I'll definitely pass the entrance exams. To be fair, Hiruzen was very good with kids. More than that, Hiruzen wasn't arrogant. He was willing to lower himself to the children's level and bond with them, quickly earning their admiration and respect. Especially when the kids learned that Hiruzen had spent 10 years traveling the ninja world. Their eyes sparkled with awe. HMPH. Shimura Danzo, on the other hand, cast a dismissive glance at Hiruzen. To Danzo, wasting time entertaining a group of children was pointless. They had a mission to complete. They needed to report to the Hokage as soon as possible, not play house with a bunch of kids. Thankfully, Hiruzen didn't linger for long. He used the opportunity to ask the kids a few questions about the village's recent developments. From their chatter, he learned that Konoha was preparing to appoint its second Hokage, signaling that Hashirama Senju's health was truly deteriorating. As if on cue, their escorts arrived. Upon learning that Shijin Emiya and his group had returned to Konoha, Tobirama Senju had immediately sent people to welcome them. However, Tobirama already had a sense of what the group's travels had yielded. He had maintained regular communication with them over the years. As expected, even for Lord Shijin, there was no sign of the divine tree's remnants, was there? Tobirama's expression showed no great disappointment when he met Shijin Emiya. Over the past 10 years, Tobirama had conducted his own private searches for the remnants of the divine tree. Every member of Konoha's Anbu had been assigned missions to locate the remnants, though none of them truly understood what they were searching for. Most returned with bizarre plants and pieces of wood, none of which ever turned out to be the real thing. Ultimately, their efforts were fruitless. When faced with repeated failure, even someone as resolute as Tobirama found it difficult to maintain hope. It seems the remnants of the divine tree were completely eradicated by the Sage of Six Paths. Shijin sighed, sharing in Tobirama's disappointment. Though their journey had achieved other important goals, the primary objective remained unmet. Then, is there no other way? Tobirama furrowed his brow, waving for others to leave the room. Alone with Shijin, a rare look of heaviness crossed Tobirama's face. Lord Shijin, my elder brother's condition has been unusual lately, Tobirama admitted. On the surface, he seems more vigorous than ever, brimming with life and energy, but I'm worried his body is nearing its limit. This year, he stopped leaving Konoha to track Madara's whereabouts. This behavior was unprecedented. Normally, Hashirama never stayed in Konoha for long. He was always out in the ninja world, pursuing Madara Uchiha. Even the birth of new generations rarely brought him back. But this year, Hashirama's actions were oddly different. Since returning to Konoha, he hadn't left the village. Instead, he indulged in gambling, a pastime that might have been forgivable if not for the fact that he often gambled with his granddaughter by his side. It was unusual, to say the least. Everyone could sense that something was off. His body is like a tree, Shyen remarked calmly. He had anticipated Hashirama's condition. On the surface, it looks perpetually full of life. Every leaf appears lush and green, radiating vitality. But this tree is sustaining its greenery by draining its own life force. Hashirama has been maintaining his peak strength at the cost of burning through his lifespan. It's this very process that prevents him from ever returning to a normal state. His unparalleled regenerative abilities make him nearly impossible to kill, yet the uncontrolled growth and division of his cells are rapidly consuming his life. A tree may seem evergreen, but it too must wither with time. Humans, like trees, can never remain in a state of perpetual flourishing. As I've mentioned before, neither the remnants of the divine tree nor the power of yang release can truly resolve this. Both would merely extend his life force unnaturally, forcing his vitality to persist at unsustainable levels. Is there really no other way? Tobirama's gaze darkened. Over the past 10 years, Tobirama had done everything in his power to ensure that Konoha could survive his brother's eventual passing. Yet the thought of losing Hashirama, a brother who had always protected him, was a pain that even Tobirama, with his stoic demeanor, could barely endure. Shyen remained silent. But that silence was telling. Tobirama, ever perceptive, immediately realized that Shyen's lack of response was deliberate. "Lord Shyen." Tobirama's voice grew urgent as he pressed Shyen for an answer. "You must have a solution. If you truly had no options, you would have said so outright. Please tell me." "It's not certain," Shyen replied softly, "and it's not a medical solution." He hesitated before continuing, his tone heavy. "This is a last resort with a high probability of failure. I cannot explain it to you. It involves secrets from the pure land of the netherworld, secrets of the dead." Tobirama's expression shifted dramatically. As the creator of the Edo Tensei, Tobirama was no stranger to the mysteries surrounding the afterlife. He knew that the souls of the deceased typically returned to the Pure Land. But the netherworld was not solely inhabited by the dead. Tobirama's knowledge of the netherworld came from the Yuzumaki clan, whose members shared a close alliance with the Senju clan. Among the Uzumakis, many forbidden techniques was a ritual to summon the power of the Shinigami. This ritual, known as the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, allowed users to seal powerful enemies within the Shinigami's body at the cost of their own souls. This technique was also the bane of the Edo Tensei. Since the Dead Demon Consuming Seal trapped souls within the Shinigami, those souls could never be summoned back with the Edo Tensei. As someone who had studied such forbidden arts, Tobirama's curiosity about the Pure Land and the netherworld was insatiable. "If it's the Pure Land," Tobirama muttered, his voice steady but intense, "perhaps I could assist. I've studied." "No," Shyen interjected firmly, his eyes narrowing. "Some secrets are better left untold," Shyen said gravely. "In the 10 years I've spent in this era, I've seen enough lies and deceit. There are truths that I cannot share. I will tell Hashirama, but only him, and only when he stands at death's door." "Why not tell the living?" "Because this was his final test." Shyen's eyes held a quiet, somber resolve, a resolve born of confronting the boundary between life and death. Chapter 47, Do You Want to Play? In the space between life and death. Between the pure land of the netherworld and the mortal realm. This liminal region was filled with strange and lonely souls. Some souls lingered because of unresolved regrets in the mortal world. Others were bound by unspoken farewells left to the living. These spirits, tethered by their attachments, could neither pass on nor return to the mortal world. Only when their inner burdens were lifted would they willingly journey to the Pure Land. Each spirit remained in its own isolated corner, like faint flickering candlelights in the dark. Though they seemed to be close, an invisible chasm as vast as the heavens kept them forever apart. None of these wandering souls realized there were countless others like them. But amidst this liminal space, there hovered a single figure radiating faint light. This figure sat in the void with closed eyes, clad in a white robe of the Sage of Six Paths. A monk's staff rested on his back, and 9 pitch-black orbs floated below him. The Sage of Six Paths, or rather, the remnants of his chakra. As a legendary figure of ancient times who inherited part of the Otsutsuki bloodline, the Sage of Six Paths wielded godlike power. Even after his death, his chakra persisted in the world in this form, stubbornly safeguarding the ninja realm. It was precisely because of this lingering chakra that Shijin Emia had always been cautious. He remained on guard, wary that the sage's remnants might intervene in the mortal world and disrupt his plans. In ancient times, Shijin had intentionally disguised himself as a benevolent sage, creating a vision of medical ninjutsu far grander than the ideals of the ninja sect. This lofty vision was meant to deceive the Sage of Six Paths, cloaking Shijin's true motives under a guise of noble intent. After all, the Sage of Six Paths was not someone to be judged by ordinary standards. Shijin, who had never been fully confident in his ability to contend with the sage, had always chosen to avoid contact. He had never met the sage face to face. Even when the sage's ally, Gamamaru, extended invitations, Shijin used his mission of healing and saving lives as an excuse to decline. It wasn't until after the sage's death that Shijin dared to take a risk, stealing the sage's remains. That moment was Shijin's only direct encounter with the Sage of Six Paths. And yet, Shijin did not hesitate to take immediate action to erase any lingering traces. He destroyed the ninja sect for humanity's sake, but later resurrected its members as an act of repentance following Asura's plea. This duality served to deceive both Black Zetsu and the sage himself. When Shijin died, his chakra was so powerful that his soul could roam freely between the Pure Land, the mortal world, and the liminal space between life and death. During these wanderings, Shijin had observed the Sage of Six Paths' residual chakra many times, but he had never approached, fearing detection. To maintain this distance, he occasionally even helped lost souls in this liminal space find peace and return to the Pure Land. Sometimes, Shijin felt like he was genuinely a good person. From ancient times to the present, whenever questioned about his actions, Shijin could truthfully say he had never committed a truly evil deed. Even the combined benevolent acts of the sage and his descendants paled in comparison to Shijin's lifetime of selfless service. Sure, a few deaths here and there, but those were simply the necessary actions of someone enforcing order during chaotic times. From any perspective, Shijin's actions shouldn't have drawn the sage's suspicion, yet he remained vigilant. After all, Shijin was a transmigrator. As someone from another world, no amount of caution was excessive. To safeguard his plans, he needed a final test to determine whether the Sage of Six Paths would intervene in the affairs of the modern world. That test was Hashirama Senju, a man standing at the brink of death. Hashirama was the perfect subject for this trial. If the Sage of Six Paths were still concerned about Shijin, a figure wielding the power of the Six Paths, then he would surely intervene to save Hashirama when the latter approached death. But if the sage remained indifferent to the affairs of the world, focused only on Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection, then Hashirama would die of natural causes. Currently, however, Hashirama didn't look like someone nearing the end of his life. When Shijin arrived at Hashirama's home, he found the first Hokage sitting cross-legged on the floor playing dice with a chubby, fair-skinned little girl. A mat was spread out beneath them. Hashirama, sitting upright with an unusually serious expression, gripped a dice cup tightly in his hand. He seemed even more focused than during his battles with Madara Uchiha. Tsunade, big or small? The little girl sitting across from him, her face scrunched up in deep thought, hesitated. She bit her finger nervously, then clutched her pocket money tightly in one hand. Big. All right, I'll reveal it. Hashirama lifted the dice cup in a flourish. Beneath it, 3 dice showed only 1 dot each. 3 ones small. Hashirama burst out laughing, clearly delighted by his win. Ha ha ha, little Tsuna, you lost again. You cheated, Grandpa. The little girl pouted angrily. Grandpa doesn't cheat. Hashirama spread his hands innocently, ruffling her forehead with a laugh. Little Tsuna, once you sit at the gambling table, you have to accept whatever happens. That's the rule. If you lose, you can only blame yourself. But I haven't won even once. The girl fumed, frustrated with Hashirama's so-called rules of gambling. I've been practicing so much, but I still keep losing even when the dice sound small. Maybe it's just bad luck. Hashirama chuckled, clearly amused by the situation. For him, playing against someone with such terrible luck was a rare joy. Still, Tsunade's terrible luck seemed to be souring her mood. Knowing his granddaughter well, Hashirama handed her a stack of money from the mat, smiling indulgently. This is a loan from Grandpa. No interest. Now that you've got money again, do you want to keep playing? Play? Tsunade immediately beamed and started counting the money. Tobirama Senju, standing at the doorway, wore a complicated expression. His face alternated between disapproval and quiet acceptance. As someone who had admired his elder brother all his life, Tobirama couldn't help but be exasperated by Hashirama's antics. Yet he also understood that his brother's life was nearing its end. Tobirama didn't have the heart to disrupt what little joy remained to him. Ahem. Hashirama noticed the visitors and turned to see Tobirama and Shijin standing nearby. His face lit up. Lord Shijin, you've returned. Hashirama greeted Shijin warmly. Over the past 10 years, the two had often crossed paths across the ninja world and had grown into old friends. Hashirama eagerly motioned for Shijin to join the game, introducing the little girl across from him. This is Tsunade, my granddaughter. Then, leaning closer to Shijin, Hashirama whispered conspiratorially, she has the worst luck. You'll always win against her. With a gleam of mischief, Hashirama extended an invitation. Lord Shijin, why not join us for a round? Winning feels amazing. Big brother. Tobirama sighed, clearly exasperated. As if someone like Shijin, with his discipline and wisdom, would ever stoop to gambling. After all, Shijin had spent the past 10 years traveling the world in pursuit of 3 goals: finding the remnants of the divine tree, healing the sick, and documenting medical cases. Someone like him would never indulge in such frivolity. Chapter 48, the first meeting between Tsunade and Emia Shyen. Apologies. I'm not interested in that. As expected by Tobirama Senju, Emia Shyen politely declined Hashirama's invitation to join the dice game. Shyen didn't even consider taking up the task that had suddenly appeared on his internal commission list. D-rank task, win against Tsunade at the gambling table. Shigen's commission list was always stuck at unfinished commissions, 2-3, as he avoided taking unnecessary risks. He had learned to tread cautiously, especially after accepting a certain task during his time in the Land of Iron that required him to punish Danzo Shimura for his deceit. While that task was ultimately completed, it had taken far longer than anticipated and was more troublesome than expected. More importantly, Shigen simply didn't trust his own luck. As a transmigrator, he often lamented his misfortune, having been flung over 1,000 years into the past during an era of chaos. It was only through immense effort, manipulating both the Sage of 6 Paths and Black Zetsu, that he carved out a chance for rebirth in the current era. What if he couldn't beat Tsunade at gambling? Being forced to stay in the ninja world indefinitely over a trivial D-rank task would be absurd. Worse still, what if he impulsively gave it a try and succeeded immediately, only to officially take on the task afterward and then experience endless losing streaks? Imagine finishing his centuries-long scheme to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki, only to still fail to win against Tsunade at dice. Now that would be the ultimate cosmic joke. To think that his millennia-spanning plans might unravel due to 3 little dice. The very thought was maddening. Little Tsunade, having just finished counting her money, looked curiously at Emia Shyen. You're not even a little interested in gambling. There are far more meaningful pursuits in this world, Shyen replied, his gaze settling on the child before him. His eyes, though hollow and lifeless, couldn't fully obscure the radiant presence he exuded. To anyone who laid eyes on Emia Shyen, his visage was imbued with an aura of boundless compassion and kindness. It was a glow that even the forbidden state of Edo Tensei couldn't suppress. Little Tsuna, let me introduce you properly, Hashirama said with a chuckle, putting away the dice cup. Do you remember the bedtime stories Grandpa and Grandma tell you every night? Stories about Lord Emia Shyen. Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly. For a 5-year-old girl, Bedtime stories were the highlight of her day, especially the ones Hashirama told, which always managed to captivate her imagination. The tales of Emia Shyen had become her favorite. In these stories, Emia Shyen would always appear during moments of great despair, when entire villages were ravaged by incurable plagues, when families lost loved ones to illness, or when those left behind struggled in hopeless suffering. Just when it seemed all was lost, Emia Shyen, the savior, would arrive to heal the sick and save countless lives. Hashirama's versions were simple, like sweet desserts before sleep. But Yuzumaki Mito's renditions were far more intricate and detailed, making them even more mesmerizing to the young girl. Mito's stories painted a richer, more vivid picture of Emia Shyen. They even included conflicts where skeptics doubted his medical prowess, drawing little Tsunade into fits of indignant rage on Shigen's behalf. In Mito's tales, Shyen was accompanied by endearing companions, a tiny, friendly slug that clung to his shoulder, and a massive, fox-like creature that pulled his carriage, so enormous it dwarfed entire houses. Together, they journeyed across the ninja world, bringing hope to the suffering. The giant fox, sometimes gentle and sometimes fiery, was a particular favorite of Tsunade's. She had even cried over the story where the fox, fearing its size frightened the sick villagers, asked to be sealed away for their comfort. When Shyen refused, unwilling to restrict the creature's freedom, the fox eventually chose to leave the group, an event that left Tsunade heartbroken for days. These stories, full of moral lessons about kindness, compassion, and justice, were perfect for nurturing a young child's heart. Naturally, they made Emia Shyen her idol. "I tell her your stories every day," Hashirama said, reminiscing with a smile. "Little Tsuna's been inspired by them, just like I was when I was her age. She dreams of becoming a medical ninja, just like you, Lord Shyen. She's even started practicing chakra control," Hashirama continued, beaming with pride. "She's far better at it than I was at her age. Who knows, she might one day become an even greater medical ninja than me." "I will," Tsunade puffed out her cheeks indignantly, assuming her grandfather was underestimating her. In her frustration, she accidentally dropped the money she had just counted, but she didn't care. "I'm going to become the greatest medical ninja ever, just like Lord Shyen. I'll endure the pain that others cannot bear and dedicate myself to healing the suffering." Emia Shyen fell silent for a moment, his hollow gaze lingering on the spirited little girl. Then, to everyone's surprise, he spoke. "I'll be staying in the village for a while. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." Hashirama's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Tobirama, however, remained calm. After years of knowing Emia Shyen, Tobirama had grown accustomed to his demeanor. Shyen was always willing to share medical knowledge, meticulously documenting his findings and treatment methods. Over the past decade, whenever Tobirama's messengers visited Shyen during his travels, they always returned with piles of scrolls filled with medical cases and research. These scrolls, enough to fill an entire chamber, were treasures Shyen intended to leave behind for future generations. Of course, Tobirama had little interest in medical knowledge. What frustrated him was that Shyen stubbornly refused to share any techniques that could enhance combat strength. "I am Emia Shyen introduced himself formally, extending a hand toward Tsunade. His expression was solemn, almost reverent. "A medical ninja." Tsunade's wide eyes sparkled with disbelief. At that moment, Emia Shyen's demeanor was so dignified and earnest that it rendered her speechless. She hesitated briefly before slowly lifting her chubby little hand to meet his. "My name is Tsunade," she murmured, her voice tinged with awe and wonder. For the first time, she found herself face to face with the hero of her bedtime stories. Hashirama's expression turned serious, and even the usually composed Tobirama regarded the moment with solemnity. They both realized they were witnessing something extraordinary. In their eyes, this was more than just a meeting between a child and a legend. It was the moment a man who had shaped the medical ninja system millennia ago passed on his will to the future. Little did they know. The fate of Tsunade and Emia Shyen had always been intertwined. From the crystalline coffins of the Senju clan to the reserves in Shikatsu Forest, all of Shigen's legacies had been quietly waiting for this child. Even now, as the second crystal coffin awaited its heir, it was still hers to claim. Chapter 49, Orochimaru. Little Tsunade didn't understand the future. Right now, she only felt incredibly happy. She genuinely loved learning about medicine. And in this world, there were indeed things just as enjoyable as gambling. Although Emia Shyen's presence had cut down the time she spent gambling with her grandpa, his arrival brought her even greater joy in childhood. Ever since Shyen returned to Konoha, he would visit daily to check on Hashirama's health. This gave Tsunade the opportunity to follow Shyen around, accompanying him on his visits to Konoha Hospital or wandering the village streets, occasionally stopping to buy chestnut juice. And Emia Shyen was just like the hero from the bedtime stories. In fact, he was even more impressive than the protagonist described in the stories her grandpa told. Unlike Hashirama, who often acted unreliable in front of his granddaughter, Shyen's demeanor seemed far more admirable to a child. When treating patients, Shyen was incredibly serious. While his stoic attitude might make him seem distant, his words always showed great consideration for the patient's well-being. Even if he treated the shinobi of this era with cold indifference, it was impossible to hide his warm heart. His actions, particularly his gentle treatment of children, revealed a kindness that left a deep impression. On the way to the hospital, Tsunade trotted along on her short legs, trying to keep up with Shyen, who had deliberately slowed his pace for her. She grumbled about the long distance between her home and the hospital, a journey that felt endless for a child. Today feels so far. Shyen lowered his gaze to glance at her briefly. I'm not tired, I can keep going. Fearing that her beloved mentor might think she lacked determination, Tsunade quickly waved her little hands, trying to show that she could keep walking without any problem. Without a word, Shyen bent down and gently lifted her up, placing the surprised little girl on his shoulders. "Eh?" From her elevated perch, Tsunade's eyes lit up with joy. "Lord Shyen, it's so high up here. Is this the spot where the slug in the stories used to sit?" "Yes," Shyen replied with a nod, his expression unchanged. "When it couldn't keep up, it would sit on my shoulder." Tsunade touched her round cheeks, already imagining the future. "I want to raise a slug of my own someday." Emma. That single syllable from Shyen carried the weight of his calm affirmation. As they continued walking, Tsunade noticed their pace had quickened. The gentle breeze brushed her cheeks, making her blink in delight. "Can I learn a lot today too?" Emma. "Will I get to drink sweet grape juice afterward?" "No." "That's for patients," Shyen replied, rejecting her request. However, he offered an alternative. "But after today's lessons, you can have some chestnut juice." "Ah," pouting, Tsunade clung to his head in resignation. At the hospital, when Shyen arrived at Konoha Hospital with Tsunade, his presence no longer drew much attention. The medical staff and patients had grown used to seeing the little girl following him around, assuming she was a student he was training. In many ways, it did look like a teacher and student dynamic. Despite being only 5 years old, Tsunade had already learned a few basic medical techniques and could treat minor injuries like scrapes and bruises. Of course, her journey had only just begun. The little girl remained by Shyen's side, observing how he spoke to patients with calm, detailed explanations. He simplified complex illnesses in ways anyone could understand. "The body's natural resistance is more effective than any medicine," Shyen would explain. "This illness will help your body produce antibodies, protecting you from experiencing it again in the future. Some diseases are like a sudden fire in a house. To extinguish it, you need water. From then on, you keep a bucket of water handy to prevent future fires. Antibodies work the same way. They're like the bucket of water prepared in advance, so you won't have to worry about the same illness troubling you again." "Wow, so cool." Tsunade's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even though she didn't fully understand what antibodies were, she grasped the metaphor of water and fire, feeling inspired to learn more. An unexpected incident. As the sun began to set, Tsunade tugged on Shyen's sleeve, her stomach growling. "Lord Shyen, when can we eat? I really want some thick, sweet chestnut juice." Shyen patted her head, his usual reserved nature softened by his unspoken promise. Though he rarely spoke much during downtime, he always kept his word. However, as they prepared to leave, an unusual event occurred. A long-haired, handsome boy was rushed into the hospital for emergency treatment due to food poisoning. Though the situation seemed serious, the experienced hospital staff quickly stabilized him through induced vomiting. As Shyen walked past the concerned parents with Tsunade in tow, he overheard the boy's voice. Just simple green beans and peppers. How could something so ordinary leave me this week? The boy's mother sighed, exasperated by her son's antics. Orochimaru, you can't keep experimenting with strange things in the kitchen by yourself. Fine, the boy's father added, equally helpless. Let's just add a new toxic recipe to the kitchen rules, no mixing green beans and peppers. Shyen stopped in his tracks and crouched down to speak softly to Tsunade. Moments later, the little girl ran back into the hospital room, interrupting the medical staff who were busy documenting the supposed toxicity of green beans mixed with peppers. It's not because they were mixed together, Tsunade exclaimed confidently. The green beans weren't cooked properly. If beans aren't fully cooked, they release harmful substances that can cause food poisoning. The room fell silent as everyone turned to the chubby little girl in astonishment. Even the sickly boy lying on the chair, the one named Orochimaru, blinked in surprise at the girl's knowledge. Someone his age knew more than he did. For a child as naturally curious as Orochimaru, the concept of food poisoning had first intrigued him when one of his mother's failed recipes landed the entire family in the hospital. That experience sparked his fascination with substances that could weaken even the strongest adults, putting them on equal footing with a mere 5-year-old. Ever since, he had been experimenting in the kitchen, testing ingredients to uncover their toxic properties. But today, seeing Tsunade's ability to identify the problem so effortlessly, Orochimaru realized there were other ways to uncover such mysteries, through knowledge and understanding. Before he could say a word, however, Tsunade had already disappeared. From his spot on the chair, Orochimaru watched the golden-haired girl walk away, holding the hand of a tall man whose dark silhouette was illuminated by the setting sun. Tsunade and Emia Shyen. For the first time, these two unfamiliar names etched themselves into Orochimaru's memory. And the man walking beside her left a deep, indelible impression, a shadow that would forever linger in his heart. Chapter 50, Tsunade wins the bet. Lord Shyen is amazing. Little Tsunade continued praising Emia Shyen's vast knowledge. Emia Shyen said nothing, nor did he respond to her chatter. As he left Konoha Hospital with little Tsunade, he didn't even glance back. Orochimaru. This boy, truly chosen by fate. Even before Orochimaru was born. Emia Shyen, with his knowledge of the shinobi world's history from his past life, had already identified him. If Tsunade was chosen by Emia Shyen to inherit the crystal coffin, then Orochimaru was the one selected to ultimately use the coffin at the end of it all. Orochimaru was a true genius. Even at the tender age of 5, Orochimaru had already begun, without any guidance, to experiment with using food toxins to defeat adults. It was evident. The boy's logical thinking was sharp, and his curiosity about knowledge was insatiable. In the future, he would undoubtedly seek to master a wide range of Konoha's forbidden jutsu. Edo Tensei. That technique was certain to be one of Orochimaru's goals. When Orochimaru mastered Edo Tensei, it would mark the culmination of the plan Emia Shyen had set in motion with the crystal coffin over 1,000 years ago. What's more, the crystal coffin in Uchiha Cave was unique. It had been meticulously designed by Emia Shyen, specifically to be compatible with Orochimaru. If the crystal coffin in the Senju clan was simply bait left behind by Emia Shyen, then the coffin in Uchiha Cave represented his final hope for true resurrection. At the same time, Orochimaru was far too intelligent. Emia Shyen was careful not to directly interact with Orochimaru or form any meaningful connection with him. Too much contact risked arousing Orochimaru's suspicions as he grew older. Emia Shyen avoided any face-to-face interaction to prevent Orochimaru from piecing together his resurrection as part of a larger, orchestrated conspiracy. Even though Emia Shyen was revived in this era via Edo Tensei and lived a life of purpose, he still prepared a safety net for the future. Orochimaru was that safety net. Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Saruto by Hiruzen. These individuals, who would all play roles in Orochimaru's life, were selected in this era to carry the memory of Emia Shyen's kindness. When Orochimaru, the prodigy, matured, these individuals would weave a thread of fate that would constantly orbit his life, influencing his path. That guy is so clumsy. Tsunade had no idea that she would one day cross paths with Orochimaru again. She muttered about his past. I saw him when I came here with Grandpa once. He ended up in the hospital after eating something weird. Tsunade, Shijin gently patted her head and advised, if you dislike someone, you should tell them to their face, not talk about them behind their back. Really? Tsunade nodded but then quietly retorted, but I don't even dislike him that much. His brain just seems a little silly. He keeps eating weird things and getting food poisoning and coming to the hospital. Emia Shyen fell silent for a moment. Should he check her eyesight? In this world, anyone could call Orochimaru wicked or even a bit overconfident but stupid. That was a first. I heard he's about my age too. Tsunade sighed, a habit unusual for someone so young. She began worrying aloud. I'm going to school soon too. What if he ends up being my classmate? I just hope he gets smarter by then, otherwise I might have to protect him from bullies. Emia Shyen wondered if his Edo Tensei enhanced hearing was faulty. Orochimaru, needing protection from others. He himself had spent over a millennium scheming to deceive Orochimaru. Was there really anyone in this world who could outwit him? Orochimaru, if anything, was more likely to toy with people like pawns. Still, kindness was worth encouraging. And fortunately, this kindness would not bring Tsunade harm. Emia Shyen picked Tsunade up and placed her on his shoulders, carrying her toward Konoha's bustling commercial street. He didn't discourage her, choosing instead to encourage her good intentions. You can have a drink even sweeter than chestnut juice today. Why? Tsunade curiously touched her baby teeth. Just remember to brush your teeth afterward. Shijin's voice remained calm, as if this were just a casual whim. He didn't explain the reason for his gesture. Lord Shijin is the best. Tsunade cheered and hugged his head tightly. Shijin carefully pried her little hands off his face to clear his vision and asked, Are you going to gamble with Hashirama again tonight? Of course. Tsunade answered with unshakable determination. The little girl had already been corrupted by the bad habits of her unreliable elders. Though Emia Shijin's lessons had become her favorite part of life, gambling with her grandpa remained her most cherished entertainment. As they returned home with sweet sugarcane juice in hand, they saw young Jiraiya walking down the street. He was grinning from ear to ear, chatting animatedly with a woman at least 20 years older than him, a glimmer of mischief in his smile. It seemed. Perhaps that was his talent. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. The legendary three ninja of Konoha from Shijin's past life memories, each possessed innate gifts that revealed themselves early in life, carving paths toward their unique destinies. I'm definitely going to beat Grandpa this time. Tsunade clenched her tiny fists in excitement. As a gambling prodigy, she already knew all the tricks by age 5, from simple dice rolls to complicated card games. Today, she planned to try something new, certain she would win. Emia Shyen sighed softly. When it came to Tsunade's luck, he didn't know what to say. At Hashirama's house. Grandpa, I'm going to win today. Ha ha ha, all right, I believe you. Hashirama laughed heartily, reaching into his hand and pulling out a pendant. However, with a magician's flourish, he closed his hand into a fist, then reopened it to reveal a beautiful green gem dangling from a necklace. Wow, it's so pretty. Is this for me? Hashirama smiled warmly and fastened the necklace around her neck. Of course, it's for my little Tsunade. Now go set up, we've got a big game ahead. Okay. Tsunade eagerly ran off to arrange the gambling mat, brimming with confidence. But something felt different tonight. Tobirama was unusually present, sitting with a tense expression. Mido Yuzumaki and the rest of the family had also gathered, their faces solemn. Around the house, the usual protective guard had multiplied, with additional ANBU ninja stationed nearby. It seems. Emia Shyen cast a meaningful glance at Hashirama and then at Tobirama, who wore a grim expression. Tonight we'll stay as guests here. Tobirama's face tightened. His usually calm voice carried a note of pain. I just hope that tomorrow I'll still be able to visit my brother here as a guest. Time was running out. Hashirama's life was nearing its end. And yet, the first Hokage himself seemed unfazed. With boundless energy, he threw himself into the gambling mat, happily stacking up all his savings and urging his granddaughter to begin. 466, big. Tsunade, you lost again. 311, small. Tsunade, another loss. He. As her pile of money dwindled, Tsunade pouted in frustration. Her lips stuck out further and further, as if her terrible luck might explode out of her at any moment. Tsunade, this is the final round, Hashirama declared, his tone both cheerful and decisive. If you win this one, I'll wipe away all your debts, and everything here will be yours. Really? Stars lit up in Tsunade's eyes. If she won, she'd make a huge fortune and never have to worry about gambling stakes again. Maybe she'd even lend money to Grandpa, with interest, of course. She brushed her fingers against the gem on her chest, mulling over her strategy. Maybe she wouldn't charge interest this time, as a thank you for the gift. The dice rattled in the cup. Tsunade squinted, listening intently to the sound and watching Hashirama's every move, unwilling to miss this chance to win big. Small. She placed her bet with conviction. All right, then I'll take big, Hashirama chuckled, revealing the dice beneath the cup. 2, 2, 1. The dice showed all low numbers. I won. Tsunade leapt up, snatching up the mountain of coins and counting them gleefully, her joy brimming over as she relished the sweet taste of victory. Hashirama, still smiling warmly, suddenly collapsed onto the mat. His body fell heavily, striking the ground with an alarming thud. Grandpa! Grandpa! Tsunade froze, her joy replaced with utter shock. This man, her godlike protector, her kind and invincible grandpa, had fallen, his powerful presence reduced to a fragile figure sprawled helplessly on the floor. Chapter 51, The Secret of the Pure Land. Brother. Hashirama. Father. Grandpa, Grandpa. The people present were overcome with panic and fear. Even though they had anticipated this moment, seeing Senju Hashirama collapse in front of them was still a heartbreaking experience. They hurriedly moved to lift his body. The only one who remained frozen was little Tsunade, who stood nearby. The sudden fall of her beloved grandpa had left her in stunned silence, tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched the others lift him. Don't be scared, Tsuna. Hashirama, feeling the final embers of his life flicker out, still wore his ever-kind smile, attempting to comfort his most cherished granddaughter. I just played for too long today and got tired. I think I'll take a little nap. Tsunade. She was the child he adored the most, the one who had inherited his childhood dream. Since returning to Konoha to raise her, Hashirama had spent all his time with her, even exhausting his energy to prepare a gift, a treasure meant to stay by her side in his stead. The gem on the pendant. It contained Hashirama's would-release chakra. Take her away, Emia Shyen's calm voice commanded. I'm not leaving. Tsunade clung tightly to Hashirama's arm, her voice breaking as she cried. Lord Shyen, don't send me away. I want to stay with Grandpa. Tsunade was starting to understand. Her grandpa wasn't just tired. Shyen's tone reminded her of what she had heard at the Konoha hospital when doctors tried to save those at death's door. Her grandpa was one of those patients now. Even though Lord Shyen was the greatest medical ninja in the world. Even though he could cure countless diseases, he couldn't save everyone. Tsunade had seen elderly patients on their deathbeds and heard the heart-wrenching cries of their families. She still didn't fully understand why Emia Shyen couldn't save them. His response had been something she struggled to grasp. Their lives were reaching their natural end. Death. It wasn't a disease. No matter how skilled a medical ninja was, no one could grant eternal life. Learning to witness death was something every medical ninja had to accept. But Tsunade still couldn't understand. What she did understand was the grief of the families who cried uncontrollably. Now, she finally realized why they felt such immense pain. Clutching Hashirama's arm tightly, her face stained with tears, Tsunade refused to let go. Even as Yuzumaki Maido tried to pick her up, she struggled fiercely. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Lord Shyen. Senju Tabarama clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he suppressed his own grief. His voice, though steady, was tinged with anguish. Let Tsunade stay. If this really is the end, at least let someone be by his side. After all, he loves her the most. He might want to say a few words to her. Tabarama's voice wavered slightly as he spoke, recalling the words Hashirama had said earlier that afternoon. That afternoon, Hashirama had gathered his family. The first Hokage had shared his final wishes, asking them to accept his death with grace. However, he deliberately omitted mentioning Tsunade, who had been taken elsewhere by Shijin. Hashirama believed he could hold on until the evening, wanting to reserve his last moments for his most beloved grandchild. During that meeting, Tabarama and Hashirama had made an agreement. At the moment of Hashirama's death, only Emia Shyen would remain at his side. Shijin would reveal the secrets of the Pure Land and attempt a final effort to save him. Although Hashirama had accepted his fate, Tabarama's persuasion had swayed him to make one last attempt. Now, Tabarama saw an opportunity. If Tsunade stayed, perhaps she could also learn the secrets of the Pure Land. If he could uncover those secrets, it might lead to saving his brother's life. And even if the worst came to pass, those secrets might help him develop more forbidden techniques to defend against the inevitable return of Uchiha Madara. No, Shijin replied after a brief pause. His gaze fell on the tearful Tsunade as he spoke with deliberate calm. Tsunade is the least suited to stay. For Shijin, Tsunade was perhaps the most suited to stay. If she learned the secrets of the Pure Land, she could become a powerful pawn in his plans, or worse, a pawn for Black Zetsu. However, for a child, the truth of the world could be unbearably cruel. Her still-developing worldview might collapse, pushing her toward darkness. I want to stay with Grandpa. Tsunade continued to cry, clutching Hashirama's arm with all her strength, her voice breaking into sobs. Lord Shijin, please don't make me leave. I promise I won't disturb you while you're saving him. Lord Shijin. Hashirama's eyes softened with a pleading look. In his final moments, he couldn't bear to see his granddaughter so heartbroken. He didn't want this to be their last time together. Then let her stay. Shijin finally relented after a long silence. He raised his hand, and a black seal appeared on Tsunade's forehead, forming a small, diamond-shaped mark. The seal contained an enormous amount of natural energy, so vast that Tsunade's small body couldn't fully bear it. She fell asleep in Hashirama's arms. Tsunade is fine. Tabarama stepped forward, stopping the others from rushing over. He trusted Shijin implicitly, and knew the seal would benefit Tsunade's future growth. Tsunade isn't suited, then who is? Tabarama narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them as he asked, who, then, is most suited to stay? If you're willing to bear it. Shijin replied after less than a second, his voice even, you can stay. Tabarama's expression shifted before he nodded. Sister-in-law, Tabarama turned to Yuzumaki Mito, his voice filled with unspoken regret. I leave the rest to you. I understand. Mito nodded solemnly. Raising her hand, Mito activated her chakra, her body glowing with the golden light of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. This had been part of the plan Tabarama and Mito had discussed earlier. To maintain secrecy, the house would be guarded by Mito and Konoha's sensory unit. As a wife, not being at her husband's deathbed was a painful burden, but Mito had already bid farewell to Hashirama earlier. The house emptied. Only Hashirama, lying on the bed, Tabarama standing beside him, and the sleeping Tsunade remained inside. This is the greatest secret of the Pure Land, Shijin began, his tone heavy. If others learned of this, they might lose their fear of death and stop valuing their fleeting lives. Shinobi don't seem to fear death much, Hashirama said with a faint smile, finding Shijin's reasoning peculiar. But what if they stopped cherishing emotion? Shijin's words made Hashirama's expression change. What if people no longer treasured life in the present? What if they no longer valued their loved ones, because the existence of the Pure Land turned them into monsters who ignored time, life, and feelings? Would the world still have meaning then? Hashirama's face darkened. The Pure Land is a unique existence, Shijin continued, his voice calm but laced with an eerie indifference. It is a void where no matter what a soul does, it leaves no mark. Souls exist in a fixed state, incapable of perceiving time. For some, centuries might pass in an instant. For others, a moment in the Pure Land might stretch into a millennium. But the soul cannot perceive this. Time. In the Pure Land, it is an extravagant concept. Only those with power beyond imagination can grasp time there and understand the eternal nature of the Pure Land. Such beings transcend the concept of life and death. In legends, these beings are often called gods. Six Paths Sage. Tabarama muttered gravely. The figure Shijin described could only be the one hailed as a god in the past, the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 52. You are nothing in front of the Sage of Six Paths. Emia Shyen did not respond. Because this was an answer anyone could deduce. However, if Tabarama Senju could catch on quickly enough, this brilliant strategist would likely notice another important detail. That Emia Shyen, who had once been within the pure land of the afterlife, understood the concept of time there. Emia Shyen possessed power akin to that of a god. And yet, in Shijin's description, he spoke as though he were a mere observer explaining the Sage of Six Paths, leaving Tabarama, who was keenly deciphering the mysteries of the Pure Land, unable to see through it. I don't really understand, Hashirama Senju said, his confusion evident. For someone like him, concepts like time and existence in the Pure Land were far too abstract. He believed only his brother, Tabarama, could fully comprehend them. Let me simplify it. Emia Shyen shook his head, choosing a more grounded explanation. Beyond time, space, too, is a scarce commodity. Spirits of the dead are often left utterly isolated. These spirits never truly understand where they are within the Pure Land. They wander without direction, unable to sense the expanse of the afterlife or their own location. In the Pure Land, their dying obsessions might allow them to find other kindred spirits, but they'll never fully grasp where they are or how to connect with others. Shijin paused, refraining from explaining the intricacies of how spirits meet in the Pure Land. He shifted the focus to something else. However, only beings like gods possess the concept of space. Only gods know their exact location. Only gods understand the whereabouts of every spirit. A god can summon any spirit from the Pure Land at will, or even tap into the power the spirit once wielded in life. Tabarama's realization of the Pure Land's true nature sent chills down his spine. To ordinary humans, death meant losing all meaning. A soul adrift in the afterlife, without time or space, was essentially a flickering remnant of existence. No. That assumption felt incomplete. Perhaps eternity in the afterlife was akin to true peace. No, that was wrong as well. Tabarama's mind raced. For beings like the Sage of Six Paths, whose power transcended time and space even in death, wouldn't the Pure Land essentially grant them eternal life? Of course. Emia Shyen interrupted Tabarama's spiraling thoughts, with a voice as deep as a bottomless abyss. A god can even prevent a person's soul from entering the Pure Land. I still don't quite get it, Hashirama admitted with a sheepish grin. In Hashirama's eyes, it was simply unthinkable for someone to not know where they were or to lose the ability to connect with others. Big brother, shut up. Tabarama snapped, silencing his older brother. He was starting to piece it all together and couldn't afford Hashirama's interruptions. After a moment, Tabarama composed himself and spoke. Fine, let me explain it myself. Tabarama turned to Emia Shyen, his tone heavy with newfound clarity. If the Sage of Six Paths can stop someone's soul from entering the Pure Land, that means he can prevent someone from dying entirely. Exactly, Shyen confirmed, nodding. Green chakra flickered around his hand, emitting a faint glow. To someone like the Sage of Six Paths, stopping a soul from entering the Pure Land is trivial. Reviving someone on the brink of death is just as simple. For example, the sage could grant Hashirama's soul a unique power. This power could allow his soul to return to a body that hasn't yet succumbed to complete death. The power of yang release, Tabarama murmured, recalling the life-giving force Shyen had mentioned before. I think I understand now, Hashirama interjected, nodding with a sudden realization. So, you're saying if the Sage of Six Paths chooses to help me, he could stop my death and I'd be able to continue living. Is that right? Tabarama clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening. The Sage of Six Paths was their ancestor. Even so, Tabarama found himself grappling with bitterness. If such a god truly existed, why hadn't he intervened during the endless bloodshed of the Warring States period? The Senju, the Uchiha, the countless smaller clans that had allied with or opposed them, had endured centuries of brutal conflict. If the sage had such immense power, why hadn't he acted to prevent such suffering? No, Tobirama thought. Perhaps, if a god intervened too frequently, humans would grow complacent. After all, why strive for anything when divine intervention could solve every problem? But still, here they were, reduced to hoping for divine intervention themselves. The Sage of Six Paths will save my brother, won't he? Tobirama asked, his voice trembling. Shyen remained silent for a moment, before responding with cold detachment. I don't know. The words hit like a hammer. That's why I said this plan has a slim chance of success, Shyen continued. To you, Hashirama's survival is essential. You need him to handle the threat posed by Madara. But to the Sage of Six Paths, your fleeting peace may hold no value. Tobirama slammed his fist into the wall. This high and mighty god, looking down on their lives, their struggles, their fleeting achievements. Even if the sage was their ancestor, Tobirama could not quell the anger swelling in his chest. It was a cosmic joke. All we can do is try, Hashirama said, forcing a smile despite his weakening state. Worst case scenario, I die. That's not so bad, is it? No, Shyen replied bluntly. His words silenced everyone. Your death could be far worse than you think, Shyen explained. Your soul might not return to the Pure Land. Instead, you could become trapped in the void between life and death, consumed by unresolved obsessions. Your passing may not even catch the sage's attention. Only one path remained, a desperate gamble to force Hashirama's soul into the liminal space between life and death. It was the only chance to draw the sage's gaze. Chapter 53, A Message from the Sage of Six Paths. The boundary between life and death. Tobirama Senju's expression shifted as a troubling thought occurred to him. What exactly is this place? Could it be that a soul, apart from returning to the Pure Land or being devoured by the Shinigami, can end up somewhere else? The boundary between life and death is the rift between the Pure Land and the living world. Emia Shyen gazed at Tobirama, speaking softly but firmly. It is a desolate place where souls cannot find peace. They linger there, unable to move on, bound by the obsessions that consumed them in life. It's an existence even more barren than the Pure Land. Tobirama frowned deeply, sinking into thought. As the creator of the reanimation jutsu, he vaguely understood the distinction between the Pure Land and this boundary. He grasped the meaning of unresolved obsessions, trapping souls in torment. Indeed, the Pure Land was meant to be the final destination of all souls. But the boundary was worse, a limbo for the lost. A soul trapped there, with its obsessions left unresolved, would be like a body permanently starved of sustenance. To linger, there would be a torturous existence. And perhaps even the reanimation jutsu could not reach such a place. After all, the jutsu relied on summoning souls from the Pure Land. The boundary between life and death. Emia Shyen turned his attention to Hashirama and spoke with gravity. It is also where the Sage of Six Paths resides. To meet the Sage of Six Paths, that would be fascinating, Hashirama said, a faint smile breaking across his face. He seemed unbothered by the risks and had already made up his mind. I'd like to request an audience with him. I must warn you. If this plan fails, your soul will be trapped in the boundary forever. Emia Shyen's serious gaze bore into Hashirama. A soul bound by its final obsessions, unable to move on, will become isolated and tormented. While the boundary connects both the living world and the Pure Land, it is ultimately a lonely island adrift between existence and death. There is no time, no space, no past, no future. You won't even realize what you're doing. In that state, your soul will have only one thought, to fulfill the obsession that trapped it. Only once your obsession is resolved can your soul return to clarity, allowing you to pass on to the Pure Land and find peace. Brother, Tobirama's voice carried a rare edge of desperation. If it's truly the boundary, even my reanimation jutsu might not be able to summon your soul. Hashirama's brows furrowed slightly as he considered this. But rather than heeding his brother's warning, he appeared more intrigued by what his lingering obsession might be. My obsession. It must be Madara, right? Tobirama's expression turned sour in an instant. Brother, what kind of nonsense is this? You're at death's door, and all you can think about is Madara again. Was 10 years of chasing him not enough for you? Grumbling aside, Tobirama couldn't deny that Madara was a major problem. Although Tobirama's mood was foul, he understood why his brother's thoughts lingered on Madara. The man represented Hashirama's greatest unresolved struggle, a friendship forged in the fires of war, broken by diverging ideals and ultimately marked by betrayal and relentless pursuit. So, Hashirama spoke, his tone light yet resolute. All I need to do now is die with this obsession for Madara on my mind. Precisely. Emia Shyen nodded slightly, his voice measured and calm. Carrying such a strong obsession into death is the easiest way for your soul to reach the boundary and perhaps draw the sage's attention. Before that, Shyen raised his hand, explaining further. Before your life ends and your soul leaves your body, I will place you in a state that hovers on the edge of life and death. Your consciousness will temporarily exist in the boundary. In simpler terms, you might die or you might live. Your life will enter a strange liminal state, like the coma patients in Konoha's hospital. This state will last only until your body can no longer hold on. This window is brief. Your body is already at its limit. Shyen's brow furrowed slightly as he emphasized the urgency of the situation. If the Sage of Six Paths doesn't intervene within a few minutes, your body will truly perish, and will know whether or not this plan has succeeded. So I'm only risking a few minutes of life. Hashirama chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Lying back on the bed, he wore a peaceful expression. Let's hope my luck holds out. Then die with your obsession for Madara in your heart. Emia Shyen's eyes narrowed slightly as he placed a hand on Hashirama's chest, sensing the flickering embers of his life force. Carry that obsession into death and pray that you meet the sage on the boundary. Say your last words now. This may be your final chance. Green chakra, sharp as needles, penetrated Hashirama's body. Shyen's calm voice served as a reminder to his patient. I understand. Hashirama nodded, glancing at the sleeping Tsunade. A tender smile crossed his face before he turned to Emia Shyen. Thank you, Lord Shyen. You've gone through so much trouble for me over the years. His voice grew faint, and his gaze shifted to his brother. Tobirama, the future of Konoha is in your hands now. I understand, brother, Tobirama replied, his voice heavy. He had already been named second Hokage by unanimous vote. The responsibility was one he had prepared himself to bear for years. If his brother truly died, Tobirama was ready to shoulder everything. That's good, that's good. Hashirama's eyelids drooped, his chakra unraveling from his body. His lips murmured a name, the name of the man who had defined so much of his life. Madara. Tobirama's expression was somber. Though he had often been angered by his brother's fixation on Madara, at this moment he could only accept it. The room fell silent. Hashirama's body lay still on the bed, motionless. The green needles of chakra kept his failing body tethered to the physical world, but his consciousness had already faded. The once mighty first Hokage now lay lifeless, his brilliance seemingly extinguished. Is it a success or a failure? Tobirama glanced at Shyen, then at his brother's still form, his voice anxious. Lord Shyen, how can we tell if the plan worked? How long until we know? Perhaps it has already failed. Shyen shook his head, his voice quiet and reflective. If the Sage of Six Paths intended to save him, he would have done so the moment Hashirama's soul reached the boundary. We can only wait for his body to fully expire to confirm the outcome. However, Shyen suddenly reached down to lift the still sleeping Tsunade into his arms. Turning toward the exit, he spoke without hesitation. Prepare for Hashirama's funeral. Tobirama's face twisted with suppressed grief. Even with all his preparations, his brother was truly gone. The faint glimmer of hope had vanished. Why didn't the Sage of Six Paths intervene? Tobirama muttered, staring at his brother's lifeless body. His voice trembled. Is it really as Lord Shyen said, that the peace we've built means nothing to him? To him, Shijin gently adjusted the sleeping Tsunade in his arms, speaking calmly. This era might truly hold no one worthy of his attention. Neither Hashirama nor Madara, brilliant as they may be, could compare to the radiance of the sage himself. To a god, they are but fleeting sparks in the vast expanse of history. Even I, Shijin thought silently, am no exception. But just as he was about to leave, a sudden movement caught his eye. Hashirama opened his eyes. Brother. Tabarama's face lit up with hope. Lord Shijin, he's awake. Shijin's heart tensed. If Hashirama had truly awakened, it could only mean one thing. The Sage of Six Paths had intervened. Apologies, Tabarama. Hashirama's voice was weak, his tone laced with gentle laughter. This is just a fleeting farewell. My life, it seems, truly matters little in the grand scheme of history, ha ha ha. But then, Hashirama's gaze shifted to Shijin, his eyes filled with profound respect and reverence. Yet, there are still beings in this world whose light even gods must honor. The Sage of Six Paths asked me to deliver a message to you, Lord Shijin. Chapter 54, The Sage of Six Paths Apology. In the previous moment, within the boundary between life and death, this place exists as the rift between the Pure Land and the living world. When Hashirama Senju's soul left his body, his death caught the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. The sage noticed the unique chakra radiating from Hashirama. It's happening again. The remnants of the sage's chakra gazed at the chakra within Hashirama, as though seeing a promise once made by his second son in a bygone era. Asura's chakra, once again returning to the Pure Land, to await the next cycle of reincarnation alongside his elder brother. This cycle of reincarnation had been witnessed countless times over the past millennia by the Sage of Six Paths. It was a tale he had grown accustomed to, though he still held faint hope that the chakras of his two sons might someday reconcile. But this time, something was different. Hashirama Senju's soul, carrying the seed of Asura's chakra, did not return to the Pure Land. Instead, it remained in the boundary between life and death, bound by an unresolved obsession. This was an anomaly in the cycle of Asura's chakra reincarnation. The sage immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Such a thing had never happened before. Asura's chakra had always reincarnated continuously, seeking to resolve the conflict brought by Indra's chakra reincarnation. Why would it now stop, choosing to linger in the boundary? Could it be? The Sage of Six Paths frowned deeply, pondering the only explanation that came to mind. Is it because the current vessel of Indra's chakra has not yet died? Even so, that wouldn't solve the problem. A soul trapped in the boundary of life and death, consumed by obsession, would not easily find peace. To be freed, it would require another soul willing to respond to its obsession. Even if the vessel of Indra's chakra died, there was no guarantee that soul would answer the call of Asura's. If anything, Indra's prideful chakra might simply return to the Pure Land without a second thought, leaving Asura's trapped in isolation, awaiting the next cycle. While this isn't a true crisis for the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths let out a soft sigh. His chakra residue descended toward the area. Thankfully, this isn't the living world, but rather the boundary. My remaining chakra can manifest here without a medium. Within the boundary of life and death, Hashirama Senju's soul sat motionless beside a flickering fire. As his spirit wandered the endless darkness, unease gripped him. He could see nothing but an unending void, and a creeping sense of loneliness began to rise in his heart. This isolating darkness would be unbearable for most. Fortunately, Hashirama was no ordinary person. His will remained steadfast, and his mind fixated on the thought that consumed him. When will I see Madara? No, that wasn't it. I'm here to seek an audience with the Sage of Six Paths. Yet Hashirama's obsession with seeing Madara clouded his spirit, pushing thoughts of the sage out of his mind. All he wanted was to meet Madara here. The thought was somewhat disrespectful. To die and immediately wish to see Madara felt improper, even selfish. But this desire refused to be suppressed. Hashirama realized that, within this desolate realm, all he truly wanted was to see Madara again, to talk with him, friend to friend, as they once had. Here, time did not exist. He might meet Madara in the next moment. Or perhaps it would take 1,000 years. As this conflicting hope churned in his heart, an old monk emerged from the darkness. He appeared like a wandering traveler, pausing to rest. The monk's face was lined with age and kindness as he approached Hashirama. "Newcomer, may I rest here for a while?" "Of course." Hashirama's soul, ever kind, shifted slightly to make room by the fire, gesturing for the monk to sit. But as the monk took his place, Hashirama suddenly felt something amiss. This wasn't right. Didn't Emia Shyen say that loneliness was absolute here? How could there be a traveling monk in this place? "Would you mind chatting with an old monk like me?" The elder carried a staff and spoke slowly, his tone calm and unhurried. "Why have you lingered here? Who are you exactly?" Hashirama's soul showed a trace of wariness. Remembering Shigen's warnings, he cautiously asked, "In this place, shouldn't a soul encounter only its own obsessions?" "Newcomer, then tell me this. Who exactly told you about this place?" The old monk's strange eyes lifted slightly, revealing a pair of spiral-patterned pupils that resembled ancient tree rings. Those eyes drew Hashirama into their depths, sending a chill down his spine. This is the boundary between the Pure Land and the living world. Even the dead should not have knowledge of it. Those eyes. Hashirama's soul trembled, recognition dawning. Rinnegan. The Rinnegan. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, said to rival the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the Byakugan of the Hyuga as one of the 3 great Dijutsu. "Are you the Sage of Six Paths?" For a moment, Hashirama regretted not asking Shigen for a clearer description of the sage. Now he couldn't be certain. But it had to be him. Only a god could traverse this boundary between life and death. Their plan had succeeded. "I did not expect." The Sage of Six Paths closed his eyes briefly, murmuring softly, "That there are still people in the world who remember an old monk like me." "So, you really are the Sage of Six Paths?" Hashirama's soul brightened with relief, though his obsession quickly surfaced once more. "Forgive me, I linger here because I wish to see my old friend Madara." "Ahem." The sage raised a finger, as though to silence him. "Your friend is still alive." "Our apologies, that's not what I meant." Hashirama quickly tried to suppress his obsession, but it refused to fade. Left with no choice, he began recounting the story of his and Madara's relationship. "I met Madara many years ago." Hashirama spoke of their first meeting, how their families forced them apart, and how they became leaders of opposing clans. "Even when we were enemies, I always hoped we could reconcile. Eventually, we built Konoha together." His soul lit with fond memories before sinking into regret. "But we argued and fell apart. Madara left, vowing to destroy the village we had built together. And so, we went to war once more." His voice wavered, heavy with pain. "To protect Konoha, I spent my final years chasing Madara. Yet even at death's door, I could not resolve the threat he posed to the village." "This is not your fault." The sage shook his head gently. He understood well the conflict between Asura and Indra. Those carrying Indra's chakra often fell into extremism. To be honest, this incarnation of Asura's chakra had done remarkably well. Hashirama had brought peace to an era of chaos, earning the sage's respect. The only regret was his inability to reconcile with Indra's successor. "So, your old friend has become your obsession." The sage let out a sigh, his gaze softening. "Yes. I wish to return to the living world." Hashirama's eyes grew firm, his tone sincere as he pleaded, "My life is nearly over. Lord Shigen told me that only you, Sage of Six Paths, could grant me this chance. That is why I've sought you here." "Shigen." The sage murmured the name, his ancient mind stirring. From the depths of his memory, he sought any recollection of that name. "Shigen Emia Shyen." "Yes." Hashirama's face lit up with hope. "Lord Shigen." The sage's expression turned thoughtful, then shifted to one of surprise. "But I remember Lord Shigen dying long ago." Awkwardly, Hashirama explained his brother's use of the reanimation jutsu to revive Shigen. The sage's eye twitched. These descendants of Asura are so audacious. How dare they disturb Shigen's eternal rest? "Your actions are reckless beyond measure." The sage's tone softened into a bitter laugh, followed by a sigh. How could you disturb his peace? He was a saint of the ancient world, revered even in the Pure Land, a man whose brilliance surpassed even mine. Hashirama scratched his head, embarrassed. Thankfully, Lord Shijin is kind and magnanimous, and bears no grudge for such offenses. The sage sighed again, his expression tinged with guilt. I owe him an apology. For I lack the strength to save this world as he once did. All that remains of me is this residual chakra. And this chakra must be preserved for the true crisis, the one capable of destroying the entire ninja world. Chapter 55, S-Rank Commission, Obtain Hashirama Cells. The Sage of Six Paths was sincere, so much so that he arranged for Hashirama Senju to return briefly to the living world to offer an apology. In the sage's view, Emia Shyen's character and stature warranted his utmost respect. Shijin's actions had sought the sage's intervention to prolong Hashirama's life. The sage, however, had refused, compelled by his duty to protect the ninja world. For this, he felt obligated to apologize. The Sage of Six Paths told me, there is indeed a threat in this world, far more dangerous than Madara. Hashirama believed the sage, showing no resentment over the lack of intervention. However, the sage cannot manifest fully in the living world. To express his regret to Lord Shijin, he granted me this brief time to return. So you're saying, the Sage of Six Paths is real. And to him, we are truly insignificant. Tabarama's gaze shifted between his rejuvenated brother and Emia Shyen, who was holding the sleeping Tsunade in his arms. His face darkened again. If not for Lord Shijin, we wouldn't even have the privilege of knowing the sage existed. This realization left Tabarama deeply unsettled. Although he had already believed Shijin's words about the sage's existence, seeing his brother revived and learning of the sage firsthand had shaken him to his core. A godlike figure truly existed in their world. However, that god was unable to intervene directly in the living world. He wasn't omnipotent. What bothered Tabarama even more was the revelation of a threat greater than Madara, lurking in the shadows of the ninja world. What could possibly be worse than Madara? Tabarama couldn't help but ask. That is a secret that cannot yet be revealed, Hashirama replied, shaking his head solemnly. The sage said the nature of the danger would only become clear when it arrives. So, you're still going to die. Tabarama's tone grew heavier as he pieced everything together. The sage is only extending your time briefly to convey his apology to Lord Shijin. Exactly, Hashirama confirmed with a slow nod. Even the Sage of Six Paths held Emia Shyen in high regard. One might expect a being of legend to remain aloof, but the sage had shown humility. He treated Shyen with genuine respect, just as the younger generations revered him as a great figure. Tabarama, you must not disclose this secret. Hashirama cast a warning glance at his brother before turning to Shyen. The sage has entrusted Lord Shijin with keeping his existence and the truth about the Pure Land a secret. I understand. Shijin furrowed his brow slightly, his voice steady. I've already learned to conceal things in this era, there's no need to worry. Haha, that makes us seem so inadequate. Hashirama chuckled awkwardly. This situation was, indeed, quite embarrassing. The sage had even shared stories about Emia Shyen, including Shijin's disputes with the sage over the use of chakra. In the end, Shyen had chosen to trust Asura, but the outcome had not been what he had hoped for. As Hashirama reflected on the sage's words, he felt as though the sage's gaze lingered on him during the story. Was it possible Asura had wronged Shyen? Or perhaps he himself owed Shyen an apology as well. After all, it was Tabarama who had disturbed Shijin's eternal rest. As the elder brother, perhaps he should bear responsibility for that transgression. Tabarama. Hashirama placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, his expression serious. You must ensure that Lord Shijin's soul is returned to the Pure Land. Never again use such a forbidden technique to disturb his rest. Yes, brother. Tabarama nodded reluctantly, his tone heavy. Though he had not yet uncovered the full treasure trove of knowledge hidden within Shijin, Konoha had already reaped immense benefits from his medical expertise. After all, the initial purpose of using the reanimation jutsu on Shijin had been to save Hashirama's life. "It's all right," Shijin interjected, seemingly unconcerned. He adjusted the sleeping Tsunade in his arms, making her position more comfortable. "If I had wanted to return to the Pure Land, I could have undone the jutsu myself long ago. However..." Shijin's gaze fell on the small child in his arms. "I've found hope for the legacy of medical ninjutsu in this world." "Tsunade, huh?" Hashirama's face softened into a smile, his voice tinged with pride. "She really is lucky, isn't she? Well then, it's time for me to go." Hashirama gave Tabarama's shoulder a final pat, smiling as he spoke. "There's no need to worry about what happens after I'm gone. The Sage of Six Paths has promised to guide my soul to the Pure Land, ensuring I won't be trapped in the boundary of life and death because of my obsession with Madara." Tabarama's heart eased at those words. If his brother's soul could find peace in death, it was a significant comfort. For so long, Tabarama had felt the weight of guilt, pushing his brother to shoulder burdens for Konoha even at great personal cost. Now, that burden would finally lift. Just as Tabarama opened his mouth to say more, he felt Hashirama's hand go limp. His brother's body collapsed once more. Tabarama quickly caught him. This time, the body would not awaken again. Even though their plan had succeeded, even though Hashirama had met the Sage of Six Paths, it had not changed the inevitable. "I'll take Tsunade and leave now," Shijin said, his expression calm but solemn. Inwardly, Shijin's thoughts churned. It seemed his actions had successfully avoided drawing undue attention from the Sage of Six Paths. More importantly, he had confirmed the sage's weakened state. The once mighty god could no longer interfere with the living world. This realization gave Shijin some measure of relief. This experiment had achieved its purpose. If the sage hadn't intervened with Hashirama, it was likely he would only act through the next reincarnations of Asura and Indra's chakras. Those reincarnations, NARUTO Uzumaki, Uchiha, they were the key to Shijin's millennia-long plan. For now, though, he would use this knowledge to deal with Black Zetsu. By leveraging the Sage of Six Paths' existence, Shijin could maneuver Black Zetsu into abandoning its plans to use him as a pawn in Kaguya's resurrection. As Shijin carried the sleeping Tsunade from the house, a new commission appeared on his task list. S-rank commission, obtain Hashirama cells. Shijin accepted the task without hesitation. Unfinished commissions, 3-3. Though he wasn't about to desecrate Hashirama's remains, there were other ways to acquire the cells. Madara Uchiha. Madara's body contained Hashirama's cells. Obtaining them from Madara would be simple. The man had even cultivated his own supply of Hashirama cells. Of course, there were other options. Konoha itself might not be willing to let go of the power contained in those cells. Shijin knew for a fact that Tabarama had stored a sample of Hashirama's cells in a sealed laboratory long ago. Lord Shijin. When Mito Uzumaki saw him emerge with Tsunade, she immediately understood what had transpired. She had already sensed the stillness within the house. The red-haired woman, with her unshakable resolve, held back her grief and bowed deeply to Shijin. "Thank you, and my condolences." Shijin inclined his head slightly. "Thank you for all you've done for my husband," Mito said, her voice steady despite the grief etched on her face. Shijin's tone carried rare regret. "I'm sorry, my plan failed." "No." "I could feel the change in Hashirama," Mito replied sincerely, her gratitude unwavering. "This was not your fault. Kurama has already told me everything. It guessed your plan." "Indeed." Mito's sharp senses had detected a foreign yet awe-inspiring chakra within Hashirama before his death. That chakra belonged to the Sage of Six Paths. Even a god had been unable to save her husband. "Tsunade." Mito gently stroked the sleeping child's hair, her voice soft with trust. "Please look after her for a few days, Lord Shijin." Chapter 56, Uchiha Madara's Farewell. Hashirama Senju had died. All of Konoha was shrouded in sorrow. To the villagers, Hashirama had been their pillar of strength, the very foundation of their existence. Without him, there would have been no village for them to call home. At Hashirama's funeral, nearly the entire village attended. Ninjas from every clan gathered at the cemetery, dressed in black, placing white flowers at the first Hokage's gravestone. I miss Grandpa. Tsunade wiped the tears from her small face. Death is not the end of life. Shijin held the child's hand, standing at the forefront of the crowd. His eyes fixed on the portrait of Hashirama, framed by white flowers. He spoke calmly. As long as Konoha continues to exist, Hashirama's name will live on in the hearts of its people. They will remember the first Hokage, the man who ended the Warring States era, and their descendants will remember the founder of this village. Human life is always fleeting. To make their existence last longer, humans instinctively strive for many things. Some desperately seek to extend their lifespan or achieve immortality, while others choose to leave behind something far more precious as their legacy. Children who carry their bloodline, or ideals which carry their spirit. Shijin's voice was steady and solemn, reverberating in the ears of everyone present. As long as someone remembers his name, as long as someone recalls his deeds in bringing peace to the warring world, Hashirama has not truly died. He still lives in this world. I'll always remember Grandpa. Tsunade bit her lip, her large eyes filled with determination. She gripped Shijin's cold fingers tightly. The gathered ninjas wept silently as they listened. Standing among them was Tobirama Senju. With his arms crossed and his expression dark, he stared at the framed portrait of his brother surrounded by white flowers. Lord Shijin is right. Tobirama, suppressing his sorrow, spoke in a cold, almost detached tone, though his voice carried conviction. As long as the will to protect Konoha that Hashirama left behind continues within us, he will never truly be gone. The funeral ended. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Tobirama led the ninjas away. With Hashirama's passing, he had stepped into the role of the second Hokage, as the people's unanimous choice. There was much work to be done. In the past, Hashirama had often blocked some of Tobirama's more hardline policies. Now, Tobirama could implement his plans to stabilize Konoha's internal affairs and prepare for the challenges that would come without his brother's protection. At the cemetery, only Tsunade remained. She refused to leave, still clinging to her grief. Shijin stood silently beside her, holding a broad leaf to shield her from the rain. With the others gone, Tsunade's thoughts began to wander. Lord Shijin. Was it because I won that Grandpa passed away? Tsunade's tear-streaked face was filled with guilt. She blamed herself for winning the last bet she had made with Hashirama. It must be because I won that final game. This isn't your fault. Shijin frowned, sensing the presence of someone nearby. He crouched slightly and spoke gently. Tsunade, we need to go. Someone else is here to pay their respects. No need to avoid me, Lord Shijin. A familiar, arrogant voice echoed through the rain. Uchiha Madara. Only Madara would appear at a time like this. Yet Madara didn't seem to care about being discovered by Shijin or Tsunade. He also showed no fear of being sensed by Mido Yuzumaki or the danger of entering Konoha without Hashirama's presence as a deterrent. As a man who had been both a friend and rival to Hashirama, having experienced their bitter fallout and years of pursuit, Madara, upon hearing of Hashirama's death, had decided to come and bid farewell to his old companion. Of course, he wasn't alone. Lurking beneath the ground, as always, was Black Zetsu. For years, Black Zetsu had shadowed Madara, subtly aiding him in escaping Hashirama's relentless pursuit. Through the rain, Madara approached slowly. His long hair clung wetly to his face, but he paid no mind. In his hand was a bouquet of white flowers, which he laid at Hashirama's grave. He looked at the framed photo, his expression complicated. I thought I'd get to show Hashirama the future I was destined to create. Tsunade hid behind Shijin, frightened. Madara's imposing height, his wet, disheveled hair partially obscuring his face, made him appear both intimidating and dangerous to a child. This little one. When Madara turned, he noticed Tsunade's reaction. A flicker of irritation crossed his face, along with an unpleasant memory. He'd tried to act amicable. Why is this child so scared of me? Do I really look that terrifying? She's Hashirama's granddaughter, Shijin said, crouching to hand the leaf to Tsunade. Tsunade, you should go back now. But Lord Shijin. Tsunade hesitated, stubbornly wanting to stay. Be good. Shijin's tone grew serious, prompting Tsunade to shrink back. She clutched the leaf, her hands trembling, and ran off into the rain. I wasn't going to harm the child, Madara scoffed, his curiosity piqued. You seem rather fond of her, Lord Shijin. She has the greatest potential as a medical ninja, Shijin replied, his gaze following the small figure disappearing into the rain. I see. Madara nodded, understanding Shijin's priorities. Changing the topic, he spoke bluntly. With Hashirama gone, the peace he left behind will soon crumble. Shijin remained silent. It wasn't a matter of if, it was only a matter of when. The nations around them would undoubtedly covet the power vacuum left by Hashirama's death. Konoha, once unassailable, would now seem vulnerable. Not that it concerns me. Shijin's voice was detached as he continued. I should be returning to the Pure Land soon. Madara's eyes narrowed. Returning. Shijin looked up at the rain falling from the sky, then back at the grave. The patient has died. A doctor summoned back by the reanimation jutsu is no longer needed. That would be a waste of your talents, Madara said, his gaze like a wolf's, sharp and hungry. There's still so much I want to learn from you. Shijin was a treasure trove. Madara, like Tobirama, recognized this. He was confident that with Shijin's guidance, he could unlock the full potential of the Rinnegan and execute the sage's vision for the world. Leave soon, Shijin said curtly, his tone brokering no argument. Mito's sensory skills are sharp, she may already know you're here. You needn't worry. Madara chuckled softly, showing no intention of staying long. Until I awaken the Rinnegan, I won't act. Besides, he turned back toward Hashirama's grave, his voice low but resolute. I came here only to bid farewell to Hashirama. That's for the best. Shijin nodded lightly. Before I leave this world, if you have questions, feel free to seek me out. Hashirama is gone, but you still carry the hope for a different kind of peace. Madara laughed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Questions? No, I'd rather have your guidance, Lord Shijin. Think it over. Madara's figure began to vanish into the rain, his parting words lingering. You'll see soon enough, Lord Shijin. This world will descend into chaos again. The path Hashirama walked was a mistake. My path is the one that will bring true peace. When Madara was gone, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, appearing before Shijin with an anxious expression. However, before it could speak, Shijin's calm voice left it utterly bewildered. Black Zetsu, he said with a faint smile, I've found the Sage of Six Paths. With his help, reviving Lady Kaguya through the Moon Eye plan will undoubtedly be smoother. Black Zetsu was silent, inwardly cursing. Damn you, Hagoromo. Chapter 57, Black Zetsu wants to curse someone. Black Zetsu's emotions were easy to grasp. If not for sharing the same mother as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu would have cursed the Sage of Six Paths to oblivion. How could someone be dead for over 1,000 years and still cause this much trouble? For Black Zetsu, Hagoromo's sudden reappearance was no blessing. It was nothing short of a catastrophe. Hagoromo was the one who had sealed Kaguya away, the very instigator of this entire mess. Black Zetsu didn't believe for a second that Hagoromo would help revive Kaguya. Quite the opposite, he was likely trying to prevent her resurrection. If Hagoromo got involved, how could the Moon Eye plan proceed? Panic surged within Black Zetsu. It wanted to hide, to disappear, as its mind spiraled in chaos. Where had things gone wrong? Where had Shijin found Hagoromo? After all, Black Zetsu had seen Shijin steal Hagoromo's corpse with its own eyes. And yet, as Shijin smiled faintly, seemingly calm and unbothered, Black Zetsu swallowed its fear and nervously inquired. Shijin, wasn't the Sage of Six Paths already long dead? Before Shijin could reply, Black Zetsu hurriedly added, Shijin, you're the only one truly capable of executing the Moon Eye plan. No one can replace you, not even the Sage of Six Paths himself, were he alive. In truth, Black Zetsu wished it could tell Hagoromo to stay as far away as possible. The last thing it wanted was for Shijin and Hagoromo to interact. If they did, who knew what might happen? Death doesn't necessarily mean the end of the soul, Shijin said with practiced ease, spinning a story so smoothly that even the most suspicious listener might believe him. When Hashirama died, he carried his obsession with Madara to the grave. Because of that, his soul couldn't find peace or return to the Pure Land. Black Zetsu stiffened, its anxiety spiking. That actually made sense. Black Zetsu was well aware that the bond between Hashirama and Madara stretched back centuries. It wasn't far-fetched to believe that Hashirama's fixation on Madara could trap his soul in limbo. So, Hagoromo appeared. Black Zetsu's thoughts grew chaotic as it asked, can the Sage of Six Paths, long dead, still influence the living world? He seems capable, Shijin replied with a nod, his voice calm. When Hashirama was on the brink of death, he encountered Hagoromo, who granted him the strength to briefly return to the world of the living. It was then that Hashirama delivered Hagoromo's message to me, urging me to return to the Pure Land and not linger in this world. Black Zetsu felt an ache, as if its non-existent stomach had been punched. That ungrateful son. Even in death, he refused to rest. What greater crisis could the world possibly face? Other than Kaguya, what could possibly be more dangerous? Had Hagoromo discovered Black Zetsu's plans? Did he know it was trying to exploit Shijin's abilities? If Shijin returned to the Pure Land, who would Black Zetsu rely on? Madara? Madara's arrogance made him seem utterly unreliable. And what if Shijin, upon returning to the Pure Land, heard Hagoromo's version of Kaguya's story? Would he still trust Black Zetsu? Wait. A massive question mark appeared in Black Zetsu's mind. If Shijin returned to the Pure Land, wouldn't it lose its most valuable piece on the board? Though Madara had his uses, Shijin's involvement had always been the most crucial. Shijin, however, was far too naive, far too easily manipulated. If Hagoromo managed to sway him, Black Zetsu's entire plan might unravel. No. It couldn't afford to lose Shijin. It had to find a way to bring Shijin back from the Pure Land, to revive him again, and to regain his trust. Moreover, Black Zetsu needed to gather intelligence about Hagoromo, how the sage could still influence the world, how much power he had left, and whether he posed a threat to Kaguya's resurrection. This was bad. Worse than bad, it was catastrophic. To uncover Hagoromo's secrets, Black Zetsu needed Shijin to go to the Pure Land and bring back that information. It had no choice but to allow Shijin's departure and plan for his eventual return. If not for Tobirama's development of the reanimation jutsu, Black Zetsu might have been at a complete loss. It would have to retrieve the remaining half of Shijin's body and prepare for another reanimation. Hagoromo was insufferable. Not only had he disrupted Black Zetsu's plans with his sudden reappearance, but now Black Zetsu had to start from scratch, rebuilding trust and resetting its strategies. The thought alone made Black Zetsu grind its metaphorical teeth in frustration. It had taken millennia to convince Shijin to align with the Moon Eye plan, to teach him the value of deceit, and to rekindle hope for Kaguya's return. Now, Hagoromo was trying to snatch Shijin away. Worse, Black Zetsu had no choice but to stand by and watch. It even had to encourage Shijin to meet Hagoromo. Why? Because only Shijin could bring back vital information about the sage, ensuring there would be no obstacles to Kaguya's resurrection. That damn old man. Black Zetsu's anger boiled over, seething internally. If hatred were the only word to describe its feelings toward Hagoromo, it would fall woefully short. What's wrong, Black Zetsu? Shijin's expression showed mild surprise, as though completely oblivious to the chaos he had unleashed in Black Zetsu's mind. I'm just uneasy, Black Zetsu admitted, suppressing its frustration. What if the sage changes his mind? And even if he doesn't, the Pure Land is separate from the living world. Any plan must still be executed here. And if something goes wrong, only Madara will be left to carry out the Moon Eye plan. You've seen how arrogant he is, even without the Rinnegan. I'm worried he'll ruin everything. That was outright slander. Madara's arrogance was undeniable, but Black Zetsu took pleasure in twisting the knife. What should we do then? Shijin frowned thoughtfully, seemingly ignoring the fact that Madara had successfully implemented the Moon Eye plan in his past life. How about this? Shijin suggested. Next time I see Madara, I'll tell him about you. That way, if anything goes wrong, you can guide him through the plan yourself. Black Zetsu hesitated. For centuries, it had avoided revealing itself to Madara, preferring to remain hidden while subtly influencing him. Its ideal scenario was for Shijin to guide Madara directly while it stayed in the shadows. But if Shijin were to leave, it might have no choice but to step forward. Black Zetsu had always planned to pose as Madara's will when the time was right, particularly after he awakened the Rinnegan. But now that Shijin knew its true identity, the risk of exposure had increased. Pretending to be Kaguya's will was even less feasible. "I can't tell Madara I'm Kaguya's will," Black Zetsu said decisively. "He's too proud to accept anyone, even a god, as his superior. If he finds out, he might sabotage the Munai plan." "Shijin, you're the only one Madara will trust. Only by relying on your reputation can we ensure his cooperation. Only you can make him believe in our vision for peace." Yes. Shijin was the key. He was the most trusted figure in the entire ninja world, someone no one would ever doubt. Even Madara respected him. Even Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, was no match for Shijin's influence. Chapter 58, The First Shinobi World War. Black Zetsu's plan was carefully crafted. The only issue was its execution, which proved less smooth than expected. For instance, arranging a meeting between Madara Uchiha and Shijin in Konoha was nearly impossible. Yuzumaki Mito's powerful sensory abilities meant that Madara could not set foot in the village without being detected. Case in point, when Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade returning alone to the village, she immediately sensed Madara's presence nearby, triggering a wave of panic throughout Konoha. The entire village was on high alert, fearing another attack by Madara Uchiha. Without the protection of Hashirama Senju, the only person with the confidence to confront Madara was Uzumaki Mito as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The rest of Konoha's defenders were filled with unease. It wasn't until Shijin returned to the village and informed them of Madara's visit to pay respects to Hashirama that the tension eased. Shijin's reputation and assurance were enough to calm the village. HMMPH. That bastard killed my brother. And now he dares to come to Konoha to mourn him. Tobirama Senju was incensed when he heard the news. However, he had no way of dealing with Madara. Konoha currently lacked the means or strength to hunt him down. Instead of chasing Madara, Tobirama shifted focus to consolidating Konoha's internal strength. The reports coming from Konoha's borders carried the scent of war, particularly from the Land of Wind. The frequent incursions by Tsunagakure's ninja into the Land of Fire hinted at looming conflict. War was approaching, and Konoha's time was running out. As the villagers began recovering from the grief of Hashirama's death, they were met with a whirlwind of large-scale reforms under Tobirama's leadership as the Second Hokage. Tobirama wasted no time restructuring nearly every institution in Konoha. He established a dedicated department for training medical nin in Konoha Hospital, reformed the curriculum of the Ninja Academy, and expanded the ranks of the ANBU. Among these changes, however, one matter proved the most troublesome: the Uchiha clan. The fact that Madara Uchiha was still alive greatly heightened Tobirama's concerns about the Uchiha. They might serve as internal collaborators should Madara decide to attack Konoha. Yet Tobirama couldn't simply annihilate the Uchiha clan, nor could he afford to let them go unchecked. Instead, he began fostering individuals within the clan who leaned toward loyalty to Konoha. One such individual, Uchiha Kagami, was even promoted to Tobirama's personal guard. In addition to fostering loyalty, Tobirama's surveillance measures were set into motion. The Uchiha clan was ordered to live in an isolated area of Konoha, where they formed an independent Konoha police force. This force was tasked with guarding the village's prison and resolving internal disputes among villagers. Naturally, this isolation raised eyebrows. Within the Uchiha clan, some expressed dissatisfaction with the blatant segregation. Others, however, saw it as proof of the clan's status as the strongest in Konoha, especially since the Senju clan had been scattered and dissolved. Despite some opposition to Tobirama's policies, dissenting voices were quickly silenced. The establishment of the Uchiha-led police force was finalized. "All of this is for Konoha," Tobirama said, dismissing any objections with a firm and unyielding tone. "The village cannot afford internal unrest during such a critical time. War is inevitable." And indeed, war came swiftly, much faster than Tobirama had anticipated. Ninjas from Tsunagakure gathered their forces, crossed the river country, and breached the borders of the Land of Fire, launching an attack on Konoha. But this was only the beginning. The scale of the conflict expanded far beyond expectations. At first, it was believed that Tsunagakure's assault stemmed from frustration over their barren lands and their desire to seize Konoha's fertile territory. However, the war soon engulfed the entire shinobi world. Seeing the conflict between Konoha and Tsunade, other villages, such as Iwagakure of the Land of Earth and Kumigakure of the Land of Lightning, mobilized their forces, hoping to claim the spoils of war. Even Kirigakure of the distant Land of Water joined the fray. The entire ninja world was thrown into chaos, with smaller nations like the Land of Whirlpools dragged into the conflict. Tobirama had long anticipated war and devised a strategy of attack the weak, defend against the strong. Konoha's forces focused on swiftly defeating the weaker Tsunade, forcing their surrender. Afterward, the plan was to march northward to defend against the combined armies of Iwagakure and Kumigakure. As for the southern front, it was left to the Land of Whirlpools and Uchiha. Led by the Yuzumaki clan, Konoha's allies in the Land of Whirlpools served as a vital buffer against enemy forces. Their alliance with Konoha was even reflected in Konoha's symbol, derived from the Yuzumaki clan's emblem. Tobirama believed that, given enough time, conflict would inevitably break out between Kumigakure and Iwagakure. Their proximity to one another made territorial disputes unavoidable, and their fragile cooperation would eventually collapse. With this in mind, Tobirama felt cautiously optimistic about the war's outcome. As a result, he did not halt Konoha's daily operations. At the Ninja Academy, students continued their lessons. However, the experienced instructors were replaced by chunin due to the war, and the curriculum was reduced to the most basic ninja skills. "My old teacher went to the battlefield," one child whispered. "I heard a lot of people from the village have died. Someone from the class next door lost both parents in the war. There are so many injured people at the hospital these days." Tsunade had also begun attending the Ninja Academy. During the day, she studied at school, and in the evenings, she would sneak off to Konoha Hospital to learn medical ninjutsu from Shijin. The influx of injured soldiers strained the hospital's resources. Many of Konoha's medical nin had been dispatched to the battlefield, leaving the hospital short-staffed. Even worse, some of the wounded brought back to the village were beyond the capabilities of ordinary medics. This was a direct result of Tobirama's orders. After inspecting battlefield medical conditions, Tobirama had devised a pragmatic solution. Field medics would stabilize critical injuries and conserve their chakra by transporting patients back to the village, where Shijin's superior skills could save them. This strategy worked brilliantly. Many lives were saved as a result, especially those with injuries too severe for battlefield treatment. Tobirama knew Shijin, recognized even by the Sage of Six Paths, would never abandon his patients. At Konoha Hospital, Shijin was performing miracles. Numerous patients who would have otherwise died were saved by his hands. Shijin's palm glowed with vibrant green chakra as he skillfully repaired a patient's heart, stitching damaged blood vessels together with chakra threads finer than hair. "Tsunade," Shijin called, noticing the young girl's arrival. "Wait in the next room for a moment. I'll be done with this surgery soon." "I'm not scared, Lord Shijin." Tsunade boldly stepped closer, her small hands glowing with faint green chakra. Her expression was determined. "I can help." "Then pay close attention," Shijin said, his tone gentle. "These chakra threads promote healing. For internal surgeries like this, you need to convert your medical chakra into thread form. That way, the stitches will dissolve once the wound heals, leaving no complications behind." "Understood." Tsunade carefully handed him a sterile cloth, eager to assist. "Thank you," Shijin said, using the cloth to absorb blood from the wound. As the surgery concluded, he sighed. "It seems the number of injured continues to grow." "You're the one working so hard, Lord Shijin," Tsunade said, her face tinged with sadness. "How can we save more people? There's only one of you. How can you possibly save everyone?" "With greater skill. With more experience. And most importantly..." Shijin paused, his voice lowering almost to a whisper. "With greater power." Chapter 59, The Targeting of Sakumo Haddock. Konoha Hospital was overcrowded with injured patients. Even Tsunade, who was only responsible for handing out gauze, was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. It was well past midnight, yet Shijin's surgeries were far from over. Tsunade yawned widely, covering her mouth with her hand. "Tsunade, go rest in the next room," Shijin instructed gently. Then he turned to his assistant. "Move this patient to the recovery ward, Bring in the next one. I'm not tired. Tsunade quickly waved her hands, trying to look alert. Hade kid, lend us a hand. The assistant's voice echoed through the hospital corridors. A white-haired boy stepped into the room, dressed in a snug combat uniform with a Konoha forehead protector tied across his brow. Despite his calm demeanor, he didn't look much older than Tsunade. The shortage of personnel caused by the war was severe. So severe that even young genin were being assigned tasks, like guarding Konoha Hospital. These freshly graduated genin, some not even teenagers, had been mobilized to take on missions within the village. Lord Shijin. The white-haired boy bowed respectfully toward Shijin. Despite his youth, his exceptional grades in the academy had earned him early graduation, along with assignments like guarding Konoha Hospital and patrolling the village. Go ahead, Shijin said with a nod, motioning for the boy to assist the assistant in moving the patient. As they pushed the next patient into the operating room, Tsunade tilted her head in curiosity, watching the boy leave. Headache, she muttered, her interest piqued. Isn't he the genius from the previous graduating class, Sakumo Headache? I heard he was famous at school, one of the best. Is that so? Shijin responded without looking up, his tone neutral. After a pause, he asked, seemingly absent-mindedly, Your name is Sakumo Headache. Yes, Lord Shijin. Sakumo had just finished assisting the assistant and replied promptly. If there's anything you need me to do, please let me know. Then do me a favor, Shijin said as he continued his meticulous work on a patient, not even glancing up. In my office, there's a box of glucose. I only need one bottle. Tsunade interjected quickly, raising her hand and showing off her small teeth. She was confident that Shijin's instructions were meant for her since he didn't require food or water. Give one bottle to Tsunade, Shijin instructed, waving his hand dismissively. Distribute the rest among the genin on duty tonight. They'll need the energy. Yes, sir, Sakumo responded earnestly, his respect evident in his tone. In Sakumo's mind, Shijin was an extraordinary medical ninja with a cold, aloof demeanor. Though Shijin rarely showed emotion, his unparalleled medical skills and ability to save even the gravest of injuries spoke volumes about his character. Beneath his icy exterior, Sakumo believed Shijin possessed a warm, compassionate heart. Surely, his mysterious demeanor was a necessity imposed by circumstances beyond his control. How could it be otherwise? A man who had saved hundreds of lives in Konoha, someone revered as a miracle worker, must have an inherently kind spirit. As a low-ranking genin, Sakumo wasn't privy to the full truth about Shijin's identity. All he knew were the basics. Shijin was an enigmatic medical ninja whose very presence seemed shrouded in a deathly stillness. The older generation treated Shijin with immense reverence, and Konoha's leadership rarely spoke of him openly. Yet his reputation couldn't be concealed. After all, Shijin never lied. Many within Konoha Hospital knew the truth of his origins. Despite his efforts to hide his identity, Shijin's rudimentary attempts at secrecy were laughably inadequate. For instance, he occasionally left his real name on medical scrolls when signing documents, much to the amazement of those who worked with him. By the time dawn approached, Shijin had performed surgeries on 17 critically injured patients. Even Sakumo, tasked with guarding the hospital, was beginning to feel fatigued. The white-haired boy glanced at Shijin, marveling at how the man seemed utterly immune to exhaustion. Despite working tirelessly through the night, Shijin was now seated in the hospital corridor, calmly documenting the day's medical cases. Meanwhile, Tsunade dozed off on a nearby bench, her small frame wrapped in a white medical coat draped over her like a blanket. Occasionally, Shijin would pause to adjust the coat, ensuring she stayed warm. The sight of Shijin, stoic, unyielding, and endlessly diligent, left Sakumo feeling a pang of sorrow. Shijin noticed Sakumo's gaze and spoke without looking up. You've worked hard, go and rest. Not as hard as you, Lord Shijin, Sakumo replied, shaking his head to push past his fatigue. I'm a body summoned through Edo Tensei. This body doesn't feel anything, Shijin said matter-of-factly, his calm tone betraying no emotion. Without sensation, there's no exhaustion. You don't need to worry about me. After a pause, Shijin added, almost as an afterthought, this isn't much of a secret around Konoha Hospital. You'll hear about it soon enough if you stay on guard duty here. Most of the staff know I was summoned back to this world by Tobirama using a summoning technique. Just don't spread it outside the hospital." Sakumo's expression shifted slightly. Of course, he wouldn't reveal such sensitive information. Sakumo had long suspected something unusual about Shijin's state. His detached, almost lifeless demeanor resembled that of someone no longer alive. In some ways, it felt like Shijin was little more than a tool for healing, devoid of personal needs or desires. "Don't you ever get tired of this?" Sakumo couldn't help but ask. "Not when you're doing what you love," Shijin replied, his voice steady and serene, as though gazing into the depths of the human soul. "If I don't save them, their families will endure the unbearable pain of losing a loved one. That pain can silence the laughter of innocent children, darken the hearts of bright young souls, and break the spirits of the strongest individuals. It's to prevent such suffering that I chose to study medicine," he continued. "The world needs people who can alleviate the burden of pain." It was this resolve that had birthed the medical ninja profession. Listening to Shijin's words, Sakumo was overwhelmed with awe. He realized he was in the presence of someone truly extraordinary, whose compassion and dedication far surpassed his own. "I feel unworthy," Sakumo admitted, lowering his head in shame. "There's no need to feel that way," Shijin reassured him, his tone as gentle as a breeze. "In my time, when chakra first emerged, I despised its use in war. I feared it would eventually lead to endless conflict." Sakumo's guilt deepened. "But now," Shijin continued, his gaze softening, "after wandering this era for 10 years, I've come to understand. While some use chakra for selfish gain, others train to protect their friends, their comrades, and their loved ones." Sakumo's eyes lit up with newfound determination. From that moment on, Sakumo grew closer to Shijin. The young genin eagerly took on more shifts guarding the hospital, finding himself increasingly drawn to Shijin's wisdom. On occasion, Sakumo even assisted in surgeries. Thanks to his skill with kenjutsu, he was adept at making precise incisions for Shijin, allowing the medical master to focus on life-saving procedures. One day, while helping with a critical case, Sakumo had to use lightning chakra to restore a patient's failing heart. Shijin guided him through the process, showing him how to harness electricity for resuscitation. "Lightning chakra can save lives?" Sakumo asked, astonished. "Yes," Shijin replied earnestly. "In fact, lightning can do much more. By blending lightning and water chakra, you can create currents that stimulate a patient's nervous system, potentially waking those in a vegetative state." As Sakumo listened, he realized just how extraordinary this knowledge was. He had gained not just a teacher, but a profound sense of purpose. But as Shijin began teaching Sakumo to merge chakra natures, the boy couldn't shake a feeling of unease. "Wait, combining elemental chakra, isn't that a Kekkei Genkai?" Indeed it was. A Kekkei Genkai, a rare hereditary ability, was now within his grasp. Chapter 60, forcing Shijin to truly join the war. Lightning release plus water release. The fusion of these two chakra natures would create a new ability, storm release, a Kekkei Genkai. It was said that such a Kekkei Genkai existed in the land of lightning, allowing lightning techniques, typically linear and direct, to curve and move at unexpected angles like flowing water. Sakumo Hadake was undoubtedly a genius. However, as a young boy, his chakra reserves were still limited by his age and physical condition. He also favored practicing kenjutsu, swordsmanship, over working on chakra nature transformations, making his attempts at mastering this complex skill rather clumsy. Fortunately, Shijin was an excellent teacher. As a ninja who had mastered all chakra nature transformations and understood the essence of chakra itself, teaching someone to control and combine lightning and water release was an easy task for him. Unlike other ninja instructors, Shijin used a direct chakra transmission method to guide Sakumo, helping him gradually adapt to the two chakra natures. Of course, this method carried significant risks. In most cases, uncontrolled chakra transmission could cause harm to the human body, but for Shijin, resolving such minor issues was mere child's play. Sakumo's progress in training was rapid, though achieving a true Kekkei Genkai was far more complex. However, simply mastering lightning and water chakra natures within this short period was an extraordinary feat, even if it occasionally earned him disapproving looks from a certain small observer. I'm not happy. Tsunade huffed, pouting as she watched Sakumo train. Still struggling to fully grasp the basics of yang release, she couldn't help but grumble, "Why can't I be a genius like Hadake-senpai?" "The conditions for becoming a medical ninja are far more demanding," Shijin noted, sensing her frustration. His tone turned slightly stern as he added, "Tsunade, as the future's greatest medical ninja, your natural talent is already exceptional." "Really, Hiatus?" Tsunade's sour mood instantly vanished, and she grinned brightly, reminiscent of her late grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Sakumo privately thought Shijin spoiled Tsunade a bit too much, treating her with excessive favoritism while being far stricter with the rest of them. Late at night. On one particularly taxing night, a large number of critically injured patients were sent to the hospital. By the time the first rays of sunlight streamed into the hospital's corridors, Shijin finally had a moment to sit down on a bench. He carefully began recording the day's cases in his medical scrolls, his expression as calm and focused as ever. "Good news arrived from the front lines today," Sakumo remarked, his face showing a rare glimmer of excitement. "The second Hokage led our forces to defeat the Sand Village's army, forcing them to sign a treaty." The tide of war seemed to be turning in Konoha's favor. Tobirama's decisive victory over the Sand Village had significantly boosted the morale of Konoha's shinobi. Their swift and overwhelming success against the Sand Forces reaffirmed Konoha's position as the strongest ninja village in the world. Even though the first Hokage had passed on, the will of fire continued to burn brightly in Konoha's ninjas, driving them to protect the village Hashirama had built. "If you're not too tired yet." Shijin didn't appear to share in the excitement of the war news. Glancing at the scroll he was filling, then at Tsunade sleeping soundly beside him on the bench, he quietly instructed the white-haired boy, "Go fetch me a few blank scrolls from my office. Don't wake Tsunade." "Yes, sir." Sakumo immediately vanished with a flicker, eager to assist. Still, the boy's excitement lingered as he darted off. Konoha as a whole was abuzz with triumph and confidence. The second Hokage's concerns. While the village basked in optimism, Tobirama Senju's thoughts were far more tempered. Unlike most shinobi, who only needed to follow orders and fight with all their might, the Hokage had to consider the war's broader consequences. As the second Hokage, Tobirama bore the immense weight of leading Konoha through the First Shinobi World War. Although his victory against the Sand Village had alleviated some of that burden, it was only a temporary reprieve. On his return journey from the Sand Frontlines, having compelled the Sand Village to sign a peace treaty, Tobirama traveled to the northern borders of the Land of Fire. Along the way, he reviewed battle reports and observed the recovery rates of injured shinobi. If only. Tobirama sighed as he flipped through a report from Konoha Hospital. He marveled at the staggering effectiveness of Shijin, the reincarnated medic whose tireless efforts had saved countless lives. If only he had devised the Edo Tensei technique during the Warring States era to summon Shijin back, perhaps the Senju clan's casualties could have been drastically reduced. What an invaluable asset Shijin was. In his current state as an immortal Edo Tensei body, Shijin could work without rest, performing surgeries non-stop for 24 hours straight. He could complete a complex operation in less than 30 minutes, rescuing one critically injured patient after another. It was a little shameful to admit, but Tobirama had no qualms about exploiting Shijin's unique situation if it meant protecting Konoha. After all, safeguarding Hashirama's legacy was his utmost priority. "Shijin is truly remarkable," Tobirama muttered, glancing over another report. "To think he's saved so many, even while remaining behind the lines." That being said, Shijin likely wouldn't agree to move to the front lines, Naruto by Hiruzen, still a young man, commented thoughtfully. Scratching his head, he added, "I heard he wasn't too happy when the war started. He's never been a fan of conflict between ninjas." "Not necessarily." Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen's ever-competitive counterpart, interjected with a differing opinion. Danzo had distinguished himself on the battlefield, often clashing with Hiruzen as both sought to prove their worth. In this war, Danzo relied heavily on the cursed seal Shijin had given him, using its ability to convert natural energy into chakra to become a fearsome force on the battlefield. "Shijin only sees the war from Konoha Hospital," Danzo argued, his tone sharp. If we bring him to the front lines and show him the reality of the war, the mountains of corpses, the suffering he could alleviate, he might reconsider his stance. He could save even more lives and help us achieve victory faster. Hiruzen frowned, uneasy about the suggestion. While Danzo's reasoning wasn't entirely wrong, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel that forcing Shijin into such a role would tarnish the respect and goodwill Konoha had worked to build with him. Shijin despises war, Hiruzen pointed out. We shouldn't exploit his kindness for something he fundamentally opposes. We owe him that much respect. Danzo scoffed. Respect won't win this war. If convincing Shijin to help means invoking peace as our goal, then so be it. His abilities could save hundreds of squads from annihilation. The debate between the two escalated until Tobirama silenced them with a raised hand. You too, Tobirama began, his voice heavy with authority. Take a look at this. He handed them a battle report that had just arrived. The sensory unit has detected over 4,000 enemy forces gathering near the northern borders, Tobirama said grimly. His face darkened, his worry evident. The Iwagakure forces outnumber us several times over. What? Koharu Udatane, another member of the Hokkage's guard, stared in disbelief. Konoha had barely managed to muster 1,000 troops to defend the northern borders. Facing an army that large was almost unthinkable. It's not surprising, Hiruzen said, his tone somber. The land of Earth is vast, its terrain naturally defensible. Unlike us, they haven't suffered as much from past wars. Their population and resources allow them to field armies of this size. And they have fewer concerns about protecting their borders, Hiruzen continued. They can devote almost all their forces to the war effort. They may even deploy their Kekkei Genkai users to the front lines. The tent fell into a heavy silence. This wasn't a battle they could win easily. Danzo seized the moment, his tone resolute. If we want to avoid catastrophic losses, we must use Shijin's power to its fullest potential. Hiruzen, however, still hesitated. We need Shijin's trust. If we resort to manipulation, we could lose his support altogether. We should approach him with honesty, appeal to his desire for peace. And so, the matter remained unresolved, with Tobirama silently weighing their arguments. For now, the looming threat of Iwagakure hung heavy over Konoha, as did the decision of how to involve Shijin in the war effort. Chapter 61, Madara, this is Black Zetsu, my will. Young Hiruzen Sarutobai's proposal wasn't bad. Even Tobirama Senju had to admit that Hiruzen's idea was far more fair and upright than Danzo Shimura's. When Hiruzen explained his plan to the group in the tent, everyone expressed their approval. At the very least, Konoha would stand on the side of peace. Moreover, it didn't really feel like exploiting Lord Shijin. Everyone in Konoha knew that Shijin was a pacifist. He would undoubtedly hope to see the Shinobi World's wars cease, sparing more lives from being lost to the horrors of conflict. By the way, Akimichi Torafu, a member of the Hokage Guard platoon, asked curiously, his chubby face wrinkled like a steamed bun. What exactly does Iwagakure owe Lord Shijin from the past? Just an excess of compassion. Young Danzo's tone was filled with displeasure as if the mere memory annoyed him. When Iwagakure first attempted to seal the Four Tails, they lost control of the beast. It rampaged, causing significant casualties. So Lord Shijin treated their injured. Danzo nodded but grumbled begrudgingly. If we'd known it would come to this, we shouldn't have agreed to help back then, HMPH. Of course, that was nothing but frustration talking. When the plea for help came, it was from none other than Mew, the current second Tsuchikage, and his diminutive disciple. Danzo would never have been able to sway Shijin's decision. All right, let's proceed with Hiruzen's plan for now. Tobirama wrote a letter himself, requesting Shijin's assistance in mediating a truce between Konoha and Iwagakure. As a pacifist, Shijin was unlikely to reject such a request and would likely agree to intervene. Fire Lord. Just as Tobirama sealed the letter, a shinobi entered to deliver urgent news. A messenger from Kumigakure has arrived. The Konoha shinobi present were visibly surprised. In this war, Kumigakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha were locked in a tense three-way standoff on a small country's battlefield, with each side wary of attacks from the others. Among the three, Iwagakure clearly had the advantage in numbers, capable of fighting on two fronts. This was precisely why Konoha wanted to avoid a direct conflict with them. But now, a messenger from Kumigakure. Although Hashirama Senju had once assisted Kumigakure by driving away Uchiha Madara, who had attempted to seize control of the Eight Tails, and had even helped them subdue the rampaging beast, such past goodwill rarely held sway during war. So, what exactly did Kumigakure want? Let them in. Tobirama sealed the letter and spoke firmly. It seems Iwagakure's numbers aren't just giving us a headache. Iwagakure's army wasn't just Konoha's problem. Apparently, Kumigakure, another great nation, was equally troubled by the situation. The war had spiraled out of control, threatening to decimate all three sides. When the Kumigakure messenger entered, their intentions became clear. The second Reikage hoped to form an alliance with Konoha to pressure Iwagakure into retreating. If they could achieve a truce on the mainland, Kirigakure, isolated overseas, would likely withdraw as well. The second Reikage is deeply grateful for the aid the first Hokage once provided Kumigakure. He hopes that by joining forces, Kumigakure and Konoha can restore peace to the continent. Is the second Reikage serious about this? Tobirama scrutinized the messenger, recalling his impression of the Reikage from the first 5-Kage summit, a seemingly fierce yet oddly amicable figure. If the second Hokage agrees. The messenger spoke with confidence. Kumigakure will publicly announce the alliance, declaring it to all of the shinobi world. This seemed to be a genuine offer of goodwill. In an era where national reputation was paramount, a major nation like Kumigakure would not easily tarnish its credibility, especially one as economically and politically stable as the Land of Lightning. The proposal was difficult to refuse. Konoha accepts. Tobirama's fingers tapped against the table as he spoke firmly. We have no reason to refuse the Reikage offer. This alliance is vital for ensuring peace across the shinobi world. That's excellent news. The Kumigakure messenger was visibly pleased, bowing repeatedly. I shall return to report to the Reikage immediately and prepare for the formal alliance ceremony. Peace in the shinobi world. Tobirama's tone softened slightly, though it retained its usual weight and gravity. May it rest in your hands. Once the messenger departed, the Konoha shinobi exchanged uncertain glances. No one had expected Kumigakure to extend an olive branch. So, Himura Mitakato glanced at the sealed letter in Tobirama's hand and asked, "What do we do with this?" "Deliver it to Shijin." Tobirama handed the letter to an ANBU shinobi without hesitation. If we can secure an alliance with Kumigakure, it will make it easier for Iwagakure to accept a truce. Shijin's intervention can serve as a face-saving measure for them. For us. Tobirama's gaze hardened. Peace is what we need most. The sooner this war ends, the better. As long as we can protect the Land of Fire's borders post-war, that will suffice. He turned to his team of young and talented shinobi, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, Himura, Torafu, and Kagami. Prepare yourselves. Once the time and location for the alliance ceremony are confirmed, you'll accompany me there. At Konoha Hospital, the influx of injured shinobi had finally slowed. Tsunade was at school, and Sakumo Hadake was out on patrol. For the first time in a while, Shijin had a moment of peace. Until Tobirama's letter shattered the calm. Upon reading it, Shijin furrowed his brows, puzzled by its contents. What did Tobirama mean by asking him to mediate between Konoha and Iwagakure for peace, appealing to his belief in pacifism? Who wrote this? Shijin raised a skeptical brow, questioning the author's intelligence. Was Tobirama underestimating him, or was the Hokage letting victory cloud his judgment? It was handwritten by the second Hokage. The ANBU agent seemed confused. Did Tobirama forget to sign his name? His handwriting isn't bad. Shijin folded the letter and dismissed the messenger, stating calmly, "Tell Tobirama I've received his letter." "Yes, sir." Before leaving, the ANBU agent added, "The Hokage also asked me to inform you that Kumigakure and Konoha are forming an alliance. The announcement should already be public. The Hokage hopes this alliance will pressure Iwagakure into standing down." "I understand, you may go." As the agent departed, Shijin noticed a shadow slowly emerging from the ground nearby. It was Black Zetsu. Since the war began, Black Zetsu had been waiting for an opportunity to talk. Shijin held up the letter with a faint smile, finally showing some relief. Black Zetsu. His tone was light, almost cheerful. It seems this war is finally nearing its end. This isn't the end, it's just the beginning. Black Zetsu's voice was low and raspy as it emerged fully, its tone tinged with cold amusement. The war has proven how short-sighted these chakra-wielding shinobi are. It continued to elaborate on its grim worldview, attempting to sow despair in Shijin's heart. But Shijin, ever calm, simply listened in silence, watching as the shadow ranted. When Black Zetsu finally mentioned Madara's desire to meet, Shijin turned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Madara, huh? Moments later, Shijin walked toward the cemetery, where a familiar figure stood before Hashirama's grave, mocking the late Hokage. When Shijin arrived, Madara's laughter halted as he saw Shijin approach, holding a bouquet of white flowers. Madara. Placing the flowers gently on Hashirama's grave, Shijin turned to face him, speaking evenly. This is Black Zetsu, my will. Madara froze, his eyes narrowing sharply. Your will. The dark figure beside Shijin moved fluidly, like liquid shadows. Yes, Shijin said, his voice calm yet firm. It represents my desire to change this broken world, a gift for you. Madara's eyes glimmered with curiosity and ambition. Chapter 62. Madara can't possibly be here for a tea party. Shijin's words hit Uchiha Madara right where it counted. After all, surpassing Hashirama Senju had always been Madara's goal. If he could also surpass someone as legendary as Shijin, someone who once stood on equal footing with the Sage of Six Paths, it would be even more exhilarating. Shijin's reputation even eclipsed that of the sage himself. To receive his recognition was an honor few could imagine. While Madara would never admit needing anyone's approval, he had to concede that earning Shijin's trust and being entrusted with his will was a deeply gratifying experience. So, this is Lord Shijin's will from the past. Madara's heart swelled with satisfaction as he examined the strange figure of Black Zetsu, Shijin's so-called legacy. He couldn't help but be intrigued by its peculiar appearance. It does look a bit odd, Madara remarked, glancing at Shijin. He shook his head slightly. It doesn't resemble you at all, Lord Shijin. The contrast was undeniable. Perhaps it was because of Shijin's reputation, or perhaps it was Madara's own limited interactions with him, but Madara always felt a sense of tranquility when meeting Shijin. Despite their limited encounters, Madara had built an idealized image of him. This is a creation born of yin-yang release, Shijin explained, his calm gaze landing on Black Zetsu. In a way, Black Zetsu is a sentient being. Once you master yin-yang release, you'll come to understand how valuable its existence truly is. Madara. Black Zetsu's raspy voice carried a touch of sinister amusement as its face contorted into what it considered a friendly smile. I look forward to working with you in the future. Ahem. Madara frowned slightly. Though he wasn't particularly concerned with appearances, Black Zetsu's ominous demeanor contrasted so starkly with Shijin's refined presence that it was hard to reconcile the two. Whatever. Perhaps creations of yin-yang release simply looked like this. Considering Shijin's unimpeachable reputation, Madara was confident that Black Zetsu was as valuable as Shijin claimed. It was likely a repository of hidden knowledge, and Madara was certain he could extract plenty of critical secrets from it in the future. Madara, Shijin said softly, his gaze lingering on Black Zetsu. The path you've chosen won't be easy. I've walked it before and encountered countless dead ends. That's why I'm leaving Black Zetsu with you to help you find your way more smoothly. His tone was heavy, carrying the weight of an elder passing down their legacy. Let me see it for myself. Shijin's eyes turned to Hashirama's gravestone, his voice lowering. And let Hashirama see it too, that you can accomplish everything he could not. Of course, Madara replied, his voice steady and resolute. The gravity of the moment wasn't lost on him. Shijin's decision to entrust everything to him at Hashirama's grave was a significant gesture, and Madara vowed not to disappoint his expectations. Madara, as a man who respected Shijin, paused briefly to consider how he might reciprocate this trust. In that case, let me do something for you, Lord Shijin. At the very least, let me help bring this era's war to an end, so you won't leave this world feeling too disillusioned by us. Madara's gaze grew sharp, his characteristic arrogance re-emerging as a sly smile crept across his lips. Though it might benefit that schemer Tobirama, I suppose I can let him profit just this once. I'll help end this war, Lord Shyen. Madara's fist tightened as his confidence surged. After all, wars aren't stopped by words alone. Some wills are as unyielding as stone, and the only way to silence them is to shatter them completely. Thinking back to his encounters with Iwagakure's forces, Madara sneered. In such cases, overwhelming power is far more persuasive than words. Don't try to refuse me, Madara added, his pride on full display. Consider it my gift to you. Once Madara made up his mind, he was immovable. He was determined to accompany Shyen to the battlefield. Shyen frowned slightly. Come to think of it, who was currently serving as the Tsuchikage in Iwagakure? In the land of grass. Iwagakure's forces had established their base in this small country, with the second Tsuchikage, Mu, personally overseeing the operation. As the leader, Mu understood that he was up against both Konoha and Kumigakure, whose forces were led by their respective kage. Though Mu believed his apprentice, Anoki, to be highly capable, he wasn't confident in sending him against someone like Tobirama Senju. Even during the Warring States period, Tobirama's reputation had been legendary. Though often overshadowed by his elder brother, Hashirama, anyone who underestimated Tobirama was inviting disaster. Tsuchikage-sama, when will we launch our attack? Anoki, sitting restlessly in his chair, was visibly impatient as he watched Mu pore over a map. Be patient, Anoki. Mu's voice was calm and measured as he studied the strategic map in front of him, marking key points with a red pen. Known for his intellect, Mu was not one to act rashly. We're not just facing Konoha, we're also up against Kumigakure's forces. Even though we outnumber them on paper, we can't afford to make any reckless moves. Mu tapped the map with his pen, pointing out key locations. Anoki, you must learn to remain calm. The scale of this war surpasses anything we've ever seen, so our strategy must be equally meticulous. The current situation favors us. As long as we hold Kanabi Bridge, our supply lines will remain intact, putting us in an unassailable position. But Anoki's anxiety was palpable. I've heard that Konoha and Kumigakure are about to form an alliance, if they join forces. What of it? Mu shook his head dismissively. Even if they do, it won't change much. As long as we hold our ground and remain patient, their alliance will eventually crumble. Mu's confidence stemmed from his understanding of human nature. Alliances between shinobi were always tenuous, and he doubted Konoha and Kumigakure would sustain theirs for long. Anoki, Mu continued, remember this. Wars are won not just with strength but with strategy. Patience will win us this war. As he spoke, a messenger from the rear lines arrived with urgent news. Tsuchikage-sama. What is it? The messenger hesitated before delivering the report. Lord Shyen is heading toward the front lines, and accompanying him is Uchiha Madara. Mu froze. Madara. The name alone carried weight. Why would he come here? Even Mu, known for his calm demeanor, found himself unsettled. Whatever Madara's reason, one thing was certain. He wasn't here for a tea party. Chapter 63. This is a new era decided by strength. News spread quickly across the shinobi world. As Konoha and Kumigakure officially announced their alliance, the newly formed coalition between Kirigakure and Iwagakure stirred even greater waves. The shinobi of Konoha have used forbidden techniques to disturb the peace of the dead, forcing them to fight alongside the living. This is an unforgivable act of evil. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has resorted to any means necessary to win this war, even going so far as to resurrect the legendary healer Shyen and exploit his abilities for battle. These claims spread like wildfire. Even Tsunade, despite its recent defeat, began to stir. Although they hadn't broken their treaty with Konoha, they quietly sent forces to the grass country frontline, waiting for an opportunity to act. If Konoha were to lose, Suna would tear up the treaty on the spot. If Iwa and Kiri were to fall, Suna would march north and claim Iwagakure's land. If both sides were to be severely weakened, then Suna would celebrate a double victory. The only good news in all of this was that Kumigakure remained committed to its alliance with Konoha. Out of respect for Hashirama Senju's past assistance in subduing the Eight Tails, The second rakeage honored the bond. Konoha camp. Tabarama Senju scowled deeply. With Kirigakure joining forces with Iwagakure, the advantage Konoha had been securing was once again thrown into a deadlock. Damn bastards! A younger Danzo Shimura clenched his teeth in frustration. He understood the enemy's tactics well enough. They shamelessly used Lord Shijin's medical techniques in the past, but now they're calling us out for disturbing his rest. Silence. Tabarama shot Danzo a sharp look, his tone firm. This excuse is irrelevant. Until victory is secured, anything can be used as a pretext for war. In the past, they fought for Fire Country's fertile land. Now, they're just using morality to make themselves look justified. And that false justification was exactly what made things difficult for Konoha. Against Iwagakure alone, Konoha was already at a disadvantage. Now, with Kirigakure involved, things were getting worse. The Yuzumaki clan of Uzushio could only offer defensive support. They wouldn't be enough to shift the war's tide. Tabarama knew the core issue. This was the consequence of having used Shijin in warfare. More specifically, it was the backlash from Konoha monopolizing Shijin's abilities for their benefit. In peacetime, Konoha had been the dominant force. Hashirama's legacy had kept the world in check. Even though Tabarama had resurrected Shijin with Edo Tensei, the 10 years Shijin had spent traveling had ensured that all nations benefited from his presence. Konoha had merely taken the lion's share of that benefit, his medical advancements, his knowledge, his power. But wasn't this exactly how Konoha had always operated? When Konoha was first founded, it had secured the greatest resources while the other villages struggled with less fertile lands. They had always been resentful, but Hashirama's presence had kept them in line. Now, Hashirama was dead. Konoha still held the most territory, and it still held the exclusive benefits of Shijin's medical genius. This backlash was inevitable. The start of the Shinobi World War and the accusations against Konoha both stemmed from the same source: resentment. The enemy simply found an easy excuse to fan the flames. Tabarama had believed that if Konoha could end the war quickly, none of this would matter. But now, victory was out of reach. Their only hope was finalizing the alliance with Kumigakure. He sighed, knowing full well that he was relying on the goodwill his brother had left behind. First, we secure the alliance with Kumo. Tabarama's voice was steady, but there was an underlying weariness. Lord Hawkage. Some were still hesitant. The treaty signing was to take place in Kumigakure, meaning Tabarama himself would have to travel there. If it was a trap, it would be disastrous. Though the alliance was crucial, sending the Hawkage into enemy territory. Tabarama, however, was resolute. Right now, securing this treaty was more important than his own safety. If Konoha backed out now, Kumo would see it as a lack of sincerity and might withdraw. That would be a catastrophe. Though I may be getting older, I still have the courage to take risks. Kumigakure has already made their intentions clear. We cannot afford to appear weak or uncommitted. This alliance is critical. Tabarama made his final decision. We will discuss matters with Shijin after I return from Kumo. For now, our priority is stabilizing our alliance. Iwagakure camp. Kirigakure's second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, had arrived early. He was fearless, completely unbothered by the risk of assassination. I thought you were just going to invade Tsuchai no Kuni. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, shook his head as he clasped Genjutsu's hand in greeting. I don't trust Kirigakure's lot. You all have no credibility. Adahate. Genjutsu laughed heartily, gripping Mu's hand with a firm shake. At least we value honesty when it benefits us. If you had refused to ally with us, I would have just sent my troops to invade your land anyway. Mu narrowed his eyes. He understood Genjutsu's tactics well enough. The Mizukage wasn't here out of goodwill. He was here because Uzushio's defenses were too strong. Rather than waste resources breaking through, Kirigakure sought an alternative route. We had other options, you know. Genjutsu sighed dramatically. First, we considered allying with Sunagakure. But those cowards lost too quickly. Kumigakure was another option, but they're cozying up to Konoha. So that left you. Mu smirked. Though Genjutsu's words were brash, he wasn't wrong. Still, I wasn't planning on seeking an alliance with you either. Genjutsu waved a dismissive hand. Well, desperate times, desperate measures. Yuzashio's defenses were a nightmare, we needed another route, so here we are. Their casual exchange masked the serious implications. Despite their history as rivals, Mu and Genjutsu both knew that this alliance, though built on convenience, would decide the war's direction. Just as they were finalizing plans, an Iwagakure shinobi rushed into the tent. Tsuchikage-sama, Mizukage-sama, we have visitors. Mu's expression darkened. Who? It's Lord Shijin, the shinobi reported. He's come alone. Finally, Mu muttered. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He's probably here to negotiate a ceasefire with us. Anoki hesitated. Can we really refuse him? You don't understand politics, do you? Genjutsu smirked and rapped Anoki on the head. Don't bully my student, Mu growled. Listen, Anoki. Mu's voice turned sharp. We can't just say no outright. But we can stall. There's no way we're withdrawing without getting something in return. Genjutsu grinned. Even if Mu agreed to peace. His dear ally, wouldn't. If Shijin wants peace. Mu's eyes gleamed coldly. He'll have to prove it with strength. The shinobi world was no longer the utopia of ancient times. It was an era where only power dictated fate. Chapter 64. This is the greatest medical ninja, Shijin. Inside the Iwagakure camp, Shijin received the highest level of hospitality. Even the guest accompanying him was none other than the second Mizukage of Kirigakure. However, both the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, made it abundantly clear that they were willing to fulfill any of Shijin's requests, except for ending the war. We also seek justice for Lord Shijin, Genjutsu said with a broad, almost affable smile. For the second Hokage to desecrate the souls of the dead, especially someone as great as you, a healer of unparalleled virtue, is something our sense of justice simply cannot tolerate. Such noble words. Standing nearby, young Anoki nearly gawked at the Mizukage's shameless audacity. How could he so effortlessly say something so self-righteous, right to the person they were supposedly avenging? I will persuade Tobirama to stop using that forbidden technique. Shijin furrowed his brow, his tone uncertain. To me, whether my soul has been desecrated or not is irrelevant. What matters is ending this war, ensuring that no more innocent lives are lost needlessly. So it really was that conniving Hokage's doing. Genjutsu immediately latched onto this revelation as if he had caught a weakness. How utterly despicable. Shijin gave him a strange look. Why does he sound exactly like Madara? Lord Shijin, Mu interjected, his expression calculated. We understand your noble intentions. However, this war is already in motion. Iwagakure's supply lines are active, and Kirigakure's forces are steadily arriving from overseas. Even if we wish to withdraw, we could not simply stop everything now. Mu spoke as if he had no control over the situation, despite being the very one who initiated the war. Tsuchai no Kuni's governance is complex, he continued, feigning reluctance. I share power with the feudal lord, and this war was decided jointly. I cannot simply call it off on my own. And Mizuno Kuni is even more complicated, Genjutsu chimed in, stroking his mustache. If we retreat now, certain clans may see us as weak and attempt a coup. Anoki felt a pang of shame listening to them. Yet at the same time, he made sure to take mental notes. While he didn't know much about Kirigakure's internal politics, he was well aware of Iwagakure's. Mu absolutely had the authority to end the war. His influence within the village and the country was more than enough to suppress any dissent. His teacher was blatantly lying. More shockingly, Mu was actually going out of his way to be polite. Usually he was direct and dismissive, but here he was, weaving words with careful diplomacy. Is there really no way? Shijin's brow remained furrowed, his face tinged with frustration. Must you insist on shedding blood to end this conflict? Unless the first Hokage returns from the dead, Mu replied immediately, throwing out an impossible condition. Only someone as strong as Hashirama, who also desires peace, could command the absolute respect needed to end this war peacefully. But Hashirama is dead. Shijin sighed, his tone laced with helplessness. My strength is not on par with his, and I'm not adept in combat, but if defeating all of you is what it takes to stop this war, then I will do it. Mu's eyes widened slightly. Even Genjutsu looked surprised. Everyone knew of Shijin's unparalleled medical prowess, but because he had dedicated so much time to medicine, most assumed his combat abilities were secondary at best. Moreover, he rarely fought. It was difficult to gauge his true strength. Lord Shijin, Mu said carefully, as if confirming what he had just heard. Are you saying you intend to end this war by defeating us, alone? Yes. If I take action, Shijin said, there should be minimal casualties. It would give you a justification to withdraw without losing face. We don't want to harm you, Mu said instinctively, a rare flicker of hesitation in his voice. Iwagakure owes you a great debt, Lord Shijin. I should be honoring your request for peace, not. Mu, normally a man of few words, found himself rambling. He even glanced at Anoki, silently instructing him to pay attention. This was how you used words to deflect responsibility. But Genjutsu, ever the impatient one, decided to cut through the nonsense. How about this? If Lord Shijin truly cannot be harmed. Genjutsu grinned, stroking his mustache again. Then let's settle this properly. Mu and I will fight you together. If we lose, we will end the war. After all, if both Kage are defeated, who else could stand against you? You're unbelievable, Mu muttered, shooting him a glare. Then, in a quieter voice, he added, Do you really think I'd lose? Of course, Genjutsu whispered back. He's from the ancient era. Even if he's a medic, his combat abilities could be bizarre. I don't want this war to end just yet, so let's not take any risks. Absolutely no losing. If both Kage lose, it would be too embarrassing. Agreed. Mu's expression darkened. Just don't hold me back. Shijin fell silent. These two. They were unbelievably shameless. As Mu and Genjutsu prepared themselves, Shijin checked his mission list. The system had generated not one, but 3 tasks. S-rank task, defeat the second Tsuchikage Mu. S-rank task, defeat the second Mizukage Genjutsu Hazuki. SSS rank task, end the First Shinobi World War. Defeat the war's initiators, Mu Genjutsu, and the second Kazekage Shaman, and convince them to withdraw from the conflict. So that's how it is. The system assigned tasks based on achievable outcomes. If it believed he could defeat 3 Kage, that meant it considered him capable of stopping the war. For now, he selected the task to defeat Mu. It was the most logical choice. Mu's defeat would likely reward him with Dust Release, a powerful Keke Toda technique he had yet to acquire. But before they could begin, Shijin made one final proposal. Should we invite the second Kazekage as well? He asked. That might settle everything at once. Mu and Genjutsu both stiffened. Was that necessary? Actually, maybe it was. Because Tsunade had also been acting suspiciously. No. That wasn't the issue. Did this ancient medical ninja truly believe he could handle all 3 of them at once? Or was this his way of making absolutely sure the war would end? After all, both the second Hokage and the second Reikage wanted the war to cease. They were currently preparing for a formal alliance. The only ones determined to continue fighting were Mu, Genjutsu, and Shaman. So when the invitation was sent, Shaman agreed immediately. Lord Shaman, Chiyo Asuna Kanoichi hesitated. The people of Wind Country revere Lord Shijin. If they learn that the war must go on. Shaman's voice was ice cold. If Iwa and Kiri stop, we lose our chance to seize territory. We must ensure this battle ends in our favor. If we win, then we will continue our war against Konoha. But if we lose, Shaman's voice softened slightly. If this truly is Lord Shijin's will, then our people will accept the decision. Soon word spread. 3 Kage would face Shijin in battle. Ninjas from all 5 villages gathered, tens of thousands strong, to witness this unprecedented match. And then, boom! A red-armored figure landed in the center of the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath his presence. A man whose name alone had left an indelible scar upon the world. Uchiha Madara. Only Madara could ensure that these Kage would keep their promise. And so, the greatest medical ninja in history prepared for his greatest challenge. Chapter 65, The Duel Between 3 Kage and Shijin. This man, his legacy still gently shields the world. A remnant of an ancient era, his light has traversed the boundless expanse of time, continuing to shine upon the people, offering them warmth in the cold, merciless shinobi world. If a rare disease appeared in some distant land, one only needed to inquire about the stories of Shijin passed down in that region. By carefully listening, one could often uncover a cure hidden in his past teachings. Even now, this man still strives for peace. Even if he were to lose this duel, he would not harbor resentment. Instead, he would continue treating the wounded in this war. A sense of shame welled up in the second Tsuchikage, Mu. Deep shame. The second Kazekage, shaman, found himself unable to lift his head. My conscience is starting to ache. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, placed a hand over his heart, feigning melodramatic pain before his face turned solemn. If Lord Shijin loses this duel and establishes a medical camp on the battlefield, I swear as Mizukage, no Kirigakure shinobi shall bring battle upon Lord Shijin's camp, nor shall any of our war efforts encroach upon it. This was a vow from the second Mizukage himself. Battles often take place within broad regions, and war efforts include intelligence gathering, assassination, sabotage, and poisoning. Nothing is off limits. By making this pledge, the Mizukage was essentially declaring that if any shinobi found themselves in danger, they could seek refuge in Shijin's camp, and Kirigakure would abandon their pursuit at its gates. I swear as Kazekage, no Tsunagakure shinobi shall bring battle upon Lord Shijin's camp, nor shall any of our war efforts encroach upon it. I swear as Tsuchikage, no Iwagakure shinobi shall bring battle upon Lord Shijin's camp, nor shall any of our war efforts encroach upon it. Mu and Shaman did not hesitate. Their gazes grew firm, filled with unwavering respect. Truthfully, had it not been for the futures of their villages at stake, they might have forsaken the duel altogether and respected Shijin's wish to end the war. But as Kage, they could not abandon their duty to protect their people. To be Kage meant to bear the burden of every responsibility. And just then, a voice rang out from the audience. I swear as the future third Reikage. The young shinobi, wreathed in crackling lightning, raised his voice for all to hear. No Kumigakure shinobi shall bring battle upon Lord Shijin's camp, nor shall any of our war efforts encroach upon it. The shinobi gathered were left astounded. If all these oaths were upheld, it would mean that no battles or covert operations would ever reach Shijin's camp. A true safe haven would exist on the battlefield. No, not quite. One village had yet to swear an oath. And that village was the one that had been exploiting Shijin to gain an advantage in this war. Every shinobi present instinctively turned toward the leaf headbands, their gazes sharp, causing the Konoha nin to avert their eyes in discomfort. Saruto by Sasuke lowered his head in shame. A deep silence fell upon the Konoha shinobi. They regretted coming here. Before leaving, the second Hokage, Tabarama Senju, had given them only one directive: hold the camp. He would return after the alliance ceremony. No one had expected this. Tabarama had left no clear successor in charge, no future Hokage to step forward and save face. Because who among them dared to speak in the name of the future Hokage? Most importantly, Sasuke knew Tabarama all too well. The second Hokage would do anything for Konoha, even if it meant exploiting Shijin. Tabarama had already sent all the severely wounded to the rear lines under Shijin's care to conserve frontline medical resources. Would he truly uphold such an oath? Or would he later violate it, using Shijin's camp to his advantage? The shame was suffocating. Konoha had lost all dignity in the eyes of the other villages. After the other Kage and the future Reikage made their declarations, the shinobi from other villages erupted into laughter upon seeing Konoha's silence. Of course the Leaf won't swear an oath. They've been using Lord Shijin from the start, hoping to win this war through him. Konoha was already on the verge of collapse, weren't they? Iwagakure owes Lord Shijin a great debt, yet their second Hokage sought to use Shijin's kindness to beg us for a retreat. If not for our alliance, Mu would have honored his debt and agreed to Shijin's request. But now, the situation has changed. How pathetic. The future third Reikage shot a glance at the silent Konoha shinobi. Perhaps the alliance with the Leaf should be reconsidered. Kumigakure's second Reikage had sought this alliance to honor the first Reikage's pact with Hashirama. But in the future, Would such an alliance truly be worth maintaining? The faces of the Konoha shinobi darkened. Every accusation was painfully true. Sasuke, in particular, knew that Tobirama had indeed sent Shijin a letter asking him to request Iwagakure's retreat. This reality had utterly destroyed Konoha's reputation. We can't let this continue. Sarutobi Sasuke took a deep breath. When Tobirama returned, he would plead with him to reconsider Konoha's actions. After all, under the first Hokage, Konoha had been a beacon of peace, well respected across the world. But now, under the second Hokage, its reputation had plummeted. Had they chosen the wrong leader? Sasuke turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Back when the first Hokage was elected, everyone had agreed that Hashirama was the best choice. But Hashirama had wanted Madara to take his place as Hokage. No one had supported that idea. Still, the unspoken understanding was clear. Hashirama would lead first, and then Madara would take over, ruling alongside him. But then, Tobirama had risen to power instead. With his political acumen and governance, he had established Konoha's institutions, the academy, the ANBU, and more. Everyone had accepted that Tobirama was the better choice. And Madara had left. Perhaps, was it because he lost the Hokage seat? Now, for the first time, Sasuke wondered. Had they made a mistake? But it was too late for regrets. All Sasuke could do was hope that Shijin would win. If he lost, Konoha would become the enemy of all. The tension among the thousands of gathered shinobi grew palpable. The condemnation of Konoha had ignited a firestorm of discussion. But just as the noise reached a fever pitch, silence, Madara's voice rang out like thunder. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, sending waves of fear crashing over the tens of thousands of shinobi gathered. A suffocating silence fell over the battlefield. This man was still just as terrifying. With his mere presence, the battlefield was his domain. Satisfied with the newfound quiet, Madara turned his gaze toward the three Kage who had just sworn their oaths. He sneered. HMPH, you're all so confident, aren't you? The air grew tense. The battle hasn't even begun, Madara scoffed. And yet here you are, acting as though you've already won. Do you really think the three of you can defeat Lord Shijin? Mu's expression soured. Genjutsu and Shaman exchanged awkward glances. Was this a misunderstanding? They had been pledging respect, not issuing a challenge. Shijin sighed. Madara. No wonder he was never chosen as Hokage. This was not meant as a challenge, Shijin clarified. Then he bowed his head slightly to the three Kage. Thank you. That's too much. Genjutsu nearly knelt in response. Then, enough talk. Madara's Susanoo flared to life. Though new to this role, he carried it out with absolute confidence. With a booming voice, he declared. Now begin. Chapter 66. The battlefield completely dominated the defeat of the second Tsuchikage. The Kage of this era. They are not to be underestimated. If the first Kage of each village were the ones who built the house for their people to live in, then the second Kage were the ones who paved the road forward. Whether it was the dust release of the second Tsuchikage, Mu, or the sand manipulation and puppet techniques of the second Kazekage, Shaman, they had all become the cornerstones of their village's future. Sand manipulation, huh? Shijin glanced at the sand coiling around his ankle, then at the incoming barrage of water bullets. He raised his hand. A towering wall of fire, dozens of meters high, erupted in front of him. No matter how many water bullets rained down, they all vaporized into mist upon touching the flames. The fiery wall then morphed into a massive dragon of fire, surging forward at them. Wait, this isn't right. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, was stunned at the sight. Seeing Shijin release such devastating fire-release jutsu without even forming a seal was terrifying. This level of power was simply absurd. There's no way to avoid it. The second Kazekage sighed in frustration, letting go of his control over the sand around Shijin's ankles. Instead, he swiftly clapped his hands together, and the ground beneath them transformed into flowing sand. The sand shot up into the air, forming a vast, undulating barrier that blocked the oncoming fire dragon. Explosions of heat and pressure resounded through the battlefield. It was the sound of sand being scorched into brittle glass. Hey, 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 bandage man. Genjutsu glanced toward the sky, calling for Mu to assist with a ranged counterattack. I know, dust release, limitless. Mu clasped his hands together once more. However, Shijin was faster. A bolt of lightning pierced the sky, streaking straight toward Mu. Lightning release was the fastest of all elemental jutsu, embodying the natural speed of lightning itself, impossible for the human body to dodge. Combined with Shijin's ability to release jutsu without seals, Mu barely had a moment to react before he was struck. His body spasmed from the electric shock, and he plummeted toward the ground. This isn't good. Genjutsu's expression shifted as he hurriedly moved. Shaman quickly manipulated his sand to form a platform beneath his feet, using it to launch himself toward Mu. He stretched out tendrils of sand, trying to catch his ally before he hit the ground. Water release. Suddenly, a fine mist of raindrops began to fall from the sky. The sand Shaman had been controlling immediately became saturated and heavy, making it impossible for him to maneuver it properly. He had no choice but to land, abandoning his attempt to rescue Mu. He won't be seriously hurt from that height. Shijin watched Mu's body fall, his tone calm. I once treated someone who fell from a mountain. His internal organs were shattered, but I still managed to save him. Don't say such terrifying things. Genjutsu shuddered at the thought. Fortunately, the paralysis from the lightning release was only temporary. At the last possible moment, Mu activated the lightweight rock technique, making his body as light as a feather. He caught himself mid-fall, flipped through the air, and stabilized just above the ground. However, he no longer dared to fly too high. Realizing the risk, he quickly activated his signature invisibility technique. Null dust concealment. Mu's body vanished from sight. This was his unique stealth technique, far more than mere camouflage. It erased his presence completely, making him undetectable even by chakra sensory techniques. A true invisibility jutsu. No one could track Mu's position now. At least, that's what he thought. Not this trick again. Genjutsu grumbled. He wasn't thrilled about it, but he understood why Mu had to resort to this. Against Shijin's absurd lightning release speed, staying visible would make him an easy target. You take point and keep him occupied. I'll provide cover, and Mu will wait for the perfect moment to strike. Shaman quickly devised a plan, laying the groundwork for a tactical maneuver similar to the team formations he would later instill in Tsunagakure's forces. Got it. Genjutsu sighed in resignation. Shaman's offensive capabilities were limited, and with the rain making his sand heavier, he had to rely on Genjutsu to lead the charge. But still, it was ridiculous. Shijin had changed the weather itself to gain an advantage. Yet Shaman immediately deduced how he had done it. It's the heat from that monstrous fire release technique. The intense updraft carried water vapor into the atmosphere, forming rain clouds. He's using this artificial weather to his benefit. But still, this rain gives an advantage to water release users. Shaman glanced at Genjutsu, explaining why he was putting him in the lead. However, they wouldn't get the chance to argue over tactics. Because, in this artificial storm, Shijin was far more at home than even the Mizukage himself. Unlike Genjutsu, who still needed to form seals, Shijin could release water release techniques at will. And with his infinite chakra, he had no reason to hold back. Before they could even finish their discussion, a massive torrent of water dragons surged toward them. Shaman could only hastily form a sand wall to shield them, barely holding on against the relentless assault. I'll handle this. This thick misty rain is perfect for my clam. Genjutsu swiftly bit his finger, forming a series of hand seals before slamming his palm onto the ground. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. A colossal clam materialized, its hard shell gleaming as it settled on the battlefield. The moment it landed, its antennae extended, preparing to unleash a powerful genjutsu mist. I'll have the clam release its illusionary mist to block his vision. Wind release. A fierce gust of wind tore through the battlefield. Before the clam could even generate its genjutsu mist, the sudden hurricane force winds blew everything away. Earth release. The ground beneath the clam suddenly surged upward. No. The earth wasn't rising. It was caving in. If the clam remained, it would be completely buried alive. Poof! The clam vanished in a puff of smoke. Huh? Genjutsu was utterly dumbfounded. His trump card, his clan's signature battlefield illusion, had been destroyed before it could even activate. Watch out! Shaman flung a chakra string, yanking Genjutsu away just as another barrage of water dragons smashed into his previous position. Outside the battlefield, the watching shinobi were left in shock. Even though this battle consisted solely of ninjutsu exchanges, it was clear to everyone. Shijin was effortlessly dominating. The so-called three great Kage were on the defensive, doing everything they could just to survive his relentless onslaught. To him, this wasn't even a challenge. With his seamless jutsu execution, no openings, and infinite chakra, he could sustain an endless barrage of attacks. If this were an actual battlefield, he could bury an entire army. Most terrifyingly, each attack he landed was powerful enough to incapacitate a Kage instantly. It looks like... From the crowd, Anoki, Mu's student, clenched his fists. The outcome will be decided by Lord Mu's attack. As long as Mu launched a successful strike, the tide could turn. Lord Genjutsu can still do it. The Kirigakure shinobi shouted in defiance. No, the Kazekage is the strongest. The Tsunade shinobi argued, insisting that Shaman had performed the best so far. The rain grew heavier. Countless water dragons danced in the sky. Genjutsu and Shaman could only desperately evade, completely at Shijin's mercy. And Mu. He had been found. The rain outlined his invisible form, revealing his silhouette. Shijin smirked. Got you. A bolt of purple lightning surged from his hand, striking the hidden Tsuchikage. And with that, Mu fell. Defeated. Chapter 67, Konoha, Burdened by Humiliation Bonus. You have the nerve to call me out. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, angrily scolded the second Tsuchikage, Mu, even going so far as to cut him off mid-sentence. The dead don't get to talk. You. Mu was so furious, he felt a headache coming on. In the end, he had no choice but to step down from the battlefield. The moment his strategy was completely read by Shijin, his plan had already failed. If this had been a real battle, he would have died. It was only because of Shijin's mercy that he had been spared. Next, only two remain. Shijin was satisfied with his progress. His gaze turned toward the second Kazekage, Shaman, and the second Mizukage, Genjutsu, as he prepared to accept his next task. To be honest, we don't stand a chance against Lord Shijin. I might as well just surrender now. No need to end up like the Bandage Man. Genjutsu immediately raised both hands in surrender, completely unconcerned that he had barely contributed in this fight. He simply and decisively chose to give up. Shijin's eyelid twitched. The speed at which this second Mizukage surrendered was so fast that Shijin didn't even have time to accept the task of defeating him. But he still had a chance. The second Kazekage, Shaman, was an honorable man and couldn't bring himself to act as shamelessly as the Mizukage. Without hesitation, Shijin accepted the mission to bring an end to the First Shinobi World War and then focused entirely on Shaman. Surrendering would bring disgrace to the title of Kage. Shaman glanced at Genjutsu with clear dissatisfaction at his decision to yield so quickly. Then keep fighting. Genjutsu retorted bluntly. Shaman shook his head, then turned to face Shijin. He lowered his head respectfully. Even before this battle, Tsunade was prepared to accept your vision of peace. It was obvious. With Mu defeated, they had no chance of winning. Even if Genjutsu still had a few tricks left, against Shijin's CLS jutsu, he wouldn't have an opportunity to use them. As for Shaman, in this artificially created storm, his sand techniques were useless. He didn't believe that he and Genjutsu together could stand against Shijin. After all, their fighting styles countered each other. Given the circumstances, the odds of victory were negligible. Instead of bringing disgrace upon all three of them, it was better to let Mu alone bear the humiliation of defeat while the others retained their dignity. Is the war really over? Someone finally asked the question on everyone's mind. Although the alliance between Kumigakure and Konoha hadn't made any statements yet, with Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunade choosing peace, it would be inappropriate for Kumigakure and Konoha to continue fighting, especially when they had been the ones advocating for peace in the first place. It's only the end of the First Shinobi World War. Uchiha Madara couldn't resist dampening their enthusiasm. He watched as the surrounding shinobi celebrated, then glanced at Mu and Genjutsu, who were still trying to shift the blame onto each other. The next war isn't far off. I'm satisfied just to have seen this one come to an end. Shijin sighed, as if lamenting the uncertain future of the shinobi world. Even so, the peace ceremony was conducted with due solemnity. Mu, Shaman, and Genjutsu formally announced to all present that their villages would withdraw from the war. SSS rank mission: bring an end to the First Shinobi World War by defeating the war's instigators, Mu, Shaman, and Genjutsu, and convincing them to end the war willingly. Mission complete. Reward: SSS rank chakra approx. 1,000 cal. Though the reward felt somewhat lacking. At least he had accepted the mission in time. If Shaman had spoken even a little later, the task might have disappeared entirely, or worse, he might have accepted it without being able to complete it. That would have been troublesome. After all, Shijin had no way of reversing time. Regardless, the mission was done. Peace was about to return to the shinobi world, with only Kumigakure and Konoha's final stance remaining uncertain. Would they choose to withdraw as well? Kumigakure has always wanted peace. The future third Raikage immediately agreed. He had the authority to make such a decision on the battlefield, and his immense strength and status ensured his words carried weight within Kumigakure. In comparison, Konoha's situation was far worse. Though Sarutobi Sasuke wanted to announce Konoha's acceptance of peace, believing it was also what the second Hokage desired, he lacked the authority to make such a decision. All he could do was order Konoha's forces to withdraw to the Fire Country's borders, to avoid provoking the other villages. However, Sarutobi Sasuke wasn't too worried. Because Tobirama would soon receive word of what had transpired in the Land of Grass. Far away in Kumigakure, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had already received the news. He and the second Raikage were given the peace announcement by a Kumigakure messenger. Of course, there were also some less pleasant updates. For instance, the future third Raikage had suggested reconsidering the alliance between Kumigakure and Konoha. During the historic battle that decided the war's outcome, Konoha's conduct had been disgraceful. Its exploitation of Shijin, a revered medical shinobi, was seen as completely dishonorable. Dishonorable. The second Raikage's expression darkened. In Kumigakure's culture, this was a severe accusation. To put it bluntly, a shinobi labeled as dishonorable would be ostracized, and no one in the village would want to associate with them. This was ingrained in Kumigakure's way of life. Since the Raikage lineage required sworn brotherhood to train in their most powerful techniques, a person without a strong sense of loyalty or honor could never become Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha representatives felt deeply embarrassed. They had grown so accustomed to Shijin's kindness that they never considered it wrong to take advantage of him. Now, however, they were being openly condemned for it. Moreover, according to Kumigakure's report, the battle had been a grand spectacle. Every other village had vowed never to exploit Shijin's neutral medical camp, yet Konoha shinobi had remained silent, too ashamed to speak. Even though Shijin had won the duel and prevented the need for the medical camp, Konoha's reputation had plummeted from the peaceful ideals of the first Hokage to utter disgrace. The impact of that day had been so significant that the second Raikage couldn't suppress the news even if he wanted to. All of Kumigakure had turned against Konoha. Their whispers and disdain reached the ears of the Konoha shinobi, making it impossible to ignore. In such an atmosphere, no one from Konoha could bear staying any longer. Even Kumigakure didn't want them around anymore. The second Raikage still valued honor. Though he saw no need for an alliance, out of respect for the first Raikage's will and Hashirama's legacy, and because Kumigakure had originally proposed the alliance, he went through with the ceremony. However, it was an unpleasant experience. Many in Kumigakure opposed the alliance, believing it would stain their village's reputation. Then, just as the tensions were peaking, an event occurred that no one had expected or perhaps had anticipated all along. Kinkaku and Jinkaku, the two veteran elders of Kumigakure, led their forces in a coup. Using the legendary weapons of the Sage of Six Paths, they struck down the second Reikage. Tabarama, too, was ambushed by the brothers, grievously wounded, and forced to flee with his escort squad. It wasn't entirely surprising. The second Reikage had never truly consolidated his power. As two of Kumigakure's most powerful figures, Kinkaku and Jinkaku had never fully submitted to his rule. Now, with the village outraged over the Konoha alliance, the brothers seized their chance. And their coup was an overwhelming success. Their only regret was that Tabarama escaped. But not for long. The chase had begun. Chapter 68, Tabarama, how are you any different from Madara? Bonus. How do you have the nerve to talk about me? The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, angrily berated the second Tsuchikage, even forcibly silencing him. The dead should stay quiet. You. The second Tsuchikage was so enraged that he felt a headache coming on. Ultimately, he had voluntarily withdrawn from the battlefield. The moment his battle plans were sensed by Shijin, his strategy had already failed. Had this been a real fight, he would have died. The only reason he was spared was because of Shijin's mercy. Next, only two remain. Satisfied with his results, Shijin turned his gaze toward the second Kazekage, Shaman, and the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, preparing for his next commission. To be honest, we are no match for Lord Shijin. I might as well just surrender, better than ending up like that bandaged guy. Genjutsu Hazuki immediately raised both hands in surrender. He had barely contributed in the battle, spending most of it slacking off, and now decisively chose to give up. Shijin's eyelid twitched. The Mizukage had surrendered so quickly that he didn't even have time to accept the commission to defeat him. But he still had time. Because the second Kazekage, Shaman, was an honest man, he couldn't act as recklessly as the Mizukage. Shijin quickly accepted the commission to bring peace to the first great ninja war, then turned his full attention to Shaman. Surrendering would be too much of a disgrace for a cage. Shaman cast a sidelong glance at the Mizukage beside him, clearly displeased with his decision to give up so easily. Then keep fighting. Genjutsu Hazuki retorted without hesitation. Shaman shook his head. He looked at Shijin seriously, then respectfully bowed his head. Even before this battle began, Tsunade was already willing to accept Lord Shijin's desire for peace. It was obvious. With the loss of the second Tsuchikage, there was no hope of victory for the two of them. Even though the Mizukage still had a few secret techniques left, against Shijin's CLS jutsu, he had no opportunity to use them. As for Shaman, with the artificially created harsh weather, his sand manipulation was completely ineffective. He didn't believe that he and the Mizukage together could defeat Shijin. After all, their fighting styles were incompatible. Under these conditions, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Rather than tarnishing the reputation of both their villages, it was better to let the Tsuchikage alone take the fall. Is the war over? Someone finally voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Even though the alliance between Kumigakure and Konoha had yet to respond, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunade had all chosen peace. If Kumigakure and Konoha continued the war, it would be in poor taste, especially since they had originally wanted peace as well. This is only the end of the first war. Madara Uchiha, as expected, had to pour cold water on the celebration. He looked at the cheering shinobi and the bickering Tsuchikage and Mizukage before commenting, "The next war isn't far away. I'm satisfied just being able to see this one end." Shijin sighed, as if worried about the future of the ninja world. That being said, the formal peace ceremony was still conducted with great solemnity. The second Mizukage, second Kazekage, and second Tsuchikage formally declared in front of all present that their three villages would end the war together. SSS Rank Commission, end the first Great Ninja War. Defeat the instigators, second Tsuchikage Mu, second Kazekage Shaman, and second Mizukage Genjutsu Hazuki, and make them willingly agree to peace. Commission complete. Reward, SSS Rank Chakra approx. 1,000 units. Though the reward felt a little underwhelming. At least he had managed to accept the commission in time. If Shaman had spoken any later, the commission might have disappeared, or worse, been accepted but left incomplete. That would have been troublesome. Shijin had no way to reverse time. Regardless, at least the mission was complete. The entire ninja world was about to enter a state of peace. The only unresolved matter was Kumigakure and Konoha, whether they would choose to withdraw their troops. Kumigakure always wanted peace. The future Third Raikage agreed. Since he had the authority to make battlefield decisions, and his strength and status in Kumigakure were unquestionable, he could speak on behalf of the village. In contrast, Konoha's situation was more complicated. Although Sarutobi Sasuke also wanted to declare Konoha's acceptance of peace, and he believed it aligned with the Second Hokage's wishes, he ultimately didn't have the authority. The best he could do was arrange for Konoha's forces to withdraw to the borders of the Land of Fire, preventing further provocation of the other villages. However, Sarutobi Sasuke didn't have to worry too much. Because soon, Tobirama Senju received word from Kusagakure. Far away in Kumigakure, the Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, along with the Second Raikage, received a peace proposal from Kumigakure's envoys. Of course, not all of the news was good. For instance, the future Third Raikage wanted to reconsider the alliance between Kumigakure and Konoha. During the peace ceremony that decided the fate of the ninja world, Konoha's behavior had been disgraceful. Their exploitation of Shijin, a great medical nin, was utterly dishonorable. Dishonorable. The Second Raikage expression darkened. In this era, in Kumigakure, such an accusation was severe. To put it bluntly, if a Kumigakure shinobi was deemed dishonorable, they would be completely ostracized. No one in the village would want to associate with them. It was simply the way of Kumigakure. The Raikage lineage required a sworn brother, someone to train alongside the Raikage in powerful techniques. Without a strong sense of brotherhood and honor, one could never become Raikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others looked incredibly awkward. They had grown used to Shijin's kindness and had never considered that taking advantage of it might be morally wrong. But now, the entire ninja world was condemning them for it. Moreover, according to the reports from Kumigakure, the duel that day had been an overwhelming spectacle. Every other village had declared they would never exploit Shijin's neutral medical camp for military advantage. Yet Konoha had remained silent, leaving their shinobi utterly disgraced. Even though Shijin had won the duel and ended the war, preventing the neutral camp from being used, Konoha's reputation had plummeted. From being seen as the first Hokage's peacekeepers, they had become a village of dishonor. The fallout from that day was massive. The Second Raikage could not suppress the spread of information. The shinobi of Kumigakure treated the Konoha ninja with disdain, openly whispering about them. Under such circumstances, no one could bear to stay. Even Kumigakure wanted them gone. The Second Raikage, still a man of honor, followed through with the alliance, though it was a joyless ceremony. Kumigakure's shinobi strongly opposed the alliance, fearing it would taint their village's reputation. Then, as if taking advantage of the chaos, an expected, or perhaps inevitable, incident occurred. The elders of Kumigakure, the Kinkaku and Jinkaku brothers, led their forces in a coup. Using the Sage of the Six Paths relics, they severely wounded the Second Raikage. The Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was also gravely injured in an ambush by the brothers. He was forced to retreat with his bodyguards in disarray. It was not unexpected. The Second Raikage's position had always been unstable. And now, the coup had succeeded in one fell swoop. Shijin's figure appeared before Tobirama Senju, in a puff of summoning smoke. As soon as he arrived, Shijin looked at Tobirama in surprise, seemingly unsure why he had been summoned. This is Chapter 69, The Disappearance of Shijin Emia, Bonus. I will now release Lord Shijin from the Edo tents. Tobirama Senju's fingers slowly began to form hand seals as he spoke in a solemn voice. Before I die, I must finish this. What exactly happened? Shijin placed a hand on Tobirama's arm, stopping his movements. You seem to be injured. As he spoke, Shijin even took the initiative to heal Tobirama's wounds, then asked with a hint of surprise, I was just discussing with Madara about overseeing the withdrawal of the other village's troops. Weren't you supposed to be negotiating an alliance with Kumigakure? Tabarama's expression darkened. Although he had always been displeased with Shijin's interactions with Madara, he didn't have the time to dwell on it now. He quickly summarized what had happened in Kumigakure. A coup had taken place during the alliance ceremony. The Kinkaku and Jinkaku brothers had led a squad to attack both him and the second Reikage. Now, those two brothers were leading a force of Kumigakure traitors in pursuit of him. Just as Tabarama finished explaining, the forest was suddenly filled with the presence of multiple chakra signatures. The pursuers from Kumigakure had arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures streaked through the forest, moving at incredible speed. One had a head full of golden hair, while the other had flowing silver hair. Both had tall, muscular builds, with dark horns protruding from their foreheads. Their bodies were riddled with wounds from explosions, but those injuries were healing at a slow but steady pace. It was none other than Kinkaku and Jinkaku. With their arrival, more of their subordinates emerged from the trees one after another, swiftly surrounding both Shijin and Tabarama. Finally caught you. The second Hokage of Konoha, Tabarama Senju. We've been watching you for quite some time now. You're still using Lord Shijin, after all. Kinkaku's gaze landed on Shijin, and his smirk carried a hint of mockery. If it weren't for your dishonorable treatment of this great man, the alliance between you and the second Reikage wouldn't have caused so much resentment in our village. Without that, our coup wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It went even smoother than expected. Jinkaku, too, looked pleased, though he wore a facade of false gratitude toward Tabarama. Konoha is already reviled across the entire ninja world. Now, if we kill you here and take your corpse back, it will only make the people of our village even more satisfied. Yes. This coup had gone far better than anticipated. While the village's shinobi did not support their assassination of the second Reikage, they had no objections to their attack on the second Hokage. The only issue was, it would have been better if they hadn't acted during the alliance ceremony. Originally, Kinkaku and Jinkaku had believed they would need sheer force to intimidate the village's shinobi into submission. But with the current situation, the village's shinobi neither approved nor condemned their actions. Some had even begun debating whether their coup was justified. That was already enough for the brothers to be satisfied. As long as they killed the second Hokage, they could return in triumph, put on a righteous act, and seize power over Kumigakure. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly. After all, Tabarama Senju was waiting for them here in this forest, as if he had already given up on escaping. As for those young Konoha shinobi, they seemed to have fled ahead of time. But that didn't matter. To Kinkaku and Jinkaku, Tabarama was their only target. The others were insignificant. The only real complication was Shijin. Lord Shijin, though we used dishonorable means, we have already gained the support of the majority. This second Hokage has been exploiting you in this war, and his alliance with the second Reikage caused much discontent in Kumigakure. We hope you won't interfere in this matter. Can't you just let this go? Shijin frowned slightly, clearly displeased with their actions. The other villages have already withdrawn their forces. The war is over. Why create unnecessary bloodshed? The war will never end. Kinkaku's expression became fierce, his ambition apparent. We know of your strength, Lord Shijin, but Kumigakure will never withdraw from this war. Only through war. Jinkaku wholeheartedly agreed with his brother, speaking with conviction. Only war can quickly consolidate Kumigakure's power. Only then would Kumigakure no longer oppose their rule. I will deal with them first. This time, Tabarama actively rejected the idea of relying on Shijin. Drawing his blade, he spoke coldly. There is no need for Lord Shijin to waste his efforts dealing with these clowns who only want war. I'll handle them, then release Lord Shijin from the Edo Tensei. Second Hokage, have you given up resisting? Kinkaku grinned menacingly as he eyed Tabarama, who stood his ground. With your strength, you are no match for us. Seems like he's been humiliated to the point of breaking, Jinkaku added mockingly. He was proud of the results of their ambush and didn't take Tabarama's threat seriously at all. But he had abandoned the idea of using Shijin. To the brothers, this was great news. They no longer had to worry about Shijin's power becoming an obstacle. Neither side wanted Shijin to interfere in this battle. Two fools. Tabarama's patience had run out. The cursed seal on his arm surged with power, granting him overwhelming strength. His fingers slowly pointed forward. You really think victory is guaranteed? At this moment, Kinkaku smirked coldly, his fingers tensing. No matter what, you cannot be our match, attack Jinkaku. However, they had underestimated him. With his curse mark fully unleashed, Tabarama's power and speed surged to new heights. Even the quality and quantity of his chakra had drastically improved. 6 flying thunder god kane were scattered across the battlefield. Tabarama's form turned into a flash of light, weaving through the enemy ranks in an instant. Several shinobi were felled in mere moments, their blood staining the lush green forest. Those kane. Beware of the kane. Watch out, Lord Jinkaku. A Kumigakure shinobi noticed one of the kane and shouted a panicked warning to Jinkaku. Jinkaku. Kinkaku's face twisted in horror as he saw Tabarama appear beside his brother, his expression one of pure rage. What? Jinkaku turned his head, just in time to see Tabarama's blade slicing toward him. Flying Thunder God slash. Tabarama's gaze was ice cold. Just as he had once killed someone else's younger brother, today, he had once again slain another man's brother. Jinkaku. Kinkaku watched in shock as his brother fell. Roar. A furious roar shattered his sanity. A surge of immense chakra erupted. Scarlet chakra cloaked Kinkaku's body, transforming him into a monstrous beast. 6 crimson chakra tails flared behind him as he lunged at Tabarama. It was the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Having once devoured the flesh of the Nine-Tails, Kinkaku could tap into this monstrous power, though it would cause him to lose control. But that no longer mattered. With Jinkaku dead, Kinkaku had lost all reason. He no longer cared about the 6 paths treasured tools, he only wanted to tear Tabarama apart. However, he would never get the chance. Even the real Nine-Tails had struggled against Tabarama's curse mark-enhanced power. Against just a fraction of that beast's chakra, Kinkaku had no hope. This battle ended swiftly. Faster than any other. Tabarama's body was covered in wounds from Kinkaku's final desperate counterattack. He slumped against the trunk of a large tree, his breath unsteady, but his expression carried a hint of relief. Now, there was still some time left. Tabarama wanted to talk to Shijin. Because once he died, there would never be another chance. Lord Shijin. As Shijin approached, activating his medical ninjutsu, Tabarama spoke softly. There's no need to heal me. Let me die here. All this time, I must thank you for helping Konoha and saving so many lives. To be honest, it's a bit shameful to say, but in order to preserve medical resources on the front lines, I arranged for severely wounded soldiers to be sent to the rear, so they could be treated by you. I am a medical ninja. Shijin shook his head, seemingly unconcerned with what he had done. But, in the end, this has backfired. Tabarama recalled the information he had received from Kumigakure about the public duel, then spoke about his final decision. Now, because of this, Konoha's reputation has been completely tarnished. Perhaps this is the price for relying on power that was never ours to begin with, and so, a Hokage with a ruined name must die to put an end to it. Fortunately, the war is over. I no longer need to worry about the village. As he said this, for the first time, Tabarama's expression showed genuine gratitude. I must also thank you, Lord Shijin, for bringing peace to the ninja world. I only wanted to stop more people from dying. Shijin shook his head. His voice was quiet, as if he were speaking to himself, but also as if he were questioning Tabarama. This war has ended, but what about the next one? That will be for the next generation to handle. Tabarama shook his head. When I decided to sacrifice myself here, I had already appointed Monkey as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. I trust that he will protect the village, and I trust that he will, like my brother, safeguard peace in the ninja world. Now, there's only one thing left to do. I must release the Edo Tensei binding Lord Shijin, so that your soul may return to the afterlife and find peace once more. After finishing his words, Tabarama slowly clasped his hands together and carefully formed the necessary seals to release the Edo Tensei. I have disturbed your soul for far too long. I sincerely apologize. It's all right. I once said that witnessing this era was an interesting experience in its own way. Shijin's body gradually began to emit a soft glow. It seemed as if his soul was about to leave his physical form. His voice remained calm. Although, if I'm being honest, I have never been satisfied with this era. That is something I truly regret. Tobirama let out a bitter laugh, lifting his head as if he wanted to say something more. But as he looked at Shijin, he suddenly noticed something. Lord Shijin. Tobirama's expression changed. Edo Tensei, release. Shijin calmly severed the Edo Tensei's binding, freeing himself from Tobirama's control. The release of the technique would no longer have any effect on him. This was a loophole in the Edo Tensei. As long as the resurrected individual became aware of this flaw and used it to sever their connection to the summoner, they could remain in this world indefinitely. The glow surrounding Shijin's body faded. His usual compassionate expression had disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and emptiness. Why? Tobirama could feel the connection between them breaking. This could only mean one thing. Shijin had freed himself from his grasp. Because I am not satisfied with this era. Shijin shook his head, lowering his hands now that he had finished forming the seals. The ancient era. I once believed in people like Hashirama, thinking they could bring true peace. But now, it's clear that this era is far too disappointing. Even if I have managed to temporarily stop this war, conflicts will continue to emerge. The struggles between shinobi will never truly end. But it doesn't matter. This era is not beyond saving. Shijin's soul, which had been tethered to the Edo Tensei body, now fully returned to its vessel. His gaze lifted slightly. If the people of this era are incapable of achieving peace, then I, a shinobi from the ancient era, will use other means to save this world. And as it happens, Madara has given me hope that true and eternal peace can be achieved. Tobirama's eyes filled with terror. Madara Uchiha. Madara had joined forces with Shijin. This was absurd. Someone as dangerous as Madara could never possibly align with someone as kind as Shijin. But this wasn't a joke. Because Shijin was far too easy to manipulate. If Madara had used his dream of eternal peace to deceive Shijin, then there was no doubt that Shijin, with his kind heart, would have been swayed. The threat that Hashirama had left unresolved. Now, it was joining forces with an ancient shinobi. This could plunge the entire ninja world into even greater turmoil. Perhaps it would even allow Madara to acquire the unfathomable powers of the ancient era. Although Tobirama did not know Madara's full plan, he was certain of one thing: Madara was dangerous. There was no way he would use honorable methods. It was likely that Madara had never truly cared about peace at all, and was merely using it as a lie to exploit Shijin and seize the power of the ancient era. After all, even Tobirama had once coveted Shijin's power. Lord Shijin, Madara is using you. Tobirama desperately tried to warn the ancient shinobi. He doesn't care about peace, he only wants to take your power for himself. Tobirama. Shijin's eyes, those of a resurrected soul, lifeless and dull, now carried an unmistakable trace of mockery. Aren't you the one who's been using me all along? Tobirama's heart clenched. Shijin's accusation, he couldn't refute it. He could justify his actions to his subordinates with the excuse of doing it for Konoha, but he had no way to deny this in front of Shijin. It was an undeniable truth. He had been using Shijin all along. And now, this truth might have been exactly what Madara had used to convince him. Not just you, Hiruzen, Danzo. You all received the power of the cursed seal from me. Shijin's gaze shifted toward the lifeless bodies of the Kumagakure shinobi. You all promised me that you would never use that power for war. And yet, in the end, you still used it to kill others. Tobirama had no response. Because during this war, both Hiruzen and Danzo had stood out, making great use of the cursed seal's power. So much so that they had been more formidable than even some shinobi from the Warring States period. I saved many people in Konoha. And then, you sent them right back onto the battlefield. You used me for everything you wanted, so how do you have the right to accuse Madara? At least Madara was willing to help me end this war. He wasn't doing it for the sake of a single village's interests. But Tabarama struggled to argue back. No matter how he tried, he couldn't find a reason. Because while he had been trying to form an alliance with Kumigakure to fight the other villages, Madara had actually been working with Shijin to end the war. Under the watchful eyes of the entire ninja world, Madara had presided over the public duel that decided the fate of the war. There were even rumors that Madara had originally planned to attack all the villages himself, forcing them to retreat. It had been Shijin, unwilling to see more deaths, who had stepped in instead. Now, the only argument left was Madara's character. Madara is inherently evil. Tabarama gritted his teeth, about to recount Madara's past actions. That man was willing to. Tabarama. Shijin interrupted him, his voice calm as ever. If we go by Madara's reasoning, then tell me. You, who disturbed the peace of the dead with Edo Tensei. You, who forced the dead to fight in war. How are you any different from Madara? Tabarama fell completely silent. Tabarama could no longer say a word. That single question. No matter how eloquent or sharp his reasoning usually was, he had no way to refute it. Because the truth was laid bare before him. This was the very reason the entire ninja world had condemned him. How could he justify it now? Could he say it was for Konoha? That was meaningless. Could he say it was for his brother? That might have been true at the beginning. Because back then, his brother's life had been directly tied to the peace of the ninja world. But afterwards, everything had changed. No. The truth was, nothing had changed at all. From the moment he witnessed Shijin's power, he had coveted it. He had sought to extract as much benefit from this ancient shinobi as possible. Goodbye. Shijin had nothing more to say to Tabarama. He turned and began to walk away. If you wish to sacrifice your life, then die here. I will not save those who have chosen to end their own lives. Tabarama remained, seated against the tree. As Shijin turned his back to leave, Tabarama's body suddenly tensed. In an instant, he leaped forward. His hands rapidly, forming the seals for a sealing jutsu. Forgive me. Lord Shijin. I cannot allow Madara to gain your power. The second Hokage of Konoha could no longer afford to think things through. He knew his body wouldn't last long enough for him to return to the village. There was only one option left. To seal Shijin away. Madara was already dangerous enough. If he gained Shijin's aid, then the consequences were simply unimaginable. Thankfully, Madara had lost sight in one of his eyes. That man, once arrogant enough to look down on all shinobi, had suffered a major blow. Though still formidable, his visual prowess had been greatly diminished, and his Susanoo would never be as powerful as before. And only Shijin, the legendary medical ninja, had the ability to heal Madara's blind eye. Perhaps this was the true reason Madara had remained close to Shijin all this time. If he could seal Shijin here, then Madara's eye would never be restored. And the threat he posed to the ninja world would be minimized. Boom! Just as Tabarama closed the distance, only a single step remained between him and Shijin. But then, the world went silent. The sound of rushing wind from his high-speed movement vanished. Tabarama's body froze, just inches away from Shijin. Dark markings spread across his skin, flowing like ink. Slowly, they wrapped around him, locking his body in place. This was the same cursed seal that Shijin had once gifted him. And now, it had activated, completely paralyzing him. This seal, Tabarama was too weak to break free from it now. This seal had always possessed the ability to control his body. Tabarama's gaze flickered as he stared at his unmoving limbs. Helpless, he could only watch as Shijin slowly turned back toward him. Standing face to face, their eyes met. Shijin's expression remained as calm as ever. Then, he asked, Tabarama, are you trying to use my powers to attack me? Chapter 70, Tsunade's Unhealable Wound Bonus. Konohagakure. A funeral was being held in the village. The third Raikage of Kumigakure had personally come to Konoha to return the body of the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama. He expressed his regret that the coup initiated by Kinkaku and Jinkaku of his village had inadvertently led to the death of Konoha's leader. His humble attitude earned the goodwill of many, especially from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already been designated as the third Hokage. During his travels, he had met the third Raikage in the Land of Lightning. They might not have been close friends, but they knew each other would not remain unknown figures in the world. Aside from the second Hokage's remains, the third Raikage continued after handing over Tabarama's body. We also found the remains of a Sunagakure ninja beside him. Some of our search teams witnessed a soul ascending to the heavens. Thank you, that was Lord Shijin's soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to force a smile, but ultimately gave up. We've also abandoned the idea of using Lord Shijin any further. In this Kumigakure coup, Konoha's losses were arguably greater than Kumigakure's. Not only had they lost the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama, who had protected them, but they had also lost the great healer, Emia Shyen, who had watched over Konoha's ninja. It was clear. Before his death, Tabarama must have lifted Edo Tensei, allowing Shijin's soul to ascend in peace. That is for the best. The third Raikage finally seemed satisfied. Even the shinobi of Kumigakure had resented Konoha's exploitation of Emia Shyen. If Konoha had truly freed Shijin's soul, and if Tabarama's sacrifice had helped resolve Kumigakure's coup, then this alliance could be accepted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Konoha's representative, held a formal alliance ceremony with the third Raikage in Konoha. News spread across the world. The First Shinobi World War had finally ended, thanks to Emia Shijin's intervention. Konoha Hospital. Young Tsunade stood in the hospital corridor, dazed. Every day after school, she would instinctively return to the hospital. But the man who had taught her medical ninjutsu, who would reward her with sweet sugarcane juice or glucose, who carefully looked after her every day, was no longer there. Has Lord Shijin still not come back? Tsunade ran to the nurse's desk, standing on her tiptoes to ask the nurse on duty. Not yet. The medical ninja at the desk didn't dare meet her eyes, nor did they have the heart to tell her that Emia Shyen would never return. Luckily, Tsunade wouldn't stay long. The little girl soon left, kicking pebbles in frustration as she walked home. Yuzumaki Mito had long since heard about Emia Shijin's soul ascending, but she didn't know how to break the news to her granddaughter. All she could do was focus on training her. Perhaps children forget quickly, but Tsunade was too smart. She quickly sensed that something was wrong and went to the person she trusted most, Hideki Sakumo. From him, she learned the truth. Lord Shijin will never come back. Hideki Sakumo hung his head in sorrow, yet under Tsunade's pressure, he had no choice but to speak the truth. You're lying. Tsunade punched Sakumo, sending him flying, then turned and ran toward the village gates. Tsunade. Despite his injuries, Hideki Sakumo quickly gave chase, afraid that something might happen to her. Fortunately, she was stopped before she could leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was patrolling the village, intercepted the crying girl and patiently explained why souls ascend to the heavens. Only then did he take her back to Uzumaki Mito's home. Lady Mito. For now, it's best to have someone keep an eye on her. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the little girl sobbing in Mito's arms, feeling a deep sense of sorrow himself. After all, during his 10 years of traveling, he had spent more time with Emia Shyen than Tsunade had. He had grown from a boy to a man under Shijin's guidance. Hiruzen sighed. Perhaps when Tsunade grew older, she would come to accept the truth. The pain she felt now would fade in time. After all, Emia Shijin's presence in their lives had been brief in the grand scheme of things. Even though he had shone as brightly as a meteor, he too had vanished into dust. Perhaps all those who pass away meet the same fate. People only remember them when something triggers a memory. However, Shijin had left too many traces behind. As Tsunade grew up, she graduated from the academy, formed a 3-man team with her teammates, and became Sarutobi Hiruzen's student, officially stepping onto the path of a shinobi. And then her past came back to haunt her. Tsunade, you have a talent for medical ninjutsu. Here are some medical scrolls I collected while traveling the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Tsunade a stack of scrolls, even giving her access to a hidden room filled with medical case studies that he and Danzo had once retrieved for Konoha. Whoa, that's way too much. A white-haired boy, Jirya, exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer number of scrolls. If I had to study all that, I'd be old and gray before I finished. Then, after a moment, he smirked. Good thing I don't want to be a medic nin. Idiot. Your hair is already white. Teenaged Tsunade angrily punched Jirya across the room. She then looked down at the familiar handwriting on the scrolls and couldn't help but smile. This actually looks kinda interesting. Another long-haired boy, Orochimaru, leaned over. When I was a kid, it didn't seem interesting at all. He never had time to play with me after surgery. He was always writing medical case notes. Every night when I fell asleep in the hospital, I'd wake up and see him still writing. And when I woke up in the morning, he was still writing. He always said those cases could be easily treated, so why did he insist on writing everything down? Tsunade grumbled as she unrolled a scroll and saw the dense notes and diagrams. Orochimaru glanced at the contents and commented seriously. Even with my limited medical knowledge, I can tell how to treat this disease just from this scroll. He looked at Tsunade and said sincerely, the person who wrote this was truly a great medical ninja. Of course. Tsunade puffed up with pride. Let me see. Jirya lunged forward to grab a scroll. But he was instantly sent flying by another punch. Your brain would be wasted on this. Hiruzen chuckled at their antics. Jirya, I have something for you too. Huh, what is it? Travel journals from my journey across the world. Hiruzen handed Jirya a notebook. A great man wrote this. It contains his personal thoughts and experiences. I think you'd find it interesting. HMM. Jirya flipped through the pages and saw a beautifully drawn sunrise, marked with a location and notes on local customs, like a travel guide. Let me see. Tsunade immediately leaned over. This handwriting, this is his. She pouted annoyed. He never told me about this. Why did he only give me medical notes? Hiruzen chuckled. When we traveled the world, you weren't even born yet, Tsunade. These were gifts Lord Shijin left for me. And besides, some places are best discovered on your own. Chapter 71, The Emergence of the Second Crystal Coffin Bonus. Time continued to flow forward. Yet the traces of Emia Shyen never seemed to disappear. Because the man who once truly existed would always be remembered by the shinobi of Konoha. Just when people began to forget him, he would reappear in their minds. For example, in medical ninja courses, no medical ninja could avoid hearing his name. Every known disease had a treatment method, documented in the case study scrolls he had left behind. Tsunade grew older. She became an exceptional medical ninja. Over the years, Tsunade, Jirya, and Orochimaru formed a team and completed numerous missions for Konoha. Her strength continued to grow. To put it bluntly, Tsunade was the strongest member of her team. She could stand at the front lines as a formidable combatant, retreat to heal the wounded as a medical ninja, and even serve as an exceptional sensory ninja. Because she had once been guided by Emia Shyen. Likewise, Tsunade aspired to become someone like him. She searched tirelessly across the shinobi world for traces of the slug. From her childhood bedtime stories, she believed that a medical ninja should always have a slug on their shoulder. Finally, she discovered the legendary Shikatsu forest. The only problem was, this slug wasn't exactly small. Although its voice was soft and adorable, and it spoke in a gentle, endearing manner, its body stretched out like an endless mountain range, an overwhelmingly colossal presence. Fortunately, the slug was kind. Just like in the fairy tales, Tsunade's nervous heart immediately calmed down. So, you're a medical ninja. The slug's voice was soft and pleasant. Noticing the young blonde girl's apprehension, it split off a tiny portion of itself, forming a much smaller slug. Yes. Tsunade finally relaxed. Because the small slug was quite cute. Then let me see if your medical ninjutsu is. The slug suddenly stopped speaking. It had noticed something on Tsunade's forehead, a peculiar, diamond-shaped marking. The marking was divided into two triangles. The upper triangle was half black, and the lower triangle was half purple, forming a strikingly unique pattern. Yet, it did not seem out of place on Tsunade's face. Instead, it enhanced her beauty. That mark could it be? The slug's voice suddenly became excited. This is. Tsunade instinctively wanted to avoid the question. As she grew older and became a full-fledged shinobi, she always felt the need to keep certain things about him a secret. But then she quickly realized. The slug must have known him. Maybe I was mistaken. The slug hesitated as well. Because that great man's plan had always been a secret. For that unknown purpose, he had left behind a pair of his eyes and a crystal coffin, entrusting it to the slug for safekeeping. The crystal coffin remained with the slug, and the eyes continued to watch over it. The slug had spent over 1,000 years in the Shikatsu forest, guarding that crystal coffin, or rather, being accompanied by it. Though it never understood why he left only half a corpse, it obediently trusted him. He had once said, one day they would meet again. And when that day came, he would no longer be bound by the limits of mortality. At that time, the slug would return his eyes to him. The slug had no idea how to grant immortality to a human, but because the one who raised it had said so, it simply believed and waited. For over 1,000 years, that day had yet to arrive. It could only stare at the silhouette inside the crystal coffin, reminiscing about its youth. He had once told it, most of life is boring. If you don't want time to feel unbearably long, you need to do something meaningful for a period, so that, later, you can reminisce about that time with joy. But this wait had been far too long. Its lifespan was too vast. The joyful memories from its youth, compared to 1,000 years, were painfully short. The more it reminisced, the longer the wait felt. Let's first test your medical ninjutsu. The slug spoke gently to Tsunade. If you satisfy me, you may sign the summoning contract. The test was easy. For Tsunade, it was no challenge at all. As a result, the slug's smaller form settled onto her shoulder and praised her warmly. Your medical ninjutsu is exceptional. If one day you improve it even further, you will receive a very special gift, Tilda. What counts as passing? Tsunade asked curiously. It's a unique ability, the slug explained seriously. The ability to store chakra over time and control it at a minuscule level, keeping your body in peak condition. Tsunade fell silent. The blonde girl slowly raised a hand to touch the lower half of the diamond mark on her forehead. Because she had developed this technique herself. And he had once spoken of it. By using this method of chakra control, one could maintain their body at its peak and refine their medical skills to perfection. Only by training in this way for a long time could one become an exceptional medical ninja, capable of performing even the most delicate surgeries. Tsunade's diamond-shaped mark had two functions. The upper half was a curse mark, enabling her to harness natural energy in battle. The lower half was the yin seal, storing chakra and refining control over time, to be released in combat. And natural energy made chakra even more powerful. Is this what you meant? Tsunade touched the lower half of her forehead mark, slightly embarrassed. I only recently mastered it over the past few years, but I think this is what you were talking about. The slug's tiny form reached out a feeler to touch Tsunade's mark. It instinctively wanted to touch the upper half. Because it felt familiar. Too familiar. But the slug remained obedient and focused on its task. It examined Tsunade's yin seal. And froze. Yes. This was it. The very ability that the great man had spoken of. He had once said, only someone who reached this level of mastery would be worthy of receiving the crystal coffin. The slug had once asked, would they reunite then? He had laughed and said, probably. If something went wrong, at the very least, the crystal coffin could help advance medical knowledge in the shinobi world. His laughter had always made the slug sad. But now, was it finally time? 1,000 years should be long enough. Now that someone had finally mastered the technique, could it finally give away the crystal coffin? Wait here, I'll get your gift. The slug quickly withdrew its feelers. Okay. Tsunade was puzzled. She wondered what kind of gift it would be. She only hoped it wasn't another case study scroll. Just as she was thinking that, the ground beneath her began to tremble. A moment later, the entire Shikatsu forest seemed to collapse. Because the colossal slug, stretching as far as the eye could see, began to split into countless smaller versions of itself. These tiny slugs moved together like a flowing river, carrying something forward. Tsunade had sharp eyesight. That was a crystal coffin. The coffin was adorned with intricate carvings. Her gaze was drawn to the familiar silhouette inside. Within that crystal coffin lay a man she knew. Legend had it that Emia Shyen had left behind 2 crystal coffins. One remained with the Senju clan. The other, its location unknown. Now she understood. It had always been here. This was the last crystal coffin in existence, and it was the last remaining piece of Emia Shyen in this world. It's yours now, the small slug on Tsunade's shoulder whispered. Chapter 72, Old Man Madara. Konoha Village. Tsunade had brought back a crystal coffin. Although she kept it in her private medical chamber, certain individuals quickly became aware of its presence. After all, too many people recognized the person inside the coffin. Fortunately, Konoha had already suffered the consequences of exploiting Emia Shyen. The higher-ups, for the most part, dared not entertain any further ideas of using him again. Of course, there was always an exception. For example, Shimura Danzo, now an advisor to the Hokage. Having witnessed Konoha's overwhelming strength under the first Hokage rule, Danzo had become increasingly convinced of the importance of power. He sought to obtain Emia Shyen's cursed seals to enhance his own forces. However, 2 major obstacles stood in his way. First, he had not mastered the Edo Tensei technique. In fact, no one in Konoha had. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had strictly forbidden anyone from learning Edo Tensei, lest Konoha be shamed once more. Second, Tsunade kept a close watch on the coffin. She spent every day studying beside it, and her status made Danzo wary. After all, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and she herself wielded Emia Shyen's cursed seal powers. However, Tsunade could not keep her secret from everyone. For instance, she could not hide it from her close friends. Orochimaru, who had just returned from Ryucha Cave, immediately sensed that something was amiss with her. The young Orochimaru had grown more striking in appearance, his aura taking on an increasingly sinister edge. Holding a medical scroll in his hand, he curiously inquired about his teammate's condition. "Tsunade, you seem distracted lately. Weren't you heading to Shikatsu Forest to find the sage's land? I've already obtained my summoning contract with Ryucha Cave." Jiraiya's accidental reverse, summoning to Mount Myaboku, had sparked interest in Orochimaru and Tsunade, leading them to seek out the other 2 sage lands. When Orochimaru's parents died during his childhood, he had acquired a discarded white-scaled snake skin, which eventually led him to Ryucha Cave. There, he successfully secured a summoning contract. "Sai, don't even mention it." Tsunade slumped onto the table, weakly nudging her teacup. "I did find Shikatsu Forest, and I passed the slug's trial. Isn't that something to be happy about?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, refilling her cup as he spoke. "I remember you've always liked slugs." But Tsunade hesitated. She wanted to mention the crystal coffin of Emia Shyen and how she had been spending late nights studying beside it. However, remembering that his name was taboo in Konoha, she sighed and took a sip of tea instead. "Forget it, it's not worth bringing up. Then let's talk about something cheerful." Orochimaru shook his head and slid a small plate of tea cakes toward her. "By the way, Jiraiya went off to train too, didn't he? Why haven't we heard anything from him?" "Jiraiya, that idiot." Tsunade shook her head, unwilling to discuss their unreliable teammate. "Miss me?" Jiraiya's voice suddenly echoed through the room. A smug grin stretched across his face. "While I was training at Mount Myaboku, I heard an amazing story. Tsunade, you're definitely going to love this. The great Toad Sage once met someone incredible." "Not interested." Tsunade waved him off dismissively. "Let me guess, another story about the Sage of 6 Paths and the origins of ninjutsu. I couldn't care less." "No." Jiraiya dropped the act and got straight to the point. His expression turned serious as he recalled his shock upon first hearing the tale. "Remember the name we're not supposed to mention in the village, Emia Shyen." Tsunade's expression changed instantly. Orochimaru, however, looked intrigued. Although Konoha had forbidden any mention of Emia Shyen's time in the village, it wasn't a secret to the 3 of them. All they had to do was ask around the shinobi world to learn the truth. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha had exploited Emia Shyen's abilities for battle, inciting widespread outrage. In the end, it was Emia Shyen himself who put an end to the war. Guess what? Jiraiya puffed up with pride, swiping the tea cakes from the plate and snatching Orochimaru's teapot to take a swig. Speak or get out. Tsunade glared at him. Hezihai. Jiraiya quickly stopped fooling around, his excitement barely contained. You'll never believe this. Emia Shyen hated the Sage of Six Paths. The Great Toad Sage once invited him to join the early ninja sect, and he refused. And then, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head awkwardly. That's it, the Great Toad Sage wouldn't tell me anything else. Throw him out. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Hathi. Orochimaru smirked, grabbed Jiraiya by the collar, and unceremoniously tossed him toward the window. Hey. Jiraiya yelped, catching the window ledge at the last second before pulling himself back up. Come on, I was just trying to share something interesting. You guys are always so curious about him. Orochimaru chuckled. That wasn't very interesting at all. In truth, what he had learned at Ryuchi Cave was far more compelling. The White Snake Sage was not hesitant to speak of Emia Shyen. If anything, there was a lingering sense of regret in its tone, something Orochimaru had quickly picked up on. He was not a man obsessed with power. Yet fate led him to acquire godlike abilities. And with those abilities, he saved those who should not have been saved, ultimately leading to his own untimely death. Jiraiya huffed in dissatisfaction. That's not a good story at all. We need details. How exactly did he die while trying to save people? That's enough. Tsunade cut him off. I'm going to review medical cases. You two can keep chatting. I didn't learn much more either. Orochimaru shook his head. Instead, he brought up something more immediate. Lately, the village has been acting strangely, hasn't it? What do you mean? Tsunade hadn't noticed anything amiss. You. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his slitted pupils gleaming like a snake's. You've been locked away in that medical chamber for too long, haven't you? Nothing unusual. Tsunade waved him off again. I go through a few scrolls each night before bed. It hasn't interfered with my training. She saw nothing out of the ordinary. Every day, she followed the same routine, wandering through the village before retreating to the chamber to study and train. If she got thirsty, she drank glucose. If she felt bored, she treated herself to a sugarcane juice. It was a life, almost identical to her childhood. Except, back then, someone had been there to talk to her. And when she fell asleep, he would always pull the blanket over her. That's not what I mean. Orochimaru's voice lowered. You haven't noticed that many shinobi have been sent on missions. This situation feels off. Meanwhile, an old man, frail and hooded, sneaked into Konoha. His purpose was the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine. Madara Uchiha had returned. Chapter 73, Kakuzu, steal my money. Even in my old age, I can still swing a blade. As it turns out, Uchiha Madara was not a very moral person. His plan to find a successor was swiftly put into motion. Black Zetsu and the White Zetsu army worked together to locate a descendant of the Yuzumaki bloodline in the Land of Rain. They implanted Madara's Rinnegan into the eyes of a boy named Nagato. Of course, Madara wasn't the only one exploiting the Yuzumaki clan. Konoha, too, had found an Yuzumaki girl named Kushina. With the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Yuzumaki Maido, reaching the end of her life, Konoha needed a new host to seal Kurama within. So Konoha wants to use my power again, huh? Kurama lay sprawled within the seal, its chakra fluctuating violently. You used Emia Shyen until he was of no more use to you, and now you want to use me again. I'm sorry, Kurama. Yuzumaki Maido's face was filled with guilt. Both Emia Shyen and Kurama had been manipulated by Konoha, and she was deeply ashamed of how the village had broken its promises. Konoha won't exploit your power. Maido tried to say the words, but they felt hollow even to her own ears. Because they were a blatant lie. Given Konoha's track record, no one would believe such claims, especially not Kurama, who had lived for 1,000 years. HMPH. Don't call my name. Such hypocrites, Maya. You even used Emia Shyen, and you think I'd believe your words. I heard your Yuzumaki clan is on the brink of extinction, isn't it? That's the price for trusting Konoha. Mito could not feel more remorseful. Yuzashio had fallen. The Yuzumaki clan was scattered, searching for new homes. Every major village in the shinobi world, desperate for the Yuzumaki's sealing techniques, had been targeting their homeland for years. Konoha had never been able to offer them real help. As the second Tsuchikage had once predicted, being Konoha's ally meant only helping Konoha. When trouble came, Konoha would never return the favor. Recently, Yuzashio had reached out to Konoha with an important matter. Years ago, during Emia Shyen's travels, he visited Yuzashio and suggested that the Yuzumaki relocate to the land of grass. He believed their immense strength should be put to better use, and moving closer to smaller villages would create balance. This way, the Yuzumaki could remain close to Konoha, their traditional ally. But at the time, the Yuzumaki had refused to leave their homeland. They feared that living in the land of grass would lead to conflicts with Konoha. After all, the Yuzumaki had originally moved far from the mainland to avoid clashes with their powerful distant relatives, the Senju. Now, Yuzashio had perished. But there was one silver lining. As Yuzashio fell, and its people became refugees, someone had stepped up to help them. A certain rogue ninja named Kakuzu had found some wandering Yuzumaki survivors, and believed they could be useful. When I met Emia Shyen during my travels, he told me that the Yuzumaki were an honest people worth entrusting one's life to. Maybe you can help me manage the orphanages I sponsor. In the past, Kakuzu had never interacted with Yuzashio. As a rogue ninja from Takagakure, he assumed the prideful Yuzumaki wouldn't associate with him. He had dismissed Emia Shyen's words. But now, with the Yuzumaki displaced and homeless, Kakuzu decided to reach out. Soon, he realized the meaning behind Emia Shyen's words. The Yuzumaki weren't just honest, they were almost naive. These red-haired fools actually took their responsibilities seriously. Luckily, that was exactly what Kakuzu needed. Because, frankly, he had been struggling. For years, Kakuzu had tried to follow Emia Shyen's advice and help those in need. But as a ninja who only knew how to kill for money, he had no time to properly oversee his orphanages. As a result, corruption was rampant. People were stealing from him. Stealing from Kakuzu. From his hard-earned, blood-soaked money. These orphanage directors, who did they think they were? Did they think making money was easy? As a man who had single-handedly slaughtered the leadership of Takagakure, Kakuzu had no moral qualms about killing people. Whenever he found a corrupt director, he simply cut them down on the spot and moved on to the next one. But things only got worse. The shinobi world was a mess. Kakuzu considered himself a villain, but he was starting to wonder if there was a single decent person left in this world. How dare these orphanage directors embezzle from an S-rank rogue ninja? Were they trying to scam an old man? Of course, Kakuzu didn't realize the real reason. It was because of his longevity. These people assumed that, given his status as a wanted criminal, Kakuzu had to be ancient by now. They figured he wouldn't be around much longer, so they stole while they could. Unfortunately for them, Kakuzu wasn't aging anytime soon. So he kept killing corrupt officials. But finally, it seemed the world wasn't entirely filled with scumbags. If Emia Shyen trusted the Yuzumaki, maybe they really were different. After all, Shyen once told him that chakra influenced people's hearts. And sure enough, these Yuzumaki genuinely cared for the orphans. For the first time in years, Kakuzu felt at peace. As for the Yuzumaki refugees, they hesitantly accepted his help. With Kakuzu's support, they found stability and gradually forgot the pain of losing their homeland. They also started reaching out to other lost clan members. We have a relative named Fuso who married into the land of rain. If she's still alive, we should send word to her. That works out. I'm heading to the land of rain anyway. The people there are suffering terribly. The war has made food scarce. Kakuzu placed a thick stack of money on the table. This is for the orphanages. I hope you live up to what Emia Shyen said about you. Yes, but where did this money come from? Killing, the bounty exchange office pays for ninja corpses. Kakuzu spoke matter-of-factly. I just took out a jonin from Iwagakure. His corpse was worth 1,000,000 ryo. His trip to the land of rain wasn't just to help people, he was hunting for more high-value targets. Assassination paid better than any other mission. I'll look for your relative Fuso. Kakuzu eyed the Yuzumaki women before adding, if you come across any other Yuzumaki survivors, send them to me. I have a few orphanages that need new directors, since the last one stole from me and had to be dealt with. Huh. The red-haired women stared at him in horror. It seemed fate had taken pity on the Yuzumaki. Perhaps as compensation for their near extinction, destiny had entangled their lineage with another. One Yuzumaki girl was learning to become a Jinchuriki in Konoha. Another Yuzumaki orphan had awakened the Rinnegan. And as the great nations clashed, the small countries suffered. The Second Shinobi World War had begun. And there was no Emia Shyen to stop it this time. Chapter 74, Orochimaru's Unbreakable Bond with the Crystal Coffin. Emia Shyen had never liked this era. It was only after growing up that Tsunade came to understand certain things. For instance, her grandmother, Uzumaki Maido, had mentioned before that Emia Shyen despised this era. He loathed war and the conflicts between shinobi, detested their constant schemes and betrayals, and hated everything about this world. Except for her. Shyen had always been fond of her when she was a child. Her youthful dream of becoming a medical ninja made her the sole inheritor of his will in that field. Unfortunately, Tsunade thought back on her years as a shinobi. She had grown into more than just a medical ninja. She had inevitably become part of the very world that Shyen despised. She had become a butcher in the war. Anyone who joined a war would be inevitably stained with blood. There were always those who wished to kill her, and naturally, she had to kill them first. Even the power that Shyen had given her had been used in battle. No, not necessarily. Because that man had always saved people. No matter how much he seemed to dislike the world, he would still do everything in his power to help those in pain, just as he tirelessly healed the wounded in war, and just as he had stepped forward to use his reputation to put an end to the First Shinobi War. Hanzo was right. If he were still here, this world would never have fallen into such chaos. Let's go. Let's return to the village and report in. Tsunade spoke as she walked toward her teammates, frowning as she wiped her hands, trying to rid them of the mud and blood. Tsunade, use this. Orochimaru pulled off his cloak and handed it to her. Though he didn't fully understand why Tsunade was so fixated on cleaning her hands at that moment, he knew she must have been feeling uneasy about the war. As her teammate, Orochimaru was always understanding. Huh, how could I use your cloak? Tsunade instinctively refused, rubbing her hands more forcefully before giving up with a self-deprecating laugh. Forget it, it won't come off anyway. Haha. Jiraiya, still leaning on Orochimaru's shoulder, laughed as well, his mood lighter now that they had won. Just find a clean place to wash up, and it'll be fine. Really? Tsunade couldn't bring herself to smile. She lifted her head to the dark, rain-filled sky above the land of rain. Watching the raindrops fall from the heavy clouds, she muttered something bleak. Is there even a clean place left in this era? Orochimaru and Jiraiya both fell silent. The truth was, there was no such place. Everywhere was soaked in blood and filth. After the battle, as they rested near the battlefield, 3 war orphans wandered into the area. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The children had a simple request. They wanted to learn ninjutsu from Jiraiya. He had gained a reputation as a traveling warrior, a hero. Although they had originally hoped to train under another ninja, that person had no time for them. You still managed to buy bread. Orochimaru eyed the dried rations in his hand, before glancing suspiciously at the large loaves in the children's packs. In times of war, getting bread isn't easy. You don't look like ordinary orphans. Ah, no, that's not it. Yahiko quickly explained. We got these yesterday from Lord Kakuzu. He's been distributing food. Kakuzu? Yes. Yahiko continued earnestly. Ever since the war reached the land of rain, Things have been tough. Lord Kakuzu came here and started handing out food to refugees. He even personally takes orphans to safer countries where they can be placed in orphanages. Originally, they had almost gone to an orphanage too. When Kakuzu asked them about a woman named Fuso, he mentioned that Nagato still had living relatives. He had planned to send them off after he finished his food distribution. But Nagato refused. His friend Yahiko had dreams of bringing peace to the world. Fine. Kakuzu respected the Yuzumaki clan's stubbornness. Whenever he entrusted something to an Yuzumaki, these red-haired people would cling to it like their lives depended on it. Persuading them was impossible. Unfortunately, Kakuzu wasn't much of a teacher. And he was far too busy. He always needed to make more money. He had no time to train 3 kids. Besides, before he left, Kakuzu had warned them seriously. If you become ninjas, you will die. Once you became a ninja, there was no escaping the bloodshed. Even though he had slaughtered the entire leadership of Takagakure, Kakuzu himself could never escape the world of ninja battles. But the 3 kids didn't listen. Instead, they chose another famous figure. That's why we're here. Yahiko looked up at Jiraiya, pleading earnestly. We originally wanted to train under Lord Kakuzu, but he was too busy. We don't want to go to an orphanage. We want to become ninja who will bring peace to the world. Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. What the hell? How did he become these kids' backup option? Did they think he had nothing better to do than babysit them? The one called Kakuzu was right. Orochimaru's voice was cold, his demeanor growing darker with each war. You 3 will die the moment you set foot on the battlefield. Even if you do survive as ninjas, you'll only meet your end in war. Going to an orphanage would at least give you a chance to live. Tsunade suddenly took notice of the long-haired boy. Those eyes. Jiraiya's gaze snapped toward the boy, and his expression changed drastically. They were the legendary eyes. The eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Rinnegan. In that instant, Jiraiya recalled something the great Toad Sage had once told him. That he was fated to find and guide the child of prophecy, someone who would one day change the world. Jiraiya had spent years traveling in search of this child, but he had never found anyone who fit the prophecy. But now, it seemed he had. This boy with the Rinnegan might be the child of prophecy. I'll stay behind and train them. Jiraiya made up his mind. This was the fate the great Toad Sage had spoken of. Besides, Hanzo has surrendered, so the war should be ending soon. But Tsunade frowned. This is reckless. Orochimaru didn't understand Jiraiya's decision, but he respected his friend's choice. Still, he had his own thoughts. Sending them with Kakuzu might have been the best option. Our war isn't over yet, it's only just begun. And indeed, not only was it not over, it was only escalating. Chapter 75, The Story of Little Kakashi. Many of Konoha's forbidden jutsu were created by Senju Tabarama. Although Tabarama's reputation was far from stellar, Orochimaru didn't concern himself with matters of morality. In fact, he greatly admired the second Hokage. After all, Tabarama's methods had truly brought power to Konoha. But simply obtaining Emia Shyen's body was not enough. Orochimaru still needed to find a way to acquire the Edo Tensei technique. He secretly infiltrated the chamber where Konoha's forbidden jutsu were sealed, only to discover that Edo Tensei was not stored there. Instead, he stumbled upon something that intrigued him even more, a jutsu that granted immortality. Unfortunately, the difficulty of mastering this technique was exceptionally high. It involved the study of souls, an entirely new field that even Orochimaru, despite his vast knowledge, found challenging. Thankfully, Tsunade was still traveling. Orochimaru believed he had plenty of time. If nothing unexpected happened, Edo Tensei should still be recorded within the Hokage Scroll of Seals. He just needed to find it. During this period, things in Konoha began to take a turn for the worse. Although Konoha had won the Second Shinobi War, they had suffered heavy losses, to the point where they had been forced to send newly graduated academy students into battle. In order to strengthen the village, Konoha's leadership began to push the same boundaries as their former teacher, Senju Tabarama. For example, Experiments with Hashirama's cells. During a routine meeting among Konoha's higher-ups, Shimura Danzo proposed the idea of using human experimentation to revive the first Hokage would release abilities. "This is desecrating the memory of the first Hokage," Saruto by Hiruzen said with concern, visibly hesitant. "If the villagers find out." As the third Hokage, Hiruzen was growing older, and the weight of his responsibilities became heavier by the day. He had to consider both the feelings of Konoha's shinobi and the imminent threats from the outside world. "Hiruzen, hasn't this war made things clear to you?" Danzo's face, partially wrapped in bandages, was solemn as he took a sip of tea and continued, "This war may have ended, but the next one will come even sooner. To protect Konoha, we must be willing to do whatever it takes. We need to reclaim the first Hokage's power. As long as the experiment remains secret, there won't be an issue. Then let Danzo handle it." Hokage advisor Koharu Uchiha agreed with Danzo's proposal. "This experiment must be kept strictly confidential." Himura Mitokado, the other advisor, added without objection. But Hiruzen reluctantly agreed, but laid down his conditions. If the experiment results in significant casualties, it must be terminated immediately. Human experimentation can never be completely safe. Danzo dismissed the issue of lives lost, but took the opportunity to bring up another matter. "If we could acquire some of Lord Shigen's knowledge, we might be able to reduce casualties. After all, he was the greatest medical ninja and the first to use surgical techniques to treat people. Lord Shigen's soul has already ascended." Hiruzen cut him off, refusing to entertain the idea. "Actually, I've received some interesting information." Danzo glanced at Hiruzen, unwilling to believe that his old friend had not already caught wind of it. "I hear that Tsunade brought back a crystal coffin from Shikatsu Forest." This had not escaped Danzo's notice. At first, he had refrained from taking action due to Tsunade's status, her close watch over the coffin, and the risk of causing internal unrest. Additionally, he had not yet mastered Edo Tensei, so he had put the matter on hold. But now, Tsunade had left Konoha. During this period, Danzo felt it was the perfect time to bring up the subject again. Konoha had recovered another half of Emia Shigen's body. Only one problem remained. No one in Konoha had yet mastered Edo Tensei. To remedy this, Danzo secretly took the scroll containing the Edo Tensei technique from the archives, explaining why Orochimaru had been unable to find it. However, after studying it firsthand, Danzo realized that Edo Tensei was far more difficult to master than he had expected. Fortunately, he understood that the true key to this technique was not the summoner, but rather the one being resurrected, Emia Shyen himself. Now, all Danzo needed was someone capable of performing the technique. He knew Konoha's shinobi well enough. If there was anyone who could successfully learn Edo Tensei, it would have to be the so-called professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage himself. Once Hiruzen resurrected Emia Shyen, Danzo wouldn't have to worry about what happened next. He already had plans for how to utilize him. After all, Danzo had spent 10 years traveling with Shyen as a young man. He knew all too well how kind and naive Shyen was. Manipulating him would be child's play. He was confident he could do it better than even their teacher, Tobirama. But Hiruzen immediately refused. "We absolutely cannot exploit Lord Shyen again." Hiruzen's rejection was swift and firm, as memories of his late comrade Akimichi Torafu and their teacher's mistakes resurfaced. He recalled the shame Konoha had suffered in the past. To put it bluntly, if Danzo had been Hokage instead of him, he would have been forced to clean up the mess. Hiruzen had spent years carefully repairing Konoha's reputation after Tobirama's actions, and he had no intention of reliving that nightmare. Many people who had witnessed the first Shinobi War were still alive. If word got out that Konoha was once again trying to use Emia Shyen, it would be disastrous. Even if they gained strength from him, the damage to their reputation would be irreparable. If the people lost faith in Konoha's honor, not even sacrificing himself like Tobirama did would be enough to restore it. The village's reputation is at stake. Hiruzen's voice was grim. "If we break our promise and use Edo Tensei after I swore we wouldn't, who will ever trust Konoha again? Hiruzen, you should know." Danzo locked eyes with him, emphasizing the issue he cared most about. If we bring him back, we can save countless lives in the village. Danzo. Hiruzen's rejection was even more forceful. Do you want the next generation of Konoha to feel the same shame and regret that Torafu did? Back then, Akimichi Torafu's accusations still echoed in his ears. How could Danzo dare to reopen old wounds? At this point in his life, Hiruzen understood the value of a good reputation. In times of peace, it brought in missions. In times of war, it provided diplomatic leverage. These were things no amount of money or power could replace. No one in Konoha is allowed to study Edo Tensei. This is an absolute order from the Hokage. Anyone who disobeys will face severe punishment. Hiruzen issued his decree on the spot, worried that Danzo might still try to act on his own. Hiruzen. Danzo tried to argue. Give up on this ridiculous idea immediately. Hiruzen's voice was icy. I know better than anyone what will happen if that man is resurrected. You've become too focused on the village's interests and have lost sight of the bigger picture. The honor of Konoha is far more important than anything else. No one is to touch that jutsu. No one is allowed to go near that crystal coffin in the medical archives. Danzo's face darkened. He had never been so directly reprimanded. With nothing more to say, he took up his blade and stormed out. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's voice carried through the room, a final declaration of authority. Chapter 76, a promise that can no longer be fulfilled. Protecting Konoha and safeguarding one's comrades. These two ideals were once considered one and the same. But what happens when they come into conflict? When that day finally arrives, how should a shinobi choose? Everyone has their own answer. According to the ideals left behind by the first Hokage, Konoha must be protected at all costs. However, Sakumo Hadake was a man who thought differently. He believed that the lives of comrades were more important than any mission. Because if a shinobi cannot even cherish their comrades, then they are nothing more than tools. The world always seemed strange in its ways. Young Kakashi had already made an effort to think like an adult. Even so, he struggled to understand why his father, once a war hero and even a candidate for Hokage, had fallen from grace so drastically, simply because he had chosen to save a comrade during a mission. Even the very person his father had saved was now condemning him. And his father could do nothing to defend himself. People claimed that his father had violated shinobi protocol, causing Konoha to suffer a major loss. They said that he should have followed orders and prioritized the mission over personal feelings. It didn't make sense to Kakashi. But no matter how others criticized his father, he remained by his side, a quiet and well-behaved child, because in his heart, his father was still a hero. However, Sakumo Hadake gradually withdrew from the world. He spent more and more time at home, dedicating himself entirely to his son. When Kakashi passed the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, his father smiled, something Kakashi hadn't seen in a long time. That brief moment of happiness made Kakashi feel at ease. But one night, Kakashi noticed something strange. His father sat alone, murmuring to himself in the dead of night, holding the short blade that had once made him famous. Lord Emia, if only you were still here. Sakumo always remembered the man he had met in his youth. Because in times of weakness, people instinctively sought guidance from those they admired. No matter how strong a person became, there would always be moments of doubt. At such times, they needed someone wiser to show them the way. I feel like the village is heading down a dangerous path, he whispered. If protecting Konoha meant watching comrades die, then what was Konoha really protecting? If saving a comrade meant sacrificing the village's interests, then wouldn't that contradict the very purpose of protecting Konoha? If a comrade's life was weighed in terms of village benefits, then had shinobi become nothing more than disposable pawns. Konoha had long accepted the ideology that the village must be protected at all costs. This belief had become an unspoken rule. But now, Sakumo had broken that rule. He had become an outcast among shinobi. Dad! Little Kakashi, frightened, ran to his father and clung to his arm. He glanced at the blade in his father's hand, sensing an overwhelming aura of despair. I'm scared, Kakashi admitted. Then I'll stay by your side, okay? Sakumo gently stroked his son's head. Emma. Kakashi nodded eagerly. In the quiet of his room, the father and son finally talked about what had been troubling them. Dad, are you sad about what happened? Yeah, but I don't think you did anything wrong. Kakashi hugged his father's arm, murmuring, if we can't even cherish our comrades, what's left to cherish? You're still too young, Kakashi. Sakumo chuckled softly, deciding not to burden his son with his worries. Instead, he picked up a bedtime storybook, ready to lull him to sleep. Dad, did you really meet Lord Shijin? Kakashi pressed his hand against the book, trying to cheer his father up in his own way. He seemed to genuinely believe that his father had once met Emia Shyen. You always say you did, so what kind of person was he? He. Sakumo smiled as memories resurfaced. He was always busy with his work. He cherished his time and rarely spoke to others, which made many people think he was arrogant. But he was never arrogant. He treated everyone as equals. His entire life was dedicated to one thing, saving as many people as possible. He was like a benevolent god who loved all of humanity. He became a medical ninja so that no one else would have to endure the pain of losing a loved one. Sakumo trailed off, his hand pausing as he stroked his son's head. Because he suddenly recalled something. Shijin had once said, even he could not ignore the pain of losing family. After Kakashi's mother passed away, Sakumo himself had struggled to hold on. Looking at his proud yet kind-hearted son, he dreaded the thought of what would happen if Kakashi lost his father too. But the village had already turned against him. And now, even his son was being bullied and ostracized because of him. His son was enduring the same humiliation alongside him. And yet, it was precisely Kakashi's love for his father that made Sakumo unwilling to let him suffer any longer. Perhaps death was the only way to escape this torment. But he couldn't tell his son that. The next afternoon, Kakashi returned home. He pushed open the door and saw his father lying in a pool of blood. He froze. His young mind refused to comprehend what he was seeing. Just yesterday, they had spoken. He had stayed by his father's side. He had tried his best to support him. So why? Why had he still chosen to die? But even in death, Sakumo's disgrace was not erased. His funeral was scarcely attended. Some even continued to criticize him for betraying the village's interests. Thankfully, the people who did attend held great significance. Among them were Konoha's legendary Sannin, one of the rare moments they reunited. I thought you wouldn't come, Orochimaru remarked, surprised to see Tsunade. As if I wouldn't. Tsunade frowned at Sakumo's photo, clearly displeased. I heard people were blaming him for breaking shinobi protocol. Since when was protecting your comrades not part of the rules? As an old friend of Sakumo's, Tsunade never believed he had done anything wrong. If she had been in his place, she would have made the same choice. What a load of crap. Tsunade scowled at the rumors she had heard. I refuse to believe that any so-called mission could ever be more important than your lives or Jiraiya's. Orochimaru smirked. What are you smiling at? Tsunade snapped at him. Orochimaru, don't tell me you actually agree with those idiots in the village. Back during the war with Iwagakure, you wanted to abandon Jiraiya just to escape. That was an old memory. During the Second Shinobi War, the three of them had been surrounded by Iwagakure forces. Jiraiya was gravely injured, unable to flee. Tsunade desperately tried to save him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru argued that they should kill Jiraiya and retreat. If reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, Tsunade and Orochimaru might have fought each other. But that was the shinobi way. Jiraiya sighed. Back then, if we hadn't been rescued, Orochimaru's decision wouldn't have been wrong. In fact, it would have been the best choice. Even if he had killed me, I would have accepted it. Both of you shut up. Tsunade fumed. Jiraiya wisely retreated. Orochimaru, however, remained, smiling quietly. Chapter 77, The Will Left Behind by Emia Shyen. Land of Rivers. Deep within a shadowy underground fortress. A row of flickering candles cast an eerie glow along the corridor. A pale hand reached out, brushing against one of the flames. The long-haired man to whom it belonged wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Rumble. A deep tremor echoed from below. A hidden chamber slowly revealed itself before the long-haired man. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was unsettling, even chilling. At its center lay an ornate and exquisitely crafted crystal coffin. Sealed within it was half a corpse. The coffin's transparent surface allowed a clear view of the remains, displaying human organs with precision, almost like an anatomical specimen prepared for medical study. Standing before the coffin was a young man in a hooded cloak. He adjusted his glasses as he gazed at the coffin, his eyes gleaming with an almost intoxicating obsession, as if the crystal coffin was the most exquisite masterpiece he had ever seen. So much so that even when the chamber doors opened behind him, he showed only reluctant acknowledgement. Kabuz. The long-haired man entered, his expression turning amused as he spoke with deliberate slowness. It seems you're quite taken with my collection. Lord Orochimaru. The young man, Yakushi Kabuto, turned to face him, bowing his head respectfully. Apologies, Lord Orochimaru, I became too engrossed. Kabuto understood his master well. Orochimaru was lenient with those who were useful. He tolerated mistakes, even disrespect, as long as his subordinates could accomplish the tasks he assigned. This did not mean Orochimaru was kind. As an S-rank rogue ninja feared across the shinobi world, Orochimaru viewed his followers the same way he viewed his experiments, as tools. If a subordinate was useless, they would become test subjects, and if they remained useless, well, there was always next time. But if a subordinate proved invaluable, Orochimaru treated them almost like his own children. Such was his nature. It's fine, Kabuto. Orochimaru was particularly indulgent toward Kabuto, smiling as he waved off the apology. I understand your fascination. After all, this is the first preserved human specimen in the history of the shinobi world. The very first medical ninja, whose own body became the foundation for medical research. Orochimaru stepped closer to the crystal coffin, his golden eyes filled with an unsettling reverence. Even for me, each time I lay eyes upon this masterpiece, I cannot help but marvel at its brilliance, let alone someone like you, Kabuto. To medical ninjas like yourself, this man's existence might as well be on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed. Kabuto's gaze remained fixed on the half-corpse inside, his voice tinged with admiration. Emia Shyen, the first to establish the concept of medical ninjutsu. The one who developed a medical system that has lasted over 1,000 years. Kabuto took a step forward, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings on the coffin's surface. They say his skills were divine, that no illness or injury could defy him. They say his heart was pure, that he saved more people than an entire nation. And in the final moments of his life, to shatter the world's prejudice against medical dissection and surgery, and to allow future generations to better study medicine. He personally requested that his body be divided in two and sealed within crystal coffins, thus creating the first anatomical research specimen. Kabuto exhaled softly. A truly noble figure. He stared at the engravings on the coffin, recalling the words spoken by the matron of the orphanage that had raised him. A medical ninja bears the pain that others cannot, to heal those born into suffering. It was because of Emia Shyen's selfless ideals that medical ninjas are still protected today. Even during the bloodiest shinobi wars, combatants hesitate to kill enemy medics. But after saying this, Kabuto hesitated, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He possessed exceptional medical skills, yet his morals were hardly noble. But in this ruthless world, morality held little value. Even Tsunade, the greatest medical ninja alive, wouldn't dare claim to be virtuous. Why should he? That reminds me. Kabuto's gaze lingered on the crystal coffin. I never expected Lord Orochimaru to possess one of the legendary coffins. According to legend, both coffins had been lost long ago. One had fallen into the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama, and had ignited the first shinobi war, a war only Emia Shyen himself had been able to quell. Ah yes. Orochimaru's smirk deepened. I was always curious about that first coffin. But alas, I was born too late. This was the only one I could obtain. He shook his head, an almost nostalgic glint in his eyes. This coffin had been sealed away in the slug forest for centuries, until the slug queen entrusted it to Tsunade. I see. Kabuto understood immediately. The slug queen, the most skilled medical summoning beast, had undoubtedly been bonded to Shyen. It made perfect sense for her to safeguard one of the coffins. And of course, she would have later passed it on to Tsunade, the most gifted medic nin of her time. Lady Tsunade. Kabuto mused, nodding in agreement. Yes, she would indeed be worthy of such a legacy. Hathy. Orochimaru's smirk grew mocking. Worthy, perhaps. But this coffin did her no favors. If anything, it broke her. Orochimaru let out a soft sigh. Because she had seen him with her own eyes. Tsunade was one of the few to receive personal guidance from Emia Shyen. Seeing a man of such brilliance at a young age, it left her lost. And now, she is nothing but a shadow of what she once was. Kabuto's eyes widened. Wait. You're saying that Tsunade actually met him? Orochimaru's gaze darkened as he pressed a hand against the coffin. Not just Tsunade. I too may have seen him. He narrowed his golden eyes, recalling a distant memory. A silhouette against the setting sun. That person. It must have been him. Kabuto clenched his fists. He envied them. To have seen the first medical ninja with their own eyes. What an experience. Well, there's no need to dwell on the past. Orochimaru grinned. Because today, we will see him once more. Kabuto's breath hitched. Orochimaru continued, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Tsunade left this coffin behind when she abandoned Konoha. Before I defected. I took it for myself. He traced his fingers along the delicate carvings on the coffin's surface. Shyen, even after 1,000 years, your genius remains unmatched. Kabuto pushed his glasses up his nose. His curiosity burned. Lord Orochimaru, are you saying the engravings hold a secret? Oh yes. Orochimaru's voice dripped with fascination. Tsunade never noticed it. But I did. His smirk widened. These engravings. They are Emia Shyen's final message to the world. Chapter 78, The Second Resurrection. Plop. The entire chamber was suddenly illuminated. Orochimaru had turned on the brightest lights in the laboratory. This was the lighting he typically used for human dissections, and under its glow, the crystal coffin in the center of the room shone brilliantly. Inside the crystal coffin lay half of a preserved corpse. Under the intense illumination, the blood vessels within the corpse became faintly visible, their translucent appearance intertwining with the exquisite engravings on the coffin's surface. A breathtaking sight. The characters etched into the coffin became unmistakably clear, messages carried across 1,000 years, whispering secrets from an ancient past. Messages that seemed capable of allowing those who read them to peer into a long-gone era, into the lives and struggles of their ancestors. To those who come after me, if you are reading this final message, it means you have reached the pinnacle of human research. It seems you are about to touch upon the realm of death. Perhaps my story may serve as some reference. Orochimaru read aloud, his tone carrying a faint arrogance, nodding to himself as if affirming that he had indeed reached such a stage in his own research. Summoning jutsu. A standard technique used to summon creatures from another dimension through a chakra contract. Humans too possess souls. A human soul also contains chakra. Orochimaru's fingers traced the engravings, his voice slow and deliberate. Then, is it possible to use summoning techniques to call forth souls from the afterlife and resurrect the dead, to save those in grief who have lost their loved ones? Yakashi Kabuto, standing beside him, listened intently. As an intelligent man, Kabuto quickly recalled the story Orochimaru had just told him, of the second Hokage reviving Emia Shyen. So, this is the origin of the reanimation jutsu. Not just that, the truth is even more astonishing than you think. Orochimaru's grin widened, his amusement growing as he watched Kabuto's shock. Would you like to read further yourself, Kabuto? Kabuto hesitated. He was well aware that learning too much could be dangerous, but his curiosity, especially toward knowledge lost to time, was too overwhelming to resist. Moreover, Orochimaru had ordered him to capture a test subject for this very moment. Slowly, Kabuto reached out his hand. As Orochimaru's research assistant, he was intimately familiar with human anatomy, and soon he began deciphering the hidden meaning behind the coffin's engravings. In order to communicate with the afterlife, Kabuto read aloud, his voice trembling. I obtained the remains of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru let out a delighted chuckle, watching Kabuto's reaction with satisfaction. Surprised? Keep reading, the real revelations are yet to come. Kabuto nodded, his fingers moving cautiously over the coffin's inscriptions. I took the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. I transplanted those eyes, those Rinnegan, into my own sockets. These eyes hold the power to alter life and death. Kabuto's breath hitched as he read the next line, his pupils dilating in disbelief. To atone for my great mistake, I truly brought the dead back to life. Orochimaru observed his subordinate with amusement. Do you still want to continue reading? Even if the next words may reshape your understanding of history. Kabuto swallowed hard but pressed on. Reviving the dead always comes with a price. My own life ended as a result of that resurrection. To endure the pain that others cannot, to heal the suffering of the world. Perhaps this was always my destined end. As he finished reading, Kabuto's expression shifted from awe to contemplation. No wonder they say Emia Shyen was the greatest medical ninja in history. What a noble fool. Orochimaru sneered. He didn't need to sacrifice himself. The people he saved should have died, and yet he used divine power to bring them back. A man obsessed with eternal life, Orochimaru found himself at complete odds with Shigen's ideals. Despite admiring Shigen's knowledge, he had no respect for his selfless philosophy. Because that was precisely what he planned to exploit. I will resurrect Emia Shyen. Orochimaru turned his gaze to the half-intact corpse inside the crystal coffin. I will use the reanimation jutsu to bring this ancient medical ninja back to life. Kabuto was unfazed. Has your body started failing, Orochimaru-sama? He understood Orochimaru well enough to know he only acted when there was a personal gain involved. Or is this about the Rinnegan? Clever as always. Orochimaru chuckled. A bit of both, actually. First, I want to know more about the Rinnegan. Since joining this mysterious organization, I've witnessed its leader's power firsthand. But I'm still too weak to seize those eyes for myself. I need more knowledge first. His face darkened. Second, my body is indeed deteriorating. Not just deteriorating, he was dying. Orochimaru had discovered a fatal flaw in his pursuit of immortality. The living corpse reincarnation technique allowed him to transfer his soul into new hosts, achieving a twisted form of eternal life. However, constant transfers had left his soul increasingly fragile. This was not something ordinary medical techniques could resolve. Even Tsunade wouldn't be able to help him. Only someone who had studied the very fabric of the soul itself could offer a solution. And Shigen had done just that. Shigen had studied both souls and the Rinnegan. His research aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's needs. The only problem was, Shigen was known for being an actual good person. Orochimaru suspected someone with such moral integrity would not take kindly to his methods. But that didn't matter. He was confident he could manipulate Shigen just as he had manipulated countless others. Let's begin. Orochimaru placed his palm on the crystal coffin. Cracked. The coffin shattered. A priceless relic, revered for 1,000 years, was broken. Kabuto, as a medical ninja, felt a deep sense of loss. But Orochimaru was only focused on the corpse inside. His eyes immediately darted to Shigen's empty eye sockets. Disappointment flickered in his expression. No Rinnegans. Someone in the past had removed them. Perhaps to harness their power. Or perhaps, out of reverence, believing those eyes had caused Shigen's tragic fate. What a pity. Orochimaru sighed, but quickly moved on. Kabuto dragged a bound and gagged Shinobi forward, a terrified Tsunade Chunin. Here's the vessel. The reanimation jutsu required two things. First, a sample of the deceased's remains. Second, a living sacrifice as a vessel for their return. Orochimaru's resources were limited, so a Chunin had to suffice. As Kabuto carefully arranged Shijin's remains and positioned the unwilling sacrifice, the Sunagakure ninja squirmed desperately. MMMPH, MMMPH. Kabuto smiled reassuringly. No need to struggle, this is an honor. Emia Shyen's medical ninjutsu likely saved your life at some point. MMMPH, MMMPHHH. The man thrashed harder. Kabuto stepped back. Orochimaru formed the necessary seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Reanimation jutsu. Dark seals spread across the floor. The dust began to swirl. A figure started to form. Did it work? Kabuto held his breath. It worked. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Wake up, Emia Shyen. The reanimated man slowly opened his eyes. And within them, a pair of Rinnegan. Orochimaru's breath hitched. Shyen took in the sight of Orochimaru's robes and smiled faintly. So, I've been revived again. Well then. Shall we begin? Chapter 79. The mastermind behind Akatsuki asks how to eliminate Akatsuki. This resurrection. Compared to the last time, there were more subtle differences. Because Shyen had obtained the memories of Tobirama Senju, as well as the hidden secrets of the impure world reincarnation, he sensed the exact moment when Orochimaru intended to resurrect his body. In the dim underground fortress, fragments of shattered crystal on the ground shimmered faintly under the flickering candlelight. Shyen gazed at the crystals on the floor, a hint of relief appearing on his face, as if he had finally accepted his fate of being revived once again through the impure world reincarnation. The second crystal coffin was destroyed after all. This is my fault. I also feel somewhat guilty for failing my friend's trust. Orochimaru recounted how he had obtained the second crystal coffin, attempting to dispel Shyen's dissatisfaction. Tsunade acquired this crystal coffin from the Shikatsu forest. Before setting off on her journey across the ninja world, she entrusted it to me, but I was unable to keep my promise to her. Tsunade has grown up too, hasn't she? Shyen recalled the little girl he had once taught, somewhat surprised that she had been able to locate the Shikatsu forest. I didn't expect her to find it. Tsunade is a very determined person. Orochimaru thought of his old friend and couldn't help but smile. She and I are comrades who entrust our lives to each other. If she ever found out that I destroyed Lord Shyen's crystal coffin, no matter the reason, she might chase me down for the rest of my life. There's no telling. Orochimaru believed he wasn't lying. Though he had long defected from Konoha, he still thought of his bond with Tsunade as intact. He never wanted to harm her. Compared to that fool Jiraiya, Tsunade was someone who truly valued friendship. In fact, to Tsunade, the lives of her comrades were more important than any mission. If he were ever in danger, Orochimaru would rather have Tsunade at his side than Jiraiya, because he knew she would never abandon a friend. Of course, there was one exception. Orochimaru understood Tsunade all too well. If she found out he had stolen the crystal coffin she entrusted to him, destroyed it, and used the impure world reincarnation to revive Shyen, she would immediately abandon her travels and join Jiraiya in hunting him down. Let's set this topic aside for now. Orochimaru uneasily diverted the conversation away from Tsunade and became serious. The ninja world is facing a crisis that we of this era cannot resolve. That is why I had no choice but to place my final hope in you, Lord Shyen. What crisis? Shyen instinctively furrowed his brows. A crisis capable of destroying the ninja world. Orochimaru suppressed his grin, letting a concerned expression appear on his face. He knew that if he wanted to use Shyen, he had to exploit his kindness and sense of compassion. It wasn't hard to gather information on him. From his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, his ally Danzo Shimura, his friend Tsunade, and even his enemy Hanzo the Salamander, Orochimaru had learned about Shyen's character from all who had encountered him. These stories aligned with the farewell message on his crystal coffin. He was a man with a heart full of love. For someone like Shyen, whose value was unparalleled, Orochimaru held extraordinary respect and patience. Although Lord Shyen may not mind, I must explain why I had no choice but to disturb your soul's peace at this moment. A faint smile curled Orochimaru's lips, and a glint of false sincerity flickered in his serpentine eyes. This world is teetering on the edge of destruction. To put it bluntly, this may be unpleasant for you to hear, Lord Shyen. As of now, Konoha has existed for 55 years. It has been 40 years since the passing of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and since you last left the ninja world. A lot has happened. You once quelled the first Great Ninja War, but since then, the second and third Great Ninja Wars have erupted. Orochimaru was pleased with how intently Shyen listened. He spoke earnestly, helping him understand the current state of the world. The aftermath of the third Great Ninja War only settled completely a few years ago. A long time has passed. There are still many people from your era left in this one. For example, my teacher, the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Konoha's current advisor, Danzo Shimura. 40 years have gone by. A nostalgic look crossed Shigen's face, as if he was recalling the two boys who had once tricked him into giving them his cursed seal's power. Hiruzen must be old by now, huh? Indeed. Hiruzen Sense had originally retired. Orochimaru chuckled, though a trace of mockery lingered in his voice. He quickly concealed it. Before retiring, he named a man called Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. However, about 7 or 8 years ago, Konoha suffered a major disaster, the Nine-Tails Rampage. The fourth Hokage died protecting the village, and Hiruzen had to take up the Hokage mantle once again. Orochimaru had long stopped caring about the Hokage position, but that didn't mean he had no resentment. Hiruzen's rejection still irritated him. The Nine-Tails Rampage. Shigen's eyes gleamed slightly. He had no particular concern for Hiruzen and casually redirected the conversation while subtly prying for his true objective. Who is Konoha's current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I recall that back when the Nine-Tails was sealed into Mito Yuzumaki, it was rather obedient. It should be a brat named Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips, recalling the widespread rumors of the nine-tailed fox. He had never met Naruto himself. But anyone who had held a high position in Konoha knew that the so-called demon fox was actually a child named Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru's guess was likely correct. So, a lot really has changed. Shigen let out a long sigh. At that moment, the tension he had carried for 1,000 years finally loosened. He exhaled, feeling more at ease than ever. Naruto Uzumaki was already here. Then, information about Sasuke Uchiha shouldn't be far behind. Shigen felt even more relieved than when he had been resurrected. He could finally confirm that he had arrived in the right era, the era he had wanted to reach for 1,000 years. The era where he could finally break free from his chains. Standing beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. He noticed that once Orochimaru and Shigen started discussing Konoha, they veered off into unnecessary details. He quickly whispered a reminder, "Lord Orochimaru, we don't have much time." Now was not the time for idle chatter. Orochimaru was still in a dangerous position. That guy. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he thought of his Akatsuki partner. Regaining his composure, he continued in a serious tone. "Forgive me, Lord Shigen. The ninja world needs your strength right now, so I was forced to use Tsunade's crystal coffin to bring you back." During the third Great Ninja War, a group called Akatsuki emerged. This organization has been recruiting S-rank rogue ninja and causing numerous massacres. Konoha suspects they are plotting something sinister. Orochimaru paused briefly before continuing. "I went undercover in Akatsuki after being ordered to defect from Konoha." Lies for the gullible. Orochimaru assumed Shigen wasn't aware of the truth. He subtly wove a web of deception, pretending to still be loyal to Konoha, an agent sent to infiltrate Akatsuki. But Shigen's expression remained unreadable. Kabuto lowered his head slightly. Shigen caught Kabuto's subtle reaction and glanced at Orochimaru's Akatsuki cloak. His expression grew even more unreadable. Chapter 80, Nagato Abido Madara. What kind of pawns are these? Cracked. A beaker fell to the ground and shattered. Yakushi Nano. That name it was almost forgot. Kabuto had never imagined he would hear news about his orphanage director again, let alone news from the underworld itself. The woman who had raised him with kindness, even in death, she still thought about him. Her attachment to him had kept her soul from passing on, turning his very name into the obsession that trapped her. Of course. That made sense. because when that gentle woman died, she didn't know the truth. She didn't even recognize her own child. The only thing she held onto was a fake photograph, and her last wish was built on a fabricated illusion. What's wrong? Shijin seemed somewhat surprised by Kabuto's reaction. No, it's nothing. Kabuto felt that he must have looked a little pathetic. For the living, a soul unable to move on was a painful thing. If Yakushi Nano's spirit had remained trapped between life and death because of her attachment to him, then how could he ignore it? Ever since her death, Kabuto had believed his heart had gone numb. Yet at this moment, that heart beat once more, faintly, painfully, as if something had cracked open what had long been sealed away. A chill ran through him, like a storm raging against his closed-off heart. The silver-haired young man hurriedly crouched down to clean up the broken glass, his hands trembling as he instinctively wanted to ask more. Lord Shijin. Did Director Nano say anything? Kabuto didn't doubt Shijin's words. He knew there was no way Shijin and Yakushi Nano had ever met in this life. They could only have encountered each other after death. He wanted to believe Shijin was lying to him. But he also knew a man like Shijin would never deceive him. She said quite a lot. After all, I'm curious about the stories of the living. For example, about Dan's. For example, that you were a sensible but disobedient child. In the end, the only thing she truly cared about was a child named Yakushi Kabuto, hoping he would leave the darkness of Root. Her obsession was wanting to see you one last time. Is that so? Kabuto's grip on the shards of glass tightened. But she won't have the chance anymore. Shijin's next words made Kabuto's heart clench. What? Kabuto abruptly looked up. There was no other choice. Shijin let out a small sigh, sounding almost helpless. Her soul wanted to linger in that desolate place, waiting for you to join her in death, but to prevent her spirit from losing itself completely, and to keep the wandering Shinigami from devouring her, I had to send her to the Pure Land for release. Your hand. Shijin noticed the blood on the ground. His palm glowed with faint green chakra as he healed Kabuto's wound. You cared for her a lot. Shijin seemed to see right through Kabuto's heart and calmly said, maybe I shouldn't interfere. Perhaps, when you die, you'll be able to ease her obsession yourself. No. Kabuto forced a bitter smile, shaking his head as he looked at Shijin tending to his injury. I should be the one thanking you, Lord Shijin. The director was a kind woman her entire life. Letting her soul move on peacefully is the best outcome. It doesn't matter. Shijin dismissed Kabuto's gratitude, checking his hand to ensure the wound had fully healed before speaking coldly. To me, it was just something I did in passing. She stood out because our lives happened to overlap, and that made me remember her name. But to us, Kabuto instinctively wanted to express his gratitude. That's enough. Shijin cut him off. He had no interest in dwelling on the topic and smoothly changed the subject. Speaking of which, has there been any progress in medical research? Kabuto felt a slight sense of shame. Fortunately, Shijin had long been used to seeing medical shinobi react this way. In the following days, Kabuto's respect for Shijin grew. He followed Orochimaru's orders and brought Hashirama's cells to him. Hashirama's cells are the pinnacle of yang release chakra. You need powerful yin release to balance them. It's no wonder your experiments failed. Shijin didn't hesitate to educate Kabuto. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation, without Kabuto realizing it, to use Hashirama's cells to strengthen his reanimated body. This way, he could restore enough power to stand firmly in this era. Kabuto was deeply satisfied with what he learned from Shijin. His medical knowledge advanced rapidly, and combined with Shijin's gentle guidance, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood, back to when the orphanage director had taught him. But while Kabuto flourished, Orochimaru grew impatient. For someone obsessed with knowledge and power, nothing was more tempting than an untapped treasure trove of secrets. If not for Akatsuki's abundant funding and his desire to obtain the Rinnegan, Orochimaru would have abandoned the organization already to follow Shijin and unearth his knowledge. One thing in particular, Shijin's expertise in souls was real. Orochimaru had secretly ordered Kabuto to probe Shijin's understanding of souls. The results were terrifying. Shijin had never studied the immortality jutsu that Tabarama left behind, yet he deduced its structure on his own. In a short time, he had already developed a theoretical framework for it. This was far too enticing. But Orochimaru had no idea. His actions were being closely watched. And within Akatsuki, there was someone even more impatient than him. Someone who had been waiting for Shijin's return. Deep within a dark cave, a strange creature, half black and half white, lurked underground. It wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds, black Zetsu and white Zetsu fused together. Uchiha Madara had ultimately succumbed to old age. Before his death, he merged black Zetsu and white Zetsu, making it easier for them to guide his chosen pawns. I just received a report from one of my clones. White Zetsu sounded confused as he informed black Zetsu. One of the clones we assigned to monitor Lord Shijin sent word. Orochimaru secretly used Edo Tensei to resurrect him. What should we do now? Shijin is back. For a brief moment, a flicker of excitement appeared on Black Zetsu's face. To Black Zetsu, nothing was more important than Shijin's return. Not Madara. Not his pawns Nagato Abai. None of them compared to Shijin. Especially since Shijin had returned from the Pure Land with knowledge about its greatest enemy, the Sage of Six Paths. For this reason, Black Zetsu had been watching over Shijin's body. When he learned that Orochimaru had it and was studying Edo Tensei, he had made sure Akatsuki kept funding Orochimaru's experiments. He had helped push Orochimaru toward reviving Shijin. But that bastard Orochimaru had secretly embezzled funding for his own immortality research, expanding his experiments instead. His greed infuriated Black Zetsu. Sometimes, he thought Orochimaru's intelligence might rival Shijin's knowledge of human experimentation. Other times, he felt Orochimaru's petty ambitions and lack of morals were nothing compared to even a fraction of Shijin's worth. But now, Shijin was back. No more patience was needed. Let's go see him. Black Zetsu couldn't wait. He needed to extract information about the Sage of Six Paths from Shijin. And he needed to convince him to take over the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Abaido was an idiot. Nagato and his Rinnegan, wasted. In front of Shijin, they were all disposable pawns. Now was the time to bring him back into the fold. Long time no see, Black Zetsu. Chapter 81, Orochimaru is a spy sent by Konoha. Long time no see, Shijin Lord Shijin. Even Black Zetsu's way of addressing him changed instinctively. It wanted to say something but dared not. In the end, it could only offer a cautious greeting. At that moment, Black Zetsu noticed a change in Shijin. It was as if an invisible barrier had grown between them, an insurmountable distance. The Sage of Six Paths. It had to be because of the Sage of Six Paths. If Shijin had changed, then it could only mean that he had met the sage in the underworld. That damned old man, what had he told Shijin? I met the Sage of Six Paths, Shijin said, as if he had not forgotten their long-standing agreement. What did he say? Black Zetsu's heart tightened. It quickly tried to preemptively frame the conversation with its usual lies. Does he still believe that humanity should decide its own fate rather than leaving it to Kaguya? It had already prepared its excuses. All of Kaguya's so-called evil deeds, turning humans into white Zetsu, punishing humanity, were merely part of her divine right to determine their fate. It planned to convince Shijin that no matter what the sage had said, Kaguya, as a god, was responsible for guiding the world. It knew Shijin would accept this logic. And truthfully, Shijin had once believed that as well. But this time, he had something new to say. The reanimated man remained silent for a moment before his lifeless eyes slowly lifted. The air around him turned eerily cold. I don't know. I may have failed you, Black Zetsu. I no longer believe the Sage of Six Paths will help us. I used my chakra to force my way through the underworld and reached the rift between life and death, where I saw countless lost souls. I freed those souls, guiding them back to the Pure Land, and in doing so, I learned of countless tragedies. Black Zetsu sighed internally. Shijin. Even in death, he was still a good person. Perhaps that was why it had always trusted him. A good person like Shijin meant it didn't have to constantly live in fear. But Shijin's voice turned icy. While those people suffered in life, while their souls wandered lost in the void, that so-called God was right there, drifting aimlessly through the rift between life and death. Never once did he care about the pain of the living or the lost souls of the dead. I don't understand what that God truly values. Black Zetsu understood the sage's thoughts all too well. Did it even need to guess? He was obviously keeping an eye on Kaguya's potential return. But it couldn't say that to Shijin. Instead, it analyzed the situation. Logically speaking, if the sage still had power, he wouldn't have ignored the world's suffering. He would have tried to intervene. If he wasn't doing so, it meant his residual strength wasn't enough to affect the present world. After all, he was just Kaguya's son, not a pure-blooded Otsutsuki. That was why he, too, was bound by the limits of mortality. But this was a good thing. Shijin's disappointment in the sage was exactly what Black Zetsu could exploit. Because it knew one thing, Shijin never lied to it. If Shijin had truly realized the truth about Kaguya and turned against her, he would have sealed or confronted Black Zetsu immediately instead of standing here talking about the sage. So that was it. That was why Shijin had changed. He had lost faith in the sage of six paths. Black Zetsu immediately seized the moment to sow further doubt. Don't be discouraged, Shijin, it said. Maybe, in the sage's eyes, the world hasn't yet fallen far enough to require Kaguya's return. No. I once told Madara that this era wasn't beyond saving. But clearly, I was wrong. Everything is exactly as he predicted. Shinobi conflict has escalated beyond control, and the world has spiraled into a hopeless abyss. Shijin shook his head and looked at Black Zetsu. In the underworld, I heard stories even darker than those of 40 years ago. This world is filled with conflict and lies. It has plunged deeper into chaos than ever before. You see Kabuto, the one beside me. Shijin casually used Kabuto as an example, his tone cold. He and his adoptive mother were manipulated by Danzo, forced into a situation where they had no choice but to kill each other. And that boy, the one who once deceived me to steal my power, has now become just as ruthless and extreme. This isn't your fault. Black Zetsu quickly tried to absolve him of responsibility. It used the opportunity to bring up Danzo. The Akatsuki once tried to achieve peace like you did, but when it grew strong, Danzo crushed it once. Shijin, no matter how hard you try, you cannot change the hearts of those consumed by darkness. Just like you could never change Tabarama's prejudice against Madara. And now, everything that has happened in this world proves only one thing. Our plan is the only correct path. Letting greedy, self-interested humans save themselves is impossible. Only a true God can change everything. But Shijin leaned back on the experiment table, resting his chin on his palm, his voice disturbingly calm. Will Lady Kaguya truly save this world? There is only one thing I fear. If Kaguya is revived, what if she turns out like her son, the sage of six paths? What if she chooses to simply watch, waiting for humanity to change, and ignores their suffering? That won't happen. A great mother sees all as her children. Black Zetsu stepped closer to him, its raspy voice coaxing him. Shijin, you are the one most like Kaguya. When I look at you, I see her shadow. Only you possess the same boundless love that she does. Shijin slowly lifted his head. Shijin, if the sage refuses to act. Black Zetsu extended its hand, offering him the same choice as before. Then forget about him. Shijin, let's finish what we started on our own. Shijin remained silent for a long time. Black Zetsu grew anxious. But then, Shijin gripped its hand tightly. You know, a strange smile appeared on his face. But the smile wasn't one of hope. It was bitter. Black Zetsu, doesn't this feel just like the first time I was resurrected? Back then, I didn't know about Kaguya. I thought the world was a dead end, so I desperately chose to trust Asura. And now, his forced smile was unsettling, cold, lifeless, filled with quiet despair. Once again, I have no choice but to trust you. Shijin, don't despair. Black Zetsu stared at him. It had seen this look before. Back when he was first resurrected. It made Black Zetsu sad. Damn that Higoromo. Black Zetsu silently cursed the sage of six paths. That bastard had already died. yet he had nearly destroyed its plans. Not only had he refused to save the world, he had also shattered Kaguya's image in Shijin's heart. That bastard had changed its pawn this much, even weakened his spirit to the same broken state as before. The Sage of Six Paths was no better than Asura. This was Shijin, the man who had always believed in a better future, the man who had once been unstoppable. But none of that mattered now. Black Zetsu sighed in relief. It had regained Shijin's trust. Everything else could be fixed later. By the way, you're an Akatsuki too. Why are you wearing the same cloak as Orochimaru? Shijin frowned. Orochimaru told me Akatsuki's leader is someone called Pain, a Rinnegan wielder who wants to rule the world. He said he was ordered to infiltrate Akatsuki to destroy it. That's why he used Edo Tensei to revive me, to gain intel on the Rinnegan and defeat Pain. Lord Shijin, it seems you've been deceived. White Zetsu finally spoke up. Orochimaru defected from Konoha long ago. And Akatsuki isn't about ruling the world, we're gathering the tailed beasts. Huh? Shijin frowned. But Orochimaru told me he defected on orders, and he didn't seem to be lying. Black and White Zetsu's expressions darkened. Orochimaru. Was he really a spy from Konoha? Chapter 82, Konan Nagato, someone important wants to see you. Some things should never be cross-checked. For example, Black Zetsu would never dare compare notes with the Sage of Six Paths. Because if that happened, contradictions would appear, and one of them would be exposed as a liar. And when a liar is exposed, the consequences are often dire. Orochimaru had never expected that on his very first day, he would find himself caught between two masterminds comparing notes. First, tell me, what exactly is going on here? Shijin's dissatisfaction was evident. I recall that the Rinnegan was supposed to belong to Madara, wasn't it? Black Zetsu fell silent. But it had no choice but to reveal some truth. Carefully selecting its words, it painted itself as a benevolent guide to world peace. Too much time has passed. Madara's life came to an end. Before he died, he entrusted his Rinnegan to a boy named Nagato, and left me to guide him toward the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. But that boy, Nagato, later befriended a man named Yahiko. Yahiko wanted to uphold the ideals of peace you once left behind. He and Nagato founded the first Akatsuki, hoping to mediate the wars between great nations, just like you did. This isn't unusual. Many who have suffered in war dream of resolving conflicts peacefully, just as you once did when you ended the first Shinobi War. But without exception, they all failed. Yahiko was no exception. The first Akatsuki was attacked by Danzo and Hanzo. Yahiko, the leader of the first Akatsuki, perished in that battle. The organization then began to change. Madara, from the shadows, influenced this change because he believed peace through diplomacy was ultimately temporary. He wanted Nagato to evolve. Black Zetsu continued. To ensure Nagato walked the path of true, eternal peace, Madara, before his death, found another pawn, Uchiha Obito. In both his and your name, he instructed Obito to impersonate him and lead Nagato into enacting the first step of the plan, gathering enough power to capture the tailed beasts. The Akatsuki's history was complicated. Obito had been masquerading as Madara the entire time, even invoking Black Zetsu's name, claiming he was carrying out Shijin's will. Nagato and Konan, the only remaining elders of the first Akatsuki, had been completely swayed by this. However, Obito only revealed to them the first step of the plan, reviving the Ten Tails. Shijin. In truth, Black Zetsu was desperate for Shijin to regain his confidence. In a serious tone, it explained, "You are the true origin of the Akatsuki." Yahiko, the first Akatsuki leader, wanted to uphold the peace you once brought to the world. He hoped to mediate war just like you did. The second leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, is a puppet Nagato created using Yahiko's corpse and the Rinnegan. Under our guidance, he believes he is carrying out the second path you left for this world. There was no way to lie about this. Nagato and Konan genuinely believed this. When Yahiko had learned about Shijin's role in ending the first Shinobi War, he and his companions deeply admired him. To earn Nagato and Konan's trust, Obito and Black Zetsu claimed that Shijin had also once despaired at the state of the world, and that he and Madara had devised another path. At the time, Yahiko had fiercely opposed and questioned this. But when he died at the hands of Danzo and Hanzo, Nagato was forced to believe it. So in other words, the Akatsuki is our ally. Shijin seemed to have pieced together the truth behind the organization. Black Zetsu instinctively wanted to deny it. They were merely pawns. But now was not the time to argue. Shijin had never viewed anyone as a mere pawn, just as he had once hoped Madara would lead the future. Yes. Black Zetsu could only agree with him. It even suggested, however, their progress is slow. To avoid being detected by the great nations, they have yet to achieve significant results. But we now know those nations are already suspicious. White Zetsu quickly chimed in, lowering its voice. Isn't Orochimaru, a Konoha ninja, already spying on us from within? Black Zetsu felt a headache coming on. What a bunch of incompetence. What was the Akatsuki even doing? They recruited rogue ninjas without proper screening, and now a Konoha spy was lurking in their ranks. If Konoha had learned of their plans. Fortunately, Shijin was back. Even if he wasn't at full power, his presence alone was enough to deter Konoha. We must eliminate Orochimaru as soon as possible. White Zetsu voiced its opinion. It believed they couldn't afford to let a Konoha spy return with too much information. Konoha might have been watching us all along. To White Zetsu, it made perfect sense. After Danzo destroyed the first Akatsuki, he secretly monitored its resurgence. That's when he sent Orochimaru to infiltrate us. Shijin, you must take control of the plan immediately. Black Zetsu was growing increasingly frustrated. It was starting to question Obaido and Nagato's judgment. How had they let a Konoha spy expose so many vulnerabilities in the Akatsuki? Why not just hand everything back to Shijin and let him handle it like before? Shijin didn't object. He also needed control over the plan, to secure his own resurrection and complete the 2 missions he had failed to fulfill over 1,000 years ago. In a dark underground cavern, the Akatsuki's hideout remained concealed. A red-haired, emaciated man sat in a wheelchair, his rinnegan slowly opening as he finished meditating on the hidden power within his eyes. Nagato. Still adjusting to his rinnegan, he had only created the Deva path puppet and had yet to truly enact his plans. Do you really trust what that masked man and Zetsu say? Conan looked at the increasingly frail Nagato, pain evident in her eyes. Nagato, they keep pushing you to use the rinnegan, but your body is breaking under its strain. Compared to losing Yahiko. Nagato took a deep breath, slamming his hand against the wheelchair. This pain is nothing. Black rods pierced his back, further weakening his body. But compared to the agony of losing Yahiko, this meant nothing. It doesn't matter if what they say is true or not. Nagato lifted his head, looking at Conan. The power hidden within the rinnegan is real, and with it, I will bring Yahiko's vision of peace to life. He slowly closed his eyes. And the Deva path pain opened its own. This was the leader Nagato had prepared for the Akatsuki, a powerful puppet created from Yahiko's body, meant to carry on his dream. A symbol. A vessel to fulfill a fallen friend's ideals. Conan. Pain's voice, still Yahiko's, was now colder, more authoritative. How goes our recruitment? Strong S-rank rogue ninjas are rare. Conan frowned, and Kakuzu killed his partner again. We recruited him with the promise of protection and high-paying missions, but I never expected him to be this much trouble. A long sigh. Even the emotionless Pain found Kakuzu exhausting to deal with. Find him a partner with a low bounty then. That would mean a weaker partner. Conan hesitated before adding, and it wouldn't matter. Even if the bounty is just 10,000 ryo, he'd kill them anyway. A problem indeed. Pain fell silent. Kakuzu wasn't picky. Any teammate with a bounty would be killed. And yet, he was crucial to Akatsuki. Let Zetsu handle it. Just then, Zetsu emerged from the ground, that eerie black and white face wearing an unsettling smile. Handle what? Zetsu. Conan instinctively stepped in front of Nagato. Relax, White Zetsu smiled, stepping forward. Conan, Nagato, prepare yourselves. Someone important wants to meet you. Important. Conan frowned. That word often meant trouble. This is someone. Know the someone. A man respected by all of the shinobi world. Black Zetsu's voice carried an eerie reverence. You two are very, very lucky. Chapter 83, The Turned Yakashi Kabuto. Konan felt uneasy. Something about this didn't seem safe. She had never trusted Zetsu, and she feared it might be leading them into an ambush to harm Nagato. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing had happened. If not for the joint ambush by Konoha's Danzo Shimura and Hanzo of the Salamander, Yahiko wouldn't have died, and Nagato wouldn't have lost his legs. Rest assured. Black Zetsu's voice was always eerie and hoarse, naturally breeding mistrust. Yet, it still tried to persuade Konan and Nagato. You are about to meet the most trustworthy person in the world. Aside from Yahiko and Nagato. Konan's gaze was icy as she stared at Black Zetsu. Her eyes, shaded with a soft purple hue, made her seem even more distant, matching her hair color perfectly. There is no one in this world I trust absolutely. What a narrow view. Black Zetsu smirked, as if mocking Konan's skepticism. When you meet him, you'll realize just how arrogant your words were. Is it far? Nagato frowned at his wheelchair. Due to his crippled legs and the black rods embedded in his back, his mobility was severely limited. His wheelchair was far more complex than a normal one, and every journey was a grueling ordeal. He's in the land of rivers. White Zetsu revealed the location before quickly adding. With your condition, it would make sense for him to come to you. But given his status and reputation, I'd suggest you visit him instead. A powerful medical ninja, and a man of great renown. Nagato locked eyes with them, his gaze widening as something clicked in his mind. All this time, the masked man had claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu had claimed to be the will left behind by Emia Shyen. And Madara's last recorded appearance had been alongside a reincarnated Shyen, helping him quell the first shinobi war. It's him. Black Zetsu was satisfied to see the shock on Nagato's face. I recall. Sweat beaded on Nagato's forehead as he recalled the legend. That great man disappeared long ago. You told me yourselves that after the first shinobi war, he returned to the Pure Land. Are you lying to us? Konan raised her hand, paper strips floating from her palm, ready to strike. Thank Orochimaru for that. White Zetsu quickly raised its hands in a placating gesture, explaining. Orochimaru was a spy sent by Konoha to infiltrate the Akatsuki. In order to defeat the Deva Path and destroy the organization, he used a forbidden Konoha jutsu to bring that man back to life. Orochimaru is a Konoha spy. Konan wasn't particularly surprised, quickly glancing at Nagato. We should never have let him join the Akatsuki in the first place. But Orochimaru is dangerous. Nagato remained silent, while the Deva Path, Pain, spoke instead. I wasn't confident I could kill him at the time, so I kept him close to monitor him. I never expected this dangerous man to be a spy from Konoha. Danzo must have sent him. White Zetsu stroked its chin, voicing its earlier suspicion. Konan, Nagato, and Pain all turned their gazes toward it, their eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Let's meet him first. Black Zetsu urged them. Compared to Shyen, no one else in the world mattered. Of course. Shyen would never think that way. He had never considered others insignificant. He had always believed that every person had value, even Yakashi Kabuto, whom Orochimaru had assigned to monitor him. For the past few days, Kabuto had felt an odd sense of happiness. From Shyen, he learned vast amounts of medical knowledge and gained new philosophical insights. Most unexpectedly, he found himself discussing his late mentor, Yakashi Nano, with Shyen. In doing so, he began seeking guidance on the purpose of life from this wise man of the ancient world. There was no one in the world better suited for such conversations than Shyen. Simply talking to him felt like receiving enlightenment. When the director died, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know why I existed. I never had anything I particularly liked or hated. I had no idea why I was even alive. Kabuto reflected on his past confusion, recalling Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru told me to collect all the world's knowledge. He said that once I knew everything, I'd find the answer to my existence. And before that, Shyen fiddled with his medical instruments while guiding Kabuto's thoughts. I recall Danzo exploiting your orphanage's funds, forcing you into espionage as a child. Did you enjoy that life? I hated it. Kabuto frowned instinctively, recalling those times. Sometimes, I was terrified I'd be caught and killed, but I had to do it to keep the orphanage funded. Shijin paused momentarily before resuming his experiment. Then, almost offhandedly, he remarked, "When a man understands why he lives, he can endure anyhow." Kabuto tightened his grip on his test tube. "You are an exceptional medical ninja. In some aspects of medical jutsu, you may even surpass Tsunade. I assumed you pursued the path of a medical ninja because that was your calling. But now I see." Shijin sighed, piercing through Kabuto's soul with a single sentence. "Being a medical ninja, a spy, a shinobi, none of these were what you truly wanted. Keeping that orphanage alive was your real purpose." Kabuto's arms went limp. It was true. To keep the orphanage and its director alive, he had endured countless hardships, living in fear for their sake. He had become a medical ninja under Nano's guidance to help with battlefield medicine and finance the orphanage. He had stepped forward as a spy to secure funding, ensuring the orphanage's survival. That was his true purpose. Tears streamed from beneath his glasses. He remembered the moment he had first received them, how the director had given them to him, recognizing his poor vision. For the first time in his life, he had felt loved. And for that, he had been willing to endure anything. "Hand me the test tube." Shijin returned to his work as if he had said nothing profound. He casually asked, "Was the orphanage always struggling for funds? Back in my time, Konoha had no orphanages, but an old friend, Kakuzu, was always working hard to fund them." "Kakuzu-sama." Kabuto gritted his teeth at the name, his expression darkening with resentment. Director Nano once met Kakuzu-sama. Despite his hatred for Konoha, he donated generously to the orphanage. But then Danzo forced her to reject his donations, claiming she was forbidden from associating with rogue ninjas. Kabuto clenched his fists. And then, Danzo not only forbade outside donations, but also cut the orphanage's funding as Fire Shadow assistant. In that moment, Kabuto could no longer hide his rage. Danzo had trapped them, refusing their external support while slowly starving them of funds, forcing Nano and the children into his web as spies. This era is truly rotten. Shijin's voice turned heavy. Then he asked, "Was Orochimaru truly sent by Danzo to destroy the Akatsuki?" Kabuto hesitated. He didn't want to deceive Shijin any longer. This man had freed Nano's soul. This man had unraveled the pain in his heart. Kabuto felt ashamed to have spied on and misled him for so long. Yet, if he told the truth, he would betray Orochimaru's trust. "I don't know." Kabuto lowered his head, pausing before deciding. "I am merely Orochimaru-sama's subordinate. I don't know the full truth. But Orochimaru-sama has sent word. He will soon slip past the Akatsuki's watch and come to this base. Then you can ask him yourself." "In a few days." Shijin sighed. If it was in a few days, they likely wouldn't meet here. "Is something wrong?" Kabuto, noticing Shijin's disappointment, wiped his tears and asked anxiously. "No, it's fine." Shijin waved it off. "I just wanted to see how much darkness still festers in this era. And whether I can change it." Chapter 84, Shijin's Hidden Past. The massive door of the underground fortress slowly opened. Sensing no danger inside, Zetsu stepped in first, guiding the group ahead. Pain's Deva path followed close behind. Conan hesitated briefly before pushing Nagato's wheelchair inside. The corridor was dark. Dim candlelight flickered on both sides of the hallway, casting faint shadows. Deep within, the hallway faded into thick darkness, obscuring whatever lay ahead. The unknown path instinctively made anyone want to turn back. But they had already come this far. There was no turning back now. After slowly walking through the ominous corridor, they eventually reached the door of a lab tucked deep inside. From within came a cool, indifferent voice. "Just come in." His sensory abilities are excellent. As Black Zetsu pushed open the door, it whispered an introduction to Shijin. It seems he already sensed our arrival, though it looks like he's busy. When the group stepped inside, they instinctively froze in place. There, hunched over a lab table, was a man deeply engrossed in writing on a scroll. He seemed utterly preoccupied. "Apologies," he said without looking up. "I'm busy today, otherwise, I would have greeted my guests properly." Without pausing, Shijin adjusted the controls on a lab instrument while continuing to jot notes on the scroll. This era's advancements in science and technology offer great help in the field of medicine. New things inevitably inspire curiosity. Nagato and Conan's expressions subtly shifted. In their minds, a man of Shijin's stature should have been waiting for them with cold arrogance, seated on some high, imposing throne, looking down at them in detached judgment. Instead, this man sat casually at his workbench, speaking as though making idle conversation. His tone was distant yet lacked malice, a quiet coldness, not a hostile one. Nothing about him suggested he was the legendary figure from ancient times. "This technology won't bring peace to the world." Payne spoke first, his voice cold, his brow furrowing slightly in disapproval. "No matter how advanced your medical skills are, even if you can cure every disease in the ninja world, such methods won't cure the greed of shinobi." "Payne." Conan cast a worried glance at Payne, then at Nagato, who was controlling him, afraid they had already offended Shijin. "Perhaps we simply hold different views," Shijin replied, his tone calm. "I have always believed that easing the suffering of the sick is the true purpose of chakra." Shijin's pen suddenly stopped. As he turned slightly, his eyes met Payne's. Two pairs of identical, swirling rings. "The Rinnegan." Payne's expression changed immediately. "That's the Rinnegan." Nagato and Conan gasped in shock. They had not expected it. Shijin also possessed the Rinnegan. As a wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato had always believed that his eyes were a divine gift, bestowed upon him by the heavens. People who had seen his eyes called him special, unique, yet here, standing before him, was another man with the same legendary eyes. But Shijin's Rinnegan was even more mysterious. And terrifying. Because Shijin wasn't just anyone, he was a figure from ancient times, far beyond Nagato's status. Lord Shijin's eyes are the true eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Black Zetsu's eerie voice cut through the silence, recounting an ancient tale. Those eyes were taken from the corpse of the Sage of Six Paths. Nagato and Conan exchanged stunned glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Everyone knew that the Rinnegan was the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. Nagato had believed his Rinnegan had naturally awakened, much like the sage's. But compared to Shijin's origins, his own seemed insignificant. Because Shijin's eyes were the actual Rinnegan that had once belonged to the Sage of Six Paths. In ancient times, the Sage of Six Paths created the ninja world's first religion, the Ninshu, and gifted humanity with chakra, Black Zetsu explained, its gravelly voice weaving through the room. At the time, Lord Shijin believed that chakra could alleviate human suffering, so he created the system of medical ninjutsu to heal the sick and injured. But when some of the sage's disciples began using chakra for evil, Shijin realized that chakra could also become a weapon in humanity's struggle for power. To prevent humanity from plunging into even bloodier wars, Lord Shijin destroyed the sage's ninshu and came within one step of bringing eternal peace to the world. Yes, just one step. Just one small step, if only Shijin hadn't hesitated. Nagato and Conan could no longer contain their shock. This was a secret that no one in the ninja world had ever heard. Everyone knew Shijin as the creator of medical ninjutsu, a figure who had once been hailed as a savior. But no one knew the dark, hidden past behind his legend. If this truth were ever revealed, it would shake the ninja world to its core. Unfortunately, Lord Shijin's compassion held him back. Black Zetsu sighed, casting a glance at Shijin's grim expression. Back then, he chose to entrust humanity's fate to their own decisions, believing they could learn to understand one another. In the end, Shijin used a hidden technique within the Rinnegan to resurrect the countless dead who had fallen during that war. But after his departure, the ninja world quickly descended into the chaos of the Warring States era. That technique. Conan's brow furrowed with discomfort. Nagato instinctively touched his eyes, as though he could feel the weight of Shijin's past. He already knew of the Rin rebirth, a hidden technique that could bring the dead back to life, but he hadn't known that someone had already used it. Some things truly defy imagination, Nagato said quietly, drawing a deep breath. He thought back to the teachings of the medical ninja and the ideals they had upheld. I once believed we understood the greatness of Shijin, but it seems we never truly did. Shijin had done far more for the world than they could ever have imagined. He had killed the sage's followers to prevent chakra from being misused. He had sacrificed himself to resurrect those who had died in war. Such actions required unimaginable resolve. Since unlocking the Rinnegan's powers, Nagato had pondered what it meant to be a god. He had concluded that only a god could guide humanity to peace. Yet Shijin had already taken that path long before him. And his methods had been even more extreme. If Shijin had destroyed Ninshu and severed humanity's access to chakra entirely, the world might never have fallen into its current state. When Lord Shijin was first reincarnated, he realized the gravity of his mistake. Black Zetsu continued, its voice somber. During the First Shinobi War, he resolved to bring peace once more, but also left behind a second path, to prevent future wars from escalating. Don't doubt Lord Shijin, Nagato. Zetsu's voice turned mocking. Your vision may surpass most people in this world, but compared to Lord Shijin, you're still far too narrow-minded. Nagato and Konan remained silent. They could offer no rebuttal. After all, the Akatsuki had always walked in Shijin's shadow. The organization had initially tried to emulate Shijin by mediating between warring factions, but like Shijin, they had failed. Now, they had embraced the darker path that Shijin had left behind, a path whose origins were far more complicated than they had imagined. Zetsu. Shijin's voice cut through the room. He seemed displeased with Zetsu's condescending tone toward Nagato. Apologies, Black Zetsu muttered, retreating slightly. Zetsu can be abrasive. I hope you won't take his words to heart, Shijin said as he approached Nagato, extending a hand. There is one thing Zetsu was wrong about. My vision isn't broader than yours. I was simply born earlier. I've seen more people suffer and walked farther along this road than you have. Nagato hesitated, feeling unworthy to take Shijin's hand. But seeing Shijin's calm, expectant gaze, he finally extended his hand, grasping Shijin's in a tentative shake. The Akatsuki has always followed your will, Lord Shijin, he murmured, whether through Yahiko or pain. Yes, I know, Shijin replied, his voice sincere. I learned from Zetsu that others had chosen to walk the path I left behind, and I was deeply moved. This path requires extraordinary resolve. It demands that you endure the world's scorn and keep striving to change what seems unchangeable. It's a painful path. I never wanted anyone else to bear that burden, but I am grateful that you chose to walk it with me. Chapter 85, The Forgotten Masked Man. This should be our honor. Nagato shook his head slightly. He didn't think he deserved Shijin's gratitude. In fact, Shijin's attitude toward them deeply affected him. Silently, the leadership of the Akatsuki had shifted hands. Neither Nagato nor Konan realized it, but in their minds, Shijin had naturally become one of them. Since the Akatsuki had always walked the two paths Shijin had laid out, there was no struggle for control. They didn't even notice it being taken from them. It simply felt like the Akatsuki had always belonged to Shijin. After all, both iterations of the organization had been built upon his ideals. Of course, the truth was, neither Nagato nor Konan had ever fully controlled the Akatsuki. The real power had always rested with the masked man pulling the strings from behind the scenes. To be honest, compared to that high-end mighty masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, who constantly issued orders and spoke, as if guiding them down some grand path. The man standing before them, Shijin, was nothing like that. He was calm, compassionate, like something out of the childhood tales they had once believed in, someone who truly cared for the world and its people. This is your companion. Shijin's gaze landed on the Deva path, then shifted to Nagato and Konan, who lowered their heads in pain. His voice was casual, yet carried a deep understanding. It seems you were very close. Even now, you wish for him to remain by your side. Yes. Nagato lowered his head instinctively, answering without hesitation. But he must have known you would always remember him. I've spent countless days in the rift between life and death, guiding lost souls trapped by their regrets, but I never encountered his spirit. That means when he died, He must have believed his death was meaningful. He left this world without regrets and returned peacefully to the Pure Land. Yasuko. Nagato's eyes welled up with tears. Even Conan couldn't help but quietly wipe at her damp eyes. For so long, Nagato had carried the crushing guilt of Yahiko's death, but in this moment, it felt just a little lighter. Conan clenched her fists tightly, a sorrowful expression flickering across her face as she asked, "Lord Shijin, when someone dies and their soul enters the Pure Land, what is it like?" No two souls experience it the same way. Having once been among the dead himself, Shijin understood the Pure Land better than anyone. His voice carried the weight of one who had truly walked between worlds. He looked at the Deva path, his expression filled with quiet compassion, as if he could see the soul that had once inhabited that body. "If it's him, he's probably watching over you from there." Shijin's voice had a way of slipping past defenses, seeping into the heart like a gentle stream. There is no time in the Pure Land, no space. To those who have passed, the ones still living are their only tether to this world. Perhaps. His words only made their emotions more intense. Nagato and Conan couldn't help but picture Yahiko, watching over them from the Pure Land with his usual bright, determined smile. It was a long time before Conan snapped out of her thoughts. She gripped the handles of Nagato's wheelchair tightly. Her gaze fell on the black chakra rods embedded deep into Nagato's back, still stained with blood. She had come here with another purpose. But before she could speak, Shijin beat her to it. "So, don't let your friend down." Shijin reached out and gently grasped Nagato's wrist, his gaze steady as he studied the rods. "At the very least, you need to live properly. Your body can no longer bear the burden of the Rinnegan. This is nothing serious, cough cough." Nagato tried to brush it off, but the moment he spoke, he was racked by a violent coughing fit. "Heavy headaches." Black Zetsu let out a low, eerie laugh, shattering the solemn atmosphere. But Lord Shijin won't stand by and watch a patient suffer right in front of him. "Nagato." Conan's worry was evident in her voice. "Overexerting your life force just to wield the Rinnegan's power." Shijin diagnosed Nagato's condition with a single glance. Green medical chakra flared in his palm as he placed it over Nagato's chest. "Your chakra reserves are vast, but even that isn't enough to sustain the Rinnegan properly. Lord Shijin, is there a way to help him?" Conan's hands trembled slightly. "First, we need to remove the chakra rods embedded in his back." Shijin pressed 2 fingers against Nagato's spine. He intended to extract the rods transferring chakra to the Deva path. These rods allowed Nagato to constantly supply chakra to the puppet he had created from Yahiko's body, keeping the Deva path active. "Lord Shijin." Nagato refused. Clearly, he was unwilling to sever the connection. "I must uphold your ideals." Nagato clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. Yahiko's dream was always to bring peace to the world. If he is truly watching over Conan and me, I want him to continue being a part of this plan. And how does that stop me from treating your body? Shijin frowned slightly, as if he didn't understand the issue. "It doesn't." Nagato hesitated. "It doesn't," Shijin confirmed, tapping his fingers lightly against Nagato's back. "I too possess the Rinnegan. I have an understanding of yin-yang release and chakra transmission. I simply think your current method is harming your body too much. Trust Lord Shijin's decision." Black Zetsu's voice rang out once more, its eerie grin unwavering. "You seem to have forgot another identity of Lord Shijin's. He is the greatest medical ninja the world has ever known." Though it sounded like flattery, it was, in fact, the truth. There was no medical issue in the ninja world that Shijin couldn't solve. Even the overconsumption of chakra from the Rinnegan had a viable solution. And conveniently, Shijin already had what he needed to fix it. Thanks to Orochimaru. Among the materials the snake had provided was something perfect for the situation: Hashirama's cells. Even Shijin's cursed seals paled in comparison. His seals could replenish chakra, but Hashirama's cells could regulate and sustain it. The Rinnegan was a chakra-hungry entity. Shijin carefully implanted Hashirama's cells into Nagato, balancing the cell's aggressive nature against the Rinnegan's power. At the same time, he inscribed his own cursed seal onto the Deva path. "This is my curse seal," he explained. It allows for the absorption of natural energy to replenish chakra. In theory, this should be enough to maintain the Deva Path's daily functions. Only techniques with extreme chakra costs, like Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei, will be restricted. So you're saying? Nagato immediately grasped the implications. Shijin nodded. When those techniques are needed, your chakra will still be required. I'll also integrate the chakra rods with my seal, embedding them into your body through surgery. That will ensure a steady energy flow to the Deva Path. Furthermore, I will teach you a chakra control technique. This will help you regulate your chakra, storing excess energy instead of wasting it. That way, you'll always maintain a stable condition, while also preserving chakra for combat when needed. Because Shijin's tone remained calm as he worked. There will be battles ahead. There will always be those who oppose this path. I understand. Nagato nodded firmly. As for your legs, they were burned and damaged in an explosion, weren't they? Shijin's fingers glowed with chakra as he delicately applied a scalpel-like energy to Nagato's paralyzed limbs. Compared to the Rinnegan's burden, this is actually the easiest problem to fix. Outside the operating room, Konan stood anxiously. She had been asked to wait outside, but she couldn't help but worry. Hey. White Zetsu chuckled. No need to worry, Konan. Lord Shijin is the best healer there is. Konan remained skeptical of Zetsu's reassurances. Instead, her mind wandered to another concern. If Lord Shijin has returned, then why hasn't that masked man, who always calls himself Uchiha Madara, come to greet him? Both Black and White Zetsu froze. They had completely forgotten about him. With Shijin back, all other pieces had become irrelevant. That arrogant fool had contributed nothing and could barely follow simple plans. Had they accidentally abandoned him? This might be a problem. If left unchecked, he could become a serious nuisance. I'll send a clone to notify him immediately. White Zetsu decided quickly. Hopefully, he won't oppose Lord Shijin's will. Chapter 86, Nagato Takes His Place, The Secrets of Akatsuki Bonus. The Land of Rain. The Akatsuki's hideout was damp and humid. Since the base was situated in the constantly raining country, water droplets clung to the rocky surfaces, slowly accumulating on the cavern walls. As Shijin stepped inside, he ran his fingers along the wet stone before proceeding deeper into the Akatsuki base. Apologies, we haven't found a more suitable base yet. The Deva Path, walking beside Shijin, explained, inside we store the Jido statue. Nagato followed behind them, his steps unsteady. He had insisted that he and Konan remain at the back, as if they were just ordinary members of Akatsuki. He wanted the Deva Path to act as the organization's leader while accompanying Shijin. After Shijin's treatment, Nagato seemed like a completely different person. Though still somewhat frail, he no longer had the sickly, skeletal appearance that had once made Konan's heart ache every time she saw him. However, there was something unusual. A faint marking had appeared on Nagato's forehead, and his features had reverted to those of his 15- or 16-year-old self, a time when he was still a red-haired youth full of potential. Though he still struggled to walk properly, he was determined to get used to it again. He was satisfied with the results of his treatment. He could feel his chakra and life force steadily replenishing, more than enough to sustain his Rinnegan. Nagato. Konan reached out instinctively as he nearly stumbled. Konan, let me walk on my own. Nagato gently refused her help and reminded her, Lord Shijin told me I need to get used to using my legs again. Nagato. Zetsu's figure emerged. White Zetsu raised a hand, preparing to use its spore technique. If you need, I can create a clone to assist you. I'll be fine soon. Nagato shook his head and refused outright. What a pity. Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Recover quickly. Shijin's voice drifted from the front, sounding indifferent but laced with deeper meaning. Once you regain full mobility, you'll be able to go on missions with your teammates, Konan and the Deva Path. Yes. Nagato finally smiled. That was exactly what he wanted. He was happy because Shijin understood him. In the past, whenever the Deva Path left for missions, he had always followed closely behind, merely playing the role of a hidden puppet master. But from now on, there was no need to hide. He could openly stand alongside Konan, just as they once stood beside Yahiko. Besides, with Shyen here, there was no reason to lurk in the shadows anymore. Nagato never saw himself as a true leader. Even though he controlled the Deva path, he was simply indulging in a delusion, pretending that Yahiko was still leading Akatsuki. Now, there was no need for such an illusion. Akatsuki's numbers are quite low. The Deva path remained a dutiful leader, reporting on the organization's status to his mentor. We currently have 4 active teams, Konan and I, Zetsu and the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru and Sasori, and Kakuzu and. He paused. Turning to Konan, he asked, Konan, who is Kakuzu's current partner? He doesn't have one. Konan sighed deeply and furrowed her brows. His last partner had a bounty of 1.5 million ryo, so he ended up killing him during a mission to collect the reward. A heavy silence filled the room. That guy. White Zetsu sighed helplessly. Will he ever stop treating his partners like bounties? After a pause, White Zetsu turned to Konan and Nagato. By the way, why did you even recruit Kakuzu in the first place? He's a nightmare. For White Zetsu, Kakuzu was a serious hassle. Since recruitment was handled by both Zetsu and Konan, Zetsu finding candidates and Konan recruiting them, Kakuzu had been an endless source of frustration. Because Kakuzu is strong. Nagato, his mindset seemingly reverting to his younger self, responded with a solemn expression. Unlike the Deva path's cold detachment, there was respect in his voice when he spoke of Kakuzu. Kakuzu, huh? Shyen murmured as memories resurfaced. Kakuzu always respected your ideals, Lord Shyen. Nagato spoke carefully, as if probing for confirmation. Did you ever interact with him? I heard he was active before the first Great Ninja War. You could call us old acquaintances. Shyen's voice echoed softly through the dimly lit base. They should be returning soon. Konan estimated the timing, based on Akatsuki's usual patterns. Deep within the base stood a massive statue. It was grotesque, human-shaped, with 9 closed eyes and skin that resembled ancient, withered bark. The Jito statue. Or rather, the husk of the Ten Tails. Even in its incomplete state, it radiated immense vitality and power, standing eerily like a slumbering beast that could awaken at any moment. Of course, its real purpose was not battle. Only when all 9-tailed beasts were sealed within it would it regain its full power, transforming into the true Ten Tails. Akatsuki members passed by this statue regularly, understanding that their ultimate goal was to seal the tailed beasts and awaken it. But given the small number of members, many saw this plan as unrealistic. After all, the tailed beasts were in the hands of the great nations. Akatsuki, with its limited manpower, was outmatched by the thousands of ninja within the 5 great villages. Any attempt to steal the tailed beasts would likely trigger an all-out war. As a result, most members weren't particularly invested. To Kakuzu, Akatsuki was simply a convenient source of high-paying contracts. To Orochimaru, the organization was useful for gathering intel and resources. When Orochimaru and Sasori returned to the base, they planned to head straight for their respective laboratories, one to research forbidden jutsu, the other to perfect his puppets. But today was different. Konan had summoned them to the chamber, where the Jito statue stood. They were to welcome a new member and hear an important announcement. Another new recruit. Kakuzu seemed indifferent. As long as Akatsuki continued recruiting criminals with high bounties, he didn't mind. Will this newcomer be my partner? Kakuzu turned to Konan, his tone blunt. Konan, can you at least pick someone with a high bounty? Konan took a deep breath, her expression pained. Akatsuki members are not meant to be turned in for bounty rewards. But they're weak. When they die in battle, their bodies are just going to waste. I don't see them as comrades, only as teammates for missions. Kakuzu's voice was cold. He had no need for comrades. He had once considered his fellow hidden waterfall ninja his comrades, until they betrayed him and tried to kill him. Comrades. They were unreliable. At least the fools from the Yuzumaki clan were trustworthy. Despite their clingy nature, they never tried to steal his money or stab him in the back. As for everyone else, They were just tools. Even Orochimaru and Sasori despised each other, their partnership maintained solely because they couldn't kill each other. Sasori, the rogue Suna ninja, had assassinated the third Kazekage before fleeing. A master puppeteer, he only valued his puppets as true companions. HMPH. What a waste of time. Sasori's voice was cold. Maybe they'll be interesting. Orochimaru smirked. He enjoyed seeing new faces, especially if they possessed unique abilities. And if they had an ability worth stealing. All the better. However, the name that was about to be spoken would surprise even him. Apologies for the delay. Standing atop the Jito statue, the Devapath addressed the gathered members. Let me introduce our newest member, Nagato. From now on, he will be my partner and will act alongside Conan and me. A red-haired youth stepped forward. The moment he appeared, Sasori remained indifferent. But Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Their expressions shifted. They had seen this boy before. But back then, it had been years ago. And he was supposed to be much older. Yet here he was unchanged. With Rinnegan eyes.